This is going to be a long one, so make sure to sit back, relax, and enjoy the video.
We seem to be at a school, and it says, "Students, after 3 years of study, you have now learned and mastered the theoretical knowledge of the profession system. And it is a beautiful day, and the light is shining through on the school." We then see a star with crystals floating around it, and the professor says, "Today is the day your profession is chosen, and the day that will determine your fates." And this guy looks pretty cool, and his name is Lu Yun, the principal of Zihai First Academy, and I like how he's rocking a turtleneck. He also says that he will spare them the pleasantries, and he will hope that all of them can reach the same level as the senior, Su Xin Xing, and become a pillar of the human race. And we find out that this guy, who is shrouded in mystery, is a level 80 holy mage, and all of the people look very intimidated. But of course, there is a guy with his hand in his pockets, and he says that that is a transmutation circle. His name is Lin Mo Yu, and he is a student of Zihai First Academy. His name is Lin Mo Yu, and he has been reborn into this world for so many years, and at long last, he can finally get his profession. We then find out that this world is unlike any other RPG game, and there are not only many dungeons and secret areas, but also monsters in the wild. So it seems like this is an MMORPG. He also mentions that after the profession selection, these individuals can gain experience by killing monsters and raiding dungeons as well as secret areas, and they can level up and enhance their skills as well as their strength, as we see an example right here. He also mentions that countless sages of the human race have carved out a living space for the human among the countless monsters, and that's how they have a stable society today, which kind of makes sense. And of course, the most popular professions in this world are naturally the combat classes. The support classes come next, followed by the livelihood professions, and the combat and support classes can be divided into 5 classes, or should I say 5 ranks. It is a low rank, the medium rank, the high rank, the rare rank, and of course, our favorite, the legendary rank. He also says that the entire Zihai city may not even be able to produce a legendary occupation in more than 10 years. We then see the transmutation circle activate, and a beaming bright yellow light comes out of it. His friend Gao Yang says, "Yo, Mo Yu, bro, what is your most desired profession?" as he puts his hand on his shoulder. He tells him to really say it, because he really wants to be a knight, and he says that he will be a knight for sure so he can protect the girls. Are you kidding me? We already found our next simp. He then says, "Gao Yang, why are you talking to that idiot? He won't answer you." And then he says that maybe today his profession selection will be from the livelihood class. And then the other guy says that's right. It's just that his grades are a little bit better, so what about it? But of course, Gao Yang is pretty cool and is a cool dude, and he says, "Don't say that." In fact, he doesn't talk simply because he does not like to. We then see Lu Yun, the principal, talk to Master Zhang, and he says, "I'm sorry to bother you today." And he is a level 52 formation master. He smiles and says it's no big deal. Our MC then says that old man is actually an arrangement master, and he says that it's a rare supporting profession. The president then says, "Once I announce your name, enter the transmutation circle. The first one is Shu Da." Shu Da then gets his test, and he is in the livelihood class, disappointingly, and he is a farmer. Well, and he says, "I can't believe it, a livelihood class and a farmer at that." And I know that the rest of the class are probably laughing. He says that farming can be good though, because it can be upgraded into a grand farmer and even an holy farmer. But the classmates say that indeed, among the livelihood classes, being a farmer isn't too bad. We see somebody and he becomes a chef, and his father was a chef, and he never thought that he could be a chef as well. This seems pretty wholesome. The president then says, "Yeah, until now there hasn't been a rare profession." And then of course, Zhang Xian, the formation master, says that the students this year are quite average. The principal then says there are only 1 or 2 rare professions in the entire city of Zihai every year, so it's not too much for them to hope for. And then Zhang Xian asks, "How many years has it been since your academy came up with a rare profession? It would be nice to have at least one high-level profession come from the combat class." Next up is Xia Shui. Xia Shui is a student of the Zihai First Academy, and of course I know that the boys are already fiending over her. She says, Lin Mo Yu, I'll show you who the real genius is, and it seems that this is the first waifu of her boy that he has collected. We then see, although we were known as the two geniuses of the academy, our boy Lin Mo Yu was always ahead of her, and she won't admit defeat. The guy then says that this girl has a lot of potential, and then the principal says, Master Zhang, why do you say that? He says that the girl's mental strength is more than twice of an ordinary person, and it's a high possibility that she could actually become a mage, because that is also a high-level profession in the combat class. He says that if it's some special mage, then this is truly a rare profession. And then we see her walk towards the circle. Boom! Some explosion happens, and then we find out that a vision has appeared, and it is indeed a rare profession. Her combat class is an elemental mage. Let's go, guys! I mean, sorry, I should be cheering for our MC and not his wife. But anyways, we then find out that the class says that this is amazing, because it is actually so rare for this to actually occur, and of course, they say it's expected of a genius. Zhang Shan then says, girl, you are very good, and she bows down and says thank you for your compliment. She looks over to her girlfriends, and they say that this is time she is sure to be able to surpass that annoying guy, Lin Mo Yu. And then she says, Lin Mo Yu, because he is next up, and with his hands in his pockets, he dashes past her, and I already know that her boy is probably going to be the most OP in the city. We then see the president or the principal, and he says, Master Shang, what do you think of this little guy? And he says, apart from looking very calm, there really isn't anything special. The principal laughs and says, there are two geniuses in our school. Ji Shui is the second, and Lin Mo Yu is the first. And then he says, you should know that academic performance and class change are not necessarily linked. And the principal says, but if Lin Mo Yu had another rare profession, boom! Holy cow! We see a purple spiral gather around him, and it literally connects the clouds, and it's a Nimbus cloud. There is lightning literally from his aura. The president of the principal looks up, and he's like, what the heck is going on here? Zhang Xin says, it is a vision. This transformation, vision? He says it is such a huge vision, and he wonders if this is going to be a rare profession. And then, of course, Jia Shui is like, there's no way, I won't lose to you, because the vision is much bigger than hers. One of the guys points up and says, look, there's dark movements in the clouds. And we see a lot of eyes that are glowing in the darkness. It seems to be the undead. And one of them falls and says, it's the freaking undead, dude. The dark clouds are full of undead. And they are literally marching down. And they seem to be very furious. Jia Shui then says, I know that this is a vision, but she cannot even fight that kind of stuff. And then we see our boy, and there are souls surrounding him, and he seems to be harnessing the power of the vision. We then find out he is a necromancer, the unique hidden profession. See the green flame in his hands, and he says that he is the only necromancer in the world. And he also says that unless he dies, there will never be another profession like his. And he seems to be holding the world by the palm of his hands. This is not only rarer than a rare profession, but even rarer than a legendary profession. One of the guys says, Lin Mo Yu is so powerful that he transformed into a hidden profession, and it's a unique one. And they are two haters, and they're like, hidden professions aren't always powerful, and there have been many people in history whose hidden professions weren't very good. One guy also says that yes, I agree, and the girls say, just now the visions were scary, right? It was that of a necromancer, so it doesn't have to be dealing with dead people all the time. And because he also doesn't talk, the guy says, isn't it good to deal with dead people because there really is no need to talk? And then Lin Mo Yu just says in his head while the other people are gossiping that the uniqueness of this profession is way better than he expected. Then Zhang Xian then walks up to him and says, young man, wait a minute. He replies, saying, senior, how may I be of service? He then says, I have never seen your unique profession. Can you please demonstrate your skills? And then he says, please wait a moment. We then see a stats window, His level is 1 and he is a necromancer. Everything else is at 10 except for his spirit. It is at level 20. We then see Summon Skeleton Warrior level 1. He is able to summon a Black Iron level Skeleton Warrior. It goes from Black Iron to Bronze to Silver, Gold, Diamond, Legendary. And I didn't expect this, but Divine. He also has a Soul Blaze level 1, which he can burn the target's soul and deal burning damage, and it depends on his spiritual power and skill level. He has a flame in his hand and he says that his spiritual power is stronger, which means that the necromancers belong to the mage profession, but the skill of the summoning skeleton warriors are that of the summoning class. He says, summon skeleton warrior, and he loses 10 spirit points. We then see the Black Iron skeleton warrior. Everything is at 15, but he has no skills. They're like, this time it's for real. And they're like, whoa, there's no way that this is actually happening. We also find out that his skeleton warrior was attacked, and it asks if he wants to counteract it. And if he doesn't make a choice within 10 seconds, it will automatically attack him. And then he says, stay put. And then Zhang Shen is like very vigilant. The guy says, I'm a level 52 professional, and this Lin Mo Yu is only level 1. But if the summon is hostile to me, he also mentions that the attributes of the skeleton warrior are average, because Lin Mo Yu is only level 1. So it's really hard to see the strength of the profession. But he says maybe, after becoming a high level, the skeleton will become more powerful. And this skeleton looks pretty scary to me. The guy says, thanks a lot and good effort, and I hope your future will make a difference. He then walks away as others look at him, and of course, the skeleton is walking with him. And Gao Yang is like, yo, can I touch it? And then he says, is this skeleton powerful? I don't believe it. It looks like a rag. And of course, our boy Mo Yu responds saying, it should be better than you. He calls the skeleton back into his system, and then it is Gao Yang's turn for the profession class. We then see summoning space is 1 out of 10. And just like he knew, the summoning space can accommodate summons that can be summoned at any time without the need to consume spiritual energy. And as he levels up, the capacity will also go up. He then gets a glimpse and remembers that when I just changed his profession, he seems to have seen a real necromancer, and maybe one day he will also be able to defeat dragons in mere seconds. I think our boy might have been too OP. We then see Gao Yan, and he is like, what do you think of that? I'm a sword and shield knight, and it is an advanced profession. And he says that he will protect him. And then Lin Mo Yu starts to talk more, and he is like, you finally opened your mouth, huh? I just said that the opposite on purpose. Didn't you notice? The president then says that the transfer is over, and no matter what profession you have changed to, the academy has arranged a place for you to improve. And tomorrow, the novice leveling dungeon of Shihai City will also be open. And he tells him to get good grades on the big test in a week and get into the institution for the higher learning of their choice. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then starts to think that the monsters in the newbie upgrade dungeons are concentrated in levels 1 to 8, and the number is small and is way safer than the wilderness. And just at that moment, Ashui calls out to him, and she says, Lin Mo Yu, I want to compete with you. Let's compare the results in the exam. Don't you dare to compete. This girl really is a tsundere. And she says, although I lost to you again today, I will not be defeated. We are at Lin Mo Yu's home, and he seems to be looking at a picture. It is a picture of his grandma and his sister, and he says that he has successfully changed his profession to a super rare hidden one. And he also tells his sister that just wait, because he will also be admitted to Shajing Academy. Just at that moment, he sees somebody knock on his door, and it is the president, Lu Yun. He then says, hey Lin Mo Yu, come take these supplies first. And he also mentions that last year in Jihai City, only this kid's older sister, Lin Mo Han, was admitted to Shijing Academy alone. And that's where our boy's sister is at. He also says that he promised his sister to take good care of our boy Lin Mo Yu, and she agreed to go to Xijing. So now he has to keep his promise. He says thank you, and then the principal says, tomorrow you will enter the dungeon for the test, so make sure you get good sleep. It is midnight and our boy is still trying to get the system working. He sees system loading, and then it says, The host has awakened to the necromancer profession, and the profession meets the requirements. The strongest talent system is binding. We then see some more things saying that he has obtained the skill, damage transfer as a passive one, and that it basically is all skill effects are increased by 5 times and all the damage received by the mage is taken by the summoner. And of course, this is completely goated. He then summons a skeleton warrior and we see the animation and it looks as cool as ever. He loses 10 spiritual power, but then that's not really a big deal. We see the black iron skeleton warrior. His strength is 75 and all the other stats are 75 as well. And this means that our boy has literally just got a cheat code. And that with the damage transfer skill, he will be invincible at the same level. What an awesome way to start the first chapter. The next day, we are at the novice leveling dungeon. And of course, our boy Gao Yang says, "Yo, Moyu, you want to team up here?" And then we see the galaxy wallpaper, the rift that looks like a galaxy wallpaper. Of course, he says nothing. And then Gao Yang says, "You prick, why are you looking down on me? I invited you all the way here with my sincerity." And then Moyu is just like, "Teaming up will make it slow, so going solo is faster." And then Xiao Shui is like, "What Lin Moyu said is correct, because the experience is equally split between you two during co-op." And she also mentions that according to seniors, teaming up after level 10 is probably the best time to team up. We then see President Lu Yun, and then he says, "At least you guys are still students, so there's no trick and schemes." And then he also says that the other combat professions will bring support into the dungeon. And then they're like, "Why don't they need support?" And then the principal says that Xiao Shui is aiming for Xia Jing Academy, so she needs to level up fast, and besides, she is an elemental mage. And for Lin Mo Yu, Master Shang, and they don't really understand how his ability works, so the supports can just ask them if they want to team up. And then we see the 3 girls, and they're like, "I'm pretty scared of those undead." He then whips out the staff spirit, and he gets a +1. He says that he's also aiming for the Xia Jing Academy, so that he can go there faster. He will go solo. The principal then says, "Do you know how hard it is to get into Xia Jing Academy? And if you're thinking you'll get in, you'll have to be able to be level 12 or even level 15 to be safe before the final trial." And the principal looks kind of nervous, so I'm guessing this is really tough. He also says that his sister Lin Mohan got into the academy at level 16. He also then says that, "Do you think it's easy just to level up to level 12 in a short week? It'll get harder when you get to level 15. And then he also mentions that the highest level of monsters in the novice dungeon is only level 8, so there's no way he can get to level 12. And besides that, there's also a lot of other requirements that will be revealed during the final trial." He then gives him a smug look, and then he says, "I have confidence." And then the president says, "Good kid." And he says since this kid has a hidden profession, this might actually work. We then see Xiao Shui, and she is like, "Let's compete to see who can go faster. And if you keep quiet, then I'll count you in." And our boy is just like, okay, whatever, because this girl is so competitive. They enter the rift, and then our boy releases his fire from his hands, and then he notices that it used up 10 spirit points when he summoned an undead last night. And after meditating for 1 night, his spirit has recovered to 40 points. So now he summons 4 undead knights. He then points his staff, and he tells them to go and find and kill these monsters. Our boy really is just laying back and enjoying the harvest without even moving a single finger. Successfully eliminated Big Ears Rabbit plus 10 XP. Successfully eliminated Big Ears Rabbit plus 10 XP. And it keeps on going on. He says that every single monster that has been eliminated by the Skeleton Warrior raises his experience by 1%. So eliminating 100 will literally be enough to level up. This really is an OP way to level up, but you could call it solo leveling. I didn't say anything, guys. Please don't copyright me. He says he leveled up in half an hour, and we now see that his level is 2, and he's at 1%. Strength is at 20, agility 20, spirit 40, physique 20, and of course he has 6 out of 20 skeleton warrior in his summoning space. He is like, I can summon another level 2 undead knight now, and then he spawns one in, and then he all has 125 as his stats. He also mentioned that he has now 8 spaces that he can put into his summon space, and he says that this is just the beginning. Boom, he kills a gray cat, a brown dog dies, and then a blue-eyed rat dies, giving him a total of 90 XP. He says, the trace of the skeleton warriors will create a map, and this seems to be a pretty useful function. He also mentions that there are some monsters that the skeleton warriors have missed, and he wonders if he can try his active skill now. Boom! Soul Blaze. He literally eliminates this cat in a single hit, and his heart is set ablaze, but of course, that is not a Demon Slayer reference. He says that a skill with 5 times of the boost, a level 2 gray cat turns into ashes in mere seconds. He also says that because of this, he can level up, and without the boost from the talent, Necromancer won't be any less powerful than any legendary profession. We now see that he is level 3, and our boy has just undergone a transformation. He then summons more skeleton warriors, and we just see it pop up. Loads and loads of level 5 monsters literally getting wrecked by his skeleton warriors. He says that it's been 4 hours, and now there are only 8 hours left, but he has already reached level 4. And if this continues with his speed, it will only take him less than an hour to level up again. And if he's able to get to level 8, then he says that he will go to Shihai Suburbia, because there's even higher level monsters there. Our boy really is just really leveling up way too fast. We then see Xiao Dongyang, the head of the Xia family, and he's also Xia Shui's father. The principal says, Mr. Xia, you're here to visit Xia Shui, right? And then he says, it's all thanks to you, Principal Liu, for taking care of Xiao Shui all these years. Looks like they have a good relationship. The principal, while holding his drink, says that I'm sure you must have known it's a rare profession for her to get the elemental mage. The guy says that it's sad that he was busy yesterday and he wasn't able to see her transmutation. He also mentions that he cannot miss her first dungeon too. He says that her seniors, Su Xianxing and Lin Mohan, both are rare professions, and they even got to level 5 when they got out of the dungeon. And he thinks that Xiao Shui should be the same level as well. He says, I hope that girl has been very competitive because she really wants this to happen. The principal says, we'll be able to foresee their speed of leveling up in the next few days, judging by how they did in the first day. But of course, the principal's mind is just focused on what level Lin Mo Yu will be, because he is a hidden professionalist. We then see 12 hours. He explains that there is a countdown when somebody enters the dungeon, and that after the 12 hours, they can see how much they leveled up. The father says, right, I heard that there was another hidden profession appearing during yesterday's transmutation. And the principal says, yeah, that is Lin Mo Yu, and he got the Necromancer. He also mentions that Mo Yu's sister is Lin Mo Han, and if Xiao Shui is able to make it into Jiajing Academy, maybe you can have Lin Mo Han look out for her. We are back into the dungeon, and we see him along with his skeleton soldier. He says that the furthest distance that the skeleton warriors can be away from him is 500 meters, so he can just literally be AFK and wait to level up within this area. And oh gosh, if only I had this ability to literally have these guys do my homework for me. We then see that almost 7 hours have passed, and that he hasn't seen any level 8 monsters, and we see his skeleton soldiers just taking down these level 7 and level 6 beasts. He wonders how the others are doing. But boom, he gets sliced, and it says that his passive skill damage transfer has activated. We then see the bullwhip tree. It is in hibernation for most of the time and will attack any living creature passing by. And it is first level 8 monster. Lin Mo Yu says, so this is a level 8 monster in the novice dungeon, huh? And he says that the stats of his skeleton warriors have reached 275. So he says, let's see how much damage you can take in. One of the skeleton warrior attacks it, and he is like, it didn't just die. He says that eliminating a level 8 monster needed 4 slashes, so this will greatly decrease his speed of leveling up. He then attacks it, and of course, he successfully eliminated the level 8 bullwhip tree. We also see a lot of them, and he says that there's already hundreds of bullwhip trees within this area that he can see. And so this is literally a leveling up sanctuary made specifically for our boy. as he just remains AFK. Boom, one is taken down, another taken down, and another taken down. We then see the rift, and it seems somebody is walking out. We then see you must get through the forest guarded by level 8 monsters in order to find the exit, so he wonders if it could be. And then somebody says that it's weird because the time is not up yet, and he wonders if there was accidents. Lin Mo-yu walks out, and then they're like, "Why are you out here?" And he simply says with a calm, smug face, "I killed them all, so..." And the principal is like, "You're level 7? Because he managed to get level 7 in just a span of 10 hours. He says there's 2 little monsters in there, or else he would have been able to get to level 8. And he says, "Mentor Lu, I wish to go to Shihai Suburbia." The principal is like, "This is the first time I've heard that there's somebody killing everything in the novice domain, and only in 10 hours. And our boy waves his hand in front of Mentor Lu because it seems like he is daydreaming now. He wonders how Lin Mo-yu was able to do this, and he wonders if that is a skill of a necromancer. He then says nervously, "Okay, I'll get you a traveling certificate." And he also mentions that he can rest up for a bit and wait for the other students to come out, and that he will send him back. And just at that moment, one of his subordinates says, "Why did that student get out so early?" And then he says, "Lao Lu, are you okay?" He says, "Yeah, is he alright? Why is he alone, and where are his teammates?" The principal says, "He is Lin Mo-yu. He got to the novice dungeon and slaughtered all the level 8 monsters inside." All of them are shocked because they've never seen how powerful legendary professions are, but they know for a fact that there's no way they can have that quick of a speed. And this is the power of the hidden profession. The principal says that this kid will have a bright future, so there's no need to worry, and that if he manages to get into Xiajing Academy, then I guess they'll be having a headache instead of the principal. Xiao Shui's father says that she has been competitive since she was young, and he is afraid that this will be very impactful towards her. The principal puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Ah ha ha ha, not just this time. You're not home often, so you don't know, but Lin Mo-yu's results have been on top of Xiao Shui's for all these years, and that girl has been in second place forever now." And the father is like, "That girl didn't even tell me anything like that." We then see Lin Mo-yu, and he says that at this moment, he'll be able to summon 24 skeleton warriors, and that he has 70 spots for his warriors. He says if he were to think of occupying all the spots, then it will need some time, and he just sits there on a rock meditating with his awesome staff. We then see Lin Mo-yu, and she says, "I won't lose this time," because she has already reached level 5, which is basically the standard of the novice dungeons record. And she's like, "Where the heck is Lin Mo-yu?" And it turns out that she doesn't know. She's like, "When did he get out? Wait, he is..." And we see he is level 7, and she is literally shocked. She then sees her father by the car, and he's like, "What's up, Xiao Shui?" And she asks why her dad is here. He is in the car, and then he asks, "Do you need help? And why are you still competing with that kid? This guy really is a menace to his daughter." She says, "He's a total bad guy, and he's been more powerful for me than the last 3 years. This girl really is a competitive spirit." He says, "I'm telling you, this Lin Mo-yu got out of the dungeon in 10 hours, and he killed all of the level 8 monsters." And then she says, "This is the thing, I won't keep losing to that guy." But then after she hears that, she looks back at her father like, "Killed all the level 8 monsters?" And then she mentions that she just got to the area of level 7 monsters, and she didn't even get to see a single level 8. And she also mentions, besides that, he got out 2 hours earlier, and if there's more monsters in there, does that mean he'll be able to reach level 8? And then we see Gao Yang, and I think our boy Gao Yang is literally the simp and the new waifu. And he says, "Mo-yu, how did you get to level 7? And he says, "No, forgive me, I meant Boss Lin. Please bring me with you." And then Lin Mo-yu is like, "Bruh." He tells him that he'll bring him with him next time. And then Gao Yang is like, "Then that settles it. I'll wait for you at the school entrance tomorrow." And he gives a very charming look. The next day, we see him kind of bummed out. And he is like, "Mentor Lu, why isn't Mo-yu here?" And then Principal Lu says he went to Shihai Suburbia. And then he yells and he says, Curse you, Lin Mo Yu! You fooled me! I shall battle you! And then the principal is like, give up, you can't win. We are then at the Shen Xia Empire Exchange, and this looks like a pretty cool and tall building. We then see somebody's hand on a crystal, and it says, initializing identification. Identification, succeed, citizen of Shen Xia Empire, Lin Mo Yu. And he has permission granted to the Shen Xia Empire Exchange. His authority is only level 1. He thinks and wonders if there's any mission suitable for him. We see collected, unlimited amount of green sprout, and the price is 50 gold a portion. We also see another mission, which is raid the level 14 domain of Zhihai Mines and acquire domain's boss, King Goblin's core. He finds this interesting, and then he says that it might be difficult. We then see the normal difficulty, and he mentions that it goes from normal, nightmare, and hell. The nightmare difficulty is many times harder than the normal one, and it will be impossible to pass without a strong team. And then the hell difficulty. It's not something that normal professions could do at all. And he says that he can't take on that mission for now. We then see a large knight, and is it just me or does this guy look like Gris from Solo Leveling? Let me know what you guys think. He says, profession is a necromancer, and he says, Lin Mo Yu level 7 necromancer? He wonders which academy is letting a mere level 7 out of town. The guy says that your traveling certificate has been active and you'll be able to freely travel around the cities in the Shenxia Empire. He says if you encounter any danger, you're allowed to return because your life matters the most. And our boy just says that he will. He then goes past the wall and it becomes an utter desert. He says that it is not just a simple wall. It's 2 different worlds in and outside of the city. He also mentions that he can literally hear beasts growling. And there's even a flow of blood circulating around the air. Just as he's looking around, a goblin is behind him. He summons one of his soldiers and he says, go kill that goblin. It is a goblin in patrols. Level 10, strength 120, physique 120, agility and spirit are 50, and it has no skills. He says that a level 10 goblin is practically nothing to a skeleton warrior with stats of level 375. The goblin attacks him, and the skeleton warrior takes no damage at all, and of course he ends it in an instant. We then see Lin Mo Yu, and there are a lot of goblins headed his direction. He says if he manages to keep up with his speed, he'll get level 15 in no time, and he's getting literally 300 XP from killing all of these monsters. He says that his sister got to level 16 before the trial, and he wonders how did she do that. He then gets a flashback to her holding bread, and she seems way different from how he was imagining her a while ago, and he says that he will get into Jia Jing's academy. We then see Lin Mo Yu, level 10, strength, agility, physique 100, and spirit 300, and now he has 40 skeletons and 100 is the limit. He mentions that there isn't a big change in the other stats. Every time it levels up, it'll only increase by 10. But his spirit is at 300 and an increase in points, which is a massive W. He also mentions that they said that there'll be a huge boost after reaching level 10. And so, he belongs in the mage profession, so the biggest boost is spirit. And now, he never thought that he would become level 10 so quickly. We then see he has a bronze skeleton warrior, strength 1500. Agility, spirit, and physique are all the same. He also has a rage shot, which is to create 200% of the damage based on own strength on target, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. This has become quite out of hand, and I think our boy might just solo the verse. He then says, it seems like he'll be able to rule this area just with his bronze skeleton warrior. And then he is like, wait, as he looks around, I think I cleared all the monsters here. But boom, something launches towards him, and he manages to see it. He doesn't manage to dodge it, but he did use damage transfer. And then, boom. We then see a girl, and she seems to be in a hood, and she has a mask on. He says, who is this girl? He says it's probably an assassin profession, and the one who attacked him might be an archer professional. We then see the arrow stabbed on his chest, and the girl just runs straight past him. He says it's them, and then he says that their direction is wrong, and they'll never get that assassin. The man then says, that person is cunning and an assassin too, and he probably escaped. And then one of the guys with the bow says, hey kid, did you see a person with black clothes passing by? He says, your arrow hit me, and apologize, as he gives them a menacing look, and of course a side eye. I'm pretty sure they know better not to mess with the MC of a manhwa. Surprisingly, the man with the bow says, sorry for that, and the guy is like, this kid got hit by my arrow, but somehow he's fine? Lin Mo Yu is just like, just don't do it again. And then he says, this kid, doesn't he know that I'm not in a good mood? And then he realizes, and he thinks, is that a skeleton warrior? And it seems that he has some knowledge about this. The guy with the staff grunts and says, only the ones who are hidden criminals with dark mentality would be able to awaken such disgusting professions of summoning the undead. And he says that he's definitely not some good guy. The archer says, stop it. And then he says, I know. We then walk past him, and he says, consider yourselves fortunate. And then he also says if they did something, they'll get it back 100 times worse. And you see the aura on his hand start to fade away. We then see level 10 Goblin Patrol eliminated, level 11 Goblin Soldier eliminated, and he has obtained the Goblin's Bones. He is literally just sitting as they fight, and then he says the experience points are decreasing, and that after level 10, the experience needed to level up has increased by a whopping 3 times. And according to our boy's calculations, that means he has to kill 5,000 goblins just to raise in level. And he does mention that he doesn't think that he'll be able to reach level 11 if the skeleton warrior kept on killing without exhaustion. He says there's not much time and he can't go back. He then leaps forward with the skeleton army, and he says if it wants to get into Xiajing Academy, he has to do more than others, because who is going to carry the bows? We see him set up camp, there's fire, and he says that based on the current speed of leveling up, he'll be able to reach level 13 by tomorrow, but it really is still unclear if he can get to level 15 the day after. And he also mentions that after reaching level 15, it'll be way harder to make it to level 16. And so his only goal is to truly make it to level 16, and even that is pushing it. He wonders how his sister managed to level up that time, because he knows he's a sword dancer in the legendary profession, but there really is no way that she could level up so fast and even faster than him. As he is thinking, he realizes something. Ji Hai Mine's dungeon. He wonders if she had teamed with other people and raided the nightmare difficulty dungeon that has way more XP. That would explain why she was wounded when she made it back that time. He then shakes his leg and says that his guess might be correct, and so he has to go and take a look tomorrow. Just at that moment, we see somebody approach him, and a skeleton warrior looks at it as well. He says, leveling professional, there's not a lot of people who would be leveling here at midnight. Are they lost? And it is a girl from earlier, the assassin. She says, do you have any food? And of course, our boy gives some to her. She pulls her mask down, and she seems to be pretty cute. She then starts to chew down on this potato, and he is like, this girl must be very hungry. And of course, she starts to choke because she doesn't have water, so he gives her some as well, and she literally just chugs it down. She says, what is your name? And he doesn't say anything. She then also says, you don't like talking? Then why don't we analyze skills with each other? They then touch their fingers and we see an orb of light arise. Analytic skill. Boom, analysis has failed, and he wonders if he did not get any information. She says, didn't get anything, right? And then she manages to see his stats though. You're called Lin Mo Yu, level 10, and your occupation is a necromancer, she says. I've never heard of this occupation before. It is quite strange. She then ponders back earlier, and she says that I think I saw that you had a skeleton standing next to you during the afternoon. And she says that summons, and especially undead summons, are extremely rare. She then asks, why don't you talk? Because don't tell me you're muted though, because you don't look like it. And then he is like, why? She's happy that he talked. And of course our boy just says, why? She then says, are you asking why your analytics skill did not work? And she says, it's because of this. It's a blocking badge, and it looks like an X-Men logo. She says, as long as you have it, anyone who's not 10 levels above you won't be able to use analytic skill on you. She then makes it disappear and she says, try using the occupation skill now. We then see her name is Ning Yi Yi. Her occupation is a shadow assassin, and she is a level 19 one at that. As they're thinking, they then look back, and it is the people from earlier. He says a skeleton has already detected them. Are they thinking of surrounding us? She says as she stands up, it's just a mid-rank skill scripture. They've been going for me for days, and they still haven't given up. As she is speaking, an arrow launches at her, and she barely manages to avoid it. But it hits the log, and it isn't a normal arrow. It is a marking arrow, and now it is a problem. Our boy Lin Mo Yu says that Archer has anti-invisibility skills, and this skill will be able to mark the target, which makes them easier to target and unable to enter invisibility. And this was literally specially made to counterpart with assassins and monsters that have invisibility power. He then looks back, and it's the guy from earlier, and he says, there's nowhere to run this time. And the Archer is on the tree above them. And then the guy says, I knew it, you're a team. A disgusting rat assassin and a malicious dark undying summoner make a good duo, I must say. And then she says he's not a part of this. I'll give you the skill scripture, and we'll go our separate ways. The Archer then says, it would have been fine if you did it a day before, but now it's safer just killing you. She then tells Lin Mo Yu, I'll buy you some time so you can run. And then she also mentions that he's only level 10, and so she cannot drag him with her for something that she has done. And looks happy, and she smiles saying, I am the shadow assassin, and beneath the night is where she dances, and so she has her own way to get out of here. She also says you wouldn't be running away during daytime if you really are capable, and obviously they are more powerful. He also says she's already marked, so her invisibility skill is gone. And then the Archer is like, just cut the crap, let's not waste any time on her. The guy then lifts his staff and it starts to glow, and then he says, I just don't want your life today. I want that guy to be dead too. We then see the illumination skill, and her boy thinks he is Escanor. It is explained that the illumination skill wasn't only used to illuminate, it will chase away the darkness, increasing the range of his ability. The most important part is that it can counterpart with the assassin's invisibility skill, which means that she's a piece of dead meat. She then has a blade in her hand. She says that she has to go all out right now. The Archer is ready, the guy with the shield is ready, and of course the staff man magician is ready. They are literally in the center of the attacks, and I wonder what's going to happen. Our boy Lin Mo Yu says come, and one of his soldiers come out of nowhere. The guy says, what a waste of energy. Undying summons, disgusting. He then says that his blazing fireballs are skills of a level 20 mage, and that he'll blow him up to ashes. And then the girl pulls him by his arm and is like, let's run. But unfortunately, we see that her ankle has been caught by spiritual strings, and it is the Archer who set it up. He then loads up 3 arrows and shoots at them, and it is headed towards them. She pushes Lin Mo Yu away, so he won't get hit by the arrows, but he just gets hit by the fireball. And she is like, what have I done? But just at that moment, we then see his skeleton knights block the attack, and they block the arrows as well. It seems like we might have the upper hand. We then see his bronzed skeleton, and this boy has 2 axes in his hand, and he's ready to cut down some wood. The mage is like, how could this be? The analytics skill shows that this kid is just a level 10 necromancer, and he tells him not to get closer. We find out that the guy is a level 21 mage, and he's just a level 10. So how the heck could he be alive still? But then we find out that their skills have no effect on the summons, and that the summons have such high stats. Little blue flames appear around all of them, and then we see a massive horde of skeletons surrounding them, and it seems that they have chosen the wrong fight. We see the girl, she is in utter shock, and she is like, are those really the skeleton warriors that she saw before? They are broken, but why are they so strong? She even mentions that these really are level 10s, but a level 20 mage cannot even do damage to them. And then we see a whole bunch of them, and she wonders if this is too much. She then looks at Lin Mo Yu, And then we see all of the other skeleton warriors around him. And we see the comprehensive increase of activated, damage transfer, soul blaze level 10, summon skeleton warrior level 10, and all of it has increased by 10 times, and that he is able to summon a bronze skeleton warrior. It looks like the Three Stooges just don't know what trouble they got themselves into this time. The chapter starts, and the guy is trying to fend off these skeletons. Although one of the skeletons swings its sword at his shield, and of course it cracks right open. He then releases a fire spell, and he says, "Have a taste of my power." And guys, this guy knows he's gonna lose. The zombies jump on top of him, and then they slice him into pieces. One of the guys running says, "Instant kill," but it's only been a few seconds. And he also mentioned that his agility attribute is obviously 1,000. So why the heck can he not get away from these skeletons? And we find out it's because the skeletons have an agility of 1,500. We then see one of the guards, and he has such good defense to the point where our boy Lin Mo Yu is shocked. We see him with his shield, and then Lin Mo Yu says a level 20 knight performing the skill is able to withstand the attacks of a level 40 mage. But then we see our boy Lin Mo Yu put his hand up, and he says, "Use skill, stop him from running." We then see a skeleton holding his fiery blazing sword, and he says Berserk Strike. Berserk Strike inflicts 200% of its own strength on the target, and its strength is 1,500. He then slices up and through his barrier, and it's C. Extreme defense can last up to 1 minute, but the more intense the attack, the shorter it will last. And this guy gets surrounded by the skeletons, and he meets his demise. We then get a flashback, and it seems to be his sister. And then he says, "Mo Yu, remember, if you set your mind to do anything, then do it and never hesitate." The girl is shocked, and then Lin Mo Yu says, "When a professional dies, the items in their storage will drop, so let's see what they have." We see they have the bronze rank Carbon Staff, Spirit plus 20, and it can increase the powerful or the power of mage skills by 5%, available only after level 18. We have the bronze rank Carmen's Battle Bow, agility plus 20, and we have the bronze rank Carmen's Shield, physique plus 20. We also have the bronze rank Carmen's Sword, which is strength plus 10, stamina plus 10, and it can increase the power of magic attack skills by 5%. But it seems you all need to be level 18. The girl then asks Ning Yi, "These are the weapons dropped in the dungeons of Carmen's Orc Legion," and she says that that is a level 20 dungeon outside of Shanghai City, so they must have gone there together. He then whips out his portable storage, and he says that he'll store these equipments for now, and it's because they're pretty useless. Ning Yi is like, "Hey, I don't think you've ever had a primary school, have you?" And then we see the primary skill scroll. You can obtain skills below level 20, and it is possible to obtain acquired skills. He says you should really use it, because although you might get a skill you already learned, there's also a chance of learning new skills. And she mentions you won't sell it for much, and because it's not an advanced skill scroll, it's not worth a lot of money. He asks how to use it, and she says it's simple, just say use while holding the scroll. He says use, and I think nothing happens. She then looks at him with a smile and says, you said it too softly. You need to say it louder in order for it to work." She is literally sparkling all around her body, and he says, "Looks like it's a scroll that requires spiritual energy to activate." And then he releases his spiritual energy into it, and she is like, "How did you find out?" Because she tried to troll him. We then see he acquired the skill of Corpse as he see the orange flame in his hand. He says he got a new skill, so this girl really wasn't that bad. He says to a necromancer, corpses also contain life, and even though the skill might look weak, if you factor in his talent, his radius will increase by 10 meters, and we see a picture of what could happen after his AoE, his area of effect skills, are given a larger area. Ning Yi asks, "How is it? Did you learn a new skill?" As we see his body being surrounded by aura. He says yes, and then she says, "You have a nice voice, so why don't you talk a lot? It's such a pity." And then he just looks at her, And then he says, this girl is a bit different from those girls in high school. Our boy really got that necromancer riz. He says, you have a nice voice too. And she just sparkles and lights up, saying, thank you for your compliment. I know my voice is very nice. She then says, as a repayment for saving me and even complimenting me, I'll give you this. And she hands him a treasure chest. Inside, it says, an intermediate skill scroll. You can obtain skills between level 40 and level 70, and it is possible to obtain acquired skills. He is like, what the heck? An intermediate skill scroll? This is something worth 1 million, and it's way more expensive than a primary skill scroll. He then wonders, wasn't she chased because of the scroll and now she's just giving it away? She says she obtained the scroll after opening the chest, to which she was being watched by the 3 mages. She says they wanted to snatch it, so they chased her and she just had to escape. And after running for more than 2 days from Shanghai City to Zhihai City, they were still on her, like stinky bugs. He then sits down and says, you almost died just now. And she says, if I receive a critical damage, she will be automatically teleported away. And then she looks at him, and she says, it's painful when you get hurt, so I'm scared of getting hurt the most. And then he just looks at her, and of course he wonders, looks like I was worried for nothing. She must be the young lady of some big family and had a treasure that can save her if needed. She then asks, do you have any food to eat because I'm hungry? And then our boy is holding a croissant. He gives it to her, or sorry, it's a potato. And she says, are you here to farm levels? Looking at your level now, you haven't gone to university, right? And she asks which one he is planning to go to. He says, Xiajing University. She then says, not bad. And she also mentions with his skills, he should be able to get into the university. But, however, she points her finger up and says, if you go to Xiajing University, remember to head to the Shensha Tower. The first clear will give you double the reward, so you need to clear as many floors as possible in the first try. But guys, if you're seeing this, this seems like a literal, very scary castle, and it has an ominous red aura around it, and I don't think that's somewhere you want to go on your first day of school. She explains you'll get a lot of points this way in Xiajing, and in the Xiajing, points are the equivalent of gold coins. And then she falls asleep, and her boy gives her his sweater like an absolute giga-chad. He then starts to meditate, because he needs to recover his spiritual energy. The next day, Ning Yi Yi says, I'm hungry. Do you have potatoes? And then she asks him for potatoes, and she literally has like 50 that she is holding. And she says, you're the big man here, so give me more. He then explains there's really nothing left, and she says, I believe you. This girl must really love sweet potatoes. She then gets up, and she says, I'll be going to raise my level now, so let's meet again next time. And she says that you can quickly level up too, so that we can meet together. She runs away, and she also mentions that they should level up together next time. And then now our boy is alone, and he says it's time to try my new skill. And then we see the mages' bodies on the ground, and I think our boy is going to turn them into his skeleton army troops. Corpse explosion. Boom. The explosion literally sets the body on fire. He says after being enhanced by my talent, the area of effect has increased by a lot, and so now it's basically a divine skill. And then we see, he says that he'll go try it out at the Zhihai Mine dungeon. He's walking, and he mentions that after the skeleton warrior transitions from black iron to bronze, it takes 70 spirit points to summon one, and now he only has 300. We then see the summoning space 48 out of 100, and they're all skeleton warriors. He mentions there's no need to rush, and sooner or later, the summoning space will become full. He then is looking towards the mine, and he has a skeleton worker right beside him. He says it's at the entrance to the Zhihai mine, and then we see that normal difficulty, they need a healer for our party of 3, and there are people or hunters around the dungeon seeking for teammates. He walks in with his skeleton buddy behind him. It says, choose your difficulty, normal or nightmare. He says there isn't a hell difficulty, and there are elite monsters present in the normal difficulty already, and so it will be very much harder. He also mentions the elite monsters are enhanced, and it's a lot more difficult if he chooses to do so. We then see someone ask, hey, are you a summoner? and he uses his dowsing ability. But then the skeleton guard gives him a bombastic side-eye, and it says due to having a shielding badge, the detection technique has failed. Everyone around him is like, "You're a summoner, right? They deal quite high damage, so why not we support you?" And they are really just trying to join our boy Lin Moyu's team. He says, "No thanks." And then he's wondering, as the system says, "Please confirm that you've selected Nightmare difficulty." He clicks confirm, and all of them are shocked after he disappears, and they say, "He's trying to clear this all by himself? What the heck?" And they all say, maybe he just wanted to show off and will come running like a coward. We are inside the Shihai mining dungeon, and there seems to be one goblin orc there, and a strong smell of blood. He points towards one of the goblins, and it says he is a goblin mine guard, an enhanced elite monster, which is level 14, strength 800, agility 400, spirit 200, and constitution 1000 with a stun attack. He then brings up some of his summons, and he says a constitution of a level 14 knight will be only around 300 to 400, completely unmatched for an enhanced elite monster. And a normal professional will have no way of clearing this, but compared to his skeletons as you see him here, the enhanced mine goblin's attributes are literally nothing. And it seems like our boy is ready to get the show on the road. We see the skeletons literally demolishing these goblins, and he gets 4200 XP. He says that this is 10 times higher than the monsters of the same level. And then he mentions that basically killing one monster in here is equivalent to killing 10 on the outside. And then he says he won't let a single one live because he needs all of the experience points. We then get so many notifications: 14 goblin mine guards eliminated, 5 skulls obtained, 6 fur obtained, and he has leveled up. That's why I wish I had a system. Well, I guess technically we all kind of have it. We then see he reached level 11 in 5 minutes, and after leveling up, his spirit recovers, so he can summon even 4 more skeletons. We see his stats window right here. He is already at 120 strength, and more importantly, he has 100 summoning space, which is absolutely crazy. We also then see that his talent comprehensive has increased to level 2, and his passive skill, damage transfer, is also there as well. We then get an explanation from the system, saying the damage taken by the Necromancer itself would be transferred to the summit, and his soul flame level 11 burns the soul of the target, causing burning damage. Our boy has leveled up very significantly. He also mentions that after level 10, the increase in basic attributes has increased. Strength and agility used to increase by 10, but now it's by 20 points. We then see the skeletons literally burning, and it seems that they have gotten furious. He is looking at the bronze skeleton warrior. He says the basic attributes of them were increased by 20, and after boosted 10 times, it becomes 200. And now, all of his skills have increased except for corpse explosion. And then he gets a flashback to Ning Yi, and he wonders if she might know why. 32.22% of the area is completed, but a sudden gush reaches his body. We then see a big wolf, and it seems to be a white one. It is a mine wolf king. It is an elite leader, level 15, and his strength and agility and constitution are literally 2000, and the skill is roar. We then see it with his red eyes, and it seems to be in chaos mode. And then he says, even though your attributes are higher than my skeleton warriors, you're still one against many. He commands them to advance, but roar, and they just attack him with rage strike, and they have turned a red sort of aura. He says the bigger the enemy, the more advantageous it is for his skeleton warriors. It then roars again, and then he mentions the attack power of that skill isn't much, but it's quite good at sending things flying. It then runs away, and then he's confused because he never thought that a dungeon boss could literally run away. But then he says something is wrong, and there are some eyes behind him. We then see chains, and we see a mighty wolf, which is level 14 this time. And then he remembers that they're not just strong, but now they have at least 100 of them. And even professionals in teams of 5 cannot cope with so many mining wolves. But he just gives a smirk as we see his skeletons taking it down. And he says, I'm a necromancer, and these are all my experience points. And our boy has become greedy for them. We then see his hair literally start to go up because he is about to use corpse explosion as we see the red ball of lightning or such in his hands. He says after the talent enhancement, the damage dealt by the skill will take away 100% of the wolf's health, which will result in an instant elimination. Boom! We then see the wolf is still there, and then Lin Bo Yu says, he's a fair person, so you should have a taste of it as well. Boom! The wolf then gets engulfed by the attack, and of course, it became defeated. We find out it gave him 15,000 experience, which is equivalent to 5 fierce wolves, and the cost effectiveness is kind of low. But fortunately, he seemed to have gotten some good dropped items. He then puts it away, and he says if he keeps clearing this passage, he should soon encounter the final boss of the dungeon. And then he mentions that in the future, if he goes solo leveling, solo clearing dungeons, he should gain experience. Shout out to you guys who read solo leveling. He then tells us that he's leveled up about 1 time in just over an hour, and that based on this efficiency, it is possible to reach level 19. We then see a goblin, and it is a goblin king. He said it's time to wake up, big guy, and I should reach level 12 after killing this thing, right? It is the monster leader, level 16, and it literally has 3,000 strength, and I think our boy might be in a predicament. It opens up his eyes, but then boom, he tries to slash Lin Bo Yu, but he successfully uses damage transfer, and the damage goes to his skeleton friend instead, and then it literally cracks and gets destroyed. He then mentions that it killed 2 skeletons in 1 hit, and that is a pretty dangerous. But then he analyzed it and realized that his attributes are too weak, and his defense is way too weak against a constitution of 3,000. And then he puts his hand on his hair like an anime protagonist or a manhwa protagonist, and he says the weakness is myself. And now he has to increase his own constitution. We then see the Goblin King, and he is literally ready to get the show on the road. He attacks the skeleton, and then our boy, Lin Bo Yu, is in front of him, and he says, don't forget, I have an army of skeletons behind me. The chapter starts, and he says that if it goes on like this, it will be crushed by a skeleton army as we see the goblin with the skeletons on top of him. One that jumps up, and he uses shockwave, and it is one of the goblins. He uses fire breath, and his physique is rising, and then he tells the skeletons to return to the summoning space because he needs to interrupt its skill. We then see he uses soul flame on him, and now that he doesn't have enough spirit left, he needs to defeat it now. Rage strike, and finally, the Goblin King is eliminated with a whopping 40,000 experience. Holy cow, guys. And he obtained the bronze level weapon, goblin sword, bronze level equipment, wisdom robe, and of course, one of the most important ones, the Goblin King's core. He has finally reached level 12, and we see the goblin's corpse on the ground. He thanks God and says, my spirit was replenished from the level up because I used it all up just now. And he says it's time to leave the dungeon. He then puts on the robe, and he says even though he's a necromancer, he is a mage, and so his skills are very different from it. And the cooldown shortening of the robe isn't really much use for him. But of course, his spirit and physique increased by 10, so it's not that bad. He then has a core in his hand, and then he says, this core is about 10,000, and that's about the price of 2 equipment, and the rewards of the dungeon were quite well. He then has something in his hand, and it seems to be glowing green. He mentions that after leveling up and having his spirit replenished, he can summon 4 skeleton warriors once again, and I think our boy is literally just about to amass an army. He says it's time to get out, and he tells the skeleton army to return. He comes out, and everybody is like, wait, no way he's alive, and he even has a wisdom robe. And so they all look, and they're all in shock. He then sits by his lovely tree like he usually does, and he says from the recent dungeon he figured out his biggest weakness and understood how his skills work. He gets a flashback and he says if he can utilize a corpse explosion properly, it's pretty much an invincible skill. And for the Soul Flame, not only can it interrupt an enemy's skill, it also ignores the enemy's defense. So even a nightmare level boss won't be able to fight well against it. And I think our boy is starting to become absolute Necromancer Monarch, which I'm ready to see. 12 hours later, he can summon 4 skeletons again. As he is walking, he says that these people usually gather outside the wilderness, so they're experienced. And then he gets a flashback towards Ning Yi, and then he says, but that person is something different. We then see him, and they're outside of the dungeon. It is people, and they are fighting, and he seems to be intrigued by this. They go back and forth saying, isn't the Dynasty Guild being too unfair? What gives you the right from stopping us from entering the dungeon? And he says, it's not like the Dynasty Guild owns it. A guy with orange hair or peach hair says, the guild leader is completing a task in the dungeon. No one is allowed inside until he's done. They say as if the Dynasty Guild is just abusing their power. And then it seems like he uses an attack. He pushes a person back, and then he literally just died. And I don't know if this is right. This is definitely wrong. They are looking at him, and they are like, how could you just kill him? The guy with peach hair and his comrades, they just give a smirk and they say, if you have the guts, then come take revenge on us. We'll welcome you with open arms. Lin Mo Yu says, what's going on? And the guy's like, hey, that's the guy that's literally solo cleared the dungeon. And then he explains, it's like this. The Dynasty Guild needs the Goblin King's core, but the drop rate of that is super low, and it will only drop at the Nightmare level, and will only appear once in 100 days. And because today is the 100th day since the last drop, they're making a move, but I don't think they know our boy Lin Mo Yu already has it. The guy then explains that the task to get the Goblin King's core was actually made by the Dynasty Guild, but until now nobody really has it. And then he says, what a joke. The Goblin King's core is worth at least 30,000 gold, and putting 10,000 gold as a price is literally just a scam, and they really are trying to finesse our boy Lin Mo Yu. He asks, what's the core, and what is it for? He says it can be made into a Goblin King's ring, and all attributes increase by 10, and all skill levels increase by 1, and it can be only used from level 15 onwards, and it is the strongest accessory to have, below level 40. We then see the ring here, and it looks pretty aesthetic and cool. And the guy explains that they say that the guild leader of the Dynasty Guild is aiming for Jiajing Academy, and that's why he wants it. And then our boy Lin Mo Yu just says in his head, to a beginner, it would seem like an overpowered accessory to have. And then Lin Mo Yu literally just walks past him, and the guy's like, what are you doing? Quickly come back. We don't stand up to the Dynasty Guild because you'll die. And then we see them literally trampling over somebody. And then they say, a guildless person dares to attack us? Don't even think about appearing in front of us next time, you understand? And then they ask if he is there to die too. He then gives the Necromancer light-skinned stare of Riz, and he says, you're blocking my way. And then he says, you little crap, did you knock your head on the wall? Do you know who you're talking to? He says, get lost, because he's a level 12 Necromancer. And then he says, the guy, the enemy with peach hair, you're only a level 12 rookie who can't understand words. You can't just kill monsters outside. Why do you need to enter the dungeon? And then the people around him are like, quickly come back. The Dynasty Guild doesn't listen to reason, and they won't even hesitate to kill you. And then he says, why does that brat's gaze make me feel so nervous? Why isn't he scared? He then is about to attack him, but I don't think they know that our boy is ready. He then commands the other people and officers behind him to eliminate our boy. And one of them is even a level 25 mage. And he says, a level 12 nobody like you won't even be able to break my shield if I stand still and let you hit it. But then the skeleton attacks it, and it instantly starts to crack. Rage strike. And then he says, no, if this attack hits, I won't just break my shield, I'll die. And then he uses his fire repulsion ring. And then the guy is like, what are you doing? Quickly attack, as the skeleton is going head to head. We then see he is literally getting pushed back by the summoner. And then the peach-haired guy is like, you have to eliminate the summoner. A lady and a man with 3 arrows say, since you dare challenge the Dynasty Guild, You should be prepared to die. And they launch these not so safe looking arrows at him. He then brings out 2 more summons and he says, come out of there. And it seems that they literally just block the arrows with their swords with ease. And both of them are shocked. He is like, how can he summon more than one? And they say, everyone, buy me some time. He then uses the Fire Serpent Dance on Lin Mo Yu. And that's a level 20 skill. He then says only 1 in 3 mages are able to learn that skill. And that's the strongest attack of a level 20 mage. It is on the way, and it's directed towards Lin Mo Yu, and the guy with peach hair just gives a smirk. But then, of course, we see the skeletons pop up in front of him, and he asks, why are there so many? He says, that guy's a monster. They've exceeded our numbers. And the chapter comes to an end, and that's why you don't mess with the MC protagonist. He calls everybody and he says formation so that they can attack. And we then see strength enhanced, agility enhanced, spirit enhanced, speed enhanced, and speed enhanced. And it seems that they are powering up. He then smiles and he says, support, your blessings, and the supporters, give them some extra boost. He then mentions that his guild is extremely experienced and they know how to work together. And so this should be a piece of cake. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then looks behind him. And he says, you guys, step back, as he unleashes the Soul Flame. We then see one of the archers getting ready to attack him. But then, boom, he seems to be lit up on fire. And then one of the guys asks, as expected of the Dynasty Guild, their healers are so good. But then the healer is shocked, and the guy's head literally gets burned off. He then asks, is our guild really going to be wiped out by one person? And he calls them all to attack at the same time. Somebody uses shield, but it seems it can't even hold anymore because he uses the rage strike and all his skeletons have gone berserk. Boom! The shield literally gets shattered and the sword strikes towards these hunters. The peach hair guy says, that guy isn't even human at all. And Lin Mo Yu just says as he's sitting back, he says there's nowhere to escape. And then he uses Corpse Explosion. The peach guy tries to run, but then all of them are set ablaze. He says a knight's health is one of the best among the professions, so if the damage is 100 of their health, there should be no one left alive. The peach guy manages to escape the attack for now, but he falls onto the ground, and he sees Lin Mo Yu standing there, unfazed. He is facing the dungeon, or the entrance of it, and then he uses Corpse Explosion once again. He says they all died like that. There's nothing really left, even their corpses. And then he says this is complete annihilation. I really can't say anything else. We then see half an hour later, somebody comes back and he says, I still couldn't get the Goblin's Core. We then see somebody says guild leader, and then he wonders why no one's here. He asks, where did Zhaoji and the rest go? What about the other randoms? They all disappeared? He then says, send a message if they're nearby. They will definitely answer. He then starts to sweat and he is nervous. And he says something is definitely wrong. He also thinks in his head that they are the strongest in this area. And is it even a possibility that they've gotten eliminated? He says it could be dangerous here, so let's move. 1 hour later, we see our boy Lin Mo Yu wearing the wisdom robe. And our boy really got the drip. He then kills another Goblin King and 40,000 experience gained. And he obtained a low-level monster core. He says it looks like the Goblin King's core wasn't dropped by the boss again, and he'll have to wait till he gets to the Jiajing Academy and find an alchemist before making the Goblin's Ring. He then has a Goblin King's magic book, and then he says this magic book is useful, and it's good for the Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion. And our boy has reached level 13 and he just leveled up. He then mentions it's a bit lower than he wants, but it should be enough for him to get to the Jiajing Academy, and he uses teleport. As soon as he is outside, he wonders why everyone left, and he says, I guess as expected, leaving was the best choice for them. I mean, obviously, guys, would you guys stay if you saw a literal Giga Chad level 99 sorcerer outside of a dungeon? I'm guessing no. The next day we see Xia Shui, and she is by the Xi High Mine dungeon, and she says because she is finally level 10, she can enter the mine. She is like, it's Lin Mo Yu. He's the only one in this place that can summon those kinds of creatures. A necromancer. And she says, is he really going solo? And our girl really is about to take another L once more, even though she just hit level 10. She then says she's also a rare elemental mage, and so it's going to be easy for her for finding a party. 45 minutes later, and of course, it's still our boy raiding the dungeons. He says after leveling up and using meditation to recover his spirit, his skeleton army is now at 72, and it's almost filled out of the 110. He then says it's time to wake up Mr. Goblin King. He defeats it with ease, and of course, he did get another stone. He then says to the goblin, you're a monster that's meant to be killed, right? So being killed isn't anything to be surprised, no? And being defeated by me is faster and less torturous for you. And he says, I don't even want to defeat you, but I have no choice since I need to level up. Guys, and 12 hours later, he is back and he says, come on, just 3 more times. He then says, we're acquainted with each other already, aren't we? And he is at level 14 at 60%. We then see him sitting down and sees that he is meditating in the forest. And he mentions that he has 76 skeleton warriors now, and attributes have increased to 2,300 or 2,300. He then says, it is too bad I can't increase the skill of my skeleton warriors. We then hear, Lidbo Yu, and it is Xiao Shui, and she says, what is your level now? He's kind of shocked to see that Xiao Shui just came out of the dungeon. He says level 14, and our girl is literally taken aback by our boy's infinite riz. Just kidding, but she asks how he is so fast. She has become level 11, which honestly, guys, it's actually not too shabby. It's actually pretty impressive for a rare elemental mage and not a super giga chad like our MC to reach level 11, and that's still really impressive for a normal mage like her when it comes to comparing her to our MC. She says, my party is so exhausted after clearing the dungeon 2 times, and they barely got to level 11. She says in the beginner dungeon, he was level 7 and she was level 5. And how is it that she is level 11 now and he is level 14? She then leaves and turns her back on him, and of course she says, I won't let myself lose to you. He says, didn't she just come out? Why is she looking for another party to enter again? And then he says, don't tell me she doesn't have cooldowns. An hour later, she says, level 11 elemental mage, I'm looking for a party. And she says 1 time isn't enough. She needs to do it more. We then see the others look at her, and Lin Mo Yu says in his head, she is too competitive. I can't find any opportunity to ask. 1 hour later, our boy is literally just sitting here, just enjoying the lo-fi ASMR in the forest probably, and she is on the ground and she says, I won't lose to you. Lin Mo Yu is just like, you've got to be kidding. We then hear, clearly the Shihai dungeon. We're missing a mage here. Over here, I'm a level elemental mage. And then a half an hour later, she is sitting on the ground. And yes, we gotta keep that part censored, sorry guys. And then she says she's exhausted. And now that she's level 12, she can catch up to our boy soon. He says to her, aren't you tired? And then she says, I don't even want to move a finger. But it's because of her competitive spirit that she is literally just trying to keep up with our boy. He says just because of that, and then she asks, why? You still have the face to ask me that? After being overshadowed by you for so many years, I'll definitely surpass you this time. And then he says, if I had known earlier, I would have given her the first place. Our boy got that unintentional riz. She's then looking up to the sky and the stars, and she says, of course it's not just that. I want to get into Xiajing Academy too as well, and aren't you going there too? He says you should be at least level 15 to take the test for Xiajing Academy, and level 16 to be more secured. And at her speed now, getting into level 15 is going to be so difficult. And then he says you should clear the nightmare level. You'll level up faster that way. She then looks at him like, are you kidding me, bruh? Are you joking? Elite parties are difficult to join because they're looking for level 16 and 17 professionals. And a level 12 like me won't even get recruited. And she explains that's why she can only clear the normal one. And it shouldn't be a problem for her to reach level 14 if she works hard. And even level 15 won't be hard. He then says as he looks at her, with real sincerity in his heart, how are you able to ignore the dungeon cooldown times? And it seems that she might have an advantage on him. She says, you don't know? He says, so you do have something that you don't know, huh? And she says, I'll tell you if you say please. And then she says They say that a mage's thoughts are the most brightest, but here you are being a dummy as she gives him something in her hand. She says here, this is a cooldown item. It's the item that lets me reset the dungeon cooldown. We find out it is a beginner cooldown talisman, and it has been used 3 out of 10 times. He says, I can't believe there's something like this too. And he is quite shocked by this. He asks, is this quite expensive? And she says, yes, it should be quite expensive. Her father looked quite sad when he passed this on to her. And she said, looks like I won't be able to make use of this talisman. She then mentions, but I need to use all 7 chances in 2 days, and plus her own cooldowns, she needs to clear the dungeon at least 9 more times before she can get to level 15. She is exhausted, and our boy Lin Mo Yu notices this. He then says, I can party up with you, and that way you'll definitely reach level 15, and you won't have to do anything. And then she says, why did I forget this guy can solo clear a dungeon? And she says there's more experience if 2 people clear the dungeon. What's more, she won't even have to do anything. She gives a smile and she says, I'll take you up on the offer. You'll party up with me and we'll share the cooldown talisman. He then says, you should rest 2 hours as we see her on the ground. And she says, yeah, I'm going to take a nap. She then wakes up and they're at the entrance. She says 2 hours flies by so quickly, and she still stretches because she had just woken up. He clicks on it, boom, and it seems that he used a nightmare level, and she is shocked by this. She says the monster's attributes are so high, and this is clearly the nightmare level, and she asks if he chose the wrong level. He then has a wisdom robe on, and he just says, stick close to me, Mamacita. I'm just kidding, that sounded kinda corny, but he said, just stick close to me. She is then near to him, and she says, but he'll definitely make fun of me if I run away now. And then he says, walk faster. Don't tell me you are scared. We then see, why aren't you attacking? And then he says the monsters aren't dealing any damage to his skeletons, and she wonders what exactly he is doing. We then see the white wolf from earlier, and she says this is the Wolf King in Nightmare level. It's twice bigger than the normal one. And then he uses Corpse Explosion because he says it's a waste of time if I fight it like before, and using Corpse Explosion to kill them immediately will save him a lot of time. Boom. Killed level 14 Mine Guard, 1100 XP acquired, and he killed 2 of them. She says her experience instantly went up by 30. She says, what the heck is this? You can clear a dungeon just like that? And she says, it's literally dead just like that. And then she mentions, my party of 3 suffered for 20 minutes just to kill the Wolf King, but it died in less than a minute here. And then he says, let's go. And then she wonders if he has been clearing Nightmare level all this time. She says, if I hadn't seen it in person, I would have never believed it. A professional below level 20 solo clearing a Nightmare level dungeon. She then says it hasn't been 10 minutes since we entered the dungeon, and we're already facing the boss. She says her previous parties needed at least an hour so that they can get to the end. But then the final boss was also killed in 1 hit, and our boy reaches level 15. She is like, you leveled up again to 15? And she says the difference between us is getting bigger. And she is on the ground and she is like, what do you know? A longsword. It's not too bad because it's not a staff. She then says the Goblin King's Scepter is the strongest mage weapon here before level 20. And even though there's some in the trade market, I don't want to ask my father for money. And so she picks up the Goblin King's Spectre. And then he says to her to keep it. She asks, why don't you want to use it? He says, I have this and I don't like specters too. And he is referring to the book that he has in his hand. It is the Goblin King's magic. She then says, I've never seen him take out the magic book, and maybe it's too insignificant of an item to use. We then see him by the corpse, and he says, as expected, gathering the monsters together and using Corpse Explosion is the faster way, and he uses the equipment Goblin King's magic book, Intelligence Robe. He then crouches down and he says, sorry, but you'll have to die like 5 more times. She then asks, why are you talking to the boss? It's not like it understands you. He says, I just want to say it. It's not important whether it can understand me or not. Our boy is just bullying the monsters at this point. She then looks back at him while he was about to leave and she says, who the heck would say sorry to the boss that seriously? Isn't the boss just there for it to kill? And then she looks at him and then she thinks in her head with a vision behind her, what a weird person, but he's kinda cute. He then looks back and says, let's go out and continue, come on. And she says, all right. The second clear, and boom, it's easy. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and boom. We then see she is now level 14, and she says, we still have 1.5 days before the big exam, and we can clear the dungeon 2 more times. And she says, idiot Lin, are you also going to be leveling up again? And then he says, if I can reach level 15, then passing the exam will be easy. He says, yeah. And we see that he's almost close to level 16. She then asks why. Are you become the champion? He says, champion? She explains, you'll get a lot of points for being the champion. And the most important thing is, you get the chance to enter the Creation Seminary. And that's extremely useful in the Xiaojing Academy. He asks, what is the Creation Seminary? She says, I heard from my father that the Creation Seminary is the best of the best in the country. And if the Xiaojing Academy is filled with talented elites, then the Creation Seminary is filled with talented ones at the pinnacle of power. And we see them standing on top of some sort of building, and they seem to be very menacing, and a menacing group as well. She says, I heard that senior Su Shanjin is inside, and he's the only one from Xihai City. She then looks happy, and she says, I think you have the chance to become the second one, and if you can enter, I bet Principal Lu will even smile in his dreams. And then she says, this guy's clearing method has never been seen before, and he has completely refreshed my understanding. If he can't enter the seminary, then who the heck else can? He says, my sister is at Xiaojing Academy, so he must be admitted as well. He then says if there's a chance for the Creation Seminary, he has to try it out. And then she says, hey, isn't that Gao Yang? And we see, Gao Yang is a level 11 knight. And of course, it is our boy Lin Mo Yu's close friend. And then he tells our girl Xia Shui to bring him along to the dungeon. We are then inside some sort of office, and we hear somebody yelling. And he says, did your brain get eaten by a dog? Why the heck did you think of restricting dungeons? Do you think the country and the association are just there for decoration? And if you want to die, don't drag the guild on with you. And this guy has a ring on his finger. And he says, stay in the guild and don't go anywhere for the time being. Anyway, you're already level 16, so you should wait patiently for the exam to start. He then asks, what do we do about Xiaoji and the rest? And then the old guy just says, I already sent people to investigate. You don't need to bother with this anymore. And for this person to be able to make several people disappear without a trace, his strength is much more than you can imagine. And then he says, so there is somebody who would dare stand against the Dynasty Guild, huh? And yeah, heck yeah there is. And it is our boy, Lin Mo Yu, with his friends, Xia Shui, Gao Yang, and of course, the Skeleton Army. We then see Gao Yang, and he is looking for Xia Shui and Mo Yu, but they're both behind him. He then gives a really menacing smirk or a smile, and he says, the both of you are on a date? And then she is like, shut up or I'll rip you apart. He then laughs and says, I was only joking, so don't mind me. She then says, don't look for a party anymore. Just come with us once the cooldown ends. She also says with her arms crossed like a Sigma female, we'll be definitely bringing you to level 12 before the exam. He is like, really? And then he looks like a little cute anime dude. And then he says, the both of you are my saviors. And he also says that he needs to get to level 12 if he wants to go to the academy. He then literally bows down and says, don't worry, Miss Xia. I will listen and follow your every order. She then says, if you continue acting like this, we're not helping you anymore. He then mentions, if you ask me head east, I will definitely head east. And if you ask me to play dead, I will actually play dead. Our boy really is just too funny. She then says, shut up, as she releases some fire in the palm of her hand. He says, I shall obey, but how long more until your cooldowns reset? She then says 10 hours, and she puts away the fire in her hand. He then says, all right, then I'll take a rest first, and he'll go and hunt some other monsters. And then he just says, I wish you the best, Mo Yu, and I'm cheering you on. Sooner or later, you'll get Xia Shui. But then there is a fireball, and it is literally headed towards Gao Yang as he tries to run away from Xia Shui. He then says, very angrily, that Gao Yang is so annoying. He definitely deserves this. And then our boy Lin Mo Yu just says, he just likes to tease, just cut him some slack. 10 hours later, we We seem to be in the dungeon. And then Gao Yang asks, Boss Lin, Miss Xia, did you guys pick the wrong difficulty? Why is it nightmare? As we see them, and the nightmare mode is selected. She then says, don't ask many questions and just follow along from the back. He then says, finally, looks like it's not only me who'll react like that, because we all know that Xia Shui was like the same as Gao Yang, and they are about to be transported into the rift. We are now in the rift, and then Gao Yang is like, this is nightmare difficulty. I'm dead if I even get a scratch. And she is like, why are you sticking so close to me? You are a knight. You're the one that's supposed to be protecting me. Just at that moment, we see corpse explosion, and our boy Lin Mo Yu has already literally annihilated the monster in front of them, and he's wearing his cool robe. Gao Yang is like, what? That's the boss in nightmare difficulty. And we see the orc goblin just on the floor passed out. He is like, it died just like that? A boss that even a party of 10 would find hard to defeat? She just says it's nothing to be surprised of. Of course, it's our MC of the manhwa. I mean, it's our boy Lin Mo Yu. He then hugs onto his leg and he says, Boss, Lin Mo Yu, please bring me along when you clear other dungeons in the future. And then she says, can you act at least like a knight and have some backbone instead of being a coward like this? And then he sweats and says, what's the point of acting like a knight? With boss around, what's a knight supposed to do? Honestly, he's right. What do you need to do when you have an OP Necromancer? He then says, let go of me, I'll bring you along in the future. And then he also mentions that one more dungeon and he'll be level 16. And Xia Shui will reach level 15 and Gao Yang, level 12. He says, you're the pest, and they get transported once more. He then says, after this, it will be the exam. And as we see him here, he has gotten serious because he knows that this is a huge thing. We then see some people on top of a wall, and they say the children should be returning, right? And then it is, of course, the president, as well as some girl in a hood. And then she says, it's already the exam tomorrow. I wonder how things will turn out. And then a guy wearing some sort of robe, I guess, with some cool looking shades though, says, Old Lu, I heard that the two geniuses from our school are aiming for Xiajing Academy. And of course, our president Lu Yun, or the principal, says, yes, they are both going for Xiajing Academy, and according to the previous year's standard, only those at level 15 will have a greater chance, and those at level 16 will surely make it in. However, he also mentions it is difficult, because level 15 is already hard, but level 16 is way too difficult. And in Shihai City, other than Su Qianxing, only Lin Mo Yu's sister has ever attained level 16 before it. And then he says, one is Lin Mo Han's brother, and the other is a pride of the Xia family. Perhaps the both of them will create miracles. And the guy with shade says, somebody is here. We then see it is Zhu Zhen, and he is a swordsman, and he is level 12. They say that's somebody from our school, and they're like, level 12, not bad, and it is as expected of some of the talents from their school. We then see Wan Ming, who seems to be some sort of goth girl with short hair, and she has a bow behind her with some weird looking leaf arrows, or I don't know what that is, but she is an eagle eye archer, and she is level 15. And honestly, guys, I think that this is a pretty cool profession to be an archer. Well, hopefully she doesn't get wrecked like the guy that our boy Lin Mo Yu faced earlier. The guy on the left says, she's level 13, a level higher than your student. And the girl, or the lady on the right says, levels do not determine anything. The important results are in the exam. And Principal Lu Yun is just like these two old men trying to look good, but everyone is about the same. No one above level 14 has appeared yet. We then see the doves going towards the north to migrate, and then one of them asks, Xia Shui, Lin Mo Yu, and Gao Yang, why haven't they appeared yet? She says the three of them should be here. And then they wonder and speculate, don't tell me something has happened to them. We then see the three of them. They're walking as the sun is setting, and they really think that they are Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke. I'm just kidding, guys, but they look pretty cool here as well. We then see the principal is like, yes, they are finally here. It's good that they are back safe, because he was kind of nervous that they would be injured. He then wonders what their levels are. We see Gao Yang. He is a level 12 sword shield knight, and Xia Shui is a level 15 elemental mage. The girl or two of the ladies are like, that girl really reached level 15. And then Principal Lu Yun is like, which means she has an 80% chance of getting into Xiajing Academy. And the guy on his right says, old Lu, you must be really proud. But then we see Lin Mo Yu, Necromancer, level 16. The three of them are shocked, and they're like, level 16? That's crazy. Even the principal is just having a Giga Chat face on. The guy on the right says, they must have cleared the dungeons non-stop, and look at their weapons. He says the storage shield in Gao Yang's hand and Xiaoshui's scepter are both weapons from the Goblin King, and the drop rates are extremely low, so it is almost impossible to get the weapons from the same set. They say, it looks like they've been working hard. They are about to head on the bus, and the principal tells Gao Yang, you guys get on the bus first, we'll send you back to school once everyone has gathered, and Gao Yang is like, frick yeah dude, let's go. And then the principal says in his head, it's time to get back at those fools. We then see our boy Lin Mo Yu looking at the glass window and he says, rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will gather in school and head to the examination site together. And it's a flashback from the principal. Lin Mo Yu says since he's level 16, he is confident that he can get accepted into Xiajing Academy. And now that he looks at it, he can definitely try to get first place and aim at the creation seminary, which will be really beneficial for his growth. The next day, we then see our boy Lin Mo Yu, his profession necromancer, level 16 at 8%, and all of his stats have reached a really good number, and he has 100 skeletons now, and their attributes have reached 2,500 or 2,500, and our boy is in peak condition. We then see the equipment that he has. He has a Goblin King's magic book, and he has 100 out of 160 skeleton warriors. He also has the general blessings, damage transfer, soul blaze, summon skill skeleton warriors, and of course, one of the coolest abilities is corpse explosion. We then see Boss Lin, and of course, it is our boy Gao Yang. The girl Xiaoshui looks behind and she notices that Lin Mo Yu has arrived. She asks, are you confident, to Lin Mo Yu, to which he says, yeah, and her boy just has his hands in his pocket. Our boy really think that he is of course Song Jin Woo. Well, they are kind of the same. We then see Xiaoshui and she says, let's meet at the Jiajing Academy, and she looks very happy and optimistic, and he just says alright. We then see them holding a stone, and it is a teleportation stone, and the principal Lu says, this is a teleportation stone, break it or use spirit on it to get to the exam site. He also mentions, let me reiterate once again, prioritize your safety first during the exam, because your life is more important. And guys, why would their lives be at risk at the exam? Something fishy might be coming. We are then at the Jiangning Provincial Exam Center, and Lin Mo Yu says, looks like there is over 10,000 people there. Holy cow, guys, that is a lot. We are at the trial tower, and it has been activated, and it seems to have vibrated or collapsed or something. We then see the thing shine or open up, and it says, please listen to the rules carefully. No sound allowed. No questions allowed. Failure to comply will be met with immediate disqualification. One of the guys then says, no questions allowed. And then the guy behind him says, then what if you don't understand something? We then hear, rules violated, disqualified, and the two of them are literally just sent away. Gao Yang is like, what the heck? And Lin Mo Yu is like, that guy seems to at least be smart enough. And he's talking to Gao Yang, and come on, don't disrespect Gao Yang, man. We then see 5 figures on a tower, and then we hear the trial tower will give different trials to different professionals, and the main battle types will be given battle tests. We then see a red ogre-looking Hulk monster thing that's a Super Saiyan 1000 with his white hair, and it lets out a roar. We find out the support types will be given various situations, and we see a body sort of being risen up with a red gem on top of him, and we also see, after clearing the basic trial, you will be given 3 levels to choose from: normal level, nightmare level, and hell level. Different difficulty levels will give you different results, and ultimately, you guys will get different points. We then see the points changing from the system, and it says the points are your results for the exam, and you can use them inside the various academies that you will enter. And in the academy's points are even more valuable than gold coins. We then see the X-Men badge as well as a book, and then it says, finally, you can use any equipment on hand right now, and you cannot use items and your storage space will be sealed. And I don't know who this is, but this looks like a literal Loki GigaChad version, but I don't know what he has to do with any of this. The system says, those who violate the rules will be disqualified, and all students, queue up now to enter the tower. Lin Mo Yu is literally in line, and he says, if the Jiangning province already has this many people taking the exam, then the number of examinees in the whole country right now is probably over 1 million. And then he says, looks like I was right, and the trial tower is the same as a dungeon, and they'll be sent to different places according to their profession. And we see the two people beside him, and they are also about to be transported to another place. And they seem to be also legendary classes. Our boy Lin Mo Yu is there, rocking his Necromancer green. We then see, is that the new profession the Shihai City has reported? Necromancer, from the information they gave, it should be a summoning type mage. And they hope that this new profession won't disappoint them. And it seems like that Loki guy from earlier is besides some other scary looking dudes, and it seems that they are also hunters. These guys look pretty OP, and I wonder how they would be against our boy Lin Mo Yu when he's stronger. They then say, let's classify him as a rare mage first, and send mage-type monsters 2 levels higher than him. And then we see our boy Lin Mo Yu, and he is eager to get the party started. He is then standing in front of this monster which seems to have a lion face with the body of an old desert traveler. And he says, mage-type monsters. We then see the task in front of him. It is a wolf orc mage. And the countdown, 3, 2, and then he says that light around the monster isn't allowing him to see its level and attributes, and then the countdown reaches 0. He then puts his hand up, and then he says, Soul Blaze, and he also mentions that it doesn't matter if he doesn't see his attributes. Boom! We then see the monster literally twirling around, and the Loki-looking dude is like, Nani? Because our boy Lin Mo Yu has defeated it, and the time taken was 0.1 seconds. It was an instant kill, and our boy Lin Mo Yu just stands there, unfazed. Our boy really is the king of the Riz. I mean, the king of the Necromancers. We are in the trial tower monitor room, and we see Ning Xuanfeng, one of the main examiners. One of them asks why Master Ning was here, and he replies, there's a new profession, so he wants to see it. The guy at the monitor says, what should we do? He killed the monster instantaneously, and we can't judge the ability of the class. The guy looking then says, Necromancer, is it? If rare profession difficulty cannot test his strength, do it again with legendary profession difficulty. And the guy is like, hold up, isn't this a bit unfair? Master Ning then says, it's fine since it's an instant kill for the first time, and we'll give him 100 marks. And if he passes the second round, they'll give him 1,000. We then see him facing this kind of hunchbacked over monster with some branches coming out from his back. The system says, please enter the second exam and kill the monster ahead. It is a wolf beastman mage, and it is a level 20. He uses Soul Blaze, and another instant kill. They are surprised because is it another legendary class? And then Ning says, no need for further testing. Just enter the second round of exams. We then hear combat profession examinees. The first round is over. Attended examinees 10,632, and only 5,000 people passed. As Lin Mo Yu just looks up in the air. They are now announcing the results. We then see Xia Shui looking at the leaderboard, and we see Lin Mo Yu, 0.15 seconds for the kill, and 100 points, and Xia Shui is in 3rd place. She's like, what the heck? How did he get 0.1 seconds? Isn't that ridiculous? And she says she won't surrender. Some guy also gets mad and he says, the first place should have been me. I'm not even in the top 3. 0.1 seconds, that's impossible. Lin Mo Yu is just there like Saitama, and he wonders if he went too far. We then get a system notification and it says combat profession, second round begins. examinations can choose the difficulty. They also say that the second round of exams might cause injuries, so do not overmeasure yourself. If you face any dangers, you can shout forfeit and your exams will end and your results will be taken. We then see, of course, the difficulties here. There is a 30-minute time period. Normal monster with an ordinary skull is 1 point, Nightmare monster score is 3 points, and Hellish monster score with literal barbed wires on the skull is 5 points. Lin Mo Yu says, looks like we are competing who can kill more monsters in 30 minutes. We then see Wang Zihao, the level 16 Rage Warrior, and he says killing a hell level monster is equal to killing 5 normal ones, and even if he got first place in the first round, he'll never beat me this round. Xia Shui then says elemental mages are not adept at close combat, nor at high difficulty single combat, but they win in quantity. And then we see one of the coffee girls from earlier, and she says that Rage Warrior counts as powerful class even with rare professions. Elemental mages can do excellent burst damage, but of course they aren't good at close combat. So Xia Shui is smart for picking normal difficulty. However, a diver is a rare profession of the assassin class, extremely powerful at close combat. Nightmare or hellish difficulty are good ones. We then see, of course, back in the training room, and the guy in armor says, I wonder what difficulty that Lin Mo Yu will choose. And then somebody's like, hey, get out the way, don't squish me. We then see Lin Mo Yu, and he's ready to pick his option. The round of exams test our sustained combat ability. Persisting for 30 minutes is not a simple task. He chose hellish difficulty, and we see him here, just standing like an alpha male. The lady in the purple cloak next to President Lu Yun then says, oh Lu, you hit the jackpot. 2 of the top 3 are your students. And then the other guy says, if Lin Mo Yu becomes a provincial champion, you're going to go to heaven, which means basically you're going to rise to great places. We see Wolf Beastman Warrior Elite, level 13, and his strength is 500 and the rest are above 100. He then says this element is too weak. He then has his hand glow up with his aura, and he says go, and he's talking to his summons. He says if that makes sense, that the monsters are too strong, it will eliminate most of the examinees. We then see a skeleton warrior, and guys, do you guys see his stats? Literally 2,500 for all of it, and he's only level 16. He says it's too easy as he slaughters them, and then he says a second monster appears 5 seconds after killing the first one, so 2 skeletons are enough. Of course, even Ning, the person from earlier, the master, is like, what the heck? This is stronger than any summon from all the summoner classes they have seen, and he can even summon 2 of them. And he says that this class is stronger than he thought. We see Wang Zihao, and he says, come on, let's go. And then they say that he's giving it everything he has without considering his stamina. But even he is slightly behind Xia Shui. And guys, we see literally Lin Mo Yu on the ground, and he is relaxing, and it seems like he has a potato. They then said, mark him down, let him be remembered forever. And they wonder if the exam is too easy for him. Ning Xuanfeng then rubs his beard and says, this young lad is interesting. And then we hear, it's finally over. Wang Zihao is super happy because he has killed 50 monsters in the hellish difficulty, which isn't simple, which honestly guys, we have to give some respect for, so props to him. He then says, this time, first place should be mine. Second round of exams are now over. 5,220 examinees this round and 2,780 wounded and forfeited the exam. We then see Wang Zihao's eyes glow up orange, and he is ready for the scoreboard. The remaining 2,440 examinees can choose to forfeit or enter the next round. We then see Lin Mo Yu, total score 1,605, Zhu Mei 470, Xia Shui 270, and even Wang Zihao is only 265. Our boy is sweating so much, and he is just in shock. He says the monster spawn rate is 1 monster per 5 seconds, so 12 monsters a minute at most, and every monster gives 5 points, so the maximum score in 30 minutes is 1,800. He then analyzes and remembers that he must have killed 301 monsters, and he wonders why he doesn't need time to kill them. We then hear the people around the President Lu. They say, your student is so powerful, and he is literally shaking with his left hand, but with his right hand he says, calm down. Our boy is literally nervous with excitement. Lady below him says, that's amazing. The talented Su Kai-shan from years ago obtained 700 score this round, and Lin Mohan obtained 650. We then see the third trial. Exam time is still half an hour, 30 minutes, and they'll be facing a boss level monster. Normal level 100, Nightmare 300, and Hellish 500. Of course, Lin Mo Yu just clicks Hellish. He then says in his head this time is a boss level single combat, which is to test the limits of their individual strength. And the boss is Wolf Beastman Captain. Of course, he is level 15, Strength 1000, Agility 800, Spirit 500, Constitution 1000. And his skill, it sounds kind of cool, guys. It's a Wild Wind Slash. And honestly, these stats aren't even as strong as his level 10 skeleton, let alone his level 16. And this guy looks pretty scary, but he still gets soloed. He says it cannot even compare to the elite monsters in Shihai Mines, and he understands that the Empire wouldn't actually release such a hellish level monster. He then tells the skeletons to go, and he says he's still disappointed because there are 5 rounds of exams, and he hopes the final 2 can provide him with some real challenges. Of course, we see Wang Zihao, and he's filled with rage, and he says, kill! We see Xiao Shui in a dress for some reason. I guess there's no dress code for this tournament, and she has a fire in her head, and she is fighting off this boss. We then see the goth girl, and she seems to be invisible, which is from her class, a diver. And then we see Rage Shot, another instant kill, and it used a skill. What kind of summon monster in this? And again, Lin Mo Yu has went too far. Of course, Ning Xuanfeng and the other instructors are like, what the heck? We haven't even measured his real strength. And then he says, wait for the 5th round. If he wants to be the provincial champion, he must pass the 5th round. He then says, I don't even believe the 5th round can measure his true strength. We then see the stat board once again. Lin Mo Yu, total score 2,105. Xiao Shui 770, Wang Zihao 765, Zhu Meith 970, and even Gao Yang is here at 670 with a score of 302. So respect to our holy knight here, guys. Let's go. Let's get some justice for Gao Yang. We then see, next up is the 4th round of the exams. The 4th round will greatly increase the difficulty, and so will the danger. And you can still choose to forfeit. And we see a shadow of some sort of hell boss. Of course, Wang Zihao says, this is my chance. Bring it on. And then we hear with your current results, entering the Empire's top 100 academies is no longer an issue. As nobody chooses to forfeit, we will respect your choices as we see some floating rocks of some sort with all the people standing on them. They then explain the rules of the 4th round. They will face 10 waves of attack monsters, and that there will be 10 monsters in each wave, 100 monsters in total, and the next wave of monsters will appear no matter if you wipe the previous or not, and that the last wave will be led by a boss level monster. You pass by killing them all, and that each one gives you 10 marks. And we see Shashui here holding her pretty cool looking scepter with a red ball in the center, and I'm guessing this is of blood or something precious, of course. We then see the boss monsters, and they're all lined up, ready to go. We see, let's see how you handle this. The best way to deal with a summoner is to eliminate the summoner himself, and they wonder if Lin Mo Yu will panic this time. And then Ning Xuanfeng is like, I think this round of tests will still not challenge him, and they just look at him, really confused. He then loads up something in his head and summons, of course, a summons, saying, stretch your bones, my warriors. And I'm pretty sure that the enemies are screwed. 3 skeletons should be enough, as we look at them already attacking the beasts. Soul Blaze, he uses it on the monsters, and I'm pretty sure their soul will really be set ablaze. No Demon Slayer reference though, guys. We then see him, or the monster, being literally eaten by this fire as he roars out in pain. The 3 examiners are like, what the heck? This man has summoned a 3rd monster. Why didn't he use it before and summon it now? And they say, why does he like hiding so much stuff? That guy is such a show-off. He then begins to yawn, saying, this exam is so uneventful. Even the Shihai Mines are better than this. No surprise at all. The guy with crystals or gems or shards floating around his head and his shoulders then says this isn't interesting. There's nothing exciting about this kid. you might as well watch the others. And they say, yeah, I guess our boy is so OP, it's making it bored to watch. We see Shashui on the path of fire, and then she says, area of effect attacks are elemental mage's strong unit, so she can do this. We then see Wang Xihao, who is a rage warrior, and he's literally raging, as I guess that's part of his class. We see the other people watching it on the big screen from outside, and they're like, Lin Mo Yu is amazing. His skeletons instantly killed the monster the moment it appeared. Some of them say that there are too many monsters for them to kill, so it's a good thing that they forfeited. I guess they're cowards. Just kidding. We see Gao Yang, and he held on until the 6th wave of monsters. And he says, Lin Mo Yu is my boss. He's so amazing. Let me tell you about the time he soloed a nightmare level dungeon. And they're like, soloed a nightmare level dungeon? And they begin to be skeptical. We see 4 of the contestants left, and this is an awesome panel. I don't know about you guys, as we see Shashui, Wang Zihao, the goth girl, and the other guy from the other district. And then we see Lin Mo Yu just eating on his sweet potato, literally just chilling. He says that this Feng Shui guy is finally showing his true strength, and he was the other guy in the 4 panels. We then see he is a level 15 sacred swordsman. He came from the swordsman line of Feng family, so he knows that the final 2 rounds are important to increasing the scores. We see Wang Zihao is going to go berserk, and our boy literally looks like a villain here, which I think he eventually will become, unless Lin Mo Yu somehow uses the power of friendship to make him his friend, but I don't think that's happening. We see that for 5 minutes, strength and constitution increases by 500%, and it decreases agility by 200 seconds. Once the effect ends, you enter a state of weakness for 30 minutes. We then see as he unleashes his attacks. And then, of course, Lin Mo Yu's just saying in his head, it's finally the last wave of monsters. The 4th round of exam ends. 5 examinees have passed. The results are as followed as we see this Thor-looking dude say it. Lin Mo Yu, score is 3,605. Zhu Mei, 2,470. Shashui, 2,270. Wang Xihao, 2,265. And Feng Shu, 2,200. Only 5 people have passed. There's only 5 people left after the 4th round. Will someone really pass the 5th, as we see the others just under the forest watching it happen? They say if the 4th round is that hard, they can imagine the difficulty of the 5th. We see Wang Zihao, and he says with his sword on his ground keeping it up, that as expected, the 5th round is where we truly decide the victor. Xiaoshui is literally injured with some bruises on her shoulders and her neck. And she says, I'm in the top 5. There should be no problem entering Xiajing Academy, right? And then we see the goth girl, and she says, Xiajing Academy, here I come. We then see some sort of figure, which is a Loki guy with his purple eyes, saying, I know all of you wish to enter Xiajing Academy, but don't think you can rest easy after entering the top 5. You will still be eliminated if you do not perform well enough in the 5th round, and do your best to earn scores if you want to enter. It's finally here, and we see the iconic rivalry, Xia Shui and Lin Mo Yu, and they're about to announce the rules for this 5th round. All of you will be teleported into a special space, the campaign space. The campaign space will continuously spawn all sorts of monsters in large numbers, and it will be over 100 in the first wave. Oh gosh, guys. It contains elite class, leader class, and even bosses. And the faster you kill, the faster the monster spawns. And the faster you become stronger, which is good for Lin Mo Yu. We see them right here, and they look 10 times more menacing than the ones from before. And this is actually probably instantly a hell difficulty. The campaign space is split into 5 different phases. Each phases have a different score. Only the examinees can see the rules for the scores. Not even the examiner knows them. And after entering the campaign space, all the examiners can see is a change of your score, as we see the bunch of rocks with some formations come on top of them. If you have any hidden cards, use them now. First phase, monster level 15, and after each kill is 50. Second phase, level 16, after each kill 100. 17 for the third phase, 200 after each kill. Fourth phase, 18, each kill 400. And fifth phase, level 19 monsters, and 800 points per kill. Also, by the way, guys, these stat windows are pretty cool. It has like those cool gems and like the ancient stone thing, so I just wanted to put that on there. We see Lin Mo Yu, and he says, I can feel the aura of death filled to the brim here. Looks like there was an unimaginable battle that occurred. As we see the battlefield with literal lightning there, and Lin Mo Yu just stands there with his summons. Is this to prepare us for the feeling of a battlefield? And it looks very similar to one, so I'm pretty sure he's right. We see the furry beastmen, they're level 15, and they let out an aura. Just level, and it doesn't say the skills or the attributes. And he wonders if that roar is summoning comrades with it. But he then looks up, and then we see it didn't die instantly. And he says it looks like the constitution or defense is high. And if it didn't die in a single strike, then 2 will do. Corpse burst. Boom. It explodes. And we see that his score went up by 500 at once. And of course the examiners are just shocked, because he instant killed 10 first phase monsters. He says since they will attract comrades with their roar, it's good to keep some of them alive, and that they will come here. And we see him literally in his hand. Our boy got the Rasengan, but it seemed like the Necromancer version. We then see the corpse disappearing, and he wonders if it can only exist around 10 seconds. And so he needs to change the plan. He brings more than 6 summons out, and then he says 9 skeletons attract all the monsters left over together, and they start to run towards them. Slash, slash. He then says, aggressive drawn, and he uses corpse burst once more. We then see, what the heck? What is this dude Lin Mo Yu doing? We can't see anything. His score is at 8,505, and they say that it went up by 4,500 in literally an instant. And they think that he wiped up the first 100 monsters, which is definitely true. We then see Ning Xuan Feng, and he says, while sweating in his little cool old-style armor, what kind of profession is a necromancer? Where are his limits? We then see him still wearing his robe of wisdom, saying, do I need to wait a minute for the monster to spawn in again? But then, just at that moment, he looks up, and there are fireballs crashing down. We then see the fireballs going to crash the skeletons who are in front of him or behind him, and he lets them block the attack. And all of them literally pile up and make a mountain of bones, literally. Boom. It is fire rain, and that is the furry beastmen mages, and they are level 16, and they seem to be on top of a mountain. He then looks back, saying, it finally spawned. Is it my turn now? And that is the end of the chapter. We see the crocodile creatures with their spears, and they're running towards the skeletons. The skeletons have their swords, and they're ready for battle. We see one jump up, and we see Lin Mo Yu behind the lines as he is controlling them. Slash. He then uses corpse explosion, and we see the corpses literally get incinerated and burnt to a crisp. We then see his points have reached 14,605. The score went up again by 6,000, which meant he killed 120 monsters at a single moment. We then see he has AoE attacks even though his summon monsters are so powerful already. So his area of effect is pretty OP. We see the Loki dude, the guy with crystals around him, and the person in the white cloak here, and they're literally just shocked. They then begin to say, I wonder if this class surpassed legendary classes, and it means that he can stand up against those few classes, and we see some sort of mummy there. He says we can't say yet. Being powerful in low levels doesn't mean it will stay the same when the level increases, so let's observe a little more. Lin Mo Yu says the aura of death increased, and he wonders if this is phase 2. He says there are at least 40 beastmen packs scattered around, and we see an image of them, and they are shrouded in mystery. We see the furry beastman archer level 16, and a furry beastman warrior at level 16. He says the levels of monsters increased, and their numbers doubled. And judging by the difficulty, other professions will have a hard time phasing too, and it will take them a lot of time either way, but that doesn't really apply to him, so he doesn't need to worry, just like the cool MC he is. He mentions that in the history of Shenxia exams, there is only one profession from a century ago that passed phase 3 in the campaign. We then see them murmuring and gossiping, and he says, I think Lin Mo Yu has a high chance too. He is literally overpowered. and he suspects he has awakened an ultimate talent. We then see them in the lab, and they start to say if he does awaken a talent, that means that's great news to humankind, and that if a genius who awakened his talent not long after unlocking his profession, maybe he'll awaken a new talent when he undergoes a second unlock, which I think is pretty mysterious. They then say professions with talent are extremely rare, and dual talents are 1 in a million, and this could be 1 in 10 million. Lin Mo Yu total score, 34,605. Xia Shui, our girl, has 7,270, and Feng Shu has a total score of 6,200. They then mention, look, Lin Mo Yu entered phase 2, 100 scores a monster. He instantly killed 200 monsters once again, and they're literally like, what the heck is going on now? They say they were just gifting him marks now. If it wasn't because I don't have rights, I'll send a couple dozen bosses at him. We are then seeing the Shajing. It is the Shenxia Empire capital, and there's a floating building here, and this looks like a pretty cool city, but I also think it's like Photoshop. But anyway, we then see it is a trial tower real location, one of the 3 divine towers of the Shenxia Empire, and this looks pretty cool, like a missile, but it's actually a temple. We see a rat looking up at it. This gotta be a funny picture. He says outrageous, as we see somebody's hand begin to form. We hear, Kiki, you can't stop me. And we see a real evil monster that looks like a predator, and it has 2 big red and bulging eyes. We then see an attack, and it seems that the person in the hand is catching it. He says, you seek death, huh? And then the gold hand grabs the monster, and then the monster says, this is just a clone. Kill it all you want. And those children in the trial tower are going to die. He laughs, but then the hand crushes him. And then they say, I never thought that those dudes from the Abyss would dare to commit a sneak attack. That evil light speed is too fast, and it came prepared. And their goal is the children in the campaign space. We then see some shadows with some golden aura around them. And he says, those sneaky brats. They really came from the Abyss and sneaked inside and disturbed the space inside. The power of the Abyss is polluting the rules. And he says the ground within the tower was taken from Abyss soil, so it is advantageous to them. And this guy seems to let out a really cool heavenly looking aura from his hands. And then we see one of them. How long does it take to correct this? And this guy looks pretty freaking cool. His name is Bai Yu Yuan, a Shenxia Empire top level expert. And then the guy under him says, 1 hour. We hear, what's going on? Why did the monsters disappear all of a sudden? And Lin Mo Yu is literally just standing there with his awesome robe, just unfazed. He then sees Xia Shui, and she's like, wood-headed Lin? Oh gosh, she really has time to roast them in a time like this. He says, what happened to the campaign space? Why can the examinees meet each other? She says as she's holding her red scepter, I was killing monsters and it suddenly disappeared. Do you know what happened? He says, I don't know. And then we see Wang Zihao, and then he gets teleported as well. And he is like, what the heck is going on here, dude? We then see children. I am Bai Yi Yuan. And then she is like, or Xia Shui is like, what the heck? Is that really Bai? Is Bai really here, the legendary master? We then see, of course, Ning Xuan Feng, and he's like, why is Bai here? Did something happen in the campaign space? He says the demons from the Abyss world have invaded the campaign space, and their target is you, as we see his hologram looking down on the kids. He says they are doing their best to repair the rules, and it is estimated to take them 1 hour. He then says, in the coming hour, you must protect yourselves. We don't know how will the demons from the Abyss act against you, but he believes that as long as you stay united, there is nothing the power of the Abyss can do. And we see Xia Shui, and she doesn't look too pretty anymore, and she literally has a look of despair on her face. We see Bai, and he looks pretty cool here, and he says, people of Shenxia, we will not be afraid to die while fighting. Somebody then raises his sword, and he says, we shall not be afraid to die while fighting. Of course, it is Wang Zihao the Rage Warrior, and our boy really is a good leader. They then start to chant with him that they won't be afraid to die. Lin Mo Yu, of course, is more on the strategic side. He says the weakest monsters from the Abyss are level 70, and if Bai says that we can fight against the invading power, that means that the power is not too strong, which makes sense. We see the examiners, and they say, the Abyss are clearly aiming for the exam. And he says something like this really happened. One of them then say they are aiming for the geniuses who can participate in the 5th round. This is trying to cut off the foundation of Shenxia, and if they can't handle it, this time they might come again every year. Of course, Ning Xuanfeng says, stop talking, tell the people outside to not panic, and they have to believe in Bai. They are then like, yes, we must believe in him, and we then see a red moon, and it is the Blood Abyss moon. They then point up at it, and even Shashui looks up, really scared. He says, look, the power of the Abyss is acting now, and they say everybody to get ready. They then mention, you gotta step over the corpse of knights if you want to kill our teammates, and then the monsters say, not bad as expected of the future of Shenxia Empire. Too bad you will all die. He then mentions, as we see Shashui and Lin Moyu together, with some random extra in the background, 1 hour is enough for me to slaughter all of you. Such a shame I cannot taste your delicious corpses. This guy really is a creep. We then see the moon getting closer and closer, and we see, it's here, the furry beastman warrior, Abyss Polluted, and his level is 19. We also see he has 2 axes in his hands, and they are short axes, which means this guy is a full-range, close-range warrior, and this might be dangerous because, of course, he has gone rogue. One of the ladies says, I remember now, there's a limitation in the campaign space, and the highest level is 19. And then the guy with bows behind him says, yeah, how could I forget about that? So what are we acting afraid of? There are so many of us. But then more come out behind him, and they wonder how there are so many, because all of them are at least enhanced elites. Shashui literally grabs onto Lin Moyu's arm and she hides behind him. She says, what should we do? Because our girl has become afraid. He says it's troublesome, but this is manageable. He then mentions enhanced elites. Isn't that the same as a nightmare dungeon? And he mentions that they have mutated from being infected by the Abyss powers. So he says they will provide more experience points, as we see him facing off against a goblin, and our guy just cares about the experience points because he knows that with him there, all is going to be alright. The chapter starts, and of course, the monsters ask, are you scared now? Are you frightened? And then he says, the white deity said that as long as you work together, you would win. There is one for each of you to take. By the way, guys, the white deity is, of course, it's Bai, but that's just his nickname, I guess. Wang Zihao says, we can't win. I can't even lift my blade, and he's going to be surrounded by the darkness. We then see the goth girl, and of course, the sword user beside her, and honestly, she looks like she's Wolverine with those swords coming out of her hands. And then we see Lin Moyu, and he knows what's about to go down. She says, stupid Lin, what are you doing? Come back quickly. There's over 100 level 19 enhanced elite monsters over there. And then Lin Moyu says, go back. She says, no. He then says, whatever then, it won't really affect me if she follows me whatsoever. And then she has a specter in her hand, or the scepter. And then she says, what is this guy doing? And the others around them say the same as well. Lin Moyu is a level 60 necromancer. What kind of profession is that? Are those skeletons he created? She then says, a new profession, another type of summoner. What do we do? Do we really trust this and fight with him? We then see them following behind Shashui, and they know that this is their best hope of surviving. And Lin Moyu just looks back, and he knows that things are about to go down. Of course, the girl says, we cannot cower from battle nor fear from death. And then the monster laughs, saying, someone finally wants to die. How brave. It would be a pity to kill you now. So why not you consider becoming the Demon King's slave? He says consider it. But Lin Moyu seems like he doesn't give a crap. He says the gate will be open just for you. And then he's just thinking in his mind, it's about 50 meters. That's the best distance from corpse explosion to work the most effectively. They wonder why he stopped. And then he says, as the aura comes out of his hand, this is enough. He then summons all of his skeletons and his summons as we see them form behind him. And then we see the skeleton warrior's amount is 100. And they look ready and they're hungry for battle. They're like, how does he have so many? What kind of profession is this? And she wonders how it's so fast, and this girl is just shocked. These summoned creatures are even faster than her, whose main attribute is agility. We see them use Rage Strike and Slash. They are still alive even after getting hit. We then see the skeleton, however, and the bones start to get cut. Rage Strike, 1,995 out of 2,500. He says, looks like these monsters have around 3,000 strength. He just smiles in the face of danger, saying to be able to withstand that many attacks, their constitution is probably over 3,500. And however, with Corpse Explosion, the higher the constitution, the better. Killed, level 19 Fury Beastman Warrior, and he obtained 8,000 experience, as we see the warrior get sliced like he is an onion. He then has his hand and he uses Corpse Explosion, and he mentions, even though the amount of experience gained is a little small, it's still better than not getting none at all. And yeah, that actually just rhymed. He uses Corpse Explosion, and we see them start to blow up as the people behind him wonder what's going on. Boom, boom, boom. They're all that dead. They wonder, was it that simple? What kind of skill is that? He's so powerful. Wang Zihao is literally shocked like Gao Yang, and he says, how is he so strong? Why didn't I awaken this profession? This is not fair at all. The monster says, impossible. This is impossible. You have angered me. I will kill you, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. Our boy really thinks he's going to even touch Lin Mo Yu. He says, let's see how you deal with this. And he sends even more monsters. And he looks up and he realizes, so that's where you are. And I know where he's going to be headed. He says, you lunatic, as we see the ugly looking creature question what he's going to do. And of course, he's going to get wrecked. Corpse Explosion, Soul Blaze. He then sends it, and boom. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He wonders how he's still alive, as we see the ugly horned beast here. He mentions, what kind of skill is this? How is it able to burn my soul? What is this profession? This can't be. There's not a way that somebody like you can exist in this world, as we see him. And our boy is literally about to get disintegrated. Lin Mo Yu just says, this is the price for invading. And then we hear, on the outside, what? The power of the abyss is getting weaker, and it is some old bearded man. And he wonders, all of the people in the tower are dead? But of course, that is wrong. He says, I can still feel the energy of many people in there. It's only the abyss aura getting weaker. And he says a demon king must be injured. And then we see, say, that earlier I was worried to death. Next time, don't just release your aura without thinking, okay? And then Bai mentions, however, the Demon King uses the power of the Abyss to disrupt the rules of the battle space. Even if we can't enter, who is able to hurt it? Can it be those candidates who are level 15 and 16? And then we switch back to inside the dungeon, and of course the monster says, I'll kill you! I'll eliminate you! Everybody, go kill Lin Mo Yu! And the monsters are getting a power-up. We see a monster that is about to attack one of the examinees, and he just looks back. And of course Lin Mo Yu says to himself, Corpse Explosion leveled up. After the blessing, the radius of Corpse Explosion will be 20 meters and deal 150 damage. Corpse Explosion went from level 1 to level 2. And of course, the damage to enemies is now within 2 meters. He mentions, is this a type of skill that requires repeated use and familiarity to upgrade? Or does it mean that the other talent skills, when changing professions, all the skills learned using scrolls need to be upgraded? He says perfect timing, and he looks behind him. And I know that these dudes are gonna get wrecked. The chapter starts, and we see Lin Mo Yu literally shining in golden aura, as we see that he has leveled up. Everybody around him is like, who is he? He's actually using these weird monsters to level up? He seemed to be called Lin Mo Yu, a new class. Thankfully, he's on our side. There is a lot of emotion in this picture. We then see the moon, and then Lin Mo Yu looks up as his monsters literally send these goblins up, and he says it looks like you can't escape. The monster then says, you're Lin Mo Yu. This king remembers you. When you come to this abyss, this king will... Boom, he literally gets Corpse Explosion, and rest in peace to that guy. The moon literally shatters, and we see the battle space is back to normal. The kids look up, and they wonder if Lin Mo Yu won. We see the abyss consciousness has been eradicated, as we see literal liquid gold start to flow out of the rock. And we also see the 3 hunters outside, and then the old guy says, the battle space is being restored. How are the kids? Bai Yu Wan asks. The old guy says the kids are safe and sound, no casualties, as he has his hand out, giving off the golden aura. Bai Yuan is like, what the heck? Completely different from what I expected. What exactly happened in that battle space? They then are looking at it with a beautiful yellow cold waterfall, and he says, just to be safe, let's teleport the kids back, and let's retrace what happened inside the battle space. Xiaoshui then asks, hey, Dummy Lin, are you alright? He simply says, yeah, I'm fine, like the typical MC protagonist. He then mentions, as we look up to Bai Yuan, everyone, the abyssal power has disappeared and the battle space is back to normal. You will be sent back to your original testing site, and the exam results will be announced later. Xiaoshui then says, we could have even contend against these orc warriors. Thankfully, Lin Moyu was there. They then get teleported back as we see Wang Zihao, Xiaoshui, and of course, Lin Moyu and the goth girl are standing in front of a castle. The system says, the main combat exam is over. All examinees, please wait for the final evaluation. We then see Ning Xuanfeng, and he mentions that the combat result has already concluded and there are a lot of points and evaluations. And their evaluations, unlike other examinees, are given directly by the high-ranking officials of the Shensha Empire. And that top-tier academics aren't just about having high points. The evaluation needs to be excellent as well. He then looks at Lin Moyu and he mentions what happened in that battle space. But I'm kind of looking forward to what kind of evaluation Lin Moyu will receive. We then see, it seems that Bai Yuan is looking at a replay of what happened, and he sees Lin Moyu, as he literally is looking pretty cool. He says this person is a necromancer. I've heard of the class before. It's a brand new class that appeared in the Shihai city of Jiangnan province, but he didn't expect him to turn the tide. And he says it's impressive, as we see some of his cool accomplishments here. He says calm, decisive in battle, and powerful. This kid already has a potential to become a top-tier expert, but not only is his class powerful, he must have also awakened strong talents as well. He then remembers in his mind that what's so difficult about it? Those cowards fled, and they desert the battlefield in the future, and he can't rely on them. After all, they're teenagers, and Lin Moyu's evaluation is different. And of course, it is way excellenter than others, if that even is a world. We see number 1, Lin Moyu, 34,000 points and 605. Evaluation excellent, as it shows on a big hologram, and all of the students are gathered. Of course, Principal Lu Yun literally shouts out, like, let's go, well done, kid. And of course, the old guy back there, and the girl, and the grandma in the purple robe are like, congratulations. She says, giving old Lu the top score in the province. He'll be bragging for another 20 years. We see Xiaoshui and Lin Moyu, and she says, congratulations, Lin Moyu, you really got the top score in the province. And he just says, thank you. She says, you're actually smiling. And then the background has changed to flowers, and she says, you look so pretty when you smile. Why don't you ever smile normally? We see number 2 is Xiaoshui, points 7,600, evaluation excellent. The people behind him say, old Lu got it. Second place is also his, and that he really envies him. Third is Feng Shu with 6,700. 4 is Zhu Mei with 6,325. And 5 is Wang Zihao, 6,300. But his evaluation is poor. Dang it. We see Wang Zihao and he says, my evaluation is poor. He says once his evaluation comes out, forget about Shajing Academy. Even the top 20 high-tier academies of the Empire won't expect me. So he's very mad. He says, I won't accept it. Why did they give me a poor evaluation? And he says this isn't fair. He then gets sucked into some sort of portal below him, and it says Wang Zihao violated the rules of exam area. Expulsion. We then see the examiners on top of the wall. They say for combat class professions, this year's top scorer in Jiangning province is Lin Moyu. We even see Gao Yang celebrating with the rest of them on the ground, and he yells out, see that? Lin Moyu is our leader. Top scorer in the province. He says silence, an imperial order has arrived. Lin Moyu has become this year's, and they look up on the tower, and they don't know what's happening. They say Lin Moyu has become this year's national exam top scorer, and they're all yelling out, in shock. We then see President Lu Yun, and he is like, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Lin Mo Yu is a national top scorer? And then our boy literally becomes an angel with angels around him, and he's crying with bliss. And he says, haha, top scorer, national top scorer. The people below them are like, are you okay, old Lu? Don't get too excited, and you might even hurt yourself. And now you can brag for a lifetime. The other students or the side characters say, Lin Mo Yu is truly amazing. Our Jiangning province produced a national top scorer. They say in the future, I'll make my child go to the same school. Wow, these guys really just want to be a fan, huh? We then see Feng Shu and Zhu Mei, and they say, Lin Mo Yu, congratulations. Thank you. Without you, we would have been in some trouble this time. He shakes his hand and says it's nothing. And then Feng Shu says, you're probably planning to take the exam at Jiajing Academy, right? And then he says, let's meet at Jiajing Academy. I'll treat you to a meal then. He says, okay, and then, of course, Xia Shui says, this guy doesn't really talk much. I've been his classmate for 3 years, and we haven't even exchanged 10 sentences as she puts up the X sign with her fingers. Lin Mo Yu says, 26 sentences, and they are all literally shocked and puzzled. And then, of course, Xia Shui is embarrassed, while Zhu Mei and Feng Shu are like, that is so funny. We are back at Lin Mo Yu's home. And he says, sister, I'll be at Jiajing Academy soon. And he mentions to his grandma, I have become the national top scorer. We then see a knock on the door. And he says, Principal Lu, why are you here? We then see a shadow or a literal graven image of Bai Yi Guan. He says, such a terrifying aura, even breathing is difficult. He then releases one of his summons, and he brings him out so quickly, and it seems like he got sort of intimidated. Bai Yuan says, good reaction, and then he bows down saying, greetings, Lord Bai Shen, as we see Lu Yun just happy to be there, and the chapter comes to an end. Lin Mo Yu bows his head, and surprisingly, even his skeleton summon does so as well. Bai Yuan says, I came here this time to talk to you about the matter of Jiajing Academy. He says, calm, composed, excellent instinctive reactions. You're really a good seedling. As we see the picture of his grandma and the rest of his family on top of a drawer in the corner. President Lu Yun says, please don't mind, but Mo Yu's sister went to Jiajing Academy last year, so he actually has been living here alone. As we see our boy serving him boba, of course, tea, as Bai Yuan is just sitting down. He says with such a family background, both siblings were able to enter Jiajing Academy. This is such a remarkable family. And he mentions how having a genius like him is even rarer, as of course he looks at him, and he's looking really awesome. He sees a skeleton warrior. We see his strength, agility, and energy, and physique are at 250. He says these are all average attributes. But in the battle space, how did you achieve that? And the skeleton looks really scary, and our boy is just giving Bai Yuan the death stare. He says 4 attributes at 250. He says it seems like others cannot see the talent boosted attributes of the skeleton warrior. Bai then asks, what talent did you awaken? Mo Yu, did you really awaken a talent? He says my talent is amplification. It amplifies all my skills. And then the legend Bai says that makes sense then. And then he tells him, with a very, kind of menacing look in his eyes, I have 2 things to discuss this time. First is a reward from Jiajing Academy, and second is to take you to the academy. There will be a trial the day after tomorrow, and Bai is really looking forward to our boy Lin Mo Yu participating. Lin then asks, what kind of trial is it? Are you trying to scam me? Just kidding. He says it is an internal trial with the Jiajing Academy, and that the participants are all our own internal students, and he can't tell him the specifics until he agrees to go. He then begins to ponder, and our bro really is the thinker. He says participation is not compulsory. The decision is up to me. And what do you mean by internal participants? He wonders if it is secretive, and it seems like the trial's content is unusual. He mentions I can reveal the content, but I can't tell you. The opportunity is once in a lifetime. And normally, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the trial. And of course, our boy Lin Mo Yu is shocked, and he just says, heck yeah bro, let's get on this right now. Bai then smiles and laughs, saying, since that's the case, let me give you the rewards first. He then brings them out from his inventory, and he says, as a national top scorer, your rewards are quite substantial, and it is skill scrolls. He says the first reward is 100,000 points in addition to your exam score, and your points are all here, as he hands him a sort of credit card. He mentions that you should have heard that within the academy, points are more useful than gold. And then we see the scrolls as he says, the second reward is one primary skill scroll and one intermediate skill scroll. We then see some sort of dark tower that looks kind of intimidating. And he says the third item is based on your performance in the battle space, an additional reward for you, and the qualification to enter the Divine Summer Tower once. He then says, the qualification to enter this tower is very precious, especially for the first time. Be sure to prepare well before going. And I think this is going to really help him level up. Of course, Lin Mo-yu says, I understand. And then he says, with Lord Bai Shen stresses this, it surely holds a significant importance. He says, tidy up a bit. I'll take you to the Jiajing Academy. And our boy Bai looks very optimistic. We see a very green and blue sky, which is very similar to his ability summons. And then President Lu Yun just says, good luck, kid, as they are teleported towards the Jiajing Academy. They then get teleported, and this thing seems like an utter utopia, with huge walls and huge buildings and huge gates and entrances to welcome them in. Jiajing Academy. They see a huge pillar, and it seems that there's golden aura flowing from within as they look at it. Bai says this gate is not only an entrance, but it can be used as a weapon, and even top-tier experts would pay a huge price to forcefully enter it. And he says, let's go, dude. He then enters inside the room, and he tells him to get a seat. This is a residential area you'll be staying in today. He will be going now, so get some rest, and somebody will come guide you. And then somebody bows down and says, Lord Bai Shen. The orange-haired guy then starts to sweat, saying, what is the identity of this kid? Lord Bai Shen personally received him, yet his tone towards Lord Bai Shen is so cold. The orange-haired guy then asks, are you Lin Mo-yu? And Lin Mo-yu just says, yeah bro, it's definitely me. He says, where would you like to stay? Either a 4-person room, which is 500 points a month, 2-person room, 1,000 points per month, or a single room, 2,000, and even a villa at 10,000 points per month. He says we have 4 various options: 4-person, 2-person, single room dormitory, standalone villas, villas with practice grounds, and different accommodations have a huge price difference. And the practice villa doesn't seem to have any price on it, and I'm guessing it's a lot of points per month. He says, Student Lin, I know you just finished the exam and you have a lot of points, but I still advise you to save where you can, and there are many places where points are needed. So just stay in a 4-person room. But then he says, I want a single room dormitory. And then he says, sure, save a bit, go for the single room dormitory. And I think it's really good for some privacy. He then says, wait, single room dormitory? Are you sure? Because our boy was really thinking he got the 4-person. He says it was so extravagant, and not saving now, but you'll regret it when you realize how hard points are to earn later. But Lin Mo-yu just says, yeah, let's do this, dude. We are then in Lin Mo-yu's single room dormitory, and he says this will do, and it seems pretty peaceful and pretty awesome. The orange-haired kid says, great, Student Lin, give me your ID, and I'll register it right now. Ding, minus 1,000 points from his 133,605, and our boy is just shocked by this. He says, how the heck do you have this many points? And Lin Mo-yu just looks at him casually, saying, this is the reward from becoming the national top scorer. And then the guy in orange hair is like, 130,000? No wonder you want to stay in a single room dormitory. And then he mentioned since he entered the academy, he's only earned 10,000 points in total, and he doesn't even have a fraction of what he has. He then smiles as he leaves, saying, alright, from now on, this room is your dormitory. Rest well, and please come find me if you need anything. And remember to get a communication device tomorrow, because it'll be very convenient without it. And then Lin Mo-yu just looks outside, like an anime protagonist in the school in the corner seat, saying, is somebody practicing skills here? Indeed, it's Jiajing Academy, and everybody is working hard, as we see some different colored auras, which are red, yellow, and blue, and even purple, and they seem to be cultivating of some sorts. He says in this kind of atmosphere, Leveling up will definitely be much faster than before. The next day, he ends his meditation after somebody rings on the bell. And by the way, guys, those shelves in the back look pretty aesthetic to me, and I don't know about you guys. His aura then starts to dissipate, and then he says, hey, what's wrong? Don't recognize me? And then Lin Mo-yu says, I do. It is Ning Yi, and it was the assassin from the earlier chapters. She grabs onto his hand as she says, come on, I'll take you to breakfast and show you around the academy. She really got that reverse Riz, but Lin Mo-yu is unrizzable. Let's go, guys. Don't even bother playing the Riz music. We then see them at the academy cafeteria, and there seem to be a lot of delicious foods right here, as he's holding a tray with a large piece of bread, and of course Ning Yi has like 10 steamed buns whatsoever. It seems relatively empty, but the light hitting the ground looks very beautiful. He says, I'm here, and then she says, how are you paying with points? You can use coins here. Places that accept coins definitely won't use points. He says, I don't have coins, only points. And she says, if you don't have coins, just say so, I've got plenty of coins. She says, don't waste points. Points are hard to earn. Luckily, it's just 5 points, but then she sees, how the heck do you have so many points? And her steamed bun literally just drops from her mouth, and she is shook. And Lin Mo-yu just gives a blank face, like, wait, this is a lot to you? She then says, remember, wherever you can use coins, never use points. And points should be used wisely, even if you have that many points. And it seems like she is scolding him like his bigger sister. And he says, yeah, okay, with his hand in his pocket, just a casual Lin Mo-yu. He says, this is for you. So beautiful. Is this a core crystal of the Goblin King? And he says, yeah, and it's a really shiny, red sparkling stone. She says, do you know its value? This is the core 5th tier Goblin King ring. It's a boss accessory, you know. If used for trading, the price would be at least 1 million coins. And Lin Mo-yu just says, so what? And then she says, are you really giving it to me? She then begins to blush because he says, yeah, you can have it. And then he mentions, such a valuable item, it appears the Dynasty Guild is truly exploiting. And then she says, thank you, I won't be polite then. We then see her guiding Lin Mo-yu as it travels to the garden, the library, and even some sort of hall, and our boy is really kidding around the ropes. She says, alright, your enrollment procedures have been completed, and we are at the Academic Affairs office. He says, why can't I find any information about my sister Lin Mo-han? And then we see it's blank information. She says it's possible she's on a special confidential mission from the academy, so the information cannot be retrieved. And it's also possible she joined some more specialized college, like the Divine Creation College, and your sister might have joined some specific college. She says, stop worrying, nothing will happen. And then he says, thank you. And she says, as she looks back, come on, let's get to the main point. I brought you here today to familiarize with Academy, but I also have a task on hand. We then see them in the classroom, and she says, Sister Tao Tao, I've brought someone. It's a national top scorer. We then see a lady with a ponytail saying to him, hello, my name is Xiang Tao Tao, level 23, and I am of the Elf Knight class, and she seems to have a pretty cool outfit on. He says, I am Lin Mo-yu. I'm a level 17 Necromancer. Some guy holding some weird looking staff with the crystal floating says, only level 17? Are you kidding me? If you're bringing somebody, you can't just bring along anyone, right? And this guy is a little bit too cocky. He doesn't really know how strong our boy Lin Mo-yu is. Zhang Tao Tao says, Ling Zhen, what do you mean by that? Watch your words, Mo-yu is a national top scorer. And then he says, compared to our hidden dragon team, being the national top scorer means nothing. And this guy thinks he's the MC protagonist, and he says, I've seen all of the previous national top scorers, and every single one of them were just trash. Of course, Ling Zhen then leans in towards Ling Mo-yu and says, you're Lin Mo-yu, right? I know you were introduced by Lord Bai Shen, and you won't think that you can do whatever you want just because you know Lord Bai Shen. Am I right? And then he says, with his eyes starting to literally go on fire, in our hidden dragon team, it's all about strength. And it's alright to bring you along for the trial, but you have to keep your mouth shut and make sure that you don't drag us down. He then says, otherwise I won't be so nice to you. And then Lin Mo-yu says in his head, even Xia Shui isn't as arrogant as this dude, and his hands are still in his pocket, and he says, going nuts. Ling Zhen is literally on a rampage now as we see the veins from his head, and he says, "What did you say?" And he unleashes some of his fiery aura. He says, "Ling Zhen, you dare to make a move." And of course, even Ning Yi says this. Jiang Tao Tao tells him to stop as she puts up a barrier. And then, of course, Ling Zhen just says, "Sister Tao Tao, I'm being very considerate of you," as you see one of his orange crystals go through her blade. And then he leaves and turns his back towards them. Jiang Tao Tao says, "We'll meet here at 9 o'clock the next day, and I can only tell you about the trial's content on the day it is, so only tomorrow," as she hopes that he can understand. Lin Mo Yu says, yeah, it's all good. And then Ning Yi says, "Let's go, we need to buy some things and make preparations." And Jiang Tao Tao says, "Ling Zhen, I know you have your grievances, but don't bring your personal grievances into this trial." And she says, "Besides, Lin Mo Yu was introduced by no one other than Lord Bai Shen." And then Ling Zhen says, "I have my boundaries, and I just wanted to see what kind of person replaced his brother's position. And I think this is kind of scary." She says with her hands folded, "He's a national top scorer, and even though it doesn't mean much, he must have something extraordinary to even just accomplish that. And his class is also a newly introduced one." And Ling Zhen just says, "Even if you bring somebody along, ensure that they are useful, because every single year, new classes appear, but most of them are trash, and he suspects that this one is trash as well." We then go to the hallways where Ning Yi says, "Let's go, we'll buy some healing potions, mana potions, and communication devices." And then she says to Lin Mo Yu, "Don't quarrel, because that guy, he's literally crazy." We then arrive at the store, and then Lin Mo Yu says, "Please help me with the purchase." She says 10 red and blue potions each, and 1 communication device, as we also see an arrow or a bow and a sword on the table. We then see it is identifying him through his bracelet, which I think is pretty advanced, and it's pretty cool. Ning Yi says, "I can bother you anytime now." And then she says as she shows him his bracelet, "Let's become friends first." And then he says, "Sure." And oh gosh, our girl really got that reverse riz, but if she tries anything else, she's definitely going to get rejected. As we see, you can actually add friends on your bracelets, and this is a pretty cool mechanic, like it's straight out of a video game. He says as she is about to leave, "See you at the trial, Lin Mo Yu," and he smiles saying, "I'll see you there as well." He then brings out his primary skill scroll, and look at this guys, it's literally shining in all of its glory. We then see he says we need to prepare more for this trial, and he uses the scroll. And we see it literally start to evaporate and he absorbs it. Acquired skill, Slow Curse. Slow Curse is at level 1. And it curses enemies within a 50-meter range, reducing their speed by 50%. However, it only lasts for 10 minutes, but honestly, that's not even that bad. That's pretty long in a fight. Lin Mo Yu says to himself, after talent amplification, the range reached 50 meters and the slowing effect increased to 50. And then we see an image of him literally running away from a goblin with an axe, and the goblin seems annoyed. He says the duration has also extended to 10 minutes, and this is really another amazing skill. And now his skills can now be categorized into summoning, attack, and curse series. And I think our boy Lin Mo Yu just keeps getting more OP as he puts his head on his cheeks, and our boy is really looking like an OP MC even more. He says regardless of the series, they are all important and very powerful. And he says he hopes to learn other skill series in the future as he sits down on his bed, thinking and reminiscing. The next day, it is a beautiful sunny day and the clouds are out being beautiful. And of course, we see Ning Yi and she says, "Wake up, the sun is shining." And she says that she will come down for breakfast. And then after that, they'll head towards the location. Of course, Jiang Tao Tao says, after we're teleported over, don't wander around aimlessly. And then Ling Zhen is still folding his arms and he says, "Kid, don't slow us down. There seems to be somebody else beside Lin Mo Yu with some pretty crazy looking hair." Ning Yi spits out her tongue and says, "Don't drag us down too, and we'll be fine." And of course, Yang Tao Tao just says, "Now let's introduce our classes, guys, and whatever conflicts you have, please deal with them after the trial." We see Miao Yu, who had the crazy hair, beside Lin Mo Yu, and she is an elf elder, and she is a level 20, and she has a rare class. And we see Duan Gao at level 20 who has a rare class of a diviner. And these two look pretty mature for their age and they seem pretty strong. And we see Ling Zhen, and he scratches his head like Lin Zhen, level 21, and I'm a warlock. And it is also a rare class, and our boy, I feel like he's just a tsundere, as we see Jing Tao Tao in the corner, and she's giving him that look that your mom gives you to make sure you do something right. We then see Yang Tao Tao, level 23, Elf Knight, and then of course Lin Mo Yu, level 17, Necromancer, and Ning Yi Yi, a level 19 Shadow Assassin. And everybody has a rare class except for our boy Lin Mo Yu, who of course has the best class in the world, which is Necromancer. Jiang Tao Tao then says, in this trial, we must unite. She really thinks that this is the Avengers. She has some sort of crystal in her hand, and she tells everyone to not blame her for being impolite. And Ning Yi Yi says, "Rest assured, Mrs. Tao Tao, we won't affect the trial." We then see some sort of portal open up below them, and the crystal starts to float in the air. She says, Jiajing Academy Hidden Dragon Team, let's begin the trial teleportation. We then see them teleport, and this seems like a very different world. We see a huge black and spooky tower surrounded by chains and a very ominous red aura with some sort of light emanating from the top. Even Lin Mo Yu is taken aback with Ning Yi Yi. He says it is the Divine Xia Tower, and it turns out the Divine Xia Tower is in the sky. He wonders if the Divine Xia Tower's power teleports them, as we see some sort of light hitting their face and going across them. We see the Mermaid Island, and it seems to be inside of some sort of globe, and they get there. They see a mission stone, and Jiang Tao Tao says, everybody please touch the mission stone to learn about this mission. He touches it, and we find out the mission says, enter the Mermaid's Tier dungeon, defeat the final boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier. 1. A team of up to 6 people can enter the island with an average level of up to 20. The Mermaid's Tier only drops in Nightmare difficulty dungeons. And 3. Only 3 Mermaid Tiers will drop as Lin Mo Yu is touching the stone. And in other words, only the top 3 teams that clear the dungeon can obtain this Mermaid's Tier. The Mermaid's Tier dungeon is located at the center of the Mermaid Island, as we see a huge literal mountain here with birds, and there seems to be a very glorious waterfall flowing from the side of it. He says in the end, it's just a matter of clearing the dungeon. And could it be that the Mermaid's Tier might actually have some special properties which will be useful to Lin Mo Yu? Jiang Tao Tao says as she folds her arm, I did expect this trial to be on Mermaid Island. And Ning Yi Yi asks, Sister Tao Tao, you've been on many trial missions, you're all experienced, so please tell us about it. She explains that the Mermaid's Tier can be used to craft a very special equipment, and the effects are significant, and this is exactly what we wanted to hear. Not only is the Mermaid Island within the territory of Divine Xia Empire, and only 3 Mermaid's Tier drops every single year. And she starts to ponder, and she says, so besides our Divine Xia Empire, other countries also come to Mermaid Island every year. As we see the island over here and there seems to be a battle, she explains that there are 10 teams in the Hidden Dragon Academy and they are the team 2. Which means we not only compete with our fellow students, but also from the academies, from other countries, which means the competition is high, as we see some shadows here with red eyes, and I think these guys are definitely OP. Ning Yi is kind of nervous, and she says, what if we run into other teams from other countries? What should we do? And Jiang Tao Tao just says, similar situations have happened before, but at most they would guard the entrance to the dungeon to prevent the entry. But then we see Jiang Tao Tao, and she seems kind of nervous. And she says, deaths have occurred before, and if a real conflict arises, you have to deal with it as it comes, because your life is the most important. As we get a flashback, as Ning Yi Yi looks at Lin Mo Yu when they fought those 3 knights. He says, don't worry, we won't encounter that kind of situation. We are then in the jungle and we hear, alright guys, we're ready to enter the Mermaid Island. Duan Gao, apply your buffs. Sure, he says. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, and mana activations, as everybody is literally getting a buff, and I'm really hyped for this battle. Lin Mo Yu looks at his hand and says, attributes increase by 30%, skill power 20%, and it lasts for 1 hour, and this divider is indeed a powerful support class. He does say though, it's just a pity. Compared to his talent, the Diviner's amplification effect is way too weak. As we see, he summons one of his skeletons, and he says if the Diviner's buffs are also applied to the skeleton warriors, he wonders what effect they will have. Of course, Miao Yu and the Diviner are like, what the heck, undead summon? And Ning Yi says, don't be afraid, this little skeleton warrior is so cute, what the heck is she saying? Lin Mo Yu asks, could you please give it a buff too, thanks? And he says, oh yeah, sure, I guess. He then mentions, his skills cannot be applied to it, and he wonders if his talent is too strong, and Duan Gao's blessing skill is directly overwritten by his talent. And Ling Zhen says, it can't even be buffed. This summon is as useless as his master, as Lin Mo Yu just looks at him along with his undead summon, and I don't think he should have said that. And I hope that they don't get into a fight because, well, I feel sorry for Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen says as he takes on a very menacing stance with his staff in his hand, what, you want to fight? And of course, Jiang Tao Tao blocks him, and he says, you can fight later, let's finish the trial test. And of course, these guys really are going at it, or at least Ling Zhen is. We then see the ghost summon, and then he says, why do I feel like I'm about to die when a summon looks this way? My body gets cold and it gets as stiff as a board. We then see Jiang Tao Tao, and she has her shield in her hand, and she runs past them, and she says, the trial has begun, as they follow her. And we see that this is where it's gonna go down. Miao Yu says, our target is a mermaid dungeon, we need to move fast, avoid fighting the monsters if possible, as she looks at Jiang Tao Tao. We then see them running, as we see some sort of sea monster with orange gills. And then it goes back inside the water. But then, after that, it comes right back up. It is a merfolk soldier, a mermaid folk. Its level is 19, strength 300, agility 150, vitality 200, physique 320, but it has no skills, as it is above Jiang Tao Tao. We see Jiang Tao Tao goes in for the kill, and of course Ning Yi goes behind it. And of course we see it launch a fireball at her. She then slices his throat, and then we see the notification. Killed level 19 merfolk soldier, experience plus 1500. Captain Jiang Tao Tao obtained fish scale +1. We then see, as the fire starts to subside, we see Ling Zhen, and of course Yang Tao and the rest of them. She says now level 21 monsters have appeared, and at this rate, it'll take us more than 3 hours to reach the island center. She says that we're too slow and we can't clear out the monsters anymore. And she tells Miao Yu, you are in charge of control. We're charging through. We then see Windbind as we see a huge blue looking tornado, and Miao Yu says, hurry up, I have it under control. 20 minutes later, and we see some sort of swamp. They say that we're falling behind as Jiang Tao Tao looks, and there seems to be other competitors. She starts to get nervous and she says, if we charge straight ahead, do we have a chance? She says there are too many of them and she can't control them. And Miao Yu says, plus the monsters are level 22, which are higher than her level. We see a picture of the mountain, and then we see charging in directly could put them in danger as they may end up getting surrounded. But if they clear the path along the way, it will take at least a whole hour, and then they'll even fall farther behind. And then Lin Mo Yu says confidently as Yang Tao Tao looks surprised. He says, let me do it, and she is literally sweating like, wait, what the heck did he just say? Ling Zhen says, you, a level 17 newbie? Hahaha, what can you do? He says, you haven't even lifted a finger this whole way. And then Ning Yi says, as she gives him a side eye, shut your mouth up. And then Ling Zhen just says, you should keep hiding behind these women. Jiang Tao Tao says, Lin Mo Yu, what plan do you exactly have? And he just gives him a side eye too, saying, I'll use a skeleton warrior to distract the merfolk monsters. As we see, he still has his hands in his pocket like an absolute savage. Jiang Tao Tao says, right, he has a summon. And then she says, alright Lin Mo Yu, it's all up to you now. Like the typical side character, I'm just kidding guys. Anyways, we see the skeleton literally leap forward and she notices how fast his movements are. She yells out to her assistants or her comrades and she says, the path is cleared, let's go right now. We then see Skeleton Warrior has been recalled to the summoning space as they are in a safe spot in the area. Jiang Tao Tao gives Lin Mo Yu the thumbs up and she says, well done.
And she also says that she owes him this time. Ling Zhen says, why didn't we do this from the beginning? We could have been up the mountain by now without even falling behind. And then of course Ning Yi says, quit talking nonsense here. If you're so capable, you can go up the mountain all by yourself. And then Lin Mo Yu says one last time, and it seems he's about to get pissed off after Ling Zhen says, it's all thanks to your summon. Maybe you're just trash yourself. But then Miao Yu looks very despairful, and she says, hurry, run away. We then see literally hundreds of the merfolk above Jiang Tao Tao, and she yells out with all that she can, everybody, we must all retreat. And even Duan Gao the diviner behind her is getting nervous. We then see it is a people from country 4, as this guy seems to be holding some sort of charm. And he is holding the country's unique class Shikigami Summoners, also known as Spirit Summoners. He then launches 2 of them, and they are literally blazing, as we see some sort of centaur or horse thing step on the ground. And one of the skills of the Shikigami Summoners is that they can summon ancient deities, and Jiang Tao Tao and Miao are like, why the heck are they doing this? And then Jiang Tao Tao says they want us to stop from going up the mountain. We then see the guy from the 4th country, and he's on top of that sort of Taurus, and then he points towards them saying, you guys can stay here. If you can't hold on, use the mission stone to teleport away, because this mermaid dungeon belongs to our great country this time. And he laughs. We then see some of them in the back, and they mention, this Shikigami summoner is a legendary level, and they say that their country has not spared anything. Now, there are hundreds of merfolk gathered here, and it'll take several hours to clear them all. Jiang Tao Tao then looks at Lin Mo Yu and says, Lin Mo Yu, can you really do this? She asks, is there a summoner here? Get those monsters away, as Lin Mo Yu starts to load up his summoners. We then see one of his summon, and it is running away, and it is chasing the merfolk, or getting chased by the merfolk, and they wonder, whose summon is this? He's literally drawing all the monsters away, and this is good news for them. But too bad, there are still 2/3 of the monsters left. He then brings out another one and says, go lure those monsters away. And Jiang Tao Tao is really shocked as she says, wow, Lin Mo Yu, you really have 2 of them? This girl is in for a world of surprise because she does not know that he literally has like 100. He says there is no need for corpse explosions because that will seal his experience. He then says, here comes another one, as they see the other skeleton, and this guy is about to run really fast. He says, when the trial is over, I'll treat you 2 drinks. The skeleton then begins to run, and they're like, there's actually a 3rd one. And they all yell, thank you to whoever who summoned this. And it's all thanks to Lin Mo Yu. It's all stable now, so let's go, and don't let the Shikigami summoners get so cocky. They then go to Lin Mo Yu, and they pat his back like, thank you so much. And next time they run into him, they will really bring him along. And Ling Zhen folds his arm because he is jealous. The Shikigami summoner looks behind him and wonders what the heck is going on, because all of the merfolk are running the opposite direction. He wonders how did they get up here, and with so many monsters they should be held back for at least a few hours, but then he calls out to his archers and says, get ready archers, they must have found a way to deal with the merfolk, so we must stop him, as we see all the arrows get shot. It not only shoots the merfolk, but also the magicians and of course the mages, and they tell them to put up their shields on. Lin Mo Yu is in a safe bubble, and he says the clash has begun. And of course, this time with you and your warrior skeleton, I'm not afraid is what Ning Yi says. After the first round of clashes, we see them sitting around on rocks, and they talk about how it won't work. Their team is too chaotic, and they need to regroup. They need a powerful mage. They say, yeah, we're missing quite a few people at the mountain's base. And of course, we must regroup to suppress countrywide. Ling Zhen then says, Captain, I want to join another team as Jiang Tao Tao is regaining her strength. Of course, Ling Zhen says either Lin Mo Yu leaves or I leave, Captain, so you get to decide. And then Duan Gao says to Ling Zhen, you really are going a bit far, and even Miao Yu is just shocked by what he's saying. She yells, exactly, if it wasn't for Lin Mo Yu luring the monsters, we wouldn't even have made it up here. And then Ning Yi just looks at Ling Zhen like, really? You're really something, Ling Zhen. This guy really saved all of us and he still has to trash talk. Of course, Ling Zhen says in his mind, Captain will definitely try to keep me, and other teams are looking for mages, and they can't afford to lose a damage dealer, so this way he can kick Lin Mo Yu out of the team. But then, Jiang Tao Tao says, with complete conviction, in that case, Ling Zhen, you must leave, and you should leave this team. And that's what happens when you get too cocky, and pride comes before the fall.
We see Ling Zhen's face, and guys, this guy is literally shocked. And this guy should really just leave the team. He says to Jiang Tao Tao, you want me to leave the team? If I leave the team, you won't be able to pass a trial. Are you saying you don't want to get into the creation seminary anymore? But then of course, Jiang Tao Tao says with a very serious and stern look, have you forgotten what my profession is? As an elven knight, I have my own beliefs and I cannot fulfill your demands. And honestly guys, W down here for Jiang Tao Tao for having some real morals. And she's gonna get carried by, of course, our boy Lin Mo Yu, so she definitely made the right decision. He looks behind him as he leaves and he says, I hope you don't regret this. And Ling Zhen has left the party. Lin Mo Yu says, let's enter the dungeon. And she says, but country Y is. But then of course, Ning Yi Yi, the assassin girl, says, come on sister, let's enter the dungeon. And Jiang Tao Tao is just kind of nervous and she wonders how. And then we see it is Duan Gao and Miao Yu and they're like, what the heck's going on, but let's just follow as well. They then head towards this sort of waterfall and she says at the worst case we can always retreat and it won't be dangerous with Lin Mo Yu around as even Ning Yi Yi begins to stretch. But I know Jiang Tao Tao is definitely really nervous, but Ning Yi Yi has already seen the powers of our boy Lin Mo Yu, so it's going to be a walk in the park. We then see the purple portal and the people say, get lost during shooters, as of course their squad begins to walk towards them. They say you're not allowed near this dungeon, and they even get their attacks ready. They say, it's that brother who can summon, come on, we won't let Country Y get bullied by him, and it seems they already know his story. We also see Ling Zhen smirking as he says, they really just want to die, huh? We then see some sort of boar launch towards them, and then of course we see Jiang Tao Tao put up her defense, and we see Lin Mo Yu behind her, already cooking something up. He puts his hands into the air, and he says, I summon you. As we see his skeleton bring up. We see the skeleton and it's doing lots of tricks and moves, and then we see like 8 more come up from behind him. Everybody is shocked, and they're like, what? Lin Mo Yu can actually summon that money? These skeletons are blocking all of the attacks. The other people that are wearing this sort of robe say, what kind of broken profession is this? These skeletons are too strong and their attacks are completely ineffective. They mention that they're going to enter the dungeon, and this guy leaps up and says we need to stop them. But then of course, we see Lin Mo Yu just choosing the difficulty, and it is nightmare level as they are behind him. They try to send towards their talisman, but they get transported and into the dungeon, and all of them are really furious. We are in the dungeon, and there below some big rocks, and it seems to be like in some sort of jungle. Lin Mo Yu is looking all happy. But Jiang Tao Tao looks back because Lin Mo Yu literally has his pockets filled with his hands. This guy really is just definitely the MC. Of course, Ning Yi Yi mentions to her, relax sister, his skeletons are powerful, and Jiang Tao Tao says nervously, alright then, I hope their attacks are strong enough and I'll do my best to attack and block the monsters. We then see Miao Yu say nervously, don't worry sister, Miao Yu, heal me accordingly, and I'll leave the crowd control to you, as you see the diviner who says I'll give you my blessings. Killed level 21 elite merfolk, warrior, experience plus 10,000, and obtained 10 fish scales. Of course Miao Yu then says suddenly, wait, what's going on? Why am I receiving experience points now? Elite merfolk warrior enhanced, level 21, strength 2000, 1200 agility, and its skills are shriek. And then it literally just got one-shotted. Lin Mo Yu then says, continue looking for the target, and Jiang Tao Tao says in her head, just now, his skeletons literally just one-shotted nightmare monsters. How the heck is this possible? She says even if we had that perfect party, it would still take at least 1 to 2 minutes. Ning Yi then jumps on behind him and splashes into the ground. But she says, come on, I told you Lin Mo Yu's skeletons were strong, so let's go sister. And then everybody is on the way as well. One of the diviner, Duan Gao, says, we're still trying to digest the situation. But of course, this is such a good leader move by Jiang Tao Tao. She says there's no point, let's just hurry up now. He uses Rage Strike on these merfolk again. And then she says, as she's literally just shocked and sweating in her head, this is the first time she felt so relaxed while clearing a dungeon. Yeah, that's just a side effect of knowing Lin Mo Yu and having him on your party. She says usually she would be at the front, but now she doesn't even need to aggro any monsters. As Duan Gao says, it looks like we're not needed. And Miao Yu just says, yeah, there's really nothing for us to do here. We then run into a dead end as they are on some sort of cliff. Lin Mo Yu says there's not a lot of monsters in this dungeon. But then Ning Yi looks down from the cliff and she says, look, it is the boss. It is the Merfolk Queen Serpent, an elite target with a strength of 3600, a level 23, and its skills are Lash, Death Strangle, and Venom. And the attributes are even higher than the previous Goblin King. And we also find out that Lin Mo Yu's Goblin stats are currently at level 2700. Of course, Jiang Tao Tao says she will go and attack the monster, but Lin Mo Yu just says casually, there's no need, as we see the skeletons jump off of the cliff. And oh gosh guys, this is just another day for Lin Mo Yu. The snake uses Lash, and it seems to have managed to, I guess, sort of scathe the skeletons, but then Jiang Tao Tao says it's too agile. What should we do? He then uses Slow Curse as we see the red aura and flame go on top of his hands. We then see it get bound by some chains, and if this guy really thinks he's Kurapika or something, just kidding guys, but it literally just stopped in its trails. We then see the skeletons get on top of the snake, and Jiang Tao Tao says, is that really some type of curse skill? Jiang Tao Tao just looks at Lin Mo Yu, who looks really gloomy. She says he has powerful summons and even a curse type skill. What else can a necromancer do? They use Death Strangle, but it's no use. And of course, the snake gets literally obliterated. We see the skeleton slice it here. He says that his skeletons are the undead, so venom won't really affect them, because there's no skin to lash onto. We then see the skeleton literally pierce right through the mouth of the snake, and it is GG guys. Jiang Tao Tao says it's really over as we see them go down to collect the loot. The notification is up there. Killed level 23 Merfolk Queen Serpent, experience plus 50,000. That is huge guys. And they obtained silver grade armor, serpent skin armor, and obtained the intermediate level monster core. And I know next chapter is definitely going to be, well, a lot of monsters dead. We see Miao Yu, Ning Yi, and of course Duan Go the Diviner, and they talk about, guys, we need to keep moving, even though we literally just got everything and all these experience points for free. Jiang Tao Tao says, keep moving, we have to keep up with Lin Mo Yu. And it seems this elven girl really is smart, and at least she already is a good leader for them, so I know this squad or this team is going to be really good. They are walking inside of a cave, and Ning Yi always has something to say, and she says it reeks like fish all over this place. We then see it is a White House, I mean it's some sort of palace, and it looks very beautiful here guys, so let's just admire it. We also mention, and we see this sort of merfolk, and oh gosh, there seems to be a lot of them, as he has his three-headed trident. Ning Yi and Jiang Tao Tao discuss how there are a total of 60 patrol teams, and a total of 180 monsters. And on top of that, they are all Enhanced Elite and Nightmare level. Lin Mo Yu, guys, just puts his hands up as we see the flame come up and we know what's happening. He says the more monsters the better, as he summons more. Jiang Tao Tao says, Lin Mo Yu, wait. Although his skeletons are very strong, isn't it too rash to just rush out like this? But then we also see the stats of the Mermaid Elite Soldier, which is Enhanced Elite. Strength 2200, Agility 1400, Spirit 1000, and its skill is Dizziness Sweep, as it seems to have been alerted just now. They use Stun Strike, but then we see the skeletons and they use Rage Strike as they press on. Ning Yi mentions more of them are charging at us now, but then he uses, of course we see the red ball on his hand, and it is a Rasengan, and he I'm just kidding guys, but he says to cover your ears. And then we hear, boom, Mermaid Elite Soldier killed, and there are literally like 5 of them that pop up on the screen. And Jiang Tao Tao and the rest of the squad are just in shock. And guys, I don't know, I'll probably have the same reaction as them. We see more and more and more guys. Look how many of these are, guys. is literally just free kills, as we see all of the explosions here and all of the merfolk are literally wiped away. They say, how is he able to do that? I've never seen a skill so powerful, and that's just what happens when you meet Lin Mo Yu. We then see the palace doors start to open very slowly, and we see a very beautiful girl, or lady, oh gosh guys, and this is a monster, my bad. This is a mermaid queen boss level monster. Her strength is 5,000, agility 6,000, spirit 5,000, constitution 6,000, and her skills are Scream of Sorrow, which sounds pretty terrifying, Tsunami Waves, and Queen's Lament. And guys, this mob or this lady, literally looks so enchanting. I think some of the people in the dungeon would try to riz her up and they just get literally one-shotted by her abilities. Even Ning Yi says, look, she is so beautiful. But then of course, Lin Mo Yu says, this is enchantment magic, and all of them seem to have been bewitched by this. Of course, they wonder how Lin Mo Yu is alright because he uses awaken and they're all back to their senses. Ning Yi says, what the heck just happened to me? And Miao Yu says, the mermaid queen has innate enchantment magic, and we all fell for it. Fortunately, Lin Mo Yu was there to stop us. Otherwise, we might have been annihilated just now. As you see, the mermaid queen in all of her glory with a big freaking tail, and she is releasing aura from her body and she's about to attack. We then see her real form, and oh gosh, she literally looks like another character out of some sort of creepy game like Coraline. She uses Scream of Sorrow, and her aura turns red. Of course, Jiang Taotao thinks in her head like she likes to do, given the attributes of this mermaid queen, with a normal 6-person team, it would take at least an hour to defeat her. But with Lin Mo Yu on my side, I don't know how long this would take, cause he definitely has some tricks up his sleeve, and yeah, I will have to agree with you there. She then shouts as she mentions the power attribute of the mermaid queen is too high, and the skeletons can't hold much longer. She explains the situation, like a pack of wolves attacking a male lion. It's hard to say who will win or lose. We then see the queen and she uses her golden trident to attack the skeletons. And then we see that one of the skeleton warriors have been eliminated and it is gone, just like that. Of course, Yang Taotao tells the healer and the diviner, Duan Gao, buff her status and get ready for battle. And she says once Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors can't hold on any longer, we'll take over. But Lin Mo Yu just says in an instant, of course, with his Riz, no need, and he uses Curse. She's then bound by chains, but then she uses Tsunami Waves to attack the skeletons, as we see it right here, and this literally looks just like the Grimace Shake. Oh, sorry guys, I know that was cringe. Anyway, we see 12 skeleton warriors have been eliminated as they all fall to the ground and they are shattered. Jiang Taotao says, Lin Mo Yu, call back your skeletons, I'll attack these. But then Lin Mo Yu just says, arise and dominate, my soldiers. And it summons 87 skeleton warriors, and oh gosh, they're definitely shocked by this. We then see all of them, they're ready to attack this mermaid queen. Jiang Taotao, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao just say, am I seeing things? Their numbers are overwhelming. This is terrifying, no wonder Yi Yi always trusted him so much. But then we go back to Ning Yi, and she says, as expected, he has become even stronger, and at this rate of growth, he is way stronger than what I had imagined. As we see the queen, and she has already been injured on her waist as the skeletons just attack her continuously. She uses Queen's Lament, and Lin Mo Yu says it's alright, because Miao Yu mentions how she cannot do it and how her level is too low to counter the boss's skill. Lin Mo Yu says his spiritual energy is high enough so he won't be affected, and we see the queen in her last moments crying out blood, and she gets sliced like she is a fruit in the game of Fruit Ninja, and shout out to you guys if you guys played that as a kid. Slayed Mermaid Queen, experience plus 80,000, obtain silver graded weapon, Queen's Longsword, obtain as well Mermaid Queen's Staff, Mermaid Queen's Longsword, silver grade strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, and warrior skills power increased by 10%, usable at level 20, and they also obtained 1 mermaid tear. Ning Yi has it in her hand, and she says, grab the tear of the mermaid. That would mark trial mission as completed, as it floats in her hand. She says with this, we are a step closer to the Trung Shen Academy now. Of course, Jiang Taotao says, yes, if we complete a few more trial missions and level up, we will definitely be able to enter the Shuangshen Academy. As, of course, Ning Yi just says, Mermaid's Tear has been secured, as the rest of them mention. Yes, the worst one was that guy Ling Zhen, for never teaming up with him again. Lin Mo-yu says, Yi Yi, do you have a cooldown charm? And she says yes. And she says, are you planning to do it again? We then see, of course it is the dungeon, as well as a cooldown charm. And Jiang Taotao, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao just look back, and they are utterly shocked.
Behind them, and Ning Yi says, yeah. We then see they teleport inside, and they say, wait, they're going inside again? For that lady to have a cooldown talisman, she must be very important. And then somebody says, with a very long, well, paragraph, if my eyes didn't deceive me, they chose a nightmare difficulty, right? For just 2 of them to enter the nightmare difficulty, isn't that literally just courting your death? Of course, Jiang Taotao looks back and she's kind of nervous, and she says, we can only place our hopes on them now. And then Miao Yu says, Miss Taozi, we saw how strong Lin Mo-yu is, so everything will be just fine. She says as she gets a flashback, that is true, she can't believe that Lin Mo-yu can clear it on his own, even at nightmare difficulty, and Miao Yu concurs. They teleport inside and Ning Yi says, but don't make this the last time though. Because he says, who would have thought that Lin Mo-yu would actually bring me here to grind levels now, as Lin Mo-yu just says okay, with his hands in his pocket. We then see a merfolk look at them, and Ning Yi says, the amount of times left on my cooldown artifact is enough for them to do it 2 times, and she says we need to take this opportunity and get more Mermaid's Tears into our hands. We then see the skeleton, and Lin Mo-yu says, the night is still young, let's get this dungeon over with as soon as possible, and sure, they won't be killing them as fast as I do. We then see lots of the stat notifications pop up as Ning Yi just looks down, and they are looking at the giant white snake. And they are just standing on the cliff, and Lin Mo-yu still has his hands in his pockets, guys. This guy is just too cool for us. We find out you've successfully eliminated the Mermaid Queen's pet snake at level 23. They gained 125,000 XP, and they've also obtained a silver rank E equipment, the snake leather light armor. He says, it took us more than 30 minutes to get here last time, and now it's only been more than 5 minutes. He says that these 5 minutes and they've already killed the mini-boss, which is very impressive. Ning Yi says, you're much stronger as I thought, and he looks back saying, let's go, it's time to proceed to the Mermaid's Palace, and our boy really got that riz. We arrive there as a skeleton is seen dashing towards them, and slice, these guys are a piece of cake. He says, we've killed all the soldiers protecting the palace, and the boss is about to appear. As we see the Mermaid Queen boss monster, Strength 5000, Agility 6k, Spiritual Energy 5k, Physique 6k, Skills, Scream of Sorrow, Tsunami Waves, and of course, the Queen's Lament. And our queen here looks even cooler than last time, but unfortunately, she's just gonna get wrecked and one-shotted by Lin Mo-yu skeletons. Ning Yi is literally hiding behind Lin Mo-yu, and she says, I'm not gonna look at her so I don't get cast into her enchantment magic. And she points, as she says, move Lin Mo-yu, go finish her. And our boy Lin Mo-yu is smiling, guys, so I guess Ning Yi really is a cool person. He uses Resistance Curse, and of course she is bound by his red chains like our boy is Kurapika. And then he uses Corpse Explosion, and boom, she literally just dies like that and she's burned to a crisp like some sort of pancake. And yeah, he didn't even use a single skeleton, so our boy is just too overpowered. You've successfully killed the Mermaid Queen and gained 200,000 XP. They got the silver rank weapon, the dagger of the Mermaid Queen, and they also got the grimoire of the Mermaid Queen, as well as a Mermaid's Tear. Let's freaking go. We then see it is Ning Yi, and she seems to have leveled up. She is super happy with a Mermaid's Tear in her hand, and she says let's do it one more time and get all 3 Mermaid's Tears. And Lin Mo-yu just says yeah, let's get it over with. Lin Mo-yu, however, mentions when he just met her, she was at level 19, while he was at level 10, and it's been so long, yet she is still at level 19 and has just managed to level up. As she says, Miss Taozi or Yang Taotao, we are done. He mentions that it seems like this girl doesn't really like to grind levels. They're there and the people around them say, did they just get in there like a couple minutes ago? It's only been 10 minutes. They probably didn't even manage to kill a single monster, right? And it seems that they just wasted the cooldown talisman.
But Ning Yi just looks behind her as she's holding the cooldown talisman and gives them the tongue as she mocks them. Jiang Cao Cao says it's only been 10 minutes, no way they managed to come out that fast. And Miao Yu just says, it seems that Lin Mo Yu is way stronger than we thought. We say they are looking at their wrists for some reason, and it seems that she says, let's see how much time we are going to take, and they're literally setting up the timers. Lin Mo Yu says she is almost treating this as a game at this point. And she says, let's go 8 minutes and 58 seconds, and they are 30 seconds in their previous run, as we see the Mermaid Queen just get disintegrated behind her. And geez, this is really just solo leveling, and of course Ning Yi is just there for fun. Lin Mo Yu says, let's go back now, Ning Yi. And she says, I can't wait to look at these people's faces from the other country, and I 100% agree. They come out again, and they say it really is a waste of a precious item. They definitely use up the cooldown talisman, right? They say, what a joke, they probably decided to run away after running away from one of the monsters they couldn't defeat. Of course, Ning Yi gives the okay to Jiang Cao Cao, as he asks, how did it go, Ning Yi? Did you get your hands on it? And she says, yep, it's all good. We then see them on a cliff, and then we see the portal start to disappear. They all wonder, what? The dungeon is disappearing. How could this be possible? And it seems that the portal really is away, and they find out that the dungeon will only be gone if 3 mermaids' tears have been obtained, and yes, they did it 3 times and they got it all on each try. Lin Mo Yu says, since the test is over, let's move. And Jiang Cao Cao is so serious with a mermaid's tear in her hand, and she says, okay. We see one of the people from the other countries, and he says we can't let them get away. The mermaid's tears are with them, so we must make them hand it over, as they go to attack them, and they're making a really grave mistake. They start to discuss, saying, Jiang Cao Cao's party has all the mermaid's tears. That's really hard for them to believe, but the dungeon did disappear. And so they fight, saying, since a party from our Shensha Empire got it, they can't let the Sakura country snatch it away from them. As we see one of the dudes from earlier with the summons, and he is about to attack Lin Mo Yu. We see the shadow of his monster summon, and it has red eyes, and it is pretty menacing, and it seems that both of them are about to attack Jiang Cao Cao. She looks very nervous as she is even sweating, but Lin Mo Yu says as he absorbs some of the aura outside of him, and he uses Soul Flame as he attacks one of the monsters, and of course it literally just gets disintegrated, and the guy with the ponytail who summoned him says, die. And this guy has definitely messed up, so yeah, never mess with Lin Mo Yu. He uses Divine Summoning, and he summons, well, some more monsters. He says go get them, and this guy seems to be some sort of Cobra Knight, as he has a cool axe. We see the fire on his axe, and he's about to hit him. And of course, the summoner says, your attacks are so feeble, they're really a tickle to my giant axe Divine Summon, but this guy is really just talking. Lin Mo Yu has his skeleton summon around him, and we see them attack them, and they're in rage mode as their aura is red. We see the Furious Strike, and the power is 2700. He says, wait, what? And Lin Mo Yu says it's really that weak, and the people behind him says, wait, did he just really just kill a divine summon with just one hit? And of course the summoner coughs out blood and says, wait, not only did his summon get wiped out, but he also suffered backlash. As we see 2 skeletons chase after him, and of course Lin Mo Yu says for more to go, and this guy is definitely done for. He calls one of his Taurus or his bulls to go faster, but then they all think in their heads, his skeletons are that powerful, the Divine Summoner is a legendary class and it was killed so easily, as we see an image of Lin Mo Yu here, and our boy really looks like Sung Jin Woo. They talk about what level is he, and what are those skeletons, and they wonder what the heck is his class. The guy looks back and says, a level 17 Necromancer. He must have awakened his innate ability or his talent, and so he must report this back because the Shensha Empire has somebody extremely strong. We then see him standing in the middle of his summons, guys, and our boy really looks super cold, and our boy really is about to smurf on this entire universe. One of the guys from the other country says, I give up, I'm not going to fight against those things, and he doesn't want to die as he starts to run. And we see everybody else with the robe on, and they begin to run away as well, because even if the Divine Summoner has died, how are we going to even win? And then the other people from Lin Mo Yu's country says, look at those little craps, they literally pissed their pants, and of course they really are scared of a couple skeletons.
but I think they're underestimating Lin Mo Yu's summons. They say, anyways, where did that Lin Mo Yu come from? He's a man of few words, he is ruthless, and he is a role model. As we literally just see his back like he is an MC, well he is one, and our boy really is getting that recognition. They say, yeah, he looks so cool when he single-handedly killed that divine summon. And guys, we see Ling Zhen, and he's just looking at them celebrating as he says to himself, I wonder if I would have been one of the people who completed the trial if he was in their team. And yeah, you would have, but your cockiness and your pride really comes before your fall. He says, wait, it's not my fault. Lin Mo Yu, just wait, I'll make you pay by tenfolds. As Jiang Tao Cao says, trial completed successfully. It's time to go back. They then go outside of the dungeon as we see the red chains holding it up. As we see, the system says, trial successfully completed, commencing teleportation. We are back in the Hidden Dragon Academy, also known as the Shanlong Academy, and of course they are talking as Jiang Tao Cao says, this trial was extremely important for me. Thank you so much, Lin Mo Yu, as she begins to roll her hair. And yeah, she definitely likes Lin Mo Yu. Ning Yi is on the desk tired, and she says, it's finally over, I'm really tired. Wait, but didn't she just like do nothing that entire time? But it's whatever. She says, Miss Jiang Tao Cao, you don't have to be so formal with him. Although he doesn't talk much, he's actually a really good person. She smiles as she says, look at you, always speaking up for him, and Lin Mo Yu just has a really confused face on cause yeah, Ning Yi is definitely not speaking up, she is just a troll. We see beep beep, and it seems that Bai Yuan has contacted Lin Mo Yu. It says, Lin Mo Yu, come to the Academic Affairs office for a moment. And we're in the Academic Affairs office, and we see Bai Yuan, and he says, I watched the trials recordings just now, you did very well. And he says, yeah, I did my best. Of course, Bai Yuan says to himself, wow, he's not even cocky, even though he succeeded, and he's not discouraged by failure. He then questions Lin Mo Yu if he knows what mermaid's tears are for. He says no, and he wonders if it is an extremely valuable item. He then explains, it is an item that would affect the success rate in an awakening of their innate talent during their second class transitioning at level 40. And items that can help awaken talents are very rare. Even if the level of the mermaid's tears is still relatively low, it is still very precious, as we see a really cute dude here in the summoning or the magic circle. He says at this time, unexpectedly, the Sakura country also calculated the time and location of the appearance of Mermaid Island, which almost led to the failure of the trial. He then explains furthermore, it was fortunate that he was able to obtain the mermaid tears for Shenxia, and he asks if there's anything that you want. Lin Mo Yu begins to ponder, saying he really couldn't find information on his sister at the Information Administration Office, so he wonders if this is a good opportunity. He says, can you help me find somebody? Bai Yuan is of course also a Sigma male, and he says, your sister Lin Mo Han. She joined the Changshuan Academy at the beginning of the year, so you can't really find information because all their information is confidential. He says, Shuangshen Academy. Jiang Tao Cao's ultimate dream is to go there. And he says Yi Yi and Xiaoshui have also told me that if there is a chance, he must join that academy. He gets a flashback to his sister or an image of her, and he wonders he didn't really expect his sister to enter first because it only has been like half a year. Bai Yuan says, your sister is a part of the Shuangshen Academy, so he's bound to the rules and he can't reveal anything. However, of course, he should just join the academy, and yeah, I think this is the simplest solution to all of this mess. He then says, I have sent you the requirements for joining the Shuangshen Academy, and it'll come in handy, as he types it in on his wristband. And Lin Mo Yu is very thankful. He also says one more thing. He was going to say what he knew about his sister's situation, so he can ask for another reward. And Lin Mo Yu says, I would like a cooldown amulet. Bai Yuan says, this item can't even be bought in a trading house, so it is really rare. He then tells Lin Mo Yu, fine, I knew you would want this after the training or the trial, so I will give it to you. However, you need to complete this quest, because it is worth more than just that trial. Lin Mo Yu says okay, and he mentions how with the cooldown talisman, he'll be able to grind levels like literal games here guys, way easier. Bai Yuan says, however, you have to wait until level 20 until you take this task. And if you are in a hurry, you can go to the Academy's Instance Dungeon Hall for fast leveling as he has his crystal in his hand. He puts it in his palms and says, This is the teleportation stone of the Instance Dungeon Hall. Not everybody is qualified to get it. He then uses it instantly, and Bai Yuan says, wait, he's going right away? He says his eyes did not really fool him, and he must be a really good lad. He literally just came from a trial, and he wants to go into a dungeon to level up, and this guy doesn't even need rest. And for the first time, guys, Lin Mo Yu is shocked by looking at the Instance Hall of the Xiajing Academy, as we see some sort of purple balls spinning around on some sort of holders or ceramic. I don't really know what that is. He says Bone Burial Grounds Instant Dungeon, normal difficulty, lacking a mage around level 25, preferably proficient in fire skills. Some other people mention Blood Battle Orc Legion Instant Dungeon, nightmare difficulty, lacking a healer level 20 to 25. Required to be proficient in healing, full set of bronze grade equipment, and it seems that a lot of people are looking for comrades to enter dungeons with, and this seems like a really cool, well, I think it's kind of similar to a dungeon tavern or just a dungeon guild location. And we see Lin Mo Yu as he's looking at his cool Apple Watch, and we see level above 30. It is the entrance requirement for the Shuangshen Academy, and as he looks down, he says, does that mean after my sister arrived in Xiajing Academy, she leveled up to 30 in just 3 or 4 months? We then see notification saying, clear the level 30 dungeon Abyssal Frontline with the difficulty set to Hell mode and contribution points must reach 1000. And our boy is looking kind of nervous because of this. We then see somebody go up behind him saying, hey classmate, and she asks if this is the first time he's going into a dungeon hall, and this girl has blonde hair, a ponytail, and a cross in her jacket or her vest, so I'm assuming she's some sort of healer, and yeah guys, we know she's pretty cute. She then looks behind her and says she is Shu Han, and she can introduce him to everything in the dungeon hall and everything he needs to know. And he has his hands in his pocket as he mentions that this seems like another opportunity for students to gain points as well. He then asks her how many points will suffice, and she says 100 will do. He then transfers 100 and she looks super happy, saying thank you, and I wonder if he just got scammed. She then introduces him as we see these balls floating, and she says that inside the dungeon hall there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons for those between 20 and 30, and 20 between level 30 and 40. We then see these 3 different dungeons, and she says that in addition, there are 2 large-scale dungeons that require more than 40 participants, but I'm pretty sure my boy Lin Mo Yu is going to solo them. He then explains that every single dungeon has its corresponding clearance record, and setting a new record will earn you a lot of rewards and will be notified across the entire hall. We see them standing in front of some sort of tree with the orbs floating, and she tells him that this is the dungeon hall's task center, as well as a hub for teaming recruitment. She says there you can complete tasks to earn points, join a team, and recruit comrades. Of course, Lin Mo Yu is kind of skeptical and asks, how do I earn contribution points? And she says that by participating in the Academy's trials and completing tasks assigned by the Academy, that's pretty much how you get them. He then remembers in his head that the highest contribution point task at the task center only offers 10, and with most tasks only giving 2 to 3. And so, to join Shuangshen Academy, you need 1,000, which seems kind of crazy. We then see Shu Han, and she's kind of nervous, saying, well, earning contribution points is kind of hard, because whenever a task is actually opened, it's definitely completed by somebody in a jiffy. He then looks down at his watch, and he gets a notification from Duan Gao, and he says, have you gotten your contribution points? How many did you get? Because he just transferred him 50. He says, I got 20 points, hit the jackpot, and Sister Paozi got 30 points, and she's over the moon. The people around him say that he's bluffing, but our Lin Mo Yu just really got like unlimited contribution points if he levels up even a bit. He then thanks Shu Han for guiding him, and she says you're welcome and you paid after all. She then asks him, are you planning on finding a team for a dungeon? But then he just brings up the menu and it says 1, 58 minutes, and 2, 1 hour and 17 minutes. Because it shows them the dungeon requirement and the cost for entering the point, and he just completely ignored Shu Han as he has his hand on this purple ball. He chooses nightmare mode, and the people around are like, wait, he's just a level 20, what the heck is he doing? And then one of them even mentions, I bet he was the one who got 50 contribution points. We see we are in the mutated forest, and our boy Lin Mo Yu is level 17 with 32.57% in, and he's pretty close, well, almost halfway to level 18. We see him with his hands in his pocket, and he wonders, I wonder how much I'll level up after completing this dungeon. We see notifications of him, or well, his skeletons killing these mutated gray bears, and he says to himself, he can leave the task of clearing minor monsters to the skeleton, and he has to find the boss one as soon as possible. He then looks into a water, and then there's some sort of big hole there, and this is where the boss is located. It comes out, and it is a mutated gel turtle, and it looks like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle gone rogue. Its level is 19, strength 4000, agility 500, mentality 500, physique 7000, skills bite sweep, and super defense, as you see it here, and it looks kind of scary, guys. But while it is suspended in the air, his skeletons gather up on him and gang up on him, but then it uses super defense so their attacks just get neglected. He then puts more power into them, saying, the skeleton warrior's furious strike didn't even do much, and he says, sorry, but I need to go pretty soon, and he uses soul flame, because he'll use skills that ignore the defense. Of course, you see the turtle here, and GG bro, and of course it just flips over, and yeah, this is the end. He then uses Furious Strike or Rage Strike, and we see his skeletons become bloodlusted and they jump towards the turtle. And yeah, GG to the turtle, he even lost both of his arms. We see defeated mutated Jiao Turtle. He gained 150,000 XP, and he also gained a bronze class weapon, the Jiao Turtle gauntlets. He gained the turtle heavy armor, and he even gained a low level monster core. He then is absorbing everything that he got, and we see that he gained over 35% on his XP bar, and he wonders what the reward will be for breaking the record. The hall's bell starts to ring, as we hear, somebody has set a new dungeon record, and they wonder which elite team has done it. We then see a really creepy, well, some sort of status leaderboard that shows a record, and I think this looks pretty cool. And it says, the new record for the mutated forest, number of players 1, level 17 Necromancer Linmo Yu, completion time 35 minutes, and this is a rank 1. Everybody is shocked by this as they're looking up into the air, and by the way, these look like little colorful boba pieces, but I just don't know what they are. I'm guessing they're crystals. They say, what? A solo run? Even if it's just a level 17 low tier dungeon, he's almost twice as fast as a previous record. And he comes back looking at his watch, and he says to himself, that setting a record does give you contribution points. As you see here, he has received 1,000 points normally and 5 contribution points awarded all at once. We then see he is ready to head back in, and the people around are like, what the heck? I'm a level 30, should I go ask him to help so I can get my level up? But then they say that that's really shameless, and yeah, asking help from a level 17 is just pretty embarrassing. We then see he's in the Spider Nest level 20 dungeon, and your requirement is level 18 to 21, so our boy cannot enter it. He then walks and everybody around him is literally rizzed away, and they're shocked and scared to go up to him. An hour later, he reached level 18, and the people are all amazed at how fast he is leveling up. We see a new record for the mutated forest has appeared, and yes, Linmo Yu, a level 18 Necromancer, he cleared it in 24 minutes. They all wonder, who is this guy? That record was set by a near perfect 5-player team and had stood there for 3 years. How the heck is this guy just clearing it? We see Linmo Yu is ready to enter the Spider Nest dungeon, and the dungeon record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. He wonders if the Spider Nest's record was set by them too. He then enters it and selects Nightmare mode, saying, I'm sorry, but I need many contribution points, so it seems I'm going to be taking that record, and our boy is an absolute savage. He has his hands in his pocket as he asks, is this really the Spider Nest? And he mentions that it's super dark. He then puts a fire in his hand and he starts to summon, of course, his skeletons. And I want you guys to guess how many times has he summoned his skeletons so far into this manhwa. We see defeated level 20 Crimson Spider, experience plus 9k, and defeated level 19 Long-Haired Spider, experience plus 8k. And he mentions that there's so many forks in the road, and all the skeletons are encountering enemies nearby. By the way, for forks, it means diversions or like splitting up, and that's what the translator left with us. He also wonders if all the little spiders as well are dungeon monsters, because they literally look harmless, well I think maybe only to Linmo Yu. He said let's try a skill, and he uses Soul Flame, and there are notifications saying, defeated level 18 Little Spider, plus 500 experience, and he mentions that the experience given is equivalent to 20 enhanced elite monsters of the same level, so this is actually a bargain. We see the spiders jump on one of his summons though, but of course his physique is going down because the spiders are biting him. He then uses the return space and brings back some of the skeletons. As we see, the recall has failed and he wonders if it's because there are spiders on it. But then he just uses corpse explosion and he clears all the spiders just like that with a blink of an eye. He then dashes forward and says because this is a prime hotspot for farming experience, he definitely has to use the most of it, and he can't let this go to waste. 10 minutes later, as we see he is about to fight the Spider King boss level monster, level 21, strength 5k, agility 3.5k, spirit 500, physique 4000, and skills web spitting and acid, wind swirl, and wow, what a very cliche attack of web spitting. He says, I finally found you, and he gives a very menacing smirk, and he wonders how much HP or how much XP he's going to get. We then see it's Shu-Han outside of the nest, as she says, can he really solo and clear the spider nest? And somebody even folds his arms saying, yeah, that is known as a holy ground for ranking up experience, so that guy is as good as dead. We see now he is level 18 and he is 81% there, and he mentioned that after clearing it once, the experience increased by 80%. And so, after defeating the Spider King, he gained 190,000 experience and he also gained 4 silver ranked weapons and a spider dagger. Shu-Han wonders if he just died, but then, while he's pouting, we see Lin Mo-yu come out of nowhere, and she says, you're finally out, did you clear the dungeon? She then says nervously, and she doesn't really know what to say, she said it's okay if you didn't clear it. The monsters are really scary and it's pretty much impossible for one person to clear. But our boy Lin Mo-yu says, yeah, I appreciate your concern, but I literally just soloed it just now. She says, he actually pulled it off, all by himself? There's no way that he set a new record when it was previously held by a 5-person team. She looks at him guys and yep, she is definitely rizzed up and she fell for him. And she says, he looks so relaxed. It seems that this isn't even his limit. Lin Mo-yu asks if you know which dungeons give more experience, and she says for those under level 25, the spider nest definitely provides the most, and the spider from the spider nest is almost 3 times that of the forest he cleared previously. We see that he has cooldown removal 40 points, and he mentions but clearing it this way, offsetting the cooldown consumes a lot of points. He then asks Shu-Han, is there a dungeon that's fast to clear and also offers high experience? And she says yes, there is one. You can try forming a team with others to challenge the Tyrant Desert, and it is a large dungeon. She explains as we see an image of it behind her and it seems pretty sandy. She mentions that because it is literally Gigachad or ginormous, you are allowed to have a 40-person team, and players at level 20 can enter, and many high-level players earn points by carrying newbies through it. And Lin Mo-yu mentions, I wonder if it can be soloed, because it is a large dungeon, and our boy Lin Mo-yu really is just too crazy. He says thank you as he looks away and walks away, and I'm pretty sure he's headed towards that dungeon right now to get level 20, and of course Shu-Han is just shocked by this. He smiles, saying I'll take your experience, as we see he enters a spider nest again with all the spiders looking at him, ready to devour him. But yeah, that's not happening. We then see Bai Yi-wan and they're looking at him along with some other fellow teachers or instructors on the big screen. And then he mentions, even though I had met him previously, I was still taken aback after watching this battle. We see an old dude literally rubbing his beard and his name is Meng An Wen. And he mentioned he soloed the mermaid dungeon and obtained all 3 tiers of the mermaid, huh? He says those expressions from Country Y were extremely fascinating. And beside him is a cool looking dude like he's also a former anime protagonist, and his name is Hong Shan, the dean of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Of course, Bai Yi-wan says, in reply, it's an amplification talent. I didn't ask how many times it multiplies though, because that's his personal secret and matter. Bai Yi-wan then finishes the drink in his cup and mentions he thinks that he has a promising future because his sister has already joined the Chuang Shen Academy. We see the both of them here and they actually look very similar, and his sister looks pretty cool. He says that his sister is also favored by the old man who is nurturing her, and I wonder who could that be. And Bai also says that he might also be taken under that old man's wing. He then explains that it seems that our human race will have soon 2 stars rising, and the guy to his left mentions, in my opinion, that young man in the future might become a formidable presence, able to go against thousands at once. As we see his skeletons dashing into battle against the spiders, and he's on top of the hill just commanding them from there. He gives a really wide grin, saying, "This time I'll not only kill all the spiders, I'll gain a bit less experience, but of course he still earned a lot because of the boost in experience," and he mentions that the completion time has sped up, and that he'll clear the record for this dungeon, and yeah, this is just another ordinary day for our boy Linmo Yu. Everybody in the hall are saying, "Wait, it must be that student Linmo Yu again," because we hear that the bell has rung once again, meaning the record has been broken. And Ling Zhen just says, "What's with your nonsense about having a powerful class? That boy Linmo Yu just got fortunate." And he gives a thumbs down saying he's just from a regular academy and he got some connection to Bai Shen, and yeah, this guy is definitely jealous. But then Shu Han yells, "What's wrong being from a regular academy? Why can somebody from a regular academy set the record?" And then one of the other guys below him says, "Hey, I recognize you. You're from the Hidden Dragon Academy. Do you really think your academy is superior?" As we see, Linmo Yu is coming out and our boy literally plays with his hair and he thinks he's Gojo. Anyway, we see the tombstone or the floating hologram behind him and it says new record for Spider Nest Dungeon. Number of players 1, level 19 Necromancer Linmo Yu, it took him 47 minutes. And of course, he is the number 1 ranker and he got 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Everybody says, "Hey, great one, somebody is flattering you." And then Linmo Yu just looks at Ling Zhen and he says, "It's you again, huh?" And Ling Zhen says, "Stop showing off, Linmo Yu. I know it's because Bai is backing you up." But of course, Linmo Yu gives a very scary look and says, "I've tolerated you enough times." And of course, it's not convenient to make a move within the academy. And our boy Ling Zhen is literally shocked to his core. And he says to himself, his eyes, has he killed somebody before? Why the heck do I feel so scared? And he says it must be an illusion. And Linmo Yu has reached level 19 and is at 74%. And he mentions that he needs to level up to level 20 before the day ends. And yeah, Ling Zhen, you definitely should not mess with the strongest necromancer and the only necromancer of all time. We see Linmo Yu as he has his head in the air with his aura going out of it. And he says after this grind, he can finally level up. We see a very beautiful orange bright aura, and of course it says that he has leveled up and he has reached level 20. He remembered how before he accepted Bai Shen's task, he wants to take a look at the changes after leveling up. We see his occupation is still Necromancer as usual, but he has a strong increase in all of his attributes. We also noticed that he has a 200 space capacity in his summoning space as well, and he uses 500 spirit to summon something up. We then see it is a silver level skeleton warrior compared to the black iron one he summoned before, and he mentions that attributes are comprehensively enhanced and almost a single one can compete with a boss in a dungeon. He then begins to ponder, saying, "Summoning skeletons consumes too much, and it's time to get some new gear." He then walks out of the dungeon and everybody is like, "Wait, it's that expert again. No way, he went from level 17 to level 20, this guy must be cheating." We see Linmo Yu at the counter and he says, "Can you help me sell this for some gold as well as some beginner skill scrolls?" And the clerk is like, "Hold on, how did this level 20 get this good of unequipment?" The man takes it and says, all right, but don't you need these equipment for yourself? So why even sell it?" But then he mentions that he does need new equipment, but ordinary silver gear is of no use. As we see something drops, and he picks it up and gives it back to him, and saying, "No worries, we also have a point store here, and all the real good stuff is here," as he says nervously. He then guides him into the room as we see things enclosed in these glass boxes, as we see a spiritual longsword, a silver level for 400 spirit, and the craftsman is Zantai, and it is one of the 3 spiritual item set, and it is 3,000 points. Linmo Yu then mentions, it seems that the equipment here is even better in this sex, and so it's time to cop some. He also sees a spiritual robe and spiritual ring, and he mentions how these effects can provide an additional 800 spirit. He then looks, and something catches his eye. It is a scythe, and oh yes guys, this is going to be his signature weapon. It is 50,000 points as we see it here, and he mentions that with this price, he's pretty sure that not a lot of people at the academy can purchase it. This is Danathus' scythe, a growth type weapon usable for level 10 and above, and it is one of the Necromancer set. It has Reaper, and when Danathus' scythe absorbs the skull of an abyssal demon, it gains experience and grows.
It has Undying, and it has Hero General Formation, but of course the others are locked and they can be unlocked with upgrades. He mentions how this is one of the Necromancer set item, and guys, this looks super freaking cool, and I know our boy Linmo Yu is gonna look super good while he's wielding this, just commanding his summons. He mentions that his skeleton warriors could indeed use a leader, and so he buys it. We then see a sort of monster come up behind him, and I'm guessing this is his aura. And then he mentions that even though it has some attributes, in others' eyes it is pure trash, but it can even absorb the souls of abyssal demons, so he gives a smile saying that this is a perfect weapon to him. He is about to purchase the items as a clerk says, "Do you know how many points it costs? Did you read it wrong?" But Linmo Yu just gives him his special card. And yes guys, the clerk is absolutely shocked to see that he has 130,000 points. And he mentions that the scythe that has been there has been longer than he has been working there, as Linmo Yu has it in his left hand holding it, and our boy just walks away like an absolute Sigma male. The clerk then says he never imagined that somebody would ever choose it, because I'm guessing Necromancer class is such a really rare one, especially for Linmo Yu, his is an ultimate Necromancer class. He has it in his hand and it's floating along with some beginner level scrolls, and he mentions that he doesn't have the opportunity to seek abyssal demons, so he has to awaken the weapon using some scrolls. We then see the scroll begins to disappear, as well as our boy Linmo Yu focusing for a successful pull. He has acquired skeleton armor, and of course the summon skeletal armor providing 100 points of physique-based defense and increasing resistance to elemental attacks by 10%, but it only lasts 5 minutes and it can also be used for others. He mentions that this is finally a great skill that can help with his weaknesses, which I think is just gonna make our boy even stronger. He then looks at his hand as something starts to form. As we see, I think that he has a new summon. He then points towards the ground and says come out. And yes, it is a black iron tier skeletal mage guys. Although his stats are weak, our boy is literally able to damage a target with his fire element, and the attack power is determined by Linmo Yu's spirit. He mentions that this way, his skeletons will have a ranged attack, and yes, this is just another reason why Linmo Yu is going to get even stronger. We see Linmo Yu as he is talking while Bai Yu is across from him, and Bai Yu asks him what is up. He mentions how he has reached level 20, and our boy, or Mr. Bai, is just shocked by this. He mentions how his speed is even faster than Lord Bai back when he was in his prime. He gives a smile saying, well, both of these siblings are monsters, and he tells Linmo Yu the mission is simple, just go and fetch something for me. He says that since you went to the dungeon hall, you must know about a large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant Desert. He says you need to retrieve the Tyrant's heart, as we see it here, and it looks very beautiful as it is glistening with gold, and gosh, this is super shiny. He mentions as a 40-player large-scale dungeon, I won't mention the difficulty, and you should be aware, and Lord Bai mentions 3 days. As long as you bring it back here, I'll get you that cooldown amulet. And of course, he says that the cooldown amulet is way beyond that of what the dungeon hall can compare to, and so it can even go back for the top level dungeons of that month. And Lord Bai tells him, and even if you complete the mission, I'll tell you how to upgrade the cooldown amulet. And Linmo Yu is shocked to know that you can actually upgrade these. Of course, Linmo Yu says I'll bring this back as soon as possible. And Lord Bai says the reason I only gave you 3 days is because in those 3 days, an opening ceremony will be held. Linmo Yu leaves as an old man, of course, enters the room, and this is no one other than Meng Anwen. And he asks, are you really satisfied with Linmo Yu? Lord Bai says very cheerfully with his arms folded, you know what, the more I look at him, the more I am satisfied with who he is, because he's super calm and collected, and it's kind of contrary to who Lord Bai was. Lord Anwen then tells him, I remember when you went in at level 30 back then, and you came out in a sorry state, and Lord Bai is just there sweating, saying, well, Linmo Yu is way stronger than me, as you see an image of Linmo Yu walking away to the sunset, and gosh, our boy just continues to keep being cool. And I cannot wait to see what his scythe is going to do on the battlefield. We see he has his hand on the orb again, and everybody mentions that's a large-scale dungeon. There is no way in heck that he's going to try and set a record for it. We then see it is the Tyrant Desert, Dragon Soaring Academy, 40 players, 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. And that is the record. Of course, Shuhan is there and she says, Junior Linmo Yu, what are you doing here? He greets her, and of course, Shuhan is just shocked by this. And she says, "Are you looking at the Tyrant Desert? After clearing so many dungeons yesterday, this guy should really go take a break. Is he crazy?" But Lin Mo-yu couldn't be bothered in the slightest. He then tells her, "Well, there's an item in the dungeon that I need, which is the Tyrant's Heart, and I need to acquire it." And she mentions, "Wait a second, that's what drops when the boss is killed. Do you really expect to get it?" She even says, "You can craft an incredibly powerful box accessory, which is a Tyrant Necklace, and with that, it only drops once a year as well. And so, the last time the Tyrant's Heart was appeared was 2 years ago, so this is super rare, as you see the pendant, and yeah, this looks incredibly rare to me." She then mentions, "You don't think you're challenging the Tyrant Desert alone, are you?" And she says, "This dude really just hit level 20 and he doesn't even have any teammates." She covers her mouth like, "No way, you're going to solo it?" And yeah, she just figured it out now, and yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are, Shuhan. Anyway, she tells Junior Lin as she looks at him, "You are going on a suicide mission." But then somebody walks up behind them, and she says it's them, and they are from the Bailey Academy, and they wanted, for a long time, to break the Tyrant Desert record. We see this guy with white hair, and we see something covering his mouth with 4 horns on it. And this looks pretty scary, guys, but this dude looks absolutely huge, and his type of armor is a gold level equipment. Of course, he looks back towards his soldiers or his comrades, and mentions that this time, their academy shall set the record. He mentions if this messes up, he's going to get pissed, and he wonders if the 2 people, which is Lin Mo-yu and Shuhan beside them, are also planning to clear it as well. Lin Mo-yu goes up the steps slowly, and then they're all wondering, wait, has anybody even soloed a large-scale dungeon before? This guy is on a suicide mission. But the old man from Bailey Academy, or I think this guy's pretty young, but he just looks old because of his white hair, he just says, he's going into the Tyrant Desert by himself, huh? Where did this rookie come from? Did nobody tell him it's a large-scale dungeon? The people around say, "Don't mind that fool because we got this. We are in the Tyrant level dungeon or the Tyrant Desert dungeon, and oh gosh, I got blinded by this by reading it at like 3 AM. He launches out his zombies, and he mentions that it seems like he'll have to explore the dungeon map on his own. He begins to ponder as he thinks of the directions that his skeletons should be scattered up, and he mentions how looking at it, his remaining 80,000 points won't last long. And finally, he encountered a monster. We see the Desert Ghost Tree is a super enhanced elite monster, level 25, strength 5000, agility 1k, spirit 2k, physique 6k, and it has a deathbind skill. One of his soldiers falls on it, and he mentions that even just an ordinary small monster has stats comparable to a level 24 in the Mermaid Dungeon, so this is going to be quite hard. But Slash, one of his skeletons, just kills a level 25 Desert Ghost Tree, and he gets 3000 experience. And he mentions that the experience that he gained is at the same as the boss level. He then uses skeletal armor, and mentions that because dungeon lurks in the dunes, it's better to stay safe. As we see, it is a huge vast land, and he has 3 of his goons or his summons just there beside him. He then stumbles upon an oasis, and he mentions how because of this, he's sure that nearby monsters will gather around. And as we expected, we see it is an oasis giant scorpion which is purple and kind of cool looking, and it jumps towards him, and he mentions that this is not a good thing to just approach recklessly. We see one of the skeletons uses Rampage Strike, and even the translator mentioned that they keep changing it from Rampage to Rage Strike, and it's just a fun thing to do, which I kind of appreciate. We see a skeleton slash up the Oasis Giant Scorpion, and yeah, GG to those scorpions, and I was gonna say they're gonna turn into food, but I don't think we eat scorpions here. Anyways, he mentions that there's a fruit on a tree, and he wonders if it is produced by the dungeon. He then has a fire in his hand, and says go pick that fruit for me, and he wonders if that can help him collect these fruits. One of those skeletons then puts one on his head and offers it to Lin Mo-yu, and he wonders what these fruits have. It is a desert oasis fruit. It can rapidly restore a large amount of spiritual power, but it must be consumed within 5 minutes and it can't be saved into your inventory. And so Lin Mo-yu just chomps at it, and it looks like a little mini watermelon, and we see that his spiritual power is just rapidly recovering. More skeletons come as we see the watermelons or whatever the spiritual fruit is on top of these palm trees. He gives a smile, saying, "Come forth, skeleton mage," and he mentions how this is good for practicing skills and leveling them up. He says that he was just wondering how to level up these mage summoning skills, and it seems that this is the perfect chance as we see the mage here in all of its coolness. He mentions that as long as his skill reaches level 20, the mage can even become a silver tier, which will be a huge addition. And guess what? Our boy is just here eating those fruits, guys, and he's just watching from afar like he's watching a movie. We see his summoned skeleton mage has reached level 20 that quickly. As we see, it is now a silver tier, and gosh guys, it looks way cooler. I mean, just look at this. There's even like floating crystals or diamonds on his robe and armor. It has explosive flames, thunderstorm, and tornado skills. And he smiles with it beside him, saying, "You had fun killing my skeletons, but now it's time for me to return this favor." And guys, let's just say rest in peace to the scorpions. Yeah, goodbye. We see one of his skeletons with fire around him and one of his skeletons with ice. One has a tornado and one has a lightning. And I am so hyped to see what our boy Linmo Yu is going to do with these mages. We see there are 4 of his mages using a tornado skill and 1 using a fire skill. And somehow they just get electrocuted, and Linmo Yu just has a fruit in his hand. This guy must love this fruit. And he mentions that this is how a dungeon, a large dungeon, should be. He's surprised because there's no more of them. And he mentions it would be always good if there was always that many monsters, because the skeleton mages really need to level up. As you see the oasis here on a sun setting in the dungeon, and I think it's a pretty cool panel. But then something comes up behind him and he has his scythe out and he summons skeleton armor because another horde of tarantulas come behind him. Oh, sorry, it was actually ants, but they are level 26 ants. He manages to land somewhere and he wonders if this is the ant's nest. We also see a flying desert ant, level 27 with a strength of 6k, which this means that our boy might be in a predicament. He mentions how flying ants are considered the personal troops of the queen ant, so he wonders if the boss ant is there. His skeleton armor prevents the ant from hurting him, and he says, "You're bullying me, huh? Just because my skeleton armor isn't leveled up?" And so he brings out one of his mages that uses tornado, and the ants are sent flying. He is standing on top of a cliff, and he says, "Come out, my soldiers." And now he wants them to look for where the queen ant is. As you see, his mages just wipe off all of these other bugs or these ants, and he finally located her. The queen ant, and her size on the map is pretty huge. We see she is a desert queen ant, the leader level monster, with a level 29, and her strength is 9,000, and she can summon ants, sonic wave attacks, storm strike, and curl. We also see that our personal army is of level 27, which is pretty cool, as we see Linmo Yu with his skeleton army ready to mess these dudes up. He says how boring. He thought that this would be a challenging boss, and just as he says that, they launch a sort of dust storm towards them and he covers his face, saying, "That's the same grade as my soldiers, this attack." He says, "Thank God that I have this skeleton armor." He then says, "Mages, stall the queen's army," and he tells the ground troops to go for the kill. We see that of course the queen uses hardened shell to protect herself, and then she uses sonic wave attack, and some of Linmo Yu's summons are completely obliterated. She summons more ants, and Linmo Yu says this is a waste of time, and he says, "Revive my warriors." He looks behind him, and he says, "Wait, those summon ants." He says because it's like that, it looks like you're all going to die now. He uses corpse explosion, and the cocoon is, well, completely gone. He gets 800,000 experience. He obtained a silver grade weapon, the queen ant spear, the queen ant ring, and the queen ant egg. And we also find out that it can be incubated by a beast tamer, and he can even get the queen ant. And I know that's going to be an extraordinary summon. We see he is at level 20, 78% still, as he has the egg in his hand. He mentions that with this, his experience has gone up significantly. He says now it's time to farm experience again, and it's time to head and do the tyrant's heart. We see the skeleton slash away as well, and it kills some centipedes too. As we see, he is ready to confront these villains. We see it is the lion tyrant, the world level leader. He is a beautiful white color with a majestic mane, and he has some sort of halo on top of him. He is sitting on his gold throne with his head on his hand, kneeling on one of the armrests. while the rest of the lions are bowing down to him, and I think this is going to be a fight for us to remember. The chapter starts as we see Lin Mo Yu has arrived to the fortress. We see a sort of lion dude, and he's a lion archer, and he has a bow on his back, and this guy is a desert lion archer, and yeah, it's just funny seeing a lion really just standing up like this. We see another lion swing some of his spears or a sword, and he is a desert lion warrior, and he is a level 28 monster, and he's also classified as an extremely strong elite monster. We see 3 of them, and oh gosh, this is just a dangerous trio, the 3 Stooges, and Lin Mo Yu mentions how they're moving information, so it seems he won't be able to use a tactic that he did with the Oasis monsters. And yes guys, we see Lin Mo Yu holding his awesome scythe from last chapter, and our boy is just chilling, and yeah, he literally has his hands in his pocket, guys. Like, I don't think Lin Mo Yu has even tried one bit. He says, summon, Hero General. And guys, this monster right here reminds me of Icarus from Solo Leveling. Let me know if you guys agree. And he has a skill, Military Influence, and this guy is super scary. He summons more of his soldiers, and of course his Hero General tells them, go and attack, and they will be led by the General. He points his scythe towards the battlefield. And gosh, Lin Mo Yu just really is just so cool, guys. Oh my gosh. We see the rest of the skeletons, and they seem to be in rage mode, and the lions are ready to attack. They launch 100 arrows, and it is headed towards Lin Mo Yu's skeletons. But to no effect, because of course, our boys are literally skeletons. The lions are super afraid, and Lin Mo Yu mentions how it really is a pity that their bodies are inside the castle, so he can't use corpse explosion, because if he does, then he won't be able to get in. He says, I had fun with you guys, and Lin Mo Yu is just here casually looking so cool. We see the Hero General again here, and guys, this guy literally looks bloodlusted to the maximum, and he looks leads ahead above the other summons. He uses Rage Strike, and yeah, pretty much it's GG for those entire lions. We see he is in front of the gate, and he tells his mages to focus and concentrate on destroying it, as we see the fire and the ice head towards the gate. He then begins to ponder like he's the thinker, and he says this is truly a large dungeon, and the party would have to work together and find different ways to open the gate and to meet the final boss. But he just gives a really weird smile, and he gives a grin because he knows that all the troubles with this mechanism is taken into account that all of the team members are not strong enough. And so, he tells his skeletons to of course put all of the lion bodies in front of the gate and stack it on top of each other. And now he uses corpse explosion, and boom! Of course the gate explodes, and he's just there with a scythe on his shoulder, and his Hero General is just there being very mysterious. We then see the lion sitting on his throne with a very cool halo around his back. And guys, this lion looks like he's gonna be a lot of trouble. This is a lion tyrant. He is a world level leader, a level 31, with strength of 13,000, agility 8k, spirit 4k, physique 12,000, and he has hell roar, furry pounce, and revolving storm. And yeah, this guy just really seems like another type of beast. Lin Mo Yu stares at him and wonders, so this is a world level boss, huh? He mentions alone that his aura is way different from the other bosses he has faced. We see the lion stand up, and he gives a very menacing look, and it's not the one of Riz, but rather of death. Guys, Lin Mo Yu is standing right below this guy, and Lin Mo Yu is literally just an ant. I thought the lion was way smaller than he would be, but still, for Lin Mo Yu to be like literally an ant against this guy, it just is really crazy. The lion tyrant just jumps up to the air and uses Fury Pounce. As we see, it is going up against his Silver Great Skeleton Warriors, and all their attributes such as Strength, Agility, Spirit, Physique are only at 4,000, and yeah, as you expected, they literally get swept away, as we see that 2 of his Skeleton Warriors have died. We see the lion put some sort of red flame on his hand, and of course, the lion uses Thunderbolt to stop their efforts, and they even try to use Paralyze, but it is of no use, as of course, he just throws it all away. The lion looks way more furious as he has his weapon in his hand. He uses Revolving Storm, and it seems like some sort of tornado. And yeah, all of Lin Mo Yu's summons are literally put into a McFlurry from McDonald's, and they're just sent flying. And guys, 24 of the Skeleton Warriors have died now, and that's probably the most Lin Mo Yu has ever lost in a dungeon. Lin Mo Yu covers his face, as he is in awe of the Lion Tyrant's immense strength. He mentions how even night professionals won't be able to withstand one of his attacks, and so he needs to stop him ASAP. He launches his red chains towards him, but then, as a lion is covered in these red shackles, it just uses Hell Roar, and using Hell Roar kills 14 of his skeletons. And wow, this lion, I don't know guys, it's not looking good for Lin Mo Yu. Lin Mo Yu mentions how his skeleton armor can't even last 2 seconds as we see it break here. As we see the lion already jump up to the air with his 2 axes in his hand, and he uses fury pelts and his eyes are so red guys, yeah. I hope Lin Mo Yu doesn't just get wrecked by this. He jumps on top of Lin Mo Yu, and Lin Mo Yu mentions how he's not that scared though because he has damage transfer on, but still, if he hesitates for a single moment, all of his warriors will be left out. He then puts his hand up to the air and uses Soul Blaze on the lion, and he sees there is a chance now after the lion comes crashing to the ground. The lion then begins to get up, but of course his mages have already sent their attacks towards him. He just slashes them all apart, and 4 skeleton warriors have died, and the lion tyrant seems even more furious than like 10 seconds ago. Lin Mo Yu puts out both hands and none of his hands are in his pockets now, and this symbolizes that yes, our boy Lin Mo Yu has gotten serious. He says if he can't stop it with the Soul Blaze, he would have to do something else. He also mentions how if he didn't even level up his mages, he would have died right at that moment. And so 20 minutes later, Flame Burst, Tornado, Ice Storm, Thunderbolt. The lion used all of this, but finally, after hours of Lin Mo Yu's strength being poured out into this fight, it finally falls down as we see his hand. And he literally just trips, just kidding guys, he just falls down with great respect. Lin Mo Yu then says, I approve of you, and he has both of his hands in his pockets now. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu approving a villain, yeah, that's a pretty good accomplishment to die by guys. We see killed Lion Tyrant, he gained 2 million XP. Guys, he gained 2 million XP, that is absolutely crazy. He obtained the gold grade weapon, the Tyrant Battle Axe, the gold grade weapon, the Tyrant Sword, as well as the Tyrant Staff, which is also a gold grade weapon. Of course, he obtains a Tyrant Heart, which has a drop rate cooldown of an entire year, which is way too long. And we also find out that it is a very unique item, and it is essential in making the Tyrant's Necklace, and the chapter comes to a very satisfying end. Of course guys, Lin Mo Yu levels up once again and he just looks back and acts all dumb like, wait, I just leveled up? Yeah, this guy's just way too cool and his coolness is off the charts. He then plays with his hair like he's some sort of model. This guy thinks he's Patrick Bateman or something, and he says, I totally forgot I was level 20 while fighting the boss. Yeah, this dude is just a show off now. He then is kind of shocked though, after finding out that his skeleton mages also leveled up as well. He said if he fully learns the skills, he wonders if they'll level up as well as him. He says if that's the case, then of course he's just gonna max out his skills like this is solo leveling to the max. He says this while looking at the dead Lion Tyrant, and of course he says, although it's going to get heavier and harder to level up from now on, if I don't max out my skills. Now he got the heart and we are back into the dungeon hall and we hear 6 bells, and everybody mentions how wait, this is such a rare occurrence. They wonder who it is because this means that a new record has been set in this large dungeon as you see all the people waiting, looking at these mysterious floating crystal balls or something. I'm never going to find out what these are, guys. Anyway, they say, who is it? And then we see some dude named Bai Li Sheng, who is a grandson of the Bai Li Academy's headmaster. And he says, let's go. It was said by our Bai Li Academy. And then he says, I remember Lin Mo Yu went in too, could it be him? As somebody says that in the crowd. Of course, he then gives a very confused look. He's like, what the heck? What kind of academy does he go to? And what party does he belong as well? Of course, Bai Li Sheng really is a doubter, and he doesn't know how strong our boy Lin Mo Yu is. He says, I can't believe there'd be somebody who dared to compete with us. Somebody then whispers in his ear, boss, Lin Mo Yu is, and I'm guessing he said that he is a solo leveling, well, oh, sorry guys. He is a solo ranking up monster and solo clearer. And then Bai Li Sheng begins to laugh until his stomach hurts, and he even punches himself, saying, you said he really went in alone? Come on, dude, you really don't know what you're talking about. Then some of the people on the crowd say, this dude must not know who our boy Lin Mo Yu the GOAT is. He already set new records for 2 dungeons. And Bai Li Sheng just mentions he's at most level 20, and a large dungeon is simply not able to be cleared like that. We see a notification pop up. Tyrant's Heart has spawned. The cooldown is a whole year, and oh gosh, everybody in the crowd is just astonished, and they mentioned that this means that if you don't kill the tyrant within an hour, the tyrant's heart won't be dropped. So that means Lin Mo-yu just killed the boss tyrant in just 1 hour. Of course, Bai Li Sheng really looks like somebody straight out of Lookism, like a bully, like your old grandpa, like an old uncle. I'm going to stop roasting this guy. Anyway, he says, not only did we set a new record, we also got the tyrant's heart. We see a new record has been set in the large dungeon. Tyrant Desert Lin Mo-yu, level 21, 14 hours and 11 minutes with 43 seconds. Everybody is shocked, as well as Bai Li Sheng, and his expression turned even uglier as he begins to sweat, saying, Lin Mo-yu? Lin Mo-yu then walks out of the dungeon, and everybody's jaw drops and they give him $1 billion. I'm just kidding, guys. But they are all shocked to see that it was actually him, and that he managed to solo it, and even set a new record for the Bai Li Academy, and this is simply unheard of. He then sees Bai Li Sheng, and guys, am I right, or Bai Li Sheng just aged like 20 years in 2 panels, and he mentions, are you Lin Mo-yu? Lin Mo-yu just ignores him like an absolute Chad and says, I'm busy. And yeah, guys, let's be more like Lin Mo-yu and just be the bigger person and the Sigma male. Everybody is like, wait, he just really embarrassed the headmaster's son. And they mention how this dude is definitely going to be on the front headlines tomorrow. Everybody on the grounds of the city hall mentioned that this guy's already level 21 when he entered at level 20. And they mentioned that this is extremely terrifying and absolutely unheard of in the history of the academy, and they are very scared now and very curious if this is a true strength of the Necromancer class. We see Bai Yuan, and of course he seems kind of drowsy, so I'm guessing he just took a nap because he's probably really lazy now that he's this strong. But he sees a hologram pop up on his Apple Watch, and of course it is Lin Mo-yu. He asks Lin Mo-yu if he couldn't find a party, to which Lin Mo-yu just responds, I have obtained the heart of the tyrant. Of course, Bai Li then says, okay, I'll look for some new team members for you. But then, his expression goes south when he says, wait, did I just hear that right? Did you really just obtain the tyrant's heart? To which Lin Mo-yu says, Roger, affirmative, and yeah, I really did, bro, or sir. Of course, Bai Yuan is in shock by this, and he mentions, didn't I just give him this task? There's no way he managed to get it. And of course, Bai Yuan tells him, where are you right now? To which Lin Mo-yu is currently located by the dormitory, and while he gets a notification saying that he's set a new record for the Tyrant Desert, he has also obtained 5,000 points and 30 contribution points, but of course, he's kind of sad that he did get more contribution points. He suddenly gets teleported somewhere, and of course, he is with Lord Bai Yuan, and he meets Mr. Meng, who is sitting down by a coffee table having a drink. He bows down to Lord Meng Anwen, who is the Divine Level Formation Master, and Bai Yuan says there's no need for formalities because, of course, this guy, Meng Anwen, is a very easygoing person. And assuming he's probably one of the strongest in the series, I'm sure I know why he would be very easygoing. Bai Yuan then tells Lin Mo-yu to bring out the tyrant's heart as they are gathered around the table having a drink. He then whips it out, and of course, even Anwen is super surprised by this. And Bai Yuan says, you really solo cleared it this time as well. He says, yeah bro, or yeah sir, and Bai Yuan asks him how many times or how long did it take. And of course Lin Mo-yu replies, 14 hours, that's how long it took me. And Bai Yuan just looks at Meng Anwen, and our boy is like, yo old man, did you really just hear this? Of course Meng Anwen says, hey old Bai, you gotta keep your word now. And Lord Bai tosses something to Lin Mo-yu while the tyrant's heart is in the center of this round table. And yes guys, Lin Mo-yu has it in his hand. Within his grasp is the cooldown talisman, and now he'll be able to go to more dungeons even quicker. Lord Bai then asks, are you really that in a rush to go to the creation seminary? And Lin Mo-yu says affirmative, and he also needs a lot of contribution score, because setting 3 records gives him 90 contribution scores, and he needs 1,000, which is way more than he had expected. Of course, he asks Lord Bai if he can use this in the Yuan battlefield, and Lord Bai says, yeah, you can do whatever you want, but are you willing to accept this task? Lin Mo-yu says yes, and he also has the image, of course, his summons behind him, and our boy Lin Mo-yu is feeling a little pretty optimistic, and I can see why, and it is a great day because our boy Lin Mo-yu just got the cooldown talisman. So next chapter guys, next video, you'll definitely expect this guy to be level 1 million. They both stand up, and of course, Lord Bai tells him, you should go and rest, and he'll send you to the battlefield once the opening ceremony tomorrow is over. And yes, just like that, Lin Mo Yu secured the bag. Lord Ming and Wen then asks Lord Bai, are you really sure for him to go at such an early point? And Lord Bai just folds his arms and says, you've already seen that he soloed an entire large dungeon, and although he's level 20, his skill far exceeds those who have even evolved in their own professions. And to go there earlier is better than for waiting for the cream to rise to the top, but I think our boy Lin Mo Yu is already at the top. Ming and Wen then says, as he has an image of some sort of fiery monster behind him, that you didn't tell him that humanity's greatest enemy is there as well. The chapter starts as we see Lin Mo Yu just chilling in his bed, and of course he's resting from soloing every single dungeon ever. He says that he has to sleep first and head over to the Tyrant Desert so he can level up his skills. The day starts as we see some dude in the golden armor, and he yells, saying, I am back. The people all mention look how happy they are. They wonder if they've set the new record for a dungeon, and they all say that this really is going to be amazing. They all begin to cheer, and he even says along with his comrades that they've managed to clear the dungeon in under 16 hours, so they think they've definitely set the record. But then, the people watching are just smirking and laughing because they didn't get the notification. The people that cleared the dungeon mentioned they didn't obtain the Tyrant's Heart, so they wonder who did. The guy in golden armor then is absolutely shocked and sweats nervously as he sees the floating hologram that mentions Lin Mo Yu, level 21. He cleared it in 14 hours. He gets a flashback to Lin Mo Yu walking into the dungeon and him calling him stupid. And of course, he gets absolutely enraged and says how the heck did he clear that when he's only level 1? And of course, he is just a solo. He says let's go, because they want to go and do it again. We then see Lin Mo Yu wakes up and our bro really is the honored one, shout out to Gojo. And of course, he goes back to the temple or the hall and mentions if he can find some oasis fruits, he can max out the level of his slow curse and of course his skeleton armor. Somebody then approaches him and asks if he is Lin Mo Yu, to which Lin Mo Yu says actually he just ignores him because the dude is asking if he wants to meet a senior. Lin Mo Yu says if that senior wants to meet me, he can come up to me himself. As we see Lin Mo Yu here pondering upon the cooldown for the dungeon. We then see it is no one other than Shu Han, and she sees and she's looking at Lin Mo Yu just there looking like the thinker, wondering if he should go into the dungeon again. The other people begin to reason with her because they know that they've seen her with Lin Mo Yu. They say that can you please help us go with Lin Mo Yu to clear this dungeon, and we can even pay him points because they really need to do it. Shu Han is getting kind of overwhelmed by this and she says I'll help you guys, but she still isn't really sure. We then see it is a guy who approached Lin Mo Yu earlier and he tells his boss or the senior that Lin Mo Yu really just refused to go with him. The guy smiles and says he doesn't really understand the second job change, and no matter how strong he is, he will become a piece of trash after evolution. Shu Han approaches Lin Mo Yu and she says, very hopefully, can you please help these people? Because they all need to do this so that they can level up. They mention that they can pay 1,000 points, which is a lot. And Shu Han says it is a dungeon task issued by the academy because Lin Mo Yu did not know about this at all. One of the dudes explains to him that they've been stuck at this for way too long, and if they don't complete it, it'll be impossible for them to enter the academy. Lin Mo Yu says apologies because he's actually a new student and he didn't know about this, and everybody is shocked to see this, and they now realize and connect the dots that that is the reason why his level is so low. Lin Mo Yu is then thinking how he has not a lot of points after buying equipment, and this is a great opportunity to get a lot of points. And because 40 people is a limit for each dungeon, he can get 39,000 points, which is absolutely absurd. He then agrees and says he has one request though. And of course, he says if you find the oasis fruit, he has to get it no matter what. And the people are kind of surprised though, because they mentioned that the oasis fruit is almost never seen in the dungeon, and that the fruit is super rare and they never even thought of seeing it. They then agree and say, yeah bro, we got you bro, you can definitely have this watermelon, I mean the oasis fruit. Lin Mo Yu then says, who's coming with me first? And Lin Mo Yu is just an absolute Sigma. People then fight to see who's going first, but Shu Han gets absolutely furious
and he yells out saying, "You better get in a single file line, guys, and you better be nice." Everybody is then shocked, and of course we see them go into the line, and some of them are kind of feeling down. Lin Mo-yu then thanks Shu Han, and of course he sees the 39,000 points added into his account. He then asks if Shu Han has completed this task as well, and she mentions that she already has, and that his stuff doesn't really mind her. We then enter the dungeon. He tells everybody to follow him and do not run ahead, and of course he summons his summons, and they are literally shocked to see how many skeletons he can pull out. We see the first monster is a ghost tree, and everybody is shocked because Lin Mo-yu's skeletons took it down in one shot, and their previous parties took around 2 minutes just to beat it. Lin Mo-yu is kind of feeling kind of down because of course, because there's more people, there is less points available to him, but he mentions that this is good though because he can level up his skills, and of course he gets a lot of points. They are surprised because he has over 100 monsters, and they are there just with their staffs, and the mages are sitting behind, just watching everything happen. We then see it is a tree, and it seems like there was no oasis fruit. He then stands just amidst the battle with his mages fighting the monsters, and he uses corpse explosion, and of course everybody is watching with their jaws dropped saying, "That explosion is a skill? Wait, isn't that just too overpowered?" And yeah, that's what happens when you tag along with an anime or a manhwa protagonist. He then says, "I've cleared most of the monsters. You guys should wait here and I'll clear the entire ant nest alone." They look at him like he is absolutely insane, and they say, if we did not see his efficiency with our own eyes, yeah, we would definitely not allow that to happen. 20 minutes later, and we see people just sitting around getting bored, and one of them mentions how they should attack a monster. It seems like a great idea, and they say, well, Lin Mo-yu was able to kill lots of monsters, so we at least should be able to take out one. We then see somebody runs towards them with 2 of the monsters, and it seems like they need to get ready for battle. We see the scorpions headed towards them, and boom, it clashes with somebody's shield. And thankfully, he survived, but as we see here, he got pushed so far. We then see a girl who is a mage, and she mentions that they need to stop shouting and focus on fighting, because our damage healer is not really up to par. We then see it is a scorpion's physique or his defense, and it is 5,892 over 6,000, and it is super high. They start to attack it, and the main team actually says leave it to us, and they're ready to attack, and of course they tell the others to retreat for now. Finally, they have killed the level 25 Oasis Scorpion, and they've gained 7,500 or 7,500 experience, and that took around 30 minutes. Lin Mo-yu is in a dungeon, and he sees the notification that they killed it, and he says they really can't stand still. But then, another one is still there, and all of the people are so exhausted, and they don't know if they can take it down. But in a blink of an eye, we see a red skeleton up in the air. Rage strike. We then see the body of the scorpion absolutely split in half, and in one shot, and it is no one other than Lin Mo-yu's skeleton. We see the girl there crying, and she is so thankful that Lin Mo-yu left one skeleton. And yeah guys, just listen to the MC protagonist, trust me, it'll be in your best favor. They start to get some crazy notifications, and they are gaining tons of XP, 8,000 in each one, and there are like 50 of them. They then begin to mention that if they don't deal enough damage, the queen can heal herself, and they are referring to the queen ant that Lin Mo-yu is fighting. Corpse explosion. And just like that, the queen is dead, and he gets 20,000 experience, and everybody is shocked, and they mention how this is absolutely way too fast, and our boy is literally just speedrunning. He then arrives back to the team, or the teams, and he says, "Let's go, we're headed straight to the Tyrant Castle." They arrive there as we see hundreds if not thousands of the lions outside of the palace, and Lin Mo-yu is just walking towards it, and this guy literally just says, wait, if Lin Mo-yu clears these dungeons this fast, he could definitely reach level 30 in a month. He uses corpse explosion, and just like that, the palace doors open up, and yeah, rest in peace to those lions. They are shocked because they mentioned if your attack power is high enough, you can just force your way into the castle, and they did know of this exploit. But just at that moment, we then see everybody is going to kneel because they cannot stand up with this pressure. It is the Lion Tyrant, as we see him right here looking absolutely scary. And is it just me, or this guy literally looks like Gojo if he was a lion with his blue eyes and his white mane? Of course, Lin Mo Yu just has his hands in his pocket and just tells him, I'm in a rush, bro. I really just gotta kill you in like 5 seconds. As we see his skeletons start to attack it. The people watching and spectating mentioned, he looks so relaxed fighting the boss. And he mentions, it looks like I can fight that boss as well. And of course, he was just kidding, as we see that the Lion Tyrant has finally died and they have gained 50,000 XP. We even see some of them even crying, because they have finally completed the task and they can enter the academy, and let's go Lin Mo Yu saving the day once again. He uses teleport and everybody throws up their armor and they are jumping very excitedly, and now they thank him. And Lin Mo Yu, I don't know if he's a suitor or whatever, but he has no reaction. They arrive back and Shu Han says, thank you so much for helping them, Lin Mo Yu. And then the guy who approached him earlier calls the boss or the senior and says, boss, Lin Mo Yu is finally out. And then the boss says, go follow him and figure out how he cleared that dungeon. Shu Han then says, please can you help these other batches again? And of course Lin Mo Yu says, why the heck are there so many? You guys should just get better. But anyway, he decides to let them in. The guy who was called by the senior is in the line, and he seems pretty nervous. They then enter the enormous and vast desert, and of course Lin Mo Yu is just praying that there will be an oasis fruit. He arrives by the trees, and yes, let's go, there is the oasis fruit, and he mentions that now he can finally level up some of his skills. Of course, he just solos all the other scorpions and he just keeps on attacking, and the people are absolutely flabbergasted. He even takes out the tiger or the lion right there, and it took him 7 hours, and that is absolutely a record. The guy sent by the senior says, he's way too terrifying. I really need to tell the boss, as the people around him are just crying tears of joy as usual. He then mentions and whispers to the boss, and the boss laughs, saying, so, I see, it's because of his skeleton summons. He mentions that if he doesn't have a skeleton summon, then he should be pretty weak alone. The boss then thinks he's super smart and mentions, I'll definitely make you pay for snatching away the boss accessory from Bailey Academy and for embarrassing this ugly senior. And I think he's going to team up with somebody very suspicious. The chapter starts and we see it is a little condo or dormitory, and in the Jiajing Academy or the dormitory. We see no one other than Shashui, guys. Can we get a warm round of applause for Shashui? We haven't seen her in a long amount of chapters. She gets a flashback to her dad, and which she says to make sure she needs to save up points. She mentions that she really envies Lin Mo Yu because he has she thinks he only has 30,000 points. She then mentions though that Lin Mo Yu reached the academy a few days ago, and Shashui really wonders how he's doing. And guys, Lin Mo Yu just has that watermelon or oasis fruit in his mouth as he is commanding his skeleton summit. And let's go, Shashui and Lin Mo Yu are going to have their long-awaited reunion. The chapter starts as we see 3 men or old men having, well, a cup of tea. We then see it's Lord Bai, and he sees and he confronts this other old man who smashes his fist on the table. And of course he says what's wrong. Bai Li then says Lin Mo Yu has a calm personality, so how can he be acting so overboard? And this man is Ning Tai Rin, which is actually the Dean of Jiajing Academy, and guys, he is Ning Yi Yi's grandfather. We then are seeing Lin Mo Yu at, of course, the dungeon hall, and he's collecting the points to clear the dungeon for other people. And of course, Ning Tai Ran then says, that guy is straight up collecting money to carry out their students. This pro really is an entrepreneur. Of course, Lord Bai says he's carrying 39 people, and of course, this is not an easy task. Ning Tai Rin then says all the people who got stuck during the Tyrant Desert task in the recent years are now clearing it, and President Bai just says with a smile on his face, well, he's really good because he did not even expect him to carry 39 people, and of course, it's still expensive to have him clear it. The old man then says, you don't understand, this is not good because the sorcerers, or of course the people at the academy, are not clearing it by themselves, and so there's no growth. But Lord Bai says as he sips on his tea, well, there's nothing we can do. Lin Mo Yu has not broken a single rule. Of course, Lord Bai also mentions that over the course of a lot of years, a lot of talents have not been able to go to the academy simply because they weren't good at socializing, and so they weren't able to go to the academy. We then see it is the other guy sipping on his tea, and he says, the academy system is way too old school. And the guy gets up and Lord Bai is just smiling as the old man, which is Ning Yi's grandfather, gets super pissed and just walks out. Lord Bai tells the other subordinate there's only one person in this world who can really handle him. And of course, I'm thinking it is Ning Yi, his granddaughter. We then see we are in the Tyrant Desert Oasis, and guys, I love this artwork. I don't know about you guys, but this one looks pretty clean. Lin Mo Yu just has a skeleton armor over him as he is eating up his watermelons. We then see scorpions try to attack him, but he uses Slow Curse, which is already level 21. And so of course the debuff has reached an even greater stage. We go back to the opening ceremony where it is 1 hour before it, as we see it is no one other than Shashui along with the goth girl, Zhu Mei. While they're speaking, Shashui looks behind her, but then, of course, Zhu Mei says, "Wait, that is Feng Shu," and her boy right here is an absolute Riz Lord as he has his cool berserk scut sword on his back, and the girls are going to fall for him. They then greet each other and they say, "Long time no see," and of course this is an awesome reunion. Of course, she then asks, "Have you guys seen Lin Mo Yu?" To which Feng Shu is just like, yeah, we definitely have not." We see Lin Mo Yu and he's looking at some sort of purple status window, and he has reached level 22. A lot of his abilities has risen up in, of course, strength. As you see, strength goes up by 30, physique 30, agility 30, spirit by 200, and he even got the Daedalus sickle, which I think is pretty cool. And yes, let's go guys, Lin Mo Yu is finally leveling up. He then says though, when his levels go up, his skills go up as well. We then see he teleports back outside of the dungeon and he starts to ponder and says that he doesn't have enough points even though he has 350,000 points. The reason why is because he says that an intermediate grade skill scroll costs 80,000 and that just means he can only get 4 at the moment. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is really thinking ahead because well, what an ordinary student would take 1 year to do, it would probably take Lin Mo Yu like 1 week. He then answers a call on his watch as he says he should just attend the opening ceremony as it's about to start soon and he can figure out how to get more points in the future. We then see the academy and guys, this looks absolutely beautiful. I wish my class or my school looked like this. And then we see Zhu Mei, Feng Shu, and of course Xia Shui as they are waiting for Lin Mo Yu. As Xia Shui is looking at her watch, of course, Feng Shu then says he's here, and Lin Mo Yu has seemed to have gotten an even cooler aura around him. They are then shocked to see this because he got an even stronger, and he still has the aura of battle, and of course it's because he just came out of the dungeon. Everybody around says, "Is that really Lin Mo Yu? He looks so different now." In fact, he looks a bit scary. But Xia Shui, the three of them, just say, "Yo, what's up, Lin Mo Yu?" And of course, Xia Shui calls him Dummy Lin. Of course, Lin Mo Yu then greets everybody, and even Zhu Mei wonders what level he is now. And he says 22, and all three of them are absolutely shocked because it's only been a few days and he leveled up super quickly. Xia Shui then says, "Well, you are the top scorer, so you can use as many points as you want. But for us, we really need to save." Feng Shu then says, "You can spend points to reset the cooldown of a dungeon in the Dungeon Palace." Lin Mo Yu then says, "Points aren't that hard to come across, right?" As we see how much points he got from carrying these people, it's just a bunch of 39,000. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu just definitely has no idea how rich he truly is. The bell begins to sound, and of course we hear, "Welcome to the Judging Academy, students. I believe everyone was a genius on campus during high school, but that's all in the past. Now they're freshmen of the academy." He then explains that there are 3 types of students as we see it here. There are ordinary students, academic students, and top students. And Lin Mo Yu is probably like 100 times better than a top student. The announcer then says they also follow a tradition during the ceremony, where the freshmen can challenge the seniors. We then see a picture over here and it seems to have become a literal 1v1 battle like those anime ones I watch on YouTube. We see the seniors standing up front and then the students begin to gossip about how this is a great opportunity for them to fight against their seniors. And we see the real 3 OG men, Lord Bai, Meng Anwen, and Ning Tairan, and they discuss about how all of these students are top sorcerers from all around the world and they're going to protect this country. Lord Bai then says, "I wonder if anybody will even fight Lin Mo Yu." And Meng Anwen then just says, "No way, who would be so dumb like that?" The others then begin to discuss their level and skills are way lower than the seniors, so how can they win? As we see them facing up against each other. We then see the mage and he discusses that in this competition, skills of a level 20 cannot be used. And of course, that's how it's going to balance out. We then see somebody with a bow in his head, and he challenges somebody else with a bow, and it seems they're going to go at it. But Lin Mo Yu, as he is talking to Sha Shui and Zhu Mei, we hear, "Lin Mo Yu, I challenge you." And guys, it is no one other than Ling Zhen, of course, the guy that got kicked out of his team, and yeah, he's just super cocky. He then says, "Are you scared, Lin Mo Yu?" And Lin Mo Yu just says, "This guy is way too persistent," and he says, "Too bad I'm fighting him inside the academy." Lin Mo Yu then mentions, "How many points are you paying?" And Ling Zhen says 5,000, and he says it's too little, and of course our boy Ling Zhen is just like, "Wait, what?" Lin Mo Yu then says with his finger pointed, "What about 100,000? And yeah, all these brokies will never understand the importance of how much points our boy Lin Mo Yu truly needs. Everybody is shocked because they only have 7,000 and some only have 5,000. And Ling Zhen says, "Do you even know the meaning behind 100,000? He says, "Do you even have that amount? If not, there is even no point." Lin Mo Yu then says, "How about we do it like this? If I win, you will give me the amount of points I have. And if he loses, he will give Ling Zhen the amount of points he has." Ling Zhen then begins to get startled because Lin Mo Yu gave him a threatening look and said, "Do you really have the guts?" Sha Shui is kinda shocked because this is the first time that she heard Lin Mo Yu start running his mouth. Oh gosh, Ling Zhen is like, why is he so confident? He says, "If I don't accept this bet, I'm really just ruining my reputation." He then says, "Fine, I accept," and he wonders how many points could a new student have anyways. And yeah, Meng and Wen lured by and are just talking about how that Ling Zhen is such a dummy because Lin Mo Yu has over 300,000. The match is about to start as we see Ling Zhen level 21 and Lin Mo Yu is there as a level 22 Necromancer, the country's top scorer. Everybody outside are like, "It's him, he's the one who set the new dungeon," and they mention that he should be earning 40,000 points every single time he clears it. And if he wins, well, let's just say Ling Zhen is not going to be in the best position. Ling Zhen still talks trash and says, "In front of me, you're just a pile of crap." And of course, he also mentions how Lin Mo Yu's level is lower than his, but Lin Mo Yu just has his hands in his pockets. And then Ling Zhen says, "I've had excellent qualifications since he was young and since he entered the academy." And he says, as he says furiously and he grips his staff, "I cannot even be compared to you." But Lin Mo Yu, he knows that his level is above that of Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen then looks super ugly here and just shouts out, "You just got lucky, and in the battlefield, experience is more important." And he keeps talking about how Lin Mo Yu's level is lower than his, but Lin Mo Yu just doesn't say a word. Ling Zhen then says, "Did your parents not teach you to talk?" And he launches at him with a punch. But Lin Mo Yu gets a flashback to him and his sister as well as his grandma, and he looks absolutely furious. We see Ling Zhen and he's super scared now. He says this is the same gaze that he gave before the dungeon palace. He then says, "You only have summoning and corpse explosion, don't you?" And of course, Lin Mo Yu then just launches up in one of his summons, and before it's about to attack Ling Zhen crushes a crystal, and Lin Mo Yu's summon just turns into dust. He looks at his hand and says that now he can't summon any more skeletons. And Ling Zhen becomes a funny looking character and says, "Hehehe, look at that, you cannot even summon any more summons." And of course, he puts his staff in the air and is about to use a rain of fire, and he says, "Let's see how you fare up against this." Meng Anwen says that talisman is an intermediate grade, and so somebody behind the scenes is helping Ling Zhen to defeat Lin Mo Yu. We then see he try to attack Lin Mo Yu, but he uses skeleton armor, and we see Lin Mo Yu in front or inside of the flames, and Ling Zhen thinks that it's over as he laughs hysterically. He says, "How does it feel to be burnt alive?" Of course, Lin Mo Yu is not affected at all, and Ling Zhen says that this is absolutely impossible, and so he launches even more attacks, even with ice and fire together. Boom, 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 we see the effects and it's just clashing along with Lin Mo Yu. And Lin Mo Yu just asks, "Are you done? Your skill is just so weak." And then it's Lin Mo Yu's time for the counterattack. Soul Blaze. He then lights up our boy, or not our boy, we don't claim this guy. And well, rest in peace to Ling Zhen because he is literally getting burnt alive by the soul blaze. His eyes begin to cry out red blood, he coughs out blood, and his snot is even blood now. And the healer mentions, if it weren't for her protection of the battlefield, of course, he would have just instantly died. The people watching are like, wait, he just died in an instant. And it's crazy that a freshman beat a senior just like that. Lin Mo Yu then approaches him and says, you lost. Ling Zhen says, don't come closer, please. And then he tells him, I'll pay you the amount of points you have. And subsequently, he thinks in his head, as long as I can keep my life, points don't matter. But then, the MC or the referee says, according to the agreement, both parties, Ling Zhen needs to pay 358,000 points. And well, Ling Zhen's face here just says it all, guys. This guy is definitely going to be working for the rest of his life just trying to pay off his debt towards Lin Mo Yu, and that's why you never mess with the MC. The chapter starts, and of course Ling Zhen is on the ground bloody and tired, and he is saying to himself there's no way that he has that many points, and that must be a mistake. Of course, the referee then looks at him with an obviously menacing stare, and he says, are you saying that I'm lying? And of course, Ling Zhen says no, and so the referee says, okay Ling Zhen, please hand over your points. Ling Zhen then mentioned that he doesn't have that amount. But then we hear the referee mentions that you will give all of your points to Lin Mo Yu, and that is 128,000 points. And the remaining points, he has to borrow them, or of course, if he does not pay within 6 months, then he will ask his family, and if he doesn't even pay from his family, then he will get expelled from the school. Lin Mo Yu gets his 128,000 points, and Xia Shui then rushes to his side and asks him, how did you get so strong? And of course, she asks if he can also accompany him to clear some dungeons, and he says yeah. Lin Mo Yu then checks on his watch as we see that Lord Bai has called him, and of course they have to leave within the hour, and then he also remembers that Lord Bai will bring him into a battlefield which is a Yuan one, and so he is kind of excited. He then walks away, and of course our boy Lin Mo Yu cannot contain his excitement, but he just doesn't really show on his face. We see Feng Shu, Zhu Mei, and Xia Shui, and they all discuss how the Yuan battlefield is a real battlefield and even in the real world. And so they have been fighting against abyss monsters for over thousands of years, and so it is not some sort of training ground. Lin Mo Yu then goes to the clerk and begins to sell items, and he managed to get over 2 million coins. And at this moment, he only has 140 skeleton warriors and 70 mages, but actually this is a lot of zombies, or summons. We see him right here, his levels 22, strength 360, physique 360, agility 360, spirit 1700, and he has the Thanatos sight only at level 1, so I hope he levels it up. He then teleports with Lord Bai, and then he tells Old Meng to take him to the battlefield, as of course our boy Meng Anwen just uses his ability to teleport them over there. We then arrive to the Shensha Tower, and Lin Mo Yu is kind of shocked by this, to see how big it is. Of course, this time Lord Bai has his hands in his pocket, and he tells Lin Mo Yu that you have to wait until your second evolution in order to get into this place. We then teleport, and boom! They are now in the Yuan battlefield as we see some sort of spinning eye here, which looks kind of creepy, as we see also the entrance with a lot of chains on it. Even our boy Lin Mo Yu is really shocked to see how scary it really is. He says that this familiar aura is definitely stronger in here, as we see some sort of red demonic curse chains and some guards on standby as Bai and Lin Mo Yu begin to approach the entrance. We see the guard just looking at them, and we also see Lord Bai with some sort of badge on him, and he has a really golden sword with a purple handle and a 5-star around the badge, and he looks at the guards, and he hopes that they are really on standby. Of course, Lord Bai is just laughing, and Lin Mo Yu is really thinking hardly here, but Lord Bai says as long as you have this badge, they don't really care about who you are. We then enter the surgeon badge processing office, and there's some dude on the laptop. He seems to be just having fun on his free time. Lord Bai then says, make a sergeant badge for my companion, and the dude then shouts out and looks up like, what kind of trash is trying to bother me? But then of course he sees the badge, and he then bows down and says, hello general. He then writes it up fast away as Lin Mo Yu puts his hand or his card onto the counter, and the clerk is getting straight to work very nervously. He then wonders who the heck is Lin Mo Yu, because of course he brought the 5-star Divine General with him, and this doesn't make sense.
He then hands him the Sergeant badge. As we see, it is a golden sword with no stars yet. And Lord Bai mentions that it can keep count of how many abyssal monsters you've killed when you're fighting, and Lin Mo Yu just thinks this is pretty interesting. We then find out that white is the lowest rank of the private, followed by the black sergeant, silver captain, gold major, and then the purple general. Of course, we also find out that the stars on Lord Bai's badge, it means and represents the military achievements made in the rank, and the more military achievements, the more stars will be shown on your badge. For Lord Bai's rank, of course, there are no more than 10 5-star divine generals in the entire Shenxia Empire, as you see his glorious badge right here. He then puts it onto his shirt, and Bai mentions there's a place we still have to go to. As we see, we have now entered the Hall of Heroes, and there is a statue of a large warrior here with a humongous sword, and Lin Mo Yu is really shocked by this, and even Bai is just taken aback by the beauty. He then explains that these floating things are representing the dead people or the dead heroes, and even after death, they will not return to the heavens, and they will continue to defend the Shenxia Empire with the power of their soul, and so that's why they are all floating here. This is really a noble way to go. Lord Bai then gives his respects and mentions that Shenxia's younger generation, Bai Yiyuan, pleads with imperial sages to bless his junior. We then see it is a Tower of Destruction, which is one of Shenxia's divine towers, and it starts to really shine. We then find out that the Tower of Destruction has given him a spiritual imprint, and Lin Mo Yu is just here completely shocked. This way, even if he dies in the battlefield, he will be resurrected once, and so he literally has another life. Lin Mo Yu is completely shocked by this because Mr. Bai just really gave up one of his divine stars just so that our boy Lin Mo Yu can have another life, and he wonders if this is really what it means to be favored. He then closes his eyes and gives really respect to the Lord Bai, and he gives him a real huge thank you. Lord Bai then just laughs it off and pats him on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry about it, because when he arrives at the Yuan battlefield, you just need to kill more enemies." We then see a picture of the Great Wall of China sort of, and he explains that this is 9 fortresses, and they are arranged in a row and separated by over 1,000 miles each, and that is exactly the wall that is in front of us. They then begin to look down as we see the sort of creepy chains and the vast darkness below them. He says that this fortress that they are in right now is the front line. And of course, unlike other countries that need their help, Shenxia Empire has never been breached by abyssal monsters, and so they are a really secure place. We then see the purple portal, and Lord Bai explains that this is going to be the most dangerous fight, and so he should buy some teleportation stones before he goes. We see the guards here on standby with these still eerie looking chains here, and this really reminds me of Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter. As we see, somebody takes a step, and it is no one other than Lin Mo Yu. The guards mentioned that the lowest monsters there are level 30, and Lin Mo Yu is only level 22. And of course, Lin Mo Yu just thanks them and saying, yeah, I'll take care of myself. He then mentions that the aura here is really strong, and the area really represents a bad sort of ominous energy. And by the way here, we can see his badge attached to the right side of his shirt. He then puts up his armor, his skeleton armor, in an instant, because he suddenly got attacked out of nowhere. He wonders what it is because he literally cannot see it, and his sword summon of course slashes, but nothing happens. We then see he identifies it. This is the battlefield ghost. It is level 30, and this guy seems pretty OP, and it's something that Lin Mo Yu has never encountered. He says, as expected, physical attacks don't work, as his summon tries to slash it once again. He then summons a mage and says hopefully this time it will work. They then launch their attacks, and boom, of course they get to kill it, and they gain 300,000 XP, and he obtains Soul Breath, which is actually containing the will of the deceased on the battlefield, and it can enhance weapons and your equipment. He then mentions and wonders why something this rare is on the battlefield, and says that this is a really good thing for him to have. He then looks onto the remaining vast land, and yeah, this is definitely dangerous, and he has to keep his guard up. His skeletons then begin to keep on killing some of the monsters, and he says that after walking for about 2 hours, he should reach the dungeon soon. 3 people are headed towards him as they yell, "You need to run away because their abyssal monsters have arrived." We see it right here, and this is an abyssal hound. It is level 31 with a strength, agility, and spirit of 5,000 on average, and it looks here like a really scary demonic horse. They mentioned that they changed their target, and now it is Lin Mo Yu, and so he's done for. Lin Mo Yu then looks at it and he mentions that he sees the hand sticking out from their tooth or his mouth, that they really killed the person, and he gives them a really menacing stare and says, "Dogs like you should die," as he brings out his scythe and all of his summons. They then rush towards them as we see that his skeletons are now level 22 and they all have strength, agility, spirit, and physique of 5,000, and so his skeletons have really leveled up. They then charge towards these demonic hounds and boom, the skeletons, well, let's just say they came out on top. He then gains a star on his badge, and of course he gains 310,000 experience, and he gained 1 merit. Also, his Thanatos Scythe has grown up as well, and it has went up by 3.33%. And finally, he can level up his weapon, so let's go, he can absorb more souls with his scythe. He uses Corpse Explosion, of course, to kill the corpse and to kill the remaining monsters around it, and it seems like this is going pretty good. He says that if he can get his merit points, his scythe can also level up, and so he really wishes that there were more Abyss Hounds, and I'm pretty sure Lin Mo Yu is the only one who wishes there were more Abyss Hounds. The people who escaped barely are wondering if he is some sort of professional because of his ability Corpse Explosion, and they all thank him because he is saved, but they mention that they've never seen somebody who can summon undead creatures. On the other hand, we see a red pair of eyes come out of the darkness and say, "I wonder if my little minions encountered a level or a high level professional." And as we see here guys, there are hundreds of them lurking in the dark. We are now at the level 26 dungeon, the Dragon Frontline Post, as we see a lot of people outside of it. People are lighting up fires and they are resting. He then walks onto one of the grounds, and the people around the campfire mentioned how this guy is so young, and he is definitely not over 20, and he is a white sergeant without a single star, so he is a private. And he has a 5-star emblem, meaning he is from Shenxia. Somebody with gray or sorry with brown hair goes up to him like he is some sort of peasant. Just kidding, sorry to that guy. But he asks Lin Mo Yu if he wants to join their party. But Lin Mo Yu says, no, it is fine. Of course, he then looks at the dungeon face to face. As we see, it is a level 26 dungeon. The requirements are to be level 21 to 31. 4 people recommended for the normal difficulty, 6 for nightmare, and 12 for hell. Of course, Lin Mo Yu is very thankful that there is a hell mode. Yeah, this guy Lin Mo Yu is utterly insane. And of course, he enters the dungeon without even having a party, and the people around him are absolutely shocked. And this guy who asked him actually has 7 stars on his badge, and he is also of the white rank. Of course, one of the guys with white hair mentions, "Let me do some investigating." He has some sort of brick in his hand, and he tosses it inside. And it is a dungeon detector, and he explains that it can detect how many teams there are in each difficulty and whether or not there are casualties or people that have died in each. We then see the pop-up. As we see normal difficulty, it has 1 party with 4 survivors, nightmare difficulty, 2 parties with 12 survivors, and hell difficulty, 1 party with 1 survivor. And yeah, everybody is shocked, and of course it has to be Lin Mo Yu. The guy in the back wonders, that guy's so stupid, he must be from Shenxia, huh? And he wonders and asks the others, how long do you think he will survive? The guy then points his sword at him because, are you looking for trouble? Because this guy with white hair really just dissed somebody from the same empire as him. But the guy just mentions that you need to keep your mouth shut and don't ever provoke Shenxia. He then gives him a side eye and mentions he could have been the future of Shenxia. What a pity. But yeah, these guys don't know how strong Lin Mo Yu is. We then arrive at the Dragon Frontline Post, and there seems to be some sort of temple here as well. But Lin Mo Yu mentions that something is really off. He says that inventory cannot be used, which means that he won't be able to escape using the teleportation stone. He says monsters here will be definitely stronger than usual, as we see 4 or 3 already begin to approach him. They seem to be very demonic with some sort of hordes on them with fiery hair. And these are Dragon Spearmen, Hell level elite monsters, level 30, and their strength is 10,000. They begin to charge towards him, and he just brings out his scythe and says, "So this is Hell difficulty, huh?" He mentions that one of these soldiers already surpassed his own summons and even that big white lion that we saw in the previous chapters. He says that this is about the same as a nightmare dungeon boss, so this fight will not be easy. Well, it probably will be for Lin Mo Yu. The chapter starts as we see the Dragon Spearmen going up against Lin Mo Yu's Silver Grade Skeleton Warriors. They then use Sweeping Spear and Slash,
But of course, it makes Lin Mo-Yu's skeletons get stunned. Lin Mo-Yu mentions that he can bring them back into the summoning space after they've been stunned, and so 3 of the skeleton warriors have just been annihilated. He then tells the warriors to surround the spearmen and the mages get ready to fire. We see a silver grade skeleton mage here, and it has a lot of spirit strength. The skeletons then attack towards the front lines, and Lin Mo-Yu says, no matter how high your attributes are, it's nothing if you are outnumbered. He then sees them right here as they explode. And of course they are defeated, as you see Lin Mo-Yu here, and we have seen 3 of them get defeated, and 600,000 XP for everybody, so that's 1.8 million, which is absolutely crazy. He then looks back and mentions that the skeletons don't have a way to defend against a stun, so he has to be way more cautious. And if you guys did notice, we then see, of course, it is his badge right on his shirt. He smiles and says, from the beginning, all the dungeons up till now have been way too easy, and I finally found one that requires him to actually try more than 5%. We then see it as a dragon spearman in the forest as they look at Lin Mo-Yu from above, and he smiles saying how agile they truly are. He then sends a few skeletons over there before killing them all in one shot, and as we see them here, suddenly the skeletons get wrapped in some sort of shackle. And yes, these are wind shackles, and it is a mage's skill. He wonders how can the monsters there use simple spells, and he mentions that they might have got some intelligence from the humans, or of course they might have just evolved. 2 of his skeleton warriors have been destroyed, and of course he mentions, well, if I only had a few soldiers, losing these would have been tough on me, but too bad, 4 million XP. We then see the Dragon Mage Hell level elite monster, level 31, strength 5k, agility 3k, spirit 2k, physique 8k, and it has wind shackles and fire rain. It then was the Dragon Mage, and he gets dragon skin and 620,000 experience points. He is absolutely shocked that he dropped a dragon horn, because of course this is one of the 4 materials that Mr. Bai had requested. He says that the drop rate is super low, but nonetheless, he has to take and clear the dungeon a few more times, as we see him here just walking over the dead corpses of his enemies. He then arrives towards a checkpoint and he sees more of them, and he also mentions that he'll use corpse explosion, because if he does not, his skeleton warriors will really just get exterminated without getting more of them. He uses slow curse on the enemy, as we see them right here bound by chains, and they're screeching and yelling, as we see their eyes in utter anguish, and it is glowing yellow. Lin Mo-Yu, however, has no care in the world. He smiles and says, it's time to attack, skeleton mages, and we see the skeleton mages here, looking very ominous. There's no way that kid would have chosen that as well. Of course, Animanbit just smiles and says, don't worry, he could carry 39 people, so what else isn't possible? Of course, he also mentions that he did give him the spiritual imprint, so he won't die, but the most he will do is, well, suffer. Bailey then scratches his head and says, yeah, I really forgot about this, and I should have reminded him earlier that the difficulty of Hell and Nightmare are completely different, but he doesn't know that our boy Lin Mo-Yu is so used to Nightmare difficulty. Bailey then says, have you ever thought about if he really clears a Hell difficulty dungeon? And Anwin says, if he does that, he'll be simply a prodigy and an amazing talent. We see Lin Mo-Yu as he is sitting down by a tree like the thumbnail of this video, and he mentions that only 2 dragon horns are left after killing about 20 dragon mages. He also mentions how his skeleton summons are really injured, and he barely got through the 3rd of this dungeon. He smiles though with integrity and grit, and says although this is quite tough and the monsters are strong, this is definitely a dungeon of Hell difficulty. We then see the kingdom in the background, and this seems to be some sort of goth and eerie place. He continues to fight them right here with his mages. As we see, of course, he is now going up against a dragon archer, which has a level of 31, strength 8k, agility 10k, spirit 3k, physique 8k, and skills arrow rate and binding arrow. He says as he has a scythe in his hand, they have crowd control skills, which makes them stronger than the others. However, of course, he says to his summons, go and mess them up. But before one could even go, one just got obliterated, and we see one skeleton warrior has been destroyed. He mentions that it is an unknown enemy, something that is strong and fast, and he wonders what in the world could or who could it be. The chapter starts and another one of his skeleton warriors have been utterly obliterated. He then commands his mages to attack, and they use Tornado and Ice Storm as we see the shards of ice and crystals launching towards the enemy. He mentions as he sees the shadow of the figure, and of course finally we see it. It is a dragon assassin, hell level elite monster with a level 32 and a strength, agility, and spirit of near to 10,000. His skeleton warrior then slashes it, and he mentions that his attributes are so extreme, and so we see his skeletons beside him and they are in rage mode. He mentions that the invisibility is cancelled if they get attacked, and once revealed, their advantage would disappear as we see his zombies head towards him. They then launch, and in a fury we see killed level 32 dragon assassin, and we see that he killed 3 of them. He mentions that this is a monster that drops the dragon heart. He then begins to ponder though, where could the blood essence and the core be? And just at that moment, we see Binding Arrow and Arrow Rain, and he says perfect timing as he blocks it with his skeleton armor. He uses Corpse Explosion on the corpses and he launches it towards the castle. And yeah, look at the faces of these dragon dudes, guys, and yeah, this is just like seconds before death. They then blow up like kaboom, and yeah, GG to those dragon archers. That's why you should never beat Archer without an escape route. He then turns his back towards the explosion like it's some sort of movie, and he says, the archers dropped the blood essence, huh? So now only I need the core. Of course, he then goes to literally solo the entire castle, and guys, this is just getting unfair at this point as the literal scaffolding begins to crumble down, and Lin Mo Yu is just really solo leveling here, no pun intended. He says where is the boss as he seems to be by a big statue here, and the dude is saying stop. We then see his eye starts to crack, and from that statue emerges the Sentry Post Guardian, Hell level leader, level 32, strength 10k, agility 10k, skills, crowd attack, crowd stun, and buff resistance, and Lin Mo Yu just stares at it in a face-off and he isn't even phased. Wait, what is this? He then gets kind of nervous, and he says it's level 33 and it's 11 levels higher than the skeletons. He mentions that this is way stronger than the Tyrant boss. He then takes a step back, but of course the monster just launches a fury of attacks at him. He tries to use a slow curse because he cannot let it move with such agility points. We then see it wrapped in chains, and this guy looks absolutely monstrous. He then lets out a roar, and the skeleton warriors then attack the slow cursed monster. Of course, he wonders if he managed to injure the boss at all, but the red eyes just break through the chains, and this is buff resistant. Of course, he uses one slash with his attack, and wow, 4 of Lin Mo Yu's skeletons are literally put into the drain. He uses crowd stun, but even that just freezes all of his skeletons, and 12 have been destroyed now, and this is not looking good at all for our boy Lin Mo Yu. He mentions that stun skill is too dangerous, and of course if he kills any more of his skeleton warriors, it's gonna be trouble. And yes guys, he launches out and brings out his Undead General, and his Undead General uses military influence as you see the red aura emanating from around him. He then mentions that this is a military influence that we all needed, and it was able to remove the stun effect caused by that boss. He then smiles with a scythe and he is really happy here, and he says my skeletons have nothing to fear if your stun skill is utterly useless. They then begin to approach him as we see his 15,000 health becomes 8,500, and it's almost close to half. He uses crowd stun again, but military influence, and our boy skeletons are ready to go. He then smiles isn't ready. He brings out Soul Blaze to try and stop it, but his attack is too strong, and he wonders how of course the skeleton armor blocked that attack, and how did he not get stunned. He says die to it, and kaboom! Yes guys, his blood is seeping out from the explosion in his body. Killed Sentry Post Guardian. Experience plus 3.3 million. And he obtained the gold weapon Hell Sentry Post Blade, obtained gold weapon Hell Sentry Post Shield, Hell Sentry Post Bracelet, and 2 Dragon Core, which is probably because he did the Hell difficulty. Obtained Job Transfer Certificate. Obtained unique title, the Dragon War King. He then says, what the heck? He really got the Dragon War King? He mentions that he didn't think that he could get the necessary transfer certificate for the second job so early, and her boy finally has such a cool title. He then mentions, and isn't this unique title of Dragon War King just way too overpowered? And yes, Lin Mo Yu, I guarantee you that it is. The chapter starts and Lin Mo Yu has already reached level 23. He mentions that the boss is the one that drops the core, and now that he's collected more than a quarter of the materials he needed, it's time to go back. He has collected Dragon's Horn, Dragon's Blood Essence, Dragon's Heart, and Dragon's Core, and he says to himself, I should take a look at my attributes after leveling up. We see here Lin Mo Yu, class Necromancer, unique, of course he's level 23, and guys, he has a Dragon War King, and all of his other stats are looking really good. We see that he has now 210 out of 230 skeletons, he has 140 skeleton warriors, and 70 skeleton mages, which is absolutely crazy. We then see an image of his skeletons and his mages, guys, and they are now of the silver grade, and yeah, these dudes just look absolutely scary now, boys. He then has a scythe in his hand while he's in the dystopia or in the ruin he created, and he mentions even though it's quite difficult in hell difficulty, there's a lot of experience here, and one of the best things why is because there's really good items and item drops. He then teleports back to the entrance of the Dragon Frontline Outpost, and we see the body of thousands of dead people as well as monsters, and even Lin Mo Yu is kind of taken aback. He mentions how the stench of blood is super strong and eerie, and he puts on his armor even at this only, and he wonders what the heck happened here. At the exact moment, monsters jump towards him, and these are the Abyss Hounds as they bite on his skeleton armor. He uses Rage Strike, and just like that, of course, the skeletons come in clutch and save the day. But Lin Mo Yu doesn't seem too happy about this. More come at him, and of course they just get exploded easily, as we hear, young man, come here quickly, quick. He mentions that this place has been overtaken by these Abyss Hounds, and he needs to stick with them so that they can survive. Or he can survive. Well, I don't think Lin Mo Yu needs you. The girl then wonders if he's injured, and he says, no, I'm not. He mentions that they'll block the hounds, so quickly use a transportation stone and get the heck out of there. Lin Mo Yu wonders what happened, and the guy mentions that they released a great number of these dogs and surrounded us. And of course, he mentions to himself, Lin Mo Yu, that with their strength they should be able to escape. But he wonders why they wanted to help those like me, who come out of the dungeon and understand and won't understand what happened outside, as we see a really scary image of these bloodthirsty demon hounds right here. We see them feasting on a person on the literal ground, and he mentions that their side has also suffered casualties. The lady with the stone and whatever those are mentions, we see that there's nobody else left in the dungeon, so it's time to break through and leave. They then wonder why he's still here, and he gives a smirk, and he summons all of his necromancer abilities as well as his summons, and he says, I still want to clear the dungeon, as he lifts up his scythe in the air, proud and loud. We see, guys, his mages are right here in front of us, and I am the only one that's gonna say this, but dudes, look how scary these things look, and he even has a really mysterious one at the back. We see a fiery tornado light up the sky as all of these demon hounds are set up flying, and the skeletons take a stab at the monsters, just slashing them in a single blow. The two people earlier, and of course the people that were currently, or they thought they were defending Lin Mo Yu, are absolutely shocked by this, and they mentioned where the heck did all these skeletons come from. We see all the hounds gathering toward Lin Mo Yu's skeletons, and yeah, they're all going to die. The guy then asks, are these all his summons? How are they so strong? He mentions that the Abyss Hounds are like nothing in front of the skeletons, as he just has his scythe out. He says, retreat behind me, and it seems that the table have turned. And now that they are behind him, they wonder, why did I instinctively obey his words? And Lin Mo Yu has his Rage Strike or his Corpse Explosion right in his hands, and he mentions, I'm going to use a crowd attack skill, and if you get caught up, well, it might not be so well for you. Corpse Explosion, and he uses it, and kaboom, all of the Hellhounds are sent to the grave. He has his scythe in his hand as the others begin to tremble by seeing what they just saw, and they mention that that is way too terrifying. The then see Military Merit has reached 100 and he's been promoted to the 1-star private, and he obtained 1,000 points but only 5 contribution points. He's so happy that he contributed up, or he got contribution points, and he mentions that no wonder Mr. Bai said that I should go to this field. But not only that, guys.
His legendary Tornado Scythe has reached level 3 with a spirit of 300, and he smiles as he knows that the future is very bright. Of course, the people behind him then wonder, this guy must be a top student in a distinguished academy. No wonder he was able to solo this dungeon. But then they wait and ponder. Wait, isn't this the dude who entered hell difficulty alone? He actually came back alive? And even the people, the girl, and the staff guy say, no way, there's no way he cleared a hell difficulty dragon frontline. He then obtained another star on his badge. As we see, his Tornado Scythe also leveled up, and there's no stopping Lin Mo Yu. He wonders if a new skill would be added, because of course he's about to reach the big level 5. And then he says, sadly with a look on his face, guys, he's the only one who will say this, by the way. He says, if only more monsters would appear. Of course, they're absolutely confused, and the people in the party sit down and are so relieved that they were saved. They mention that the Yuan battlefield is too dangerous, and the leader of the party introduces himself as Shi Jingqian. He's a level 31 paladin, and he goes to shake Lin Mo Yu's hand. And he says, let me introduce myself. I am Shi Jingqian, and I'm a paladin from Xiajing Academy. As we see his badge right here, which is the same as Lin Mo Yu, but he has 6 stars on it. Lin Mo Yu shakes his hand and he mentions, I am Lin Mo Yu, a level 23. I'm a necromancer from the Xiajing Academy. And he smiles, saying, so you're a fellow junior, huh? Which batch are you from? And he mentions, well, I'm just part of this year's batch. I just attended the open ceremony. And then of course, Lin Mo Yu also mentioned, day and night don't exist in the Yuan battlefield, so he can't really tell the time. And he wonders if he should go back home to eat. And then we hear a shield hit the ground. Of course, it is Shi Jingqian's shield, as he looks absolutely distraught, as well as his comrade, and they mention, how the heck? There's no way you're a new student. They then say, if you look at those facts, I am indeed a new student, and oh gosh, Lin Mo Yu just continues to shock the world. The other party members then look at each other and say, are all the new students like this? I can guarantee they are not. She then mentions, as she gets an image of a student getting scolded by a senior, she says, shouldn't a new student be level 15 or 16 and in the academy? And then of course, the leader Shi Jingqian approaches him and says, you just entered the academy, but you have this kind of strength. I'm super impressed. But Lin Mo Yu just says very humbly, it's nothing dude, trust me. And then he smiles and says, or actually he asks him, your party isn't weak, so why are you not entering the dungeon? Then the other comrades walk up and explain, we've tried nightmare difficulty and almost got wiped out, and that's because this guy can't take the monsters well enough. And then of course, Shi Jingqian then says, am I to blame? I was only level 29 and I didn't even have any good equipment. He then reasons with him and says, I'm only left with a shield now. Too bad it isn't sold anywhere, but once it drops to the dungeon and we finish my set, I can try nightmare difficulty. He then smiles very optimistically, and this guy's an absolute Chad as well, and Real recognizes Real. He says it'll definitely drop soon enough. If it doesn't, I can buy another gold grade shield and use it. The guy in the cloak then says, hey Lin Mo Yu Jr., do you need any equipment? They mentioned how they can sell a lot of good ones for him, since they are under the impression that Lin Mo Yu doesn't have the best stuff already. Of course, Shi Jingqian then says, the Sentry Post set is really good. It can be considered the best and the top tier amongst the gold grade equipment. And he says, although you're level 23 now, you can prepare early and use it once you hit level 30. As you see, it has a shield, a sword, and some sort of belt like it's Batman. Lin Mo Yu then brings something out and says, Senior, is this the Sentry Post shield that you wanted? And this looks like a really awesome object. The people are shocked, absolutely, and this is the Hell Sentry Post Shield. It is a gold grade defensive equipment, all attributes plus 300, resistance to control type skills plus 50, and it shortens control duration by 50, and of course, this is such an OP ability. The dude then says, Shi Jingqian says, how the heck did you get it? And Lin Mo Yu says, I got it from the Sentry Post Guardian not too long ago. Shi Jingqian then wonders, are you saying that the hell difficulty boss dropped this? And Lin Mo Yu just says with a blank face, yeah, I think it did dude, I forgot. Of course, the girl and the dude in the cloak mentioned, no way, you soloed a hell difficulty. But he just says, yeah, it's just another day in the life. They then wonder, how the heck is that possible? And there's no way it's fake because the Sentry Post shield is definitely real. He then holds the shield in his hand, and then it activates a bright white or yellow light, and this is the full set special effect. We then see a very bright gold beam of light array like a beacon in Minecraft, and the people watching this from afar mention,
Somebody has finally collected the Century Post set. That's a set even better than some platinum grave equipment, and they're so surprised that somebody obtained it. Of course, our boy Shi Jingtan then tells our boy Lin Mo Yu, "Can you please sell the shield to me? I'll give you 10 million gold coins." Of course, Lin Mo Yu is like, wait, that's only gold grade equipment and it's not worth that much money, and he says 5 million is more than enough, and of course, he is absolutely stoked. Him and his comrades look absolutely grateful, and they mentioned now we can attack the nightmare difficulty, and they say thank you so much as of course the sun begins to set, and they say we're going to head back first. There must be a lot of talk around now after I equip the full set. And it seems like Lin Mo Yu agrees, and he wants to go and recover some spirit as well. We then hear a stone get crushed, and of course, we then see a lighting fire in front of us. Two eyes then appear like it's the Sharingan, and we hear a very deep voice that says, "Many of my dogs have died. Go and see what's going on." And it seems like we see a monster right here with wings or some sort of, I don't even know what this is, like legs on its back like a spider. And it says, "Yes, Lord." And I wonder, what could this be? We then see Lin Mo Yu guys, and of course he has a smile on. And Shi Jingtan then says, "Thanks Junior Lin, I really didn't expect to gather the full set today." He says we're going to prepare for our next dungeon attack now, and we've been waiting for this day for a long time. And they yell out, "Aura, that's a Holy Knight." They then say, "Oh my gosh, it's a legendary class, a Holy Knight." And even Ning Yi is right in front of him, and they begin to start having a conversation. Of course, Lin Mo Yu just smiles as Ning Yi seems kind of hesitant for some reason, and it seems like she notices Lin Mo Yu, and he says, "What a coincidence." He then mentions, "I came here to finish a task." And Ning Yi says, "Oh, what the heck, me too," and she seems very happy in this moment. We then see the legendary Holy Knight or whatever give a look of disgust as we see the two people in front of them, which is of course Shi Jingtan, but he spots them, Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi, right behind them like he got a sniper vision. Ning Yi then asks, "Let me guess, is your task something about collecting materials from the dragon race, like a dragon horn or something like that?" And Ning Yi says, "No, that would be too simple for you." And then she gives a very weird look here, guys. And she says, "Let me take a guess. Your task is to get the dragon's core that only the boss drops, am I right?" And of course he says, "You guessed it." And then he mentions, and it actually wasn't just a core. And she puts her fist up and she says, "Hooray, I also need to gather the dragon's core." We then see the Holy Knight steps in, and his name is Zhu Le Sheng. He's a level 30 Holy Knight, and he seems kind of disappointed that they're having a conversation. Of course, they then introduce each other. Lin Mo Yu says, level 23 Necromancer, Zhou Le Sheng, level 30 Holy Knight. And of course, Ning Yi just has her arms folded back while they are talking. Ning Yi then mentions, "You're already level 23 so fast, I'm only level 21. And Lin Mo Yu says, "We can do it like before. Come here and I'll carry you to some dungeons, and bro really got that dungeon riz." She says, "Sure, but then, of course guys, Zhu Lesheng says, 'Hey, wait, didn't we agree that I would help you?' And she just says like an absolute Sigma, I don't need your help anymore, so sorry about that. And yeah dude, just get rejected. I guess legendary Holy Knights aren't really that legendary anymore." Anyways, he then says with a very ugly look on his face of envy, he says, "Just him alone? He's only level 23. He needs other people to protect him. How can he be possibly of use to you?" And she then says, "That's none of your business. I appreciate your offer, but truly, just get lost." And then he just says, really disappointingly, "Alright then, be careful. If it doesn't work out, come to me please." And of course he thinks to himself in his head, that pretentious piece of crap, he's only level 23, and he dares to look down on me. And what the heck bro, Lin Mo Yu didn't even say a single word to you, so yeah, this guy definitely is suffering in imagination. Ning Yi then goes right beside Lin Mo Yu as he looks like bruh. And of course she says thumbs up and says, "Don't worry, he's good bro." And then she wonders as she grabs him by the arm, "Anyway Lin Mo Yu, which difficulty are you going to clear? Normal and nightmare?" And he says hell difficulty. And yeah, of course it's the casual reaction by Ning Yi. She's absolutely shocked by this, but hey, with Lin Mo Yu, what is there not to expect? The chapter starts, and of course Ning Yi covers her mouth in shock as he mentions that she is going now to the hell difficulty. She mentions that Zhu Le Sheng, the legendary knight, offered her to go to the nightmare difficulty. And of course she just says with a very charming look on her face to Lin Mo Yu,
That's so great. I've been always wanting to see the hell difficulty for a long time, and I'm assuming she's never ever seen it in her entire career as a hunter. We then see Zhu Lesheng looking at them, as of course she has her hands on Lin Mo Yu, and I can just tell that she really likes him. Zhu Lesheng mentions that I guess tomorrow she'll come back running to me because of course they're just going to die, or sorry, Lin Mo Yu's going to die. They then are in front of the portal, and Lin Mo Yu brings out the cooldown talisman, as of course Ning Yi mentions. She's still happy that she gets to experience, of course, hell difficulty. They then are in front of it as they teleport inside, and two people wonder, wait, isn't that suicidal, going to the health difficulty? They mentioned that the last people that went there was a team from the Shajing Academy School of Creation and Divinity, and one of them mentions that they also remember a particularly skilled female professional, and she was called the Blade Dancer, and I think that they are referring to Lin Mo Yu's older sister. They then say forget about them, they're probably just gonna go inside to enjoy the scenery, but I guarantee you they're not there for the scenery at all. We then go inside of the dungeon, and Lin Mo Yu puts up his skeleton armor, and we also find out that he puts one on Ning Yi, which is a pretty cool thing that you're able to put it on people inside of your party. He says it's for safety to her, and then he then begins to call out his summons, and she just says, it really feels like I'm secure. Of course, he mentions, as long as we don't get hit by the control skills, this dungeon will be much easier as the skeletons are around him. We then of course see his skeletons just go after the Dragon Tribe Spearmen one by one, and yeah, Ning Yi is just watching, like she is just watching a show on the television, and Lin Mo Yu says it's not that difficult. And boys, of course, it's not difficult for our boy Lin Mo Yu. She then gives him the tongue, and then of course says, only you would say it's not difficult, while others struggle to complete even the easiest normal difficulty dungeons. And she says, you really make it look so effortlessly, and you are the GOAT. Well, she didn't say that, but I said that. We see his skeletons begin to charge towards them, as well as his mages using their abilities, and she says he got way stronger, and he can even summon mage-type skeletons now, and he really has grown so much as an adventurer and of course a hunter. We then see it's some sort of shrine in the distance, and there seems to be a lot of red aura in the sky. He asks her, Yi, for your mission, do you need anything else besides the dragon cores? She says, well, I am really quite formidable. This first mission was successfully completed, and I received this as a reward, as she points out and brings out something on her hand, which seems to be like a ring. Lin Mo Yu just has his hands in his pocket as he looks at it, and Ning Yi explains that for the second mission, she needs to obtain a dragon core, reach level 25, and become a 1-star private. The thing in her hand is the Ring of Brulin. It gives all your skills an additional 1 point. She then points it towards the light as she looks at it, as she mentions that this was made from the Goblin King's core that he gave her last time, and she mentions that she completed the first mission before making it, and in fact, she almost died. Just at that moment, he pulls her away because an attack was launched at her. Of course, it is one of the Dragon Spearsmen, but boom, his skeleton just attacks it. She is then clinging on to Lin Mo Yu, and she wonders if it is an invisible monster, and yes, it is. He then says to her, of course this is an invisible monster, and that's why it's a hell difficulty. Ning Yi then says, well luckily I have an assassin class of course, and I can see through the invisibility, so she can help them in a bit. She then uses her eyes as it turns a really beautiful red and it seems like a scarlet, and she points and says there are 2 there. And just like that, these 2 Dragon Tribe assassins are killed as he gains 640,000 experience. Lin Mo Yu then says happily, with you around he doesn't really have to be on guard. And of course she says, yeah, don't count me out so early, and I still am of good use. She then looks down at his chest hold up, and of course she is looking at his badge. She mentions that you're already at 2 stars, and he tells her, of course I killed some Abyss Hounds. She then punches him in the torso and says, I've fallen behind because of you. Now you have to lead the way. And it seems like our boy Lin Mo Yu is just the ultimate Rizzler. They then arrive at the stone statue, and he seems kinda nervous this time, and he tells Yi to step back and stay away from him. He says I have to go out and meet an old friend, which of course is the statue, as Ning Yi retreats over to the trees with her assassin skills, and she mentions that the storage space is sealed, and she only has this left. She then sees the boss in all of its glory and chaos, and yeah, I would be really scared by this as well, as she wonders if this is a boss. We see Lin Mo Yu with a bunch of his skeletons behind him, and it's ready, or it's time to of course fight this boss and solo level it. She is then just sitting from the tree looking, and she's about to watch a very entertaining show. Lin Mo Yu uses slow curse on the boss of course, and it begins to get wrapped in these awesome chains. However, it uses resistance enhancement, and it breaks through it easily, and it even uses group knockback. We then see Ningyi is even pushed out from her tree, and she says, "No, that's what Momo gave me." Lin Mo Yu uses Soul Flame on the beast, and of course, his general uses War Formation, and the skeletons are put out of the boss's effects as the boss slams his foot on the ground, and Lin Mo Yu says to recall all the skeletons. He then says, "I wonder if the boss can still play like this," because of course, recalling the skeletons to the summoning space in order to avoid the boss's burst skills is what he's going after for. Ningyi says to herself, "Even if I tell Grandpa, he probably won't believe me, right? There's no way he can solo a hell level boss." We then see his skeletons go towards his center and go for his core, and as we see, he killed the Outpost Guardian, and he gained 1.65 million experience. He got the gold grade weapon, the magic sword, the magic robe, the watchtower ring, and he even obtained Dragon Tribe Crystal Core, 2 of them. We also find out that Ningyi has obtained a class change certificate, and she also leveled up by doing nothing. She then mentioned that she also got cores and a class change certificate. There really is no way. She then hugs Lin Mo Yu from behind as he jumps on him, and she mentions that she really obtained a class change certificate, and Lin Mo Yu just says, "Isn't the class change certificate a guaranteed drop from hell level monsters?" And she mentions in hell level, only 1 drops at a time. And of course, only Lin Mo Yu would say something so casually. And yeah, he mentioned, "There's something I need to give you before we leave." He then says, of course, this, and she is startled as she has the rewards in her hand. We then see it is a Hell Sentry headgear, which is part of the Sentry set. And he mentions, "Let's take a break, and let's continue this conversation later." The scene then switches to the party of 4, and of course these are the people who Lin Mo Yu gave his gold sentry set to. And the leader or the knight mentions, "It's a good thing that we have the set now, otherwise we'd be in danger." But the mage then mentions, "Lao Shi, what should we do? Because there is still a demon abyss in the air." He then says we have to hold out until Lin Mo Yu comes, and once he arrives, all these abyss hounds will literally be sent into the graveyard. And just like that, we all know Lin Mo Yu is going to come and save the day. We then see a really ugly looking monster right here, and it seems to have the same glow like Lin Mo Yu's creatures. She then says it's not them. They do not have my children's smell, as she looks down on all of these people. She then says at them, which is, "I will have to eat them all along with my abyss hounds." And she's literally just floating here like a demonic angel. Of course, Lesheng looks at them, and he sees the abyss hounds going towards him. He uses aura change and a resistance aura, but of course we see a really glowy yellow barrier come out around them. He says, "I wonder how there are so many," as we see literally hundreds of them right in front of him. Of course, we then see the knight, and he says, "Watch out, there's a demon in the sky," and he looks up towards this really scary looking monster, and she has a triple-edged scythe here, and he says, "Don't worry, it won't be able to break through my tough aura." And that's why he is really feared as a holy knight. But bro, I don't think you should be that cocky. She then attacks him with his shield, and of course it absolutely crushes it, and he says the resistance aura isn't activating, and he then falls to the ground and mentions, how is this possible, as he gets sucker punched into the torso even more, and he mentions how he almost died just now, as he coughs out blood, and yeah, this guy almost literally just got wrecked. Of course, the knight with the gold sentry armor just puts his hand on his head and is disappointed, because he talks so big about himself, but in the end, he's just getting beaten like that, and his mage mentions, "I thought a legendary profession would be way stronger." We then see the creature in the air, of course, and this is a level 36 monster, but its name is unknown. The guy then begins to get nervous, and he says, "What should we do now? We won't be able to win," and he's just hoping that Junior Lin will come to the rescue. Of course, the monster then looks at them with a very degrading look, and she says, "A holy knight, huh? What an opportunity to kill you and earn some fame." But just at that moment, we see the signal that they left out, and boom, something crashes down into the ground. We see the monster start to charge towards a legendary knight, but of course we see Lin Mo-yu and Ning Yi, and they come in and teleport just in time to save the day. She then looks at Lin Mo-yu and we see the black sort of aura coming outside of him, and she says that it is you. You're the one who killed my children, and she is already going to attack him 0.5 milliseconds after they just arrived. She then looks up, and of course Lin Mo-yu looks up as well, and she crushes him with her scythe. But he just emerges out of the smoke and says, "What the heck is wrong with you?" She then launches a barrage of more punches and attacks, and she keeps on yelling, "Why can't I touch you? And of course, you're just not strong enough." He uses Soul Blaze with the skeleton armor around him, and boom, she begins to get burned by his fire. And she mentions, "I will definitely kill you." As she tries to fly away though, he uses Slow Curse. And of course, she is bound by the chains as well as the Abyss Hounds. They mentioned that the Abyss Hounds have gotten slower as well, and they really can't believe that the ability can affect such a wide range. Of course, we then see the monster on the air, and she says, "Curses." And yeah, Ning Yi just begins to laugh. He then brings out his skeletons, and yeah, it's GG for this little monster. We then see them jump up and slice her, and the guy with the gold sentry armor just says, "Junior Lin has summoned his skeletons." He uses corpse explosion, and yeah, goodbye to all these Abyss Hounds and to this monster. We then see him, he's standing with his hands in his pocket like usual, and he's just looking at the fallen monster, and then he steps over it and says, "Do better next time." Killed the level 36 Abyss Monster. He only gains 360,000 XP, which is kinda confusing, but of course he gets a military merit of plus 50, and he also obtains an Abyss Monster Blood Essence, and it contains Energy of the Abyss, and alchemists and blacksmiths can use it to strengthen equipment, which will be really good if he decides to use it on his Thanatos scythe. He then goes towards Ning Yi, and Ning Yi is just shocked, saying, "I didn't think I would get so much military merit as well." And guys, Lin Mo-yu upgraded to a 5-star private and even obtained 1,000 points and only 5 contribution points. I don't know what the heck is up with him getting so little points. Of course, his Thanatos scythe is now at level 7 with 2100 spirit, and then he tells Ning Yi, "Did you complete your task?" And she then smiles happily as she of course hugs him and says, "It's all thanks to you that I could do so really quickly." They're then celebrating with the rest of the adventurers, with the rest of the adventurers, and of course we hear, "The person shining should be me," and it is no one other than the legendary Holy Knight who got literally wrecked in one punch by of course that demon monster. He is a level 30, but he says, "There's no way I was saved by a level 23 rookie." He says, "How can I be embarrassed like this?" He then looks at Lin Mo-yu and of course at Ning Yi, sharing a really happy moment together, and it looks like they are a really good couple. He says, "Sooner or later, you will kneel and pray for your forgiveness, and I will let everybody know which one of us is the strongest." And bro, he didn't even do anything, he literally just saved him, and this legendary knight just really has a big ego. The chapter starts and Lin Mo-yu is standing here as he asks the guard, or of course the knight, if everything is okay. He says no worries, and thanks to his shield that he gave him, he completed the set. And of course, he realizes something as he looks back. He remembers that his guards are of the Eternal Wall. Of course, he then mentions that they probably received a distress signal and rushed here, and they seem to be running here as they mentioned. There seems to be at least 100 of the Abyss Hound corpses right here. One of the knights then asks, "Who sent the distress signal?" And the Holy Knight, our boy, that Big L, says, "It was me." The knight then looks at Lin Mo-yu and the three of them, and he says according to the Holy Knight, he's the one who eliminated so many Abyss Hounds. He mentions that those are indeed the corpses of these Abyss Hounds, and he wonders how a level 23 professional like this really did do it. He then goes up to Lin Mo-yu and realizes that he is a 5-star private, and of course the badge doesn't lie, and so he killed a lot of Abyss Hounds. He then says, "Well done, young man," because he mentions that many professionals, even at 3-star private, even at level 30 as well, could not even do so. He then says killing Abyss monsters is our responsibility, and the old man just chuckles like he gets a flashback to his old past with some dumb naive kids, and he says, yeah, very, very good. At that same moment though, we see some mysterious figures in the shadows come up. One of them is of course Mo-yun, who is a divine summoner, and she is on a real, very white pony or Pegasus, and she looks very breathtaking. The guard then says, Wait, she is legendary professional, a divine summoner. And she says, I saw the distress signal. What in here happened? We see everybody is getting rizzed up by her looks, of course, and she says, well, let's not stay here if it's already over. She then glances back behind her, and she sees Lin Mo-yu, and she senses his green ominous aura, that of a necromancer. And she mentions, that person, that aura is something I really hate, as she gives him a really smug look. Of course, Ning Yi then mentions that she is a 4-star lieutenant, and the guard says, it seems like she's searching for something, and she's in the depths of the Yuan battlefield, and he did not expect her to be here today. And Ning Yi mentions that she's looking for the Nirvana crystals. Of course, the guy gets super shocked, and he mentions, so she's actually searching for Nirvana crystals, huh? No wonder. It is a highly rare material that can increase the probability of class evolutions. And he explains that when professionals reach the second job change, their class direction becomes clearer, and they also have a really small chance of class evolution. He says for his profession, he is a paladin, and of course there is a very slim chance that he can become a holy knight, and with the help of Nirvana crystals, the probability can be greatly increased. He then says that in the depths of the Yuan battlefield, there is a monster called Battlefield Wraith. I see an image of it here, and it looks really just filled with shadows, guys. I don't know if you guys are scared by it. Of course, Lin Mo-yu isn't, and Ning Yi explains, I also know about a Battlefield Ghost King that is guaranteed to drop Nirvana crystals. And so the guy just sighs, saying, the Battlefield Ghost rarely appears, and it is also a world-class boss, which is very impossible to defeat. And Ning Yi just says as she looks at Lin Mo-yu, yeah, it's very difficult to defeat, dude. Of course, Lin Mo-yu is thinking about the girl Mo-yun from earlier. He mentions that she's already a legendary profession. Why would she want to change her class? He says at level 40 for the second job change, and it's level 70 for the next one. He wonders if there are even higher levels beyond the legendary profession. Ning Yi then says, I am a rare profession, a shadow assassin, and she mentioned that she also needs to find Nirvana crystals when the time will come. And Lin Mo-yu just smiles with his hand in his pockets, and he of course just agrees. We then see an image of 2 red eyes that looks like it's straight out of the Sharingan, and it says with a really scary voice, the Abyss Hounds are dead again? They were instantly killed. Even the Abyss's dog demon sent out, and it died. He then says, dang humans, the situation really is a bit strange. And so he says, let's do it one more time. We then see 4 shadow figures, I'm guessing that these are heroes, and they say, what happened to the Flame Demon King? Did it throw a tantrum or something? And they say, I already reported what just happened, and somebody higher up will have to hurry and deal with this because I don't want to get soloed. We then go back to Bai Yi-wan and of course Meng An-wen. And Meng An-wen says, go pour some tea. Bai Yi-wan then says what happened, and he is referring to Lin Mo-yu because Bai Yi-wan was kind of busy. Meng An-wen then mentions, he is fine and he also killed a lot of Abyss Hounds. In fact, he's already a 5-star private. Bai Yi-wan is shocked by this. He says in only 2 days already, and Meng An-wen mentions, the Flame Demon King guards the entrance of the Abyss Hounds. And so, of course, he even sent way more Abyss Hounds into the battlefield. Bai Yi-wan mentions he actually killed even the Abyssal Dog Demon. And Meng An-wen says, yup, this dude really is just the ultimate ranker or the Rizzer, it depends on you guys. He then mentions that Bai Yi-wan smiles, with this kid around, this tournament should be interesting. Because of course, this tournament is going to be one that displays the powers of the different schools. He then gets an image of Ning Yi as well as Lin Mo-yu, and he mentions I didn't expect them to be together. And of course, it is just another one of her traits of being the ultimate Rizzler and the strongest Necromancer MC Isekai anyway, guys. Of course, Meng An-wen then mentions, I saw the nemesis of Old Ning. He says, I guess Old Ning will be a bit furious of course, because our boy Lin Mo-yu is hanging out with his grandson. Bai Yi-wan then says, I never expected it to turn out like this. He says that I really want to see Old Ning fuming with his mustache, twitching, and of course he is in helplessness. We then watch a really huge monster get defeated. This is the Watchtower Guard Demon, and 1.65 million XP has been acquired. They also obtained the Hell Sentry Longsword, the Hell Sentry Leather Armor, the Gold Grade Accessory, Hell Sentry's Ring, and they also obtained 2 Dragon Core. Lin Mo-yu leveled up just like that, and Ning Yi is surprised, and she mentions that after teaming up with him, I'll almost have a complete set of my sentry equipment, and dang, this pro really is just too OP. He then puts up some armor on Ning Yi and she wonders, are you afraid of being attacked again outside? and he says this already happened twice in a row, so it's better to be cautious. And W, I really like that from Lin Mo Yu. I guess you're never too strong to be really cautious. Ning Yi just smiles, saying, who encounters ambitious every time? Well, cautious is not a big mistake, and I'll accept your offer. Lin Mo Yu then mentions if we farm a few more times with some luck, we might be able to complete the entire sentry set, and our bro really is just carrying this Ning Yi. We then teleport outside or back into the dungeon, close to it, where the other people are, and they're yelling, a Shikigami, it's a Shikigami, and we see a really big buff Giga Chad bull on his legs literally, and he has arms, and he's just pulling some sort of it seems to be a carriage. We see on the carriage seems to be some really esteemed people, and it seems like these people are going for the hell difficulty, and there are 11 of them. It is a Shikigami summoner from Country Y, and that's why they're going after it. Lin Mo Yu then mentions that it's called the Dragon War King. They're going after those titles. And we see after the people get off the carriage, the main dude hops off and says, these two people look familiar. And he sees Lin Mo Yu, and he is instantly intrigued. He introduces himself. Y country, says Shenxia Empire, level 24, Necromancer, Lin Mo Yu, and it seems like there might be a really cool confrontation. We see the people around that was in the Y country squad, they begin to chuckle and say, level 24, what a freaking weakling. And they even mention, coming to the Yuan battlefield with that kind of level, this dude is just on a suicide mission. On Myoji Gakko, on the other hand, mentions, it's only been a few days, yet he has risen from level 17 to 24. He says that I can't believe this guy is solo leveling up so quickly. He mentions that the skeletons have also become stronger, and he says if we don't get rid of him now, it'll be impossible for us to kill him in the future. But then his comrade says, don't act rashly, we're in Shenxia's grounds currently. He then says as he looks behind him with a really evil look, I know that, but in the future I won't let him escape. He then says, let's meet again in the competition. And he says, of course, before they enter the dungeon, I hope you won't disappoint me when that time comes. And Ning Yi mentions he's running away because there's too many people around now. And Lin Mo Yu just says with a really smug look on his face, it doesn't matter, even if I was alone, I would never be scared of him. And yeah, just another awesome comment from our boy, the Sigma. Of course, he mentions in a world of professions, a worldwide competition is held every 5 years. Battle, support, tank types, they all have their own competitions. And of course, the most exciting is definitely the battle types competition. He says that it will be held in Shenxia, and the scale is so grand and countless of professionals will come from all over the world just to participate in the competition. Ning Yi then mentions, in my opinion, Mo Yu, you won't be able to run from this. And she says, come on, let's sign up to participate. She then pleads with him, and she says, we need 5 people for the team competition so we can search probably later, and for the solo, you must sign up for that. The rewards are really, really good. He says there really is a solo competition. I wonder what the rewards will be. We then see she looks at her badge and it starts to glow yellow as well as Lin Mo Yu's, and everybody on the Shenxia ground has the same thing happening to them. And they say, don't tell me that the Abyss monsters have launched an attack. We then hear a notification as Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi look up into the sky. All Shenxia professionals, return to the fortress and gather. All Shenxia professionals, please return and gather. We see 2 people here worrying and wondering if this is the cohesion of the Shenxia Empire and this is how they stay strong, because for their country, they would never do something like that. They then teleport in front of some big temple and stairs, and Lin Mo Yu asks the knight, hey, what is happening? He says, well, look at this. Look at the Demon Watcher. It is looking at the direction where the monsters are attacking from. He says this means that a large number are coming. As you see it here, and it is literally illuminating. We then see them in front of that big wall, and Lin Mo Yu mentions, the Demon Watcher is more powerful than we imagine, and it is said that every large-scale battle is commanded by it. He says even many strong individuals have to accept its deployment. As you see it right here, if you guys play Valorant, it looks like the Immortal Buddy or the Immortal Rank. We hear all professionals below level 30 ascend the fortress walls, and of course Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi are being teleported so. We hear, make sure to form your own teams, and with immediate effect, no one below level 30 is allowed to exit the fortress. And Ning Yi says, with Lin Mo Yu around, we probably don't need other teammates. We then see a guy standing atop of a wall. It is Ni Xiong. He is a level 60 Legion Overlord. Everybody says, guys look, It is Ni. It is the one and only Ni Xiong of the Ni family, and he is the most important presence in the Legion. He then raises up his sword and says, "My commands you must follow. It is time to form your Legion." He has black hair with of course a beard, and he has awesome armor on. He yells out that the Legion has formed. "I'm the commander of the army. The Legion has formed. You are all teammates, and your skills will not accidentally hurt your companions, and you can unleash it to your heart's content." He then puts his sword on top of the ground and smashes it inside. And we hear overall blessings plus 50, and a large ray of yellow light comes across everybody within the walls. We see one guy and he says, "I feel like my strength has increased at least 5 times. And he also has elemental resistance plus 50, magic strengthening, spell damage plus 30, and also his physical attack can absorb opponent's life and be used to heal yourself." Lin Muyu mentions, "Too bad all these effects are overshadowed by his talent, because if his skeletons were able to have these effects, then, well, you'll just be way too overpowered, and the translators agree with me here." Ning Yi then says, "Lin Muyu, look up." It is of course Mo Yu, the level 39 Divine Summoner, and she has her floating Pegasus in the air. She is ready to attack here as she looks at the hundreds of Abyss Hounds right over the horizon. A lady then says the monsters are here, and this is her skill Morale Boost to decrease fear and boost morale, and that is a pretty OP ability. We then see Mo Yun launches her attack, and kaboom, Abyss Hounds get sent flying, and the Demon Abyss Hound says, "Wow, what an amazing attack, now it's time to die," and they are about to come into a confrontation. Her Pegasus kicks it, and we see a lot of the corpses literally getting wrecked over here, but guys, we see Lin Moyu skeletons jumping down from the walls, and of course they are heading towards the Abyss Hounds. They then mentioned, "Hey, isn't this Lin Moyu skeletons? This is too much. These skeleton mages are actually really reducing the pressure put on us." And it seems like since Lin Muyu can go down, he just sent over his skeletons. We see them fighting these demons hound one by one, and they're taking it down. And the flying demon Abyss Strog, whatever this is, says, "You dang humans." And of course, the one from earlier with the morale boost ability mentions, "I can't heal him because he's too far away. What do we do? He's going to get eaten by these Abyss Hounds." Lin Muyu is looking from on top of the walls. He says a level 39 professional acting as a vanguard shows that beside Ni Xiong, there may not be another single level 40 above professional here, and he says there will be too many casualties if this continues to go on. Ni then looks up at Lin Muyu, and she gives a look that says, "Yes, you need to go and fight." Lin Muyu then goes up to Ni Xiong and says, "I am requesting to leave the fortress and participate in the battle." And with a really smug look on his face, the guy says approved, and it's time for Lin Muyu to show these guys who is the absolute boss. The chapter starts and Ning Yi tells Lin Muyu to be careful, and as he has the scythe in his hand, of course he says, "I really can't waste this time to gain more merit and experience." We see the knight fighting, and he wonders why the heck Lin Muyu is here. And Lin Muyu says, of course with all of his summons out, "I'm here to clean this up like an absolute Chad." We then hear, "He's the one that killed my children," and it seems that the flying demon has found her prey. Of course, there's so many of them, and she orders them to kill him. But just at the moment where she leaves the flying Pegasus and the girl Mo Yun to fight Lin Muyu, we then see the girl, and she says it's really him. He then uses Slow Curse, of course, and we see that she is now bound by chains, as well as her Abyss Hounds. The knight then mentions, as well as his other comrade, as expected from Lin Muyu. And wait, what kind of skill is that? This clearly is a curse type skill. Lin Muyu says with a smile, "My corpse explosion skill can be used to its fullest ability in a battlefield with its corpses." We then see her as she looks, and kaboom, we see more Abyss Hounds as we see all of the notifications here. And I don't really speak Chinese, guys, but let's just say that that's a lot of Abyss Hounds. We then see Mo Yun, and she says, with a very bright explosion in her eyes, and she covers it, "This is that guy's skill? This is such a terrifying skill." And they wonder if he has reached the second job change already. Of course, the knight just says, "Thank God that Junior Lin is a student of the Shajing Academy," and the ones behind him wonder, "How the heck can the Necromancer class be this strong?" And Lin Muyu just says, "I won't let a single one of you alive." We then see 2 lasers, and it is from the eyes as it pierces through a skeleton and the torso just like that. The laser then goes towards Lin Muyu, and he puts up his skeleton armor, but it breaks it and shatters. in only 2 seconds, and he's completely shocked by it. He then uses damage transfer to try and negate the damage and nullify it, and guys, 124 skeletons were destroyed in the damage transfer, which means that that attack was absolutely dangerous. We then see the attack try to get through the barrier, but we see the Demon Eye Navigator, and it shines very brightly, and it attacks it back, and we hear, "Lin Mo Yu, you'll die by my hands." But Lin Mo Yu is on the ground with Ning Yi Yi as she asks if he is okay. He definitely isn't, but he mentions, "I didn't expect the Abyss King to be so strong and destroy his formation." And the fact that the armor only lasted for 2 seconds just shows how fortunate and blessed he is to even escape. We see the eyes right here, and he says in his head, "Just you wait, Abyss King." And our boy became Eren Yeager, and he says, "You'll wait until I come back and absolutely destroy you." It is a victory, guys, and we hear victory from, of course, the general, and he mentions the distribution of military merit will begin now, and it seems like they have finally won this short battle. The general screams out, "In this battle, 10,000 Abyss Hounds and Dog Demons were killed, which amounts to 20,000 military merit. Mo Yun will receive 500 merit, which is absolutely crazy, but Lin Mo Yu will deserve 3,500, and that's absolutely absurd." Mo Yun looks back at him, and yeah, she definitely got rizzed up, and she mentions, "I'm really envious of those points, but of course if it wasn't for him, they might have not been able to defend against their attacks." Guys, it is nobody else than the Royal Holy Knight, and he says to himself, "I'm a legendary Holy Knight class. How the heck? I'm never close to his level." And yeah bro, that's a reality check, never mess with the MC. He then has his scythe in his hand, and Ning Yi is looking at it as well, and it seems to be changing in some sort of way. Ning Yi has become a 2-star private as well as the others behind her, but Lin Mo Yu's star has something else happening to him. We see that his badge has 10 stars on it now, and yes guys, he is ranked up to a silver captain badge. And everybody looks back like, wait, is he really a silver captain? Ning Yi then says playfully, "Hello sir," as she bows down her head. She says, "Wow, you're really a captain of Shenxia Empire. You're possibly the youngest captain as well." And Lin Mo Yu just really has his hands in his pocket. He mentions that it really hasn't been a long time since I finished the exam too. I wonder if this is the Manhwa recap effect. Just kidding guys. He just says that that's pretty cool. We then see he also receives a title, Star of Shenxia, and he is really shocked by this, and I know he's excited. The skill basically gives all attributes 300, and of course the skill consumptions cost negative 20% and 10% damage reduction. He says, "Wait, you have a title already?" And he says, yeah, I got it, as we see Star of Shenxia right above his head. The general then asks, "Dragon War King, where did you get this title, dude?" That title can only be obtained in the Hell difficulty dungeon in the Dragon Frontline Outpost. We then see Mo Yun, and she says, "Wait, I've tried to solo clear that dungeon too, but almost died inside. I didn't think that he was able to do that, and yeah, she just got rizzed up to the absolute max." The general then says, "Please tell me how you obtained the title and its effects." And Lin Mo Yu just says everything. The title is obtained from solo clearing Hell difficulty on Dragon Frontline Dungeon, and the effects are all attributes plus 500. And yes guys, the consumption of skills is negative 50%. The general then says as he pats his shoulder, "This is absolutely beautiful. Shenxia has another genius now." He says, "You're pretty talented, and I will permit you to use the military facilities in the fortress." He then says with a big smile on his face, like a typical dad, "You will need to spend some time in military merits in order to use the facilities, so make sure you spend some points to yourself." And he says, "Thank you, senior," because only 3-star captains are able to use them. We then see the military general stands atop the stairs, and he yells out, "The battle is over. The legions are dismissed." Lin Mo Yu has his Thanatos Scythe in his hand, and he mentions that the Thanatos Scythe is almost unchanging, and we look at it here and it seems kind of different from when we first had it. This is the Thanatos Scythe. It is of course level 25, and the spirit is 3,000 now, and the max limit is to gather the other sets so that he can unlock it. He mentions that he needs to get more information about this equipment so he can become even more overpowered. He also obtained a new skill called Evocation. It is the Thanatos Scythe will record down the soul of a killed boss. 1,000 spirit will be used to summon that soul, and it can only be summoned for 180 seconds. And we see an image of a boss right here, the one he killed just now. And guys, he is able to summon a boss right here to clear the frontline dungeon again. And this is absolutely broken. Of course, the knight says, combined with the heavy defenses arranged by the top professionals of the empire, the abyss cannot teleport demons that are too powerful. And Lin Mo Yu says to Ning Yi, I will, because of course Ning Yi asks him, Lin Mo Yu, you already marked it, so you have to be careful when going to the Yuan battlefield. And we hear a buzz on the side of her pockets. Of course, it is her grandpa, and she says, Grandpa, I am at the first fortress in the Yuan battlefield. And the grandpa says, I am on my way, because of course he's definitely worried about her. We then see him right here, and yeah, it is a 5-star general, and this is Ning Yi's grandfather. She says hello, and of course the grandfather says, Lin Mo Yu. And of course Lin Mo Yu is confused, like what? How do you know me? And of course Ning Yi just really good. Heck are you doing? He then says, it's nothing, I just wanted to see if you had any guts. And of course he doesn't want to make Ning Yi mad. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then bows down and says, nice to meet you, Mr. Ning, because he is the principal of the Xiajing Academy. He then says, alright, just spare the formalities. Anyway, he then says that old Bai has really become senile. How can he ask you to go to the Yuan battlefield to do a task? He then gets enraged and says, how dare him literally do it behind my back, because I was busy and he decided to fool around. He then mentions, be good, Ning Yi, and come back with me. There are some tasks in the academy. But then she says, you were the one who told me to finish what I've started, and because of this, I'm going to complete my task. The grandpa then says, Lin Mo Yu, you brat. Of course, but Ning Yi mentions, don't threaten Lin Mo Yu. I want to farm levels in the Yuan battlefield. He then says, I can send people to help you. But then of course she says, Lin Mo Yu can carry us by herself. And then he says, there's no way. But she brings out the dagger. And of course, this is the Hell Sentry's dagger. And he's surprised how the two of them cleared the Hell difficulty. He then looks at Lin Mo Yu, and Lin Mo Yu says, don't worry, Mr. Ning. I will protect her. And he sees a Dragon War King as his title. He says there's something strange about this guy. I have to talk to old Bai really about this. There's no way that he was really able to clear such a large and strong dungeon that is of the Hell difficulty. And just like that, I guess the grandpa of Ning Yi really got swayed by our boy's strength. The chapter starts and Ning Yi says, of course grandpa, you can go on ahead. She mentions that they will return when the competition begins in a few days. And of course, her grandpa just says there's something different about this boy. And of course, something is really off about him, so I'm gonna go ask Lord Bai and Meng and Wen. But Lin Mo Yu just gives a smile. He then arrives at the officer resting room where of course Lord Bai permitted him to enter, and he mentions that this really seems like a military facility, and he goes to check the exchange of the military merit. We see the entire environment around him change like some sort of grid, and we see here 3 of them: Anti-Curse Potion, Dungeon Escape Talisman, and Elementary Recovery Potion. He mentions that 2 should be good for emergencies, and he says that the talisman seems pretty cool. He then has it in his hand and wonders. It seems like this purpose of the military merit is similar to the points in Xiajing Academy, but if you spend too much, you will lose your rank, so it's better to save a lot. He then gives it to Ning Yi, and we hear somebody call out to her. And yes guys, it is a dazzling and very charming lady destination teleportation gem. Of course, the purpose of this is to send them to a designated destination, which means that she's going to be teleporting them to a dungeon, I guess. She then tells Lin Mo Yu, I've been searching for the Battlefield Ghost King lately, and I'd like you to help me out in finding it. Lin Mo Yu then wonders, is that the Battlefield Ghost King who is to drop the Nirvana Crystal? She then says as she looks back and she walks away, and gosh, this girl or this lady really is the Riz Master. She mentions, I will give you as many of the Nirvana Crystals in the range of 3 to 5 or 6 because she only wants one of them. Ning Yi then looks at him and she says, it's impossible for me to defeat it. And Lin Mo Yu mentions, I'm only level 24, so I might not be able to defeat a level 38 world-class boss. Ning Yi then says as she keeps on pondering, well, if you can solo Hell difficulty, then you won't have a problem, and Sister Yun must be aware of this, and this is the reason why she invited you. But for the meantime, let's go ahead and rank up. Lin Mo Yu then asks about, of course, the cooldown talisman. It seems that Ning Yi has 9 and Lin Mo Yu has 8. He says, well, let's go ahead and just rest for now. We then see Ning Yi out here smiling, looking really pretty, and everybody says how pretty that girl is. Of course, she's holding on to Lin Moyu's arm, and they begin to gossip, and the guy says, "Shut up, the one next to her is a beast." Ningyi then says, "Look at them, they're all looking at you. It's probably because of the performance on the battlefield yesterday that you did." He says, yeah, whatever, let them be, and let's go, as we see the huge portal like the nether portal for Minecraft right in front of them, which leads to the dungeon. Lin Moyu, guys, he already reached level 25. He says that the quantity and attributes of the skeletons have been increased once again, and so the efficiency has accelerated right now. He then says, with all of his zombies or his undead right behind him, this time he can reach the boss in less than 4 hours. And we see the giant stone, and yeah, he commends his army with the scythe, and he's going to test out his new skills, and yeah, that stone guy isn't lasting a few seconds. He then uses summon, and of course, we then see the general summon once again, and it absolutely destroys that monster, and we see Ningyi here outside again, and she says, "Another hell difficulty dagger, can you give me this one too? I have a use in mind for it." He says, "Yeah, your invisibility skill did help me, so you can have it." He then puts on the armor for her once again, and they begin to walk towards the dungeon, but then we see some dude wearing a cape and royal armor with his subordinates and flaming chariots right behind him. He says, "Halt." He says, "Move away and don't block the road," as he points towards Lin Moyu. He wonders why the heck Lin Moyu isn't moving, and then he yells again, "Get out of here, you are ruining the red carpet of His Highness." Just at that moment, Lin Moyu literally puts a sword towards him, and yeah, he falls down and almost pees his pants. And if that sword went a bit further, well, this guy might not be able to have any more babies. The skeleton looks at him with very dreadful looks, and of course, Ningyi mentions they're from the ancient Rome's Holy See, and of course, the strength comparable to theirs is unmatched. We then hear "stop," and all of the flaming horses and the knights on them come to a complete stop. Somebody then walks out, and they are all gossiping about how this dude's golden armor was made by a professional blacksmith, and how the jewelry were made by really good chemists and alchemists as well. Of course, this is definitely better than the Nightmare Gold set. Ningyi then gives a look of absolute riz or intimidation, and he is bewildered, and he says, "How can you be so rude? Back off." And the subordinate just bows his head. He then introduces himself. He says, "I would like to apologize for my underling," and he tries to give a look of riz, but this guy just looks corny. He mentions that he is Rutgers. He is from the Holy See of ancient Rome, and he is a level 31 Vulcan warrior. Everybody then says, "Wait, it's said to be that ancient Rome's Holy See is religious, and they claim to have inherited the power of God. And so this warrior inherited the power of Vulcan." But then one of them says, "That's nothing more than a class with a fire attribute. The guy who killed nearly 10,000 Abyss Hounds can be called powerful in comparison." Of course, this guy is still trying to riz up Ningyi, and Ningyi looks nervous. He says, "Beautiful lady, I wonder if you would be honor me by accepting my invitation to get to know each other." And Lin Moyu just stands up like, "Bro, you're not even worthy of her. Just look at your drip, bro. You definitely have none." And yeah, this is going to definitely be a cool conflict. Rutgers then says, dude, you're only level 25. I should be more qualified than you." But Lin Moyu says, "How ignorant." Of course, Rutgers then mentions, "You're so narrow-minded, you're so low. And do you know what dungeon I'm going to clear?" He then says out arrogantly and haughtily, "I'm going to solo clear the Outpost Sentry Hell difficulty and obtain that legendary title." And he says to Ningyi as he calls her a beautiful lady, "Just wait, and I'll invite you once again." Of course, Ningyi just begins to chuckle, and Rutgers is like, "Wait, bro, are you literally kidding me?" And everybody in the crowd around them begins to chuckle as well. His subordinate then rushes towards him, and he says, "Master Rutgers, the legendary title has already been taken by the person in front of you," and Lin Moyu is absolutely just looking so bone-chilling right here. He says, "All of you come here," and of course, everybody gathers around him. We then see one of the subordinate mentions, "Are we really going to do this? This is Shenxia's territory, and the majority of all the professionals here are from Shenxia." And Rutgers just says, "Let's just be discreet about it then," as he looks at Lin Moyu and says, "Even if they die, others will only assume that they died inside the dungeon." And Lin Moyu has his hands in his pockets, so yeah, this guy is definitely just like trash in front of his eyes. Lin Moyu looks back with a side eye and says, "Don't even mind these pieces of junk," just kidding, but he's just said, "Let's just continue clearing the dungeon." They then enter the dungeon, and we see that Rutgers activated his dungeon tracking scroll, and it can track people that have entered a dungeon. He then says, did he say he was going to solo clear? Why is he bringing his whole party in? And it seems like the people watching don't like what's about to happen. They're inside the dungeon, and Rutgers has a scroll in his hand. And he says, you didn't expect to find us, did you not? And he says with the scroll in his hand, I heard that you solo cleared this dungeon and took away the title. And so the only way for him to get the title is to kill Lin Mo Yu. He then activates the teleportation ceiling scroll, and Ningyi looks at her teleportation crystal, and she mentions that of course this talisman does not work anymore. He then says, like he thinks he's literally Aizen from Bleach, are you scared? Are you terrified? This is the price for angering the Vatican of ancient Rome. Or of course, this guy just doesn't know how strong Lin Mo Yu is. He then says, I have a feeling that she'll make a wonderful toy. And this guy really just disrespected Ningyi. Lin Mo Yu then begins to chuckle, like he casually does whenever somebody's acting so prideful, and he brings out a scythe and says, if I can teleport out of here because of the scroll, that means that you're stuck in here with me. They then wonder what he's doing, and we see all of his skeletons come out, and he mentions, know the enemy and know yourself. Then of course, you wouldn't need to fear the result of 100 battles. And this is obviously from Sun Tzu, but Sun Tzu, come on bro, you definitely probably didn't even say this. Or maybe you did. Anyway, he says, you want to kill me with those shabby skeletons? I'm somebody who has a legendary profession, a Vulcan warrior. We then see he activates his armor and it turns red and black, and obviously even though he's a villain guys, this would look pretty cool on Lin Mo Yu. He says that in this state, all his attributes are literally increased by 300 and he is immune to control skills. He then raises his sword as we see a very dazzling golden aura come up behind him. And of course, all of his subordinates get cheered up and are probably up in morale now, and they say victory to his highness. But this guy literally looks like, I don't know what this guy looks like. He looks like he messed up with plastic surgery. And he says, nobody is stronger than me. Lin Mo Yu mentions, as expected, those skill effects are indeed quite strong, but your party members don't have the same skill. Slow curse. Everybody is then bound up by chains, and we see them right here stuck as Lin Mo Yu's skeletons begin to run towards him. We then see that Vulcan Body Boy tries to attack one of his skeletons, but he blocks it, and he wonders how they're so strong, and Lin Mo Yu's skeleton sword pierces right through one of the shields of the guards. One gets sent flying by Lin Mo Yu's summon, and yeah, they all say it's over, and are we really going to die here? They then begin to get literally obliterated and chuckled up, and they all yell out for his highness, but it seems like he couldn't save them. Lin Mo Yu says, oh my gosh, it's only the stupid fool left, how convenient for me. Rutgers then gets even more furious and he says, I'll kill you. And guys, come on, this is just a repeat with what happened with the other Abyss Demon King. Of course, Lin Mo Yu brings out his scythe and uses evocation. And we see something eerie right here. And yes, it is the general boss that is an undead summon as it looks at Rutgers. And yeah, this dude is absolutely screwed. Of course, guys, Rutgers is sweating his anyways, he says, that's the Dragon Guardian. How is it possible for you to summon the hell difficulty boss? And yeah, the Dragon Guardian here, it has a really weird looking weapon, but it's going towards Rutgers, so yeah. It then comes in contact with a sword, and boop, shattered, and it even destroys his Vulcan body with just one hit. He says, is this the strength of a boss in hell difficulty? And we see the general with his huge weapon above him, ready to cut down Rutgers. He says, I'm the holy son of God. If you kill me, you will die. And Lin Mo Yu turned into Yu from the Boxer series, and this guy has red eyes like an absolute deadly foe. And cut. Yep, yeah, Rutgers is definitely gone. Of course, we then see it is Ningyi holding onto the armor, and she says, I didn't know people like that would know how to beg for life in the face of death. She then says, but he is from the Vatican of ancient Rome. Aren't you afraid? And Ningyi mentions, no matter what happens, I'll stay by her side. Of course, they walk away, and she wonders, I wonder what we'll do with his Vulcan set equipment. And yeah, Ningyi really is a wife candidate. We are in the Vatican headquarters, and we then hear, everybody, Rutgers was killed, inform the Pope. And then we go back to, of course, Bai Yuan, as well as Ning Tairan, which is, of course, Ning Yi's grandfather. We then hear Bai Yuan say, you're here? What a rare sight. And of course, the grandfather mentions, why did you give my granddaughter a task at the Yuan battlefield? Be honest, were you the one that asked that boy to flirt with her? And yeah, this grandpa is kind of getting a little bit too paranoid. Bai Yuan mentions, you'll see when they come back, why exactly they went for hell difficulty. We then see them come out of course, the dungeon, and it looks even cooler, or it always looked cool. Anyway, Lin Moyu is level 26 and Ning Yi is already level 23. She then tells Lin Moyu that her cooldown talisman needs to charge up again, so she's going to head back first and submit her task that she completed. Lin Moyu then says, me too, since I'm going to be going to the competition, so I'm going to sell this equipment as well. We are then at the trade center and we hear the total is 20 million, and the clerk says as Lin Moyu turns his back, whoa, these are all equipment from the hell difficulty dungeons. Is this dude part of a big shot family or something? No bro, that's the MC of the Manhwa. We then see Lin Moyu talking to Bai Yuan, and he says, I completed my task. And yeah, Bai Yuan says, come over quickly. Lin Moyu has his hand in his pocket like usual, and they are surprised that he's level 26. And he says, how did you level up so fast, my bro? And he says, I've been clearing dungeons non-stop. He mentions that I was clearing hell difficulty with somebody else, and Bai Yuan mentions, that's right. Of course, if you were doing this solo, the rate of leveling shouldn't be that fast. Meng Anwen then mentions, I told you could clear hell difficulty, and also that somebody else he was with was probably Ning Yi. We then see Bai Yuan mentions, that means the title, Dragon War King, and Lin Moyu says, that I got it. It gives your attributes plus 500 and skill consumption minus 50%. Bai Yuan mentions, you did great this time, and the cooldown talisman is used up. And yeah, he says, Lord Bai, I couldn't find an alchemist, so I'll have to trouble you, as he has the different materials laid out on the table. Bai Yuan then says, yep, I got you, don't worry. He says, but since your performance was good, I'll help you notify it once it's finished. And he says, you must have heard about the competition, right? Bai Yuan tells him, it's held once in every 5 years, and this time their Shensha Empire will be hosting it, and it will actually be in 10 days. And Lin Moyu says, got it. Bai Yuan then tells him, Lin Moyu, I don't only want you to participate, but I want you to take it all, and I want you to become the ultimate champion and take home the victory royale. He then says, wait, why do you have ancient Rome's Vulcan set equipment? And then Meng Anwen says, wait, this was the set equipment that was given to the Vulcan Knight last year. Don't tell me you. And then of course Lin Moyu just tells him the truth. They were the one. And Wen gets absolutely furious as his eyes turn blue and his aura and everything else turns black like he's Gojo. He says, the Vatican, huh? How interesting, they try to touch one of our students in the Shensha territory. The entire atmosphere and the gravity changes so drastically. And he says, I heard that the Vatican has ways to resurrect their own people, so that brat might still be alive. Of course, Lord Bai then says as he coughs, hold it, old Meng, you shouldn't be so hasty. And of course, Lord Bai then says, leave this matter to me, and after so many years of inactivity, it seems that they forgot his title. And we see Lord Bai here in his prime, guys, and he is known as Shensha Slaughterer Deity. Lin Moyu is absolutely in shock, and he mentions that he heard that he once invaded Country H alone and killed 2 of the top 3 strongest players, and he almost managed to defeat the country by himself. Yeah, this is way too OP. Of course, Lin Moyu then takes his leave and Bai Yuan says, Old Meng, I'll have to trouble you with the Tyrant Necklace and the charging of the cooldown talisman. And he says, no problem. The moment they tried to even attack Old Ning's granddaughter, yep, they were definitely finished. We are in ancient Rome and we see one of the workers there, and he looks up like what the heck, as we see a huge red fireball up in the heavens. He then says, what type of terrifying magic is that? Is that divine mage magic? Could it be the descent of the Vulcan, the deity of fire? But nope, it's just our boy, Lord Bai and Ning Tairan. They say, look, there's people over there. And we then see Ning Tairan say, Gubat, come out. Come the heck out right now. I said come out right now. And yeah, it's so good that our MC has these type of people to support him. We then see Ning Tairan here, and we hear, it's over. Where the heck is the Pope? The Pope finally arrives and he mentions the elders here too. Nothing else will happen, right? Of course, Pope yells out, who the heck is looking for me? How dare you mess with the Vatican? And this guy's about to get wrecked. Of course, he sees the face of Ning Tairan, and he says, oh gosh, that's a divine level professional from the Shenxia Empire. And he says, and also Shenxia Slaughterer deity. Why the heck is he here? As well, did they come to destroy the Vatican? Yeah dude, they probably did. He then becomes all friendly and says, to what do we owe the presents? If the Vatican has offended you in any way, we will surely compensate for it. They then wonder, why is the Pope talking like this? Don't tell me we are all really going to die right here. Of course, Ning Tairan then says, tell that Rutger's guy to come out right now. And he tells his subordinates to go fetch him. And he says with sweat on his face, may I ask what Rutgers has done to offend you? And yes, Ning Tairan says, he didn't offend me. And Lord Bai says, he didn't offend me either. Then they both here in tandem give him a look of absolute death. And he says, it was my precious granddaughter that he offended. And Lord Bai says, he offended my precious disciple. Of course, oh gosh, the Pope is absolutely shooken, and he mentions that's even worse than offending the two people in front of them. And he wonders, why did Rutgers do this? We then see Rutgers right here, and it seems like he had just been revived. And he looks up, like wait, is that the descent of Vulcan? He then gets literally teleported like it's an alien ship, and he's beside the Pope. And he says Rutgers is here. He accidentally died 2 days ago, and has just been resurrected. Ning Tairan then uses his spiritual pressure, and he says it was you who used the dungeon tracking scroll to chase Lin Mo Yu, right? And he says, why did you also call my granddaughter a toy? Our boy is literally sunken cheeks in, like look at this guy. He looks as good as dead. And he yells out, how dare that dude? I'll kill him no matter what, and until that woman belongs to me. Oh gosh, the Pope gives him a bombastic side eye because he knows he absolutely messed up. And yeah, Lord Bai just looks at the Pope, and the Pope says, my lords, please. But then Ning Tairan mentions, he has a stigma in the Vatican's divine statue, if he can resurrect after death, right? He says, let's see if you can revive without that statue. We then hear save me, as of course he burns those people in the air. He says, everyone run away, the Pope says. But then, oh gosh, Rutgers is absolutely schizophrenic and delusional, of course in the manhwa, and he says, you can't kill me, I can just revive again. I will. And he gets burned up to a crisp, guys, and yeah, they then launch the castle or towards the tower, and boom, it's completely gone. We then see the Pope looking down at it with despair, and Tairan says, if this happens again, I will destroy ancient Rome myself. The Pope gives a sigh in relief, and he says, look, we should be happy to be alive. It's already a mercy they didn't kill us all. Think about what happened to Country H. How many people died on that day? He says, as we see the survivors looking up, living is already a blessing in misfortune. They then teleport down to the really peaceful, inhabitants that they were at earlier, and Lord Bai says, old Ning, since when did you become so good-tempered? And Ning Tairan then says, you're the same. If it was before, you'd have burned down the entire Vatican. Yeah, these dudes are literally joking and talking about burning down entire colonies, and they're just too strong. Lord Bai then says the culprit has been executed, and there's not much difference between killing and not killing the remaining people. Meng Anwen also says, don't you just want to keep them alive so more abyss monsters can be killed? He then tosses him something, and of course it is a cool down talisman. We then hear, old Meng, help me charge it too. And then he says, you know, you could have just given it to me as well. Yeah, because of course he forgot to give the other one to him. We then see, a few days later, this is the 100th professional great tournament, and Lin Mo Yu is just on his watch, and he says it's time to sign up. We then find out that there are 3 sections to this tournament. First is a solo, second is the team, and third is the challenge competition. He says each grouping consists of 10 levels, so he is in the 20 to 29 group. He then says in this competition, below level 40, the champion of each category can receive a beginner flash skill scroll, a magic potion, or 50 million gold coins. We then see, of course, it is a skill scroll right here. After use, you can obtain 100% of a skill that you haven't mastered, and for the potion, after use, all basic attributes will permanently be increased by 200 points, which is absolutely fantastic. He then begins to ponder again, and he says the rules and rewards of the challenge of the competition has not been announced yet, so I wonder what good rewards they will have. He says, but for them to be so secretive, the reward shall definitely be good. Lin Mo Yu, of course, We then see he's already a level 26, and our boy gets plus 500 on all of his attributes. He is way too OP now. We see a skeleton warrior and his mage, and they just keep on getting stronger. And then we see, yes guys, it is an old gang up right here in front of him. They wonder if he's signing up for the tournament. Shashui then asks, we wanted to invite you, but last time you were already level 22, so we aren't even in the same group anymore. Of course, the goth girl asks, what level are you? Level 26. We then see all three of them get absolutely hit with a hammer of level 26, turned to stone by it, and even pierced in the heart for Shashui. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu just really is just solo leveling at this point. Shashui is absolutely shook, but goth girl and of course silver hair boy says, a guy shouldn't be so quick. And he says, wait, what do you mean by that? Hold up. And of course, Ningyi then comes, hold up, and yeah, she just arrives and she says hello. And Shashui looks behind her because she's really familiar, I guess. But of course, Ningyi is respectful and she says, I am Lin Mo Yu's friend, and I am level 25 assassin Ningyi. She says, you're level 25? I didn't think there'll be somebody else who leveled up as fast as Lin Mo Yu. But Ningyi knows the truth and she says, it's thanks to Lin Mo Yu who carried me. And yeah, Shashui is like, yeah, that really figures. They then introduce themselves, Zume level 17 Lurker, level 17 Elemental Mage, and of course, this is Feng Shu, level 17 Holy Swordsman. And by the way, Holy Swordsman would be a really cool class. They then begin to chatter, and Shashui then says, goodbye Lin Mo Yu, we're going to be looking for a team now, so I'll see you next time. Lin Mo Yu then says, you can contact me if you want to clear the Tyrant Desert. And Ningyi says, high school friends, huh? She then says to him, you're pretty close to Shashui, aren't you? And he says, we're high school friends. She then says as she turns away, you're so dense. Oh gosh, she is a tsundere, and her MC is just a OP blockhead. Of course, we then see Jiang Tao Tao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu. Jiang Tao Tao has reached level 24, Duan Gao level 21. They wonder if they're here to sign up too. And yeah, they say yeah we are, since of course this is held every 5 years, so it shouldn't be missed. We then see, guys, it is Miao Yu, and she says, those other people don't like our low levels, and they're unwilling to team up with us, so that's why they were looking for a team. Lin Mo Yu then says, let's team up together then, and they all look back, pretty shocked. He says that this will save time searching for teammates, and she then says, I heard that he solo carried 39 people in a Tyrant Desert dungeon. If we really team up with him, getting first place is probably a matter of absolute certainty, and our boy Lin Mo Yu looks really mean right in this panel, but that's just how he looks. He has a resting bro face. Of course, Ningyi then tries to persuade her, and she says, yeah, I have a condition. She mentions, if we get first place, the Academy will reward contribution points, and that to us is already the best reward. He then agrees, and he says, if I don't agree, they probably won't agree to be our teammates anyway, but that's all good. They then finish up the tournament registration, and Ningyi thanks Lin Mo Yu, and he says, trust me, it's no big deal. And we then see Bai Li Sheng, oh gosh, it's this dude again, and he has his hand in his pocket, and he says, I definitely will win the championship reward in this tournament. We hear people pushing other people out of the way for Bai Li Sheng, and of course he spots Ningyi besides Lin Mo Yu. He gets furious and he stops them, and Ningyi says in her head, of course an annoying piece of crap has appeared. Bai Li Sheng then says, why are you together with that dude? And she hugs onto his arm tightly, and she says, is that any of your business? Get lost, you piece of trash. He then says, my business? Everybody knows that you're my fiancé. And Ningyi can't take it anymore, and she points down to him like an absolute really scary mom, saying, are you mentally ill? You came to propose but I refused, and so you went around lying to people that I'm your fiancé. She then points to her own head saying, how about you find a better healer to fix your brain? And yeah, she is the queen of roasting. Lin Mo Yu then says, I never seen Ningyi so angry. And of course he mentions, I'm not even that worried anyway. We then see Bai Li Sheng say, this is not over, and we see all of his teeth here, and our boy is about to get turned into a speck of dust. And he yells saying, Lin Mo Yu, you repeatedly opposed me. How dare you try to snatch my woman? Guys, well, I don't even get it. Lin Mo Yu just does his own thing, and this guy suffers in his imagination. But thankfully, Lin Mo Yu just calls him a stupid clown, and our boy ages by 40 years and he becomes a really ugly dude, saying, you're doomed and I'll eliminate you sooner or later. Ningyi then says, if you want to die, just say it. and she brings out her weapons, and we then see the rest of the group and the squad come up right behind her. And Lin Mo Yu brings out his hand and he's ready to summon his monsters. He says, if I don't kill this guy, he'll definitely harass Yi Yi again. We hear, who are you going to kill? And just like that, Bai Li Sheng is stuck and struck in absolute fear. We see a red floating figure behind him. It is Bai Yi Wan. And he says, you want to kill him, huh? And yeah, guys, it seems like Bai Li Sheng is already courting somebody, and yeah, he is courting death itself. The chapter starts, and yes, Bai Li Sheng just looks behind him like, wait, is this really Lord Bai Yi Wan? And Ning Yi Yi seems to be very happy. Bai Yi Wan then gives him a death stare and says, Bai Li Sheng, I'm asking you a question. Who did you say that you wanted to kill? He then says as he clenches his fist, remember, a tough fist is the hard truth, and of course fear and equality are both achieved through one's own strength. He then tells Lin Mo Yu, I've given you the method to raise your level once you gather enough materials, so I'll even send somebody to help you, and it seems our boy Bai Yi Wan might of course take a really huge liking towards Lin Mo Yu, since of course he sees himself in him when he was younger. He then leaves and says, he looks behind him, mentioning the three of you are pretty good too, and he is of course referring to, his level 24 and above teammates, but they're kind of shocked to see him look back. Of course, Sister Tao tells them the tournament will be held in Nanhong City this year, so let's meet up again there because they're going to be busy, and of course, Ning Yi just says, yeah, you got it. She then looks at Lin Mo Yu's watch, and she wonders what's the task that Grandpa Bai gave him. He says he just needs to kill abyss demons at the 3rd fortress, and increase his rank to the 2-star lieutenant. She says that's simple. Lin Mo Yu then says as he continues to mess with his watch, not only that, there will be an elemental dungeon inside of the 3rd fortress, and he wanted him to of course retrieve the elemental crystals from the elemental dungeon. Ning Yi then gets a picture in her head and wonders, I remember the place outside the 3rd fortress. It's kind of known like an elemental plane of such. And we hear a large-scale battle took place there and a huge explosion just shows up right here, and it seems like there must have been a lot of bloodshed. She says that nearly 1,000 elemental mages in their 3rd job changes casted over 1,000 spells over there of the forbidden rank. We see here a huge crater and it is literally obliterated, and she mentions that's why many elemental creatures were born. She then also says, well, I haven't really seen elemental creatures because, well, not a lot of people get to come across them in their lifetime. Lin Mo Yu then just says, well, let's see when we get there. Academy teleportation platform. And 3, 2, 1, we are already at the 3rd fortress teleportation platform. They're there, and Ning Yi seems to be kind of anxious and of course dizzy because she isn't used to long-distance teleportation. We then see a notification pop up, beginner fire elemental crystal core, 100,000 gold coins apiece, and we see the rest of the things right here. And also guys, I noticed that beginner wind crystal elemental core and the water elemental crystal core are both worth 100,000, but I wonder what, well, let's just say a necromancer crystal core will be worth. Probably 10 million. They then begin to walk to find the elemental monsters. There is a huge wall with chain literally binding them over, and the knight says on guard, young lad, are you really going to go out there like that without any armor? It's dangerous for you guys to get out of this perimeter. He mentions that the weakest monster in there is level 33, and you're level 26, so don't even risk your life. One of the head guards then approaches them, and the guy reasons with them saying, they want to go out. And of course the headmaster says, where are your guardians? What happened? And who in the world really just sent you over to this place? We then see on the outside of the walls, it is a level 33 fire element spirit, and this looks like a Ben 10 character of the sorts. Of course the master is kind of shocked, but Lin Mo Yu brings out his skeletons, and they are ready to commence the hunting and the rumbling. Oh, just kidding, this is an Attack on Titan. Anyway, his monsters then go so fast towards the monster, and boom, Rage Strike, it's literally done in a second. He gains 165,000 XP, and guys, it's such a relief that our boy Lin Mo Yu is going on to the bigger monsters. Of course, the Headmaster Knight and the other Knight are both shocked, because a 26th level skeleton was able to kill that fire element spirit in just one slice. He also notices the lieutenant badge, and he says, what a young lieutenant, because of course, that man got it when he was level 38. And of course, Lin Yi then bows her head and says, "Can we go out now?" And he says nervously, and he's still shocked, guys. He says, yeah, you guys can go ahead. Of course, they are in the middle of the desert as they walk. And Lin Mo Yu says they're way too cautious. And he says, yeah, I understand why, after Ning Yi mentions, well, it is their duty, of course, to protect people from getting hurt. She then begins to have a crazy hair day as electricity literally makes her hair and her ponytail go up into the sky, and Lin Mo Yu just laughs. She says, don't laugh, and what's there to laugh about? A big portal comes up from behind her, and as she looks kind of helpless, and kaboom, an explosion hits the ground. They wonder if it's a wind elemental spirit. And indeed, it is, guys. It is a level 34 with strength of 4k and agility as well, spirit 7k, and physique 5.5k, which is really actually strong. His skills are pretty much wind ball, and his unique characteristic is immunity to the wind element. Lin Mo Yu then begins to summon his monsters and his skeletons, and he says, are you bullying my skeleton warriors because they can't fly? And yeah, that wind elemental spirit is definitely going to get a beating for trying to mess with our boys' skeletons. The chapter starts, and this wind elemental spirit has all of the attacks getting thrown at him, but he manages to, of course, just dodge it, because after all, he is like literally the wind. Anyway, he mentions, Lin Mo Yu, that the elemental spirit doesn't even have a corpse, so of course his ultimate ability of corpse explosion won't be able to work on them. Ning Yi then wonders why the ground is shaking, and he says it seems like the elements are becoming disorderly. But then we see the other people, and they seem to be running away. We see One Knight here as he yells, run away, if you don't, you're going to die, because something big is coming. And oh no, guys, we then see it seems like there are tons of elemental spirits behind them, and Ning Yi is absolutely shocked because she mentions that this will only happen if they poke into the lair of the elemental spirits. And Lin Mo Yu is out here just looking super cool and rizzy as he just says, the elemental dungeon randomly appears, and when it does, a riot instantly spawns with a large number of spirits. He says, I was really wondering if I couldn't see the dungeon, but it seems like this is a blessing to me. The knight from earlier then tells them as he approaches them, what the heck are you guys doing? Can't you see the elemental spirits behind us? Don't worry about those lunatics, just run away, dude, as the other subordinates come and tell unto the knight. Lin Mo Yu then brings out his skeletons, and he uses kill on these spirits. We see a long list of all, of course, of the notification systems of him getting so much experience, and we see all of the skeletons just charging after them. Ning Yi then begins to get dizzy, and Lin Mo Yu mentions that because his spirit attribute is relatively high, it doesn't have much impact. But of course, it seems Ning Yi doesn't, and that's why that sound can really affect Ning Yi, and this must be the secret call of the ruler of the secret realm, the elemental queen. Slow curse, and our boy launches out his red and binding chains. We then see them all bound here, and the people who ran previously mentioned were finally saved. I thought I was going to die. But one guy points back towards the battlefield, and they say, why are they so strong? Who are they? Those summon skeletons are way too powerful, and what kind of profession is it? He says, oh no, I should have not called them lunatics, and our boy is just sweating bricks right here. Ning Yi is very thankful that the sound stopped, because her head was about to explode. The aurora borealis in the air is very beautiful, and Lin Mo Yu just tells her the element crystal is something that only the elemental queen drops, so let's go. Ning Yi admires the beauty of the aurora borealis, but Lin Mo Yu is always on guard, and he mentions that there's something inside. He's like, oh wait, never mind, it's just the entrance to the secret realm, and so they head in. He mentions that the secret realms are from different dungeons, and they are an independent space, and they can also encounter different people. He then launches some of his skeletons out to be on guard and to lead them, and she mentions that this is an ice palace. And of course, she says, your skeletons have a pathfinding function, they're so useful. And Lin Mo Yu then says, let's wait until they find the right path. Of course, they finally found the exit, and Ning Yi just praises the skeletons. And dang, Lin Mo Yu's skeletons are really just too cool. But sitting on a throne, covered in blue shards of ice and crystals, is a very cool looking character. This is a water elemental general. He is the chief in the secret realm. His strength is 13,000, his agility is 0, but he has a spirit of 13k and a physique of 16,000. He then launches an attack, and he barely manages to dodge it. He says, I know why. I have merged together with the Ice Palace, so I can't move at all. Lin Moyu tries to bring out some skeletons, and he says as one of his skeletons pierces the general, it's 50% resistance to physical damage, so the damage from his skeletons is greatly reduced. It uses Ice Whirlwind, and we see Lin Moyu right here, guys. I'm gonna try to make an arrow so you guys can see them. They're so small, and you see all of the arrows come out, and they have to take cover behind a rock. We see, of course, the arrows pierce across them, and he suddenly has a look of despair because he says, I can't believe this. He says no wonder its agility is 0. That's the price to obtain a regenerative ability, as we see it healing right here. And this too looks absolutely menacing. He then brings out his scythe and says, wouldn't that become useless as long as the damage exceeds the recovery speed? And right behind him is, of course, it is one of his outpost guardians. We see the stats here, it's level 33 and the strength is 15,000, which is almost as high as the generals. And Lin Moyu then says with a smile, oh yeah, this is definitely a dungeon boss of the hell difficulty because its stats are even higher than the level 37 elemental general. He then brings out some of his skeletons to help. And guys, this might be one of my favorite summons from Lin Moyu, as it's right here and it's ready to go into war. We then see the frozen monster use Ice Whirlwind, and of course our boy summon, the general rank, literally blocks it all with his wings. And our MC says, the same skill won't work on me, you piece of trash. He didn't say that, but I'm gonna call him a piece of trash. Anyway, we then see Lin Moyu's summons going to attack the Frost King. However, he uses Sky Flood and all of them are literally washed away like it is a tsunami. And we literally see how large this attack is. The water just keeps on flowing like a river. However, our general rank beast has, oh my gosh, he has the red eyes. It seems like he has gone berserk mode, and everybody else is in berserk mode as well. We then see a ray of red light come to the sky. And wow, guys, this dude just one-shotted the water elemental general and got 1.48 million XP, and of course he summons him back in. Our MC uses evocation, and it seems like he did manage to get the corpse or the soul. He then begins to pick up the crystals, as of course he wonders to himself that it only takes 3 minutes, and he wonders if it is still enough time for him to kill ordinary bosses. Ning Yi scratches her head, saying the level of chaos in the elements seem to have been eased a bit, and yep, it's gonna be way easier to breathe right now, but I think our Lin Moyu is probably the one that is causing that type of atmosphere. We then see them in the snow plane right here, and it seems like they're headed towards a large volcano site, and Ning Yi thanks Lin Moyu for his skeleton armor because of course you would have been taking continuous damage, like obviously because you're gonna get burned by the lava. Anyway, our MC mentions, what type of wind or lightning world will there be as we continue walking? And he then spots a volcano. However, Ning Yi says that is not a volcano, bro, that's a concentration of fire, and oh my gosh, we see eyes come out of it, and this is a fire elemental general, which is of the secret realm. But what the heck, it's level 37 but it has 0 strength and agility and 20,000 spirit only. Wait, this guy is pretty weak. But our MC mentions that he can't use physical attacks because this monster cannot move. He then brings out his summons as he says, I know what to do now, and we see the volcano begins to erupt of some sort, and our MC mentions it is similar to the flood attack from earlier. We see his skeletons literally getting burnt. However, our MC uses Ice Storm. Oh my gosh. He launches the attack, however, it seems like this volcano dude makes the volcano or the ground literally shake, and he uses Hell Explosion. And our MC mentions this is probably its last attack out of desperation. We then see all of these things going around as well as the Ice Storm. This is absolute chaos. And he tells Ning Yi, I want to let you see these fireworks, and oh my gosh, he kills the fire elemental, and our bro just got the maximum Riz of all time, and he also obtains 1.48 million XP. She then says, I didn't think you'd know how to flirt, and oh crap, she's getting succumbed under our boy's Riz effect, but her MC says, that's not what I wanted to do. Anyway, outside of the portal is a country H party, and they say, boss, a ring gun or something? He says, this is good, it'll be easier for them to lead the way, and we can take all of their stuff. And yeah, you're not taking their stuff, bro, you're gonna get wrecked. And even have the audacity to even give our boy and girl a warning. Anyway, they then enter the dungeon, and we hear, boss, all we have to do is just kill the last boss. And the dude says, that's a good idea. And they begin to walk, and they see the footprints, and they're literally golden. I don't know if it's melted snow, but they see it, they sense the aura, I'm guessing. And this dude with the mask says, come on, I found them. Well, our boy Lin Moyu is walking with the skeletons behind him, and Ning Yi beside him, and we see a huge explosion. And yes, it is a lightning wind general. This is actually pretty cool because it's a lightning and wind. I thought lightning and wind would be separate, but anyway, we then see its strength is 0 again. Like, oh my gosh, they're just hiding their strength. But Lin Mo Yu begins to sweat, saying he has 2 elements and this might be a problem. Our MC then gets struck by lightning, but it doesn't even work, and so he uses slow curse on the general and it goes up to the sky. However, all his summons get struck by lightning. He then uses Flame Burst and Ice Storm to try and combat this tornado, and he mentions the flying ones really are the most annoying. We then see a huge ruckus begin to happen. However, we then manage to get that being onto the ground and he kills it easily. Guys, our MC is too OP, bro. Like, somebody call Sung Jin Woo, he needs to fight this guy. Anyway, he gets 1.52 million XP and he also obtains a lightning elemental and a wind elemental crystal. Sorry guys. Anyway, he then begins to suck it up, hold up, and the last one is the queen. This is definitely going to be the strongest, and he says with the elemental planes around, these bosses will reappear once again, and they begin to walk in the desert, and look at this Aurora Borealis. This is really a nice panel. We then see there are floating rocks they need to step on to get into this castle. However, the queen is inside, and she is the leader of the secret realm, and oh gosh, level 39, and she definitely has some OP strengths. He then goes to attack her, but he mentions really she's so resistant to physical and elemental attacks as well. And come on guys, this is a queen, like, you know, in chess she's definitely OP. We then see she uses elemental starburst and 3 of his skeletons have been annihilated in the blink of an eye. Our MC mentions that the skeletons are becoming weak because of all the battles they've been in, and so this is going to be very difficult. She then has 4 arms and she begins to cook up some Rasengans, even one using her mouth, and she uses elemental attack, and wow, this queen is OP, and she just obliterates 5 of his skeletons. And our MC sweats, saying 5 of them have been eliminated. This is as expected from the queen of the secret realm. However, our MC is not done yet, but then the queen is not done yet because she uses elemental starburst again, and this is on a whole different level, and we see all of his skeletons literally get destroyed and 11 get killed out this time. And our MC still has his hand in his pocket. Come on guys, he always does. And he says, why did Lord Bai give me this task? Come on bro, stop holding back. He says since the start of the battle, it has not even moved, and the slow curse is probably not effective either. And yes guys, the only way he's gonna be beating this person is by bringing out the big and chunky general. He says, yep, it looks like the elemental queen is a boss that requires some tactics to actually be defeated. As he plays with his hair, this dude really getting cocky. Anyway, he says, I was a bit reckless, and so I know what to do now. We then see it is a country H team again, and he mentions that boss, they're fighting, and this girl with a blindfold, this girl is not Gojo girl, like what are you trying to do? Anyway, the guy beside her mentions, let's go and kill them together, and yeah, you'll do that in your dreams. He then tells the lady to use her skill as she has her wand out, and she begins to chant, and I'm sensing that this is some sort of unique special realm power. However, Ning Yi's assassin instinct notices them from behind, and she says, Lin Mo Yu, watch out, there is an ambush. We then see these meteors, these little meteors come towards our MC and Ning Yi, and one of them even begins to use Armageddon using his white staff. But our MC smiles, saying good timing, and I know our MC is definitely going to use these people for his own good. And by own good, I'm just gonna say guys, it's probably a sacrifice. Anyway, we then see Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi with their skeleton armor, and we see a skeleton summons begin to charge towards these country H pieces of trash. The leader says, where did they get all these undead creatures from? He says, does the elemental queen have minions or something? No bro, you just ran into the MC, and that's the worst fate you could have had. We then see they begin to get bound by the slow curse, and our MC says, of course, while he's using the slow curse, they may be able to get out of this curse. However, it's time to deal with the healer first. Hey, that kind of rhymed. Anyway, our MC's mages begin to attack the healer, and rest in peace to this dude. Kaboom, it is a new firework, and the boss looks back like, oh crap, and yeah, that healer just got absolutely wrecked. He then uses group provocation and group chain, and the boss is about to sip on something, and oh gosh, please don't tell me. It seems like they drank the potion to lift their curse, and they thought it was some sort of berserker serum, and thankfully it's not that. Anyway, we hear group protection, and Ning Yi mentions that they're all level 40, and the knight's group protection, group chain, and the mage sneak attack with meteorite fire are all level 40 skills that are being used after second evolution, and so they're not bound by the anti-curse because they're not bound by the curse because they have the anti-curse. And he says, is this really how strong a second evolution professional is? He says, under the circumstances of being able to use props, level 40 skills are really strong, and it seems like I might have underestimated them. However, our MC smirks and says, but so what? If it wasn't for the skeleton armor, I'm afraid Yi and I would have been in a very dangerous situation. And he says, you know what? Just kill them all, as he sends all of his skeletons, and rest in peace to these guys. And they have a little barrier up, but let's be honest, it's not gonna help them at all. And yup, they have that look of, oh crap, this is the moment I knew I messed up. They mentions, boss, what's wrong with these summons? Why can't they be killed? What should we do? And the boss is sweating with his fake Sharingan, and he says, I didn't realize he was so strong. He was able to keep us in check while dealing with the elemental queen. He says there's no choice to retreat, as we see a figure of them. Oh my gosh, this is definitely what you don't want to see, is the MC and his waifu looking at you like this, and her MC uses Soul Flame, and he then burns one of their comrades, and kaboom, he gets sent flying, and yes, he gets absolutely obliterated, and everybody begins to run as they left this guy. He then, oh gosh, it's actually the boss, and so the boss pops a potion like he's popping some drugs, and don't do drugs, guys. But anyway, right behind him is a skeleton that slashes him. However, the boss begins to run away out of absolute fear, and Lin Mo Yu says, don't worry, the knights are on max defense, and they're a bit hard to eliminate, so we have more important things to do here, as we are looking at the queen with her, oh wow, is this her magic circle? It looks very beautiful. And yes, this is going to be the day where she gets wrecked. We then see she uses Elemental Blast once more. Can you think of a more unique name? Like Elemental Blast, come on, name it like the 13 heavens of the Lucius Augustus Dragon Force the third attack, or something like that. Anyway, he then throws one of the corpses of the knights at her, and he uses Corpse Explosion, and he does it a bit more, and we see huge fire flames just circling around her. And yes, he says the damage is really good, and the level 40 corpses have done their part. And yes, it seems like she has turned to stone, sadly or happily. I mean, honestly, this is kind of sad, guys. You know, the queen didn't... I mean, I'm guessing the queen was evil, but let's just think of Lin Mo Yu. And yep, Lin Mo Yu has a weird face on. Who would have expected it? He says, let's go, and let's finally eliminate it. However, the queen wakes up yelling, and she absolutely wrecks his skeletons as they're being destroyed here. But it is no use, as we see things get pierced right through her, and he has gained 2.34 million XP. He gains 5 elemental crystals, and yes, one of the materials that he got is able to, of course, make a cooldown talisman. And we see the queen's soul here, it has turned purple because she was evil, and this is kind of sad, but I guess our Lin Mo Yu always wins his fights. He then says, I've got the elemental crystals, let's get the heck out of here. And they begin to walk away, but our MC begins to ponder on how his skeletons are heavily injured, and he needs to return them to the summoning space. We are now seeing the battlefield, and yep, they're close to the next one. They're at the 3rd battlefield right now, and Ning Yi seems kind of annoyed by the air there because it seems kind of poisonous and red, and it probably doesn't smell good. And yep, we see some abyss monsters right here. They have red eyes, and I'm guessing that these are bloodlusted, and he kills them easily. They are level 35, and he obtains some pretty good items. He says, well, actually, it's better to find abyss demons to kill because these monsters give too little of merit, which he is after. Ning Yi begins to fight them as well, mentioning these guys hide even deeper than mice. However, we find a distress signal blow up in the sky, and so they dash towards it, and Lin Mo Yu says, come on, let's go, because it's not too far away. Ning Yi says that something's weird, because all the monsters are gone, and we hear a voice of a demon, and Ning Yi is definitely surprised, saying, what the heck, this might have been a trap, and it seems like the devourers have been summoned away by a demon. We then see Ning Yi absolutely furious and angry, and our boy Lin Mo Yu just has a straight face, but anyway, they begin to charge towards the location. They then arrive here, and we see people trying to fend off these demons, as we see a lot of them. He says, break out with me. However, oh my gosh, it is a abyss wolf ordinary demon, but this guy looks like a boss rank. He literally is on a mount of a wolf or something. He has level 38 and 12,000 strength and 10,000 agility, and his skills are roar attack and bite. This knight mentions it's trying to use her distress signal to attract more people, and Lin Mo Yu says it's that flying monster again, and it seems like that flying monster again, well, you attracted the wrong people this time. The monster looks back and he says, finally more humans, but then he says,
only level 26. And yeah, bro, underestimating Lin Mo Yu is going to be your worst downfall. He says a level 25 girl? What the heck are these? These are like lollipops. Anyway, we then see the other knights mentioning, how did a level 26 person come over here? Why are there professionals below level 30 in the battlefield? He says it's GG, bro, it's GG easy. And then the monster lets an attack, of course, towards bite you one bite at a time. And come on, bro, this guy just talks way too much. He says go to hell as he is about to wreck him, but nope, Lin Mo Yu's skeleton armor completely repels him off. And then we see the slow curse surround this dude's body. He says not good, this is definitely a curse, as we see him right here bound by our boy's chains. We then see an image of a skeleton surrounding it, and yep, it's absolutely GG. The knights are so happy now. Look at that, they did a 180-degree turn after they found out that our boy is so strong. They say it's the power of curses. This is our chance to break through. They then begin to attack, and of course they sweat as they say, finally, it's over. However, they look up in the sky, and oh my gosh, the monster is still alive. And they wonder, that's an Abyss Wolf Demon, right? What are those undead creatures? And why the heck can't the Abyss Wolf Demon fight back? And it gets absolutely obliterated. He obtains a Demon Blood Essence as well as 380,000 XP. He says, step back, I need to clear the scene. And they say, clean the battlefield? What are you talking about? And Ningyi just waves her hand saying, come on, you guys will get hurt or incinerated. But yeah, you guys might want to come with me. He says those devourers can't be killed with just a few attacks. But our MC just stands there like an absolute Sigma male, and corpse explosion, and yep, all of them just get literally obliterated into pieces. We then see them all in their expressions like, bro, it's like Sung Jin Woo when they found out he was an S-class or the 10th S-class of Korea, and they say, is this really the strength of a level 26? His summons are so powerful. What is that class? But Ningyi says with a smile on her face, I'm already a 6-star private, and oh my gosh, this girl is literally just getting carried by our MC. We hear, if I want to improve my military rank, I need abyss monsters of higher rarity and level. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu definitely needs to go to the ultimate hell dungeon for level 50s or something. We then hear brother, and it is the knight from earlier, and he says thank you so much for your help. Because of you, we were able to get out of this mess. He says this was embarrassing because we are the demon hunting team. And then to the right, the dude says this is a tsundere, we don't know there would be a demon sneaking in. He says and explains that the abyss is divided into regions. We see the deep region, the middle region, as well as a surface region. Battlefields 1 to 3 correspond to the surface region, and of course below that, well, those are the more powerful people, as you see a literal wall here like a wall of China, and we see them walking on it. The dude explains that only some weaker demons can sneak in easily, but no matter how weak that demon is, it's not something a normal fighter can deal with, and abyssal demons are the same as them, which are level 40, being their dividing line, as we see a scary shadow right here, but that's exactly what our MC wants. He scratches his head and he says, now we see the dangers, we can't go and wander around. But our MC says, wait, he begins to think. More demons? Stronger demons? Well, where the heck is it? He then says, are you really going there? And he says, yup. And the dude says, as our boy Lin Mo Yu and Ningyi begin to walk further in, is this what a true genius is like? And absolutely, bro, that's exactly what an MC protagonist is with a level up system, and oh gosh, I just wish I had my own system. Anyway, Ningyi mentions that it looks like they aren't far away from the target, and they say, so this is the abyss. We then see a pair of Sharingans looking down on them from the walls, and Ningyi gets kind of something jump up right above them as they look up into this purple forbidden sky, and wow, it is another abyssal demon. However, it doesn't seem to go and attack them, it just comes crashing to the ground, and they begin to wonder if it is dead. They then say, it's a silver level, and this looks like an assassin of some sorts because he's wearing a cloak, and he's even wearing a mask. He says that this is an assassin that is already over level 40, and he says it looks like they come to the right place, because he was able to instantly kill a level 38 abyssal demon. Our MC says to Ningyi as she nods, we can't let them beat us. Reach in the distance, and they both turn their heads, saying, what is it this time? And we see something in the air that looks very ominous and purple, and we see a hand coming here, and we see Sung Jin Woo's dagger come to the ground. Just kidding, guys. But he mentions that this is the assassin's dagger, and that assassin just pretty much died to this monster. We then see this purple monster right here, looks like an unevolved dragon, and he says how high leveled is this monster for him or for the assassin to die so easily. This is a shadow demon, which is a level 40, and look at this dude's strats, it's absolutely scary, and his ability invisibility as well. He's able to see through invisibility, and he only receives half of your damage. Our MC mentions that this dude is way too strong. He says this is not much worse than the Elemental Queen. And so this guy mentions as he yells out, "A little brat dares to challenge a level 26. Come here, you're an extra meal." Come on, bro, you're about to get eaten. Anyway, they then begin to rush towards our MC, and I noticed that the one mistake that you could make in this manhwa is to rush towards the MC who is like 10 times stronger than you. But anyway, our MC puts up his armor, and oh my gosh, it is GG. Look at our MC's face. He says, "You want to fight together? That won't happen." And yeah, you definitely challenged the wrong person to a dogfight because, yo, he has like 100,000 summons. But anyway, they then mentioned, "Dang you, boy," and he uses Shadow to run away. However, our MC uses his slow curse, and yeah, this monster should... Well, it's not gonna matter if he learns his lessons because he's gonna be dead. Anyway, we then see the skeletons in berserk mode slashing up these people, and he has already received, or he already has silver level skeleton warriors, and look at their strength, guys. It's 7k. All of it is pretty much 7k, and these dudes are getting way stronger. Our MC mentions that the physical damage gets halved, so the skeleton warrior cannot kill it as quickly. And so he says, alright then, it's time to summon up my mages. He then has his lightning mage, his ice mage, as well as his fire mage. These are the terrific trio, and he smiles, saying, "Let's use spells to deal with you." And of course, the monster thinks that he has a chance, and he yells out, "Die!" And he uses entanglement, and he tries to take over our MC skeletons, and he says, "This curse won't affect me at all." However, we then see an explosion, kaboom, and this dude gets literally struck, and it seems like he left our skeleton corpse. He mentions, "That actually worked on me. Children, come help." Our MC says, "Are you looking for your children?" And we literally see the bodies of their demon, of his demon kind. And yeah, they had to censor this out. Thank you so much. And Ningyi mentions those little demons were so hard to kill, and it seems like she was being useful, and she isn't just like Sakura. No offense to Sakura. Or maybe I did. Anyway, we then see the demon begin to disappear, and of course, he says, "Let me give them back to you," as he sends them flying towards this dude. And oh my gosh, corpse explosion, and he kills a level 40 abyss demon, and he receives 800,000 XP as well as 500 military merit, guys. 500 is quite a lot. We also see Ningyi has been promoted to a second lieutenant, and she's so happy, but our MC mentions you need 10,000 military merits to earn 1 star. And oh my gosh, this Ningyi better give our boy like a lot of gemstones, or just give him like an OP weapon now. She then mentions, "You haven't been promoted yet," and she says, "Don't worry, I heard there is a dungeon nearby, and should we take a look?" We then see them walking, and then we switch back to Lord Bai, as well as Meng and Wen, and Meng and Wen says, "Why did you send him to the elemental secret realm?" And Lord Bai says, "What do you mean? I just wanted to see how far he can go." He says that 10,000s of hellhounds will be destroyed instantly because he can even clear the hell difficulty on his own, and he says, "Come to think of it, that secret realm won't stop him either." Meng Anwen says, "What do you mean? What level is that elemental spirit realm or secret realm, and what about those dungeons?" He says the skills of the elemental queen could be compared to a level 40 higher demon. It's not like you know how strong he is. And yeah, guys, let me know, this dude's just like Sung Jin Woo, so don't ever try to put a limit on him. He then says the boy has a lot of skeletons, but the queen is not afraid of group fights. And Lord Bai says it's fine, if he can't escape, he can still win. Or sorry, he can still escape if he can't win, but that won't be necessary. Lord Bai mentions there is still the brand of Heroes Temple, so he won't die. And only in that secret realm, he also asked him to go to the 3rd battlefield's abyss boundary and kill demons and rise in rank. But then Meng and Wen gets absolutely shocked by this as he stands up and gets out of his seat. And he says, "Did you forget something?" And Lord Bai says, "What do you mean, bro?" He says the old man Ning's precious granddaughter is there with him, and she doesn't have the brand. So if she dies, that old man will come for you, as we see the silhouette of, oh my gosh, it's Ning Yi's grandfather right behind him. And then he says, as he puts his hand on Lord Bai's shoulder, "Who died? What are you guys talking about?" And then, oh my gosh, he asks, "Lord Bai, did you send Lin Mo Yu to do his mission?" And he says, "Oh yeah, I did. I sent him to the elemental battlefield." And he mentions, "Don't worry, with Lin Mo Yu there, your granddaughter will be safe." He then says, "If something happens to my granddaughter, I will be coming to settle you with this." And oh yeah, don't worry bro, Lin Mo Yu's got him. And Meng Anwen mentions, "You survived for today, Meng Anwen." And of course, you survived for today, Lord Bai. And he chuckles. And this dude seems pretty chill. Like, come on, all the old dudes in manhwa or anime are definitely chill and OP. Anyway, they arrive at the boundary of the 3rd battlefield, and we see a lot of ominous eyes looking down from them from the sky. And he says, Did these demons sneak into the battlefield from before? And oh my gosh, we see a lot of rats, we see lizards, serpents, and a flying abyssal demon just in the sky. And they yell, "Look at these delicious humans, let's go and have our feast." However, our boy uses his mage elemental spells and they all get wiped out in an instant. They say, "Shameless human, who the heck has tricked us?" And yeah, the only one that's been tricked here is Lin Mo Yu, because you guys are way too weak. He then uses his slow curse on them and they wonder what the heck this is. And they're also confused why the undead summons are there, and they all pierce them in the body, corpse explosion, and he kills a lot of these level 37 abyss snake demons and such, and he gets 50 merit and 370,000 XP. And our MC mentions a temporary access road between demons and the human realm. What a great place for me to just farm XP. And we see more demons coming out of this gate, and he just throws the corpses inside, and yeah, corpse explosion, and before they can even load into the Manhwa, they just get exploded. And I'm guessing they're tired, so you know, they just wanted to not draw those demons. Anyway, he then begins to collect the power, and he says, "I was trying it out, but it didn't seem to be so effective," and he got 3,000 military merit. He says that this means there's a huge amount of demons trying to come from the entrance, as we see an image of them, and these look much scarier than the ones that went in previously. They're then keeping an eye on them, and our girl Ningyi mentions so much military merit, and our MC says, "Wait a while for the demons to gather, then I'll use my explosion skill." He then says, "Now," and oh my gosh, he throws in more corpses, and he gets a lot of military merit as well. And yes, he has obtained the 0-star second lieutenant, and she says farming merits here is way too fast. And Ningyi, he is also a 0-star lieutenant or 0-star second lieutenant as well. We then hear the access way is closing. What a pity, as we see this huge purple portal begin to close off on its own. And he mentions, "Looks like the corpse explosions have definitely overwhelmed this gate. However, it is stabilized now." And he mentions, "Looks like we can raise our level to 1-star second lieutenant." However, he gets absolutely shocked, and he brings Ningyi out of the way. And we hear a voice saying, "Lin Mo Yu, I finally caught you." And it seems to attack their mind and their fortitude of their mental health or something, and they begin to stress out. He says, "I'll kill you now, Lin Mo Yu." And we see these red Kamehamehas going towards our MC, and he gets really nervous, saying that he can't dodge it. He then gets pierced. Oh no, our MC finally took damage. However, he uses damage transfer, which was such a close call, and he starts to lose the skeletons in a flash. He says that they're dropping like crazy, and he goes from 240 all the way to 186. He says, "I know what to do." We then see that it continues to decrease. However, he uses corpse explosion a bunch of times, and this eye is still yelling out for Lin Mo Yu. He says this is the right choice. This time the pathway won't be able to remain open, and this eye is absolutely pissed, saying, "I will never let you live. I will definitely take your body." And I don't know what that means, but let's just think of it like he wants to devour Lin Mo Yu. Lin Mo Yu is just sitting down on the ground because, you know, MCs just find a way to look the best even though they're in the middle of battle. And he says, goodbye. Next time I'll definitely make sure you explode into pieces." And yep, the monster then disappears into thin air, and our boy stands up saying, "I lost a few skeleton warriors, but that's pretty much all there is to it." And he says, "Let's leave now." And of course, it's time to level up even more. He says, "Flame Demon King," which I'm guessing was a person who attacked him. He said, "We will meet in the abyss one day." And he probably literally meant one day, because our boy is definitely going to solo level. Just kidding, he's going to solo clear these dungeons in an absolute flash and speedrun it. And they arrive at the 3rd battlefield world, the level 30 dungeon. And the requirement for entering is level 25 to 35. And we see it right here. There are some people here, and it looks pretty majestic with some floating rocks and castles and such. Our MC says, "I wonder how a dungeon with 3 powers combined together will be like this." And so he brings out the system, and we see it right here. Of course, the entry requirements are level 25 and such. Normal difficulty is a recommended party 4, nightmare party of 6, and hell party of 12. And our MC mentions all of his skeletons have recovered, and so there aren't many high-level professionals here, so he doesn't think that he needs to be wary of demons ambushing him. The guy then says they can be so suicidal. He says, "Why are you sighing for? Did you not see their military badge?" He says their badges are silver in color, which means that they are lieutenants and have killed demons before. He says, "No way, they're level 26. And the guy mentions, "Impossible, haven't you heard of it? On the first battlefield, an 8-year-old level 24 lieutenant appeared." And I don't know if they're talking about 8 or 18, but hey, that sounds pretty cool. Anyway, they are now on top of this cliff of a mountain, and they are looking down at this blood river saying, a dungeon with 3 powers combined together, huh? And they are then taken aback because they spotted something very eerie. Yup, it is a battle. We then see it. It's like Sung Jin Woo's army is purple, and then the other one is like the Flame Dragon's army. But anyway, he says something is wrong. They're all phantom shadows, including those abyss demons. We hear the word restrict, and oh my gosh, we see a bunch of legendary warriors descend, and they begin to use Forbidden Curse, Elemental Destruction, and they send out this huge attack from above, and they then burn all these creatures. And this demon is standing above all of them, and oh my gosh, he then has the elemental powers as well, and we see a huge explosion that even Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi have to cover their eyes for. Ning Yi is absolutely shocked, and she says they're all gone. He says, is this the origin of the elemental planes? And I wonder if that was just a flashback. Probably was. However, Ning Yi mentions the ancient battle of forbidden curses and elemental powers colliding. He says, I think so, but I'm afraid that this is literally just a tip of the iceberg. He says, come on, let's go down, as they begin to walk down the stairs, and I was wondering how they got on top of that cliff. Anyway, they seem to be ready to battle as he puts up his skeleton summons. We see a level 34 battle wolf demon, and this dude looks pretty cute. Oh my gosh, if this guy wasn't evil, he would definitely be a little cute cub or something. We then see his strength is 15k and the rest are 10k as well, and he's influenced by the abyss, and so of course his strength and his health have increased. He then charges through Lin Mo Yu's attacks, and he says it's still alive. Is this because of the abyss influence and the abyss power up? He says don't worry, it's only buffed in defense and health, and this should be fine if I attack him with a few more shots. He then gets 700,000 XP, 680,000 to be exact, and he says that this monster is made from abyss powers. And oh gosh, it seems like Ning Yi caught on saying, it seems like you can't use corpse explosion anymore. And he says with this dude, he always has his hands in his pocket, and he just says, I'll deal with them just one by one. And yeah, our MC really is just him. We then see Ning Yi use her assassin's light eyes, and she says, I am a master of the night, and I'll help you find the monsters. And we see that he is attacking them one by one, even using slow curse chain to bind them. He says here too and here too. And then of course Ning Yi mentions, is this really hell difficulty? This is way too easy. But our MC says there's something that is definitely wrong. We then see they begin to level up very easily, and we see that he is now level 27, and his strength is still 500, in the mid 500s, but his spirit is 2700, and it's about to hit 6000. And we see Ning Yi is also a level 26, and Lin Mo Yu is definitely leveling up way too fast. She says, is this really hell difficulty? And Lin Mo Yu looks at the corpse of the demon, and he says, some of the abyss energy is being absorbed when the abyss monsters die, right? And we see that the statue is the one absorbing it. He then says, looks like the boss will appear once the statue absorbs enough abyss energy. And please don't tell me this is gonna be like Sung Jin Woo, but thankfully our MC is definitely OP as of now, and it's not like Sung Jin Woo when he was weak. Our MC lets out an attack, and he tries to block the attack of these wolves coming at him, and then we see some ominous purple aura come and sounds as well come out of the castle. Our MC says, as expected, it's not too different from the boss in the outpost dungeon, and yes, it is an element leopard king, and this dude is so huge. I'm gonna put an arrow on where Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi are. He's a level 36, 15k for strength, agility, and spirit and physique, and his unique characteristic is that he's super fast and he has a lot of health and defense. He then lets out a leopard's roar and tries to snatch our boy and scratch him, but they then take a step back like they're dancing. But Lin Mo Yu says with his eyes are filled with determination, thank God I have skeleton armor, because his dudes are really moving at the speed of sound. He then uses evocation, and he tells the other people to retreat, and the people he's telling to retreat is of course Ning Yi as well as his summons. We then see he brings out the outpost guardian. Let's go guys, and this dude has the same stats as the monster, and he says, I'll slow you down first, as he uses slow curse. The general summon launches towards the leopard, and of course he tries to attack it, mentioning that as expected the strength attributes are the same, and the leopard king boss can't resist the guardian of the outpost dungeon. We then see a slice on the leopard's arm, or its leg technically, and it lets out some purple blood, and he says, so that's how it is, huh? And so he tells all his soldiers to attack ASAP, and they then begin to charge at him, but the leopard begins to fight back as well. We then see a lot of them, and they are ready to use Rage Strike, and kaboom! He says, I didn't expect that this time the Outpost Guardian would be used to stun while my skeletons deal the damage.
We then hear the leopard uses elemental explosion, and oh my gosh, the leopard shrinks, and he says, so the elemental leopard king is not an abyss monster. He says it is a monster with a body that's made from pure energetic energy, and as long as its energy can be depleted, it can be eliminated. We then see it uses elemental wipe as it lets out a meteor to combat our MC's attack, and skadoosh, oh yes, it gets sliced on its body, and he kills it, getting 2.16 million XP, and he also obtains an elemental specter, which is kind of cool. It gives him spirit plus 600, physique 200 or 400, and it also gives his mage skills plus 22 enhancement, which is going to be very useful. He wonders if it's over, and he says, something's wrong. Is this really hell difficulty? It's even more easier. Wait, is that even right grammar? It's even easier than the outpost dungeon, but Ningyi at that exact second points up to the sky saying, Linmo, you look, and there's somebody right there, and this dude looks like a mime or a mage, a combination of it, and he says, come to me, and we find out that this dude is speaking right into Linmo-yu's mind. He then tells Ningyi to stay back and wait there, and he goes up the stairs, and this guy says to kill him, and I wonder what exactly this dude's problem is, or I wonder what's his backstory. This dude is a great elemental mage, which is a hell dungeon leader. He is almost level 40 at 39. He has 10k strength, agility, physique, as well as 40,000 spirit, and we see his abilities here. He has meteorite, flame burst, wind shackles, and magic shield, and these seem pretty OP. And look at this guy, he looks very ominous. Anyway, he then launches an attack at our MC, but our MC manages to block it, and he says that this is a boss of hell difficulty dungeon, I see. But why is it like a human or some sort? We then see his skeleton get right in front of him to take the blow, and it gets instantly incinerated as our MC dashes away. He says this dude is definitely at the pinnacle of strength among those I have fought so far, and he commends him for having 40,000 spirit power, and that's why his attack had so much power right behind it. He says, I have no choice, as you see his skeletons begin to attack him. We hear that it uses its magic shield, and look at this dude, he looks very ominous with his eyes literally glowing yellow, and we see water begin to flow out, and it seems like they're actually trying to attack his magic water shield. He says that it's so tough and it has a defense that is even higher than a knight's, and so he decides to use Soul Blaze, and he sends the attack towards a water shield. The dude seems kind of shocked, however it seems like he was actually prepared, and he yells out, kill me and you'll get an answer, and I don't know what the heck this guy is on about. We see a bunch of, oh my gosh, our Linmo-yu is going crazy at this guy. He sent ice, fire, and lightning, even thunderbolt, or I guess that's lightning anyway. But anyway, it begins to become distorted, but it seems like the shield is parrying it all. And so his skeletons begin to come right at him. We then see they are right on him, literally covering him from head to toe. However, he uses silence and he attacks one of the skeletons. And he says that it's a special skill that is used against mages, and it pretty much blocks their powers. He then uses wind shackles on the skeletons, and this isn't really looking good. And he says that the military control skill only works against stuns affecting the mental state, so it doesn't work with this type of wind shackles. And so if his skeleton mages keep getting silenced and suppressed, then the only person that can take him down is himself. He says it's my first time having to fight a boss solely on my own, but our MC is definitely ready. He then uses Soul Blaze once more, and it seems like this guy begins to cough out sweat, or no, saliva I mean, because he's super exhausted I'm supposing. And so he begins to get furious, and he launches up meteor fire, and we see all the meteors coming down towards our MC, and this is definitely gonna sting. Our MC says that this is way stronger than the second job transfer mage, and so he won't even decide to dodge it, and he brings out a lot of artifacts mentioning that he'll strengthen his skeleton armor. We then see he brings it up right here, and it seems like he is safe, but then the guy uses silence once more, and our MC begins to drink potions to recover his spirit, and he says, you really try to silence me? My skeleton armor is immune to all control and negative effects, and so our boy really is just chilling now. He says that this will become a battle of attrition, and let's see who can stand the longest. And we see the mage guy, and he begins to disappear of some sorts. We find out that he begins to get his soul ablazed, and that kind of reminds me like Demon Slayer or something. And he says, looks like I'm the one still standing, and oh my gosh, our MC just really has a smile on his face. The guy then begins to fall to the ground, and yes guys, he has killed the level 39 elemental magician, and he gains almost 4 million XP. He gets an intermediate flash skill scroll, a talent stone, as well as a space crystal and damage divine flame staff. We then see his body disappear, and oh gosh, what a sad story, and I wonder why that dude wanted to get eliminated so badly. We then see the attributes of the things that he has
garnered, and he mentions that there's so many at once, and they're all items of the super high grade. Nonetheless, we see Ningyi come into the battlefield always after it is done, and she says, or always after the fight is done, and she mentions, how the heck could this be? She says this is the Divine Flame Staff, and this is super rare, and she asks where he got it. He then asks if this is super special, and she holds it in her hands, and she mentions that this is actually the flame staff that was once exclusive to the Master of Magician of Fire, Master Yu Yan, and later on a great battle, he disappeared along with the staff. We then see the staff sort of turns on and it begins to steam, and so she lets go of it as it begins to float. And oh my gosh, we see an image come out into the sky, and I'm guessing this is Yu Yan, the fire magician, and he is wearing some sort of robe. Our MC puts on his skeleton armor just for safe measure, and yes, this is Yu Yan, the remnant soul of him. He says, "Don't be afraid, children." And she says, "Are you really Master Yu Yan?" He says, "Oh, little miss, you must know me, I see." He then says, "Junior Lin Mo Yu greets Master Yu Yan," and it seems like they're definitely showing respect, and as they bow, of course. He says, "I see, I have been dead for so many years and you still remember me." However, he mentions that he doesn't have much time because a battle consumed a lot of his energy. He says a space rift appeared on the third battlefield, and that rift connected the human race and the abyssal world, as you see it right here, and it looks kind of like a stomach of the galaxy, but hey, I'm not gonna judge the artist because this looks super cool. He explains that the great demon king of the abyssals led a large-scale invasion of tens of millions of demons, and he led the legion of the magicals to fight them, and it seems like our boy really was a goat. We find out that here it is, guys, the flashback from earlier. The army of magicians launched a forbidden spell, and they defeated the great demon king as well as his army, and in that battle he got this space crystal, and he mentions that in this crystal is recorded a place in the abyssal world, and they need to find for a goated alchemist, and oh my gosh, I'm definitely looking forward to this. He says you need to go to the abyss, and our boy Lin Mo Yu is kind of shocked. But he asks, "In return, I will hand over the space crystal to the senior officers of the Empire," and he says only you can use them, so it's a waste to give them to anyone else. Yu Yan then asks if he has awakened his talent, and Lin Mo Yu says yes. We find out right here that, of course, congratulations to the host for awakening the only deity level talent, complete increase 1 level, and oh my gosh, it seems like our boy is definitely going to become a stronger necromancer. Yu Yan then says, at your second awakening, you must awaken another talent, and even though it is going to be so hard, I know you can achieve it, and you're going to be way more OP than Sung Jinwoo. Oh, sorry guys, that's actually not there, but who knows, let's see how strong he gets. He then says, with your third talent, your strength will reach an unbelievable level, and there has only been one powerhouse with 3 talents in history, so you must be the second. And I'm wondering if that's if the first one was Sung Jinwoo, but it's probably not. He says he will do his best, and the guy mentions, I don't like talentless people, and giving it to another person would be a waste, and it seems like this dude is pretty smart. He says, however, that Miss, who was quite good, she came a long time ago as well, and he was also moved. However, it seems like she came in a team, and that team was sort of lacking. We see an image of her, and he says that having said that, that Miss seems to be somewhat familiar to you, and oh my gosh, this is actually Lin Mo Yu's sister, let's go. He says that her talent was pretty good, but she was a little bit off. Our boy Lin Mo Yu is obviously shocked, and he says when he met her several months ago, she was already at level 35, but he's not sure now. And our MC says she has already improved so quickly. He says that level is not that important because of course Lin Mo Yu is level 27 and he's just wrecking everyone. Like, trust me guys, would you rather be a low level with high power or a high level with low power? Obviously you'd be the first one. Anyway, he explains that your summons all have good combat power, but it seems like his talents could be amplifying them as well. However, there are still weaknesses and they can easily be manipulated. However, if he gets a talent for anti-control, then his skills and his potential and his sky limit will be definitely limitless. And our boy has his hands in his pockets like usual, and that guy explains that that's pretty much why I chose you. He then says that his soul will be integrated into the staff, making it stronger after repair, so find somebody worthy of it. And he says, Senior, don't worry, I will definitely not let your divine flame staff go to waste. We then see they are ready to get out of the place, and he says it's because of the blood of such people that our human race can survive the threat of the abyss, and that's why they need to continue to get stronger. They then teleport away, and we see outside of the dungeon they are all cheering, saying, "Oh my gosh, no way, they cleared the dungeon, that's awesome. The only ones who cleared the first battlefield dungeon in hell difficulty, they are way too strong." We then see Shi Xingnan, and he says, "That's junior brother Lin, no way," and it seems like they're going to have a heartfelt reunion.
He then tells Ning Yi, I have a bad feeling because no good will come out of this dungeon, and we then see something beginning to come towards them or away from them, I'm not sure, and they seem to be like meteors. He says that there is a demon coming and they need to get ready to fight. We then see a whole horde of demons in the sky, and he says, finally, this ugly creature, finally I can taste the delicious human flesh. And come on bro, you're probably gonna become an undead summon to our boy Lin Mo Yu, because yeah, you definitely picked the wrong character to mess with. We then see he ascends to the ground and he begins to attack these skeletons, saying, what the heck? Why are these undead things over here? However, one of our boys Lin Mo Yu summons actually slices it easily, and they kill a lot, as you see right here, level 37 dead, level 38 dead, Abyssal Wolf Demon, and as well as an Abyss Snake Demon. Ning Yi and Lin Mo Yu are just there, and Ning Yi mentions how she definitely will encounter the space tunnel again, and a lot of people are attacking these hunters or these warriors. This guy mentions that direction, and they are all super nervous for what's to come, and she then says, let's hope for the best case. We then see a space tunnel right here, which is 2 times larger than the previous one, and yeah, I definitely would not want to see this in real life. Just kidding guys, bring them over to me and I'll handle them. Anyway, we then see a lot of these ugly rats coming out of there, and our MC mentions that he can't throw corpses into the tunnel or the Flame Demon King will notice, and yep, that's definitely not what you want. He then uses Corpse Explosion on the outside, and he says these guys are really way too stupid for trying to fight me. Corpse Explosion, kaboom, and yep, he gets 1800 merit and they all just get incinerated. However, more of course begin to come, and I wonder how many demons are in this manhwa. I wonder if it's as much as the other Necromancer animes, but hey, honestly, if that just means our boy Lin Mo Yu can get more summons, that's even way better. They then begin to keep on getting obliterated, and we find out that he's even got promoted. A normal hunting team that spends a year and a half in the 3rd battlefield might not even get 10,000 merits. However, they have now become a 1st star 2nd lieutenant. Of course, Ning Yi is just happy and smiling, but Lin Mo Yu knows that stronger demons are coming, as we see 2 of them begin to emerge. We then see 2 of them are like shadows, the level 40, 18,000 strength, and however the spirit is low, and this other one has 17k strength and the spirit is not too bad. They then begin to yap, and they just begin to talk trash because they're gonna die anyway. They say, I want to catch a few human slaves, but yeah, your guys are definitely going to become the ones that are slaves to our MC. He says, why are they all corpses? What happened? And they are discussing about their comrades, and he says, don't tell me there's a human with a 3rd evolved profession camping us in here, right? And well, he hasn't even reached a 2nd awakening, so you guys are definitely in for a treat. Our MC uses Corpse Explosion, and one of the ants says, oh, look how ugly this guy is. Anyway, he says it's just a little level 27 guy. I've decided to let you become my slave. However, well, kaboom, and he gets exploded, and Ning Yi even says, are these guys all idiots? But then it seems like she actually retracted her statement, and she mentions, actually, if I were a demon or any other being, if I saw a level 27 wipe out so many higher demons, I would definitely think that that wasn't possible. However, we see that the tunnel is about to collapse, but our MC mentions, I will borrow these stupid corpses, and he throws them inside, and well, he gets 7,000 merit, and that, just like that guys, that's just such an OP ability. It seems like he has gotten another star. They are 2nd star lieutenants, and I wonder what Lord Byre's reaction is going to be, guys. Let me know what you guys would think. We then see they're literally just chilling now, and she mentions that one explosion, and of course they were instantly promoted to level 2 star lieutenant, and yeah, they're definitely going to be like a 5-star general in the next 10 chapters or probably. But MC mentions, oh, this is the destination teleportation stone that senior sister Moyun gave last time, and it seems like she is in need of our boy's assistance. He then gets a flashback, and we hear this is the teleportation stone given to when Moyun invited me and Yi to the battlefield, because of course they need to defeat the Ghost King. He says, I wonder if she finally found that Ghost King, and Ning Yi gets nervous because of course she's definitely not enough to fight that beast on her own. They then teleport away, and we then see Shi, and he says, where are the monsters? One of his knight subordinates says very happily, boss, can you just look there? Yup, it's a mountain of the demon corpses. And he says, who the heck did this? Abyssal Knife Demon? This is a higher demon, how did it die so easily? And oh gosh, they look at each other like, oh, it's definitely Junior Lin, right? And he says, why does this feel so familiar? And yeah, bro, it's probably because you read Solo Leveling. Just kidding. It's obviously because this has happened in the past when Junior Lin saved these guys in the past. And I just said past twice, but hey, who cares? He says to think that we were worried for him, it looks like it was nothing. And Lin Mo Yu definitely has become way stronger. We are now in the 2nd battlefield as we see a beautiful white Pegasus and somebody with black hair, and she says, why aren't they here? And yup, it is sister Mo Yoon, and it seems like she is in desperate need of her boy's
of our boy's assistants as well as Ning Yi. This is the Battlefield Ghost King at level 39 with 25,000 strength, 20,000 agility and spirit, and of course it takes negative 50 holy damage as well as physical damage. And this guy just looks like an Oni, just your typical anime demon. Anyway, we then look up above and of course we see Wang Zihao, and wow, this dude's really trying to fight Sister Mo Yun just because she wants to get the Nirvana crystal. Anyway, they send forward their attacks but she dodges it. Oh my gosh, she really is quite skilled, but she begins to get nervous because she mentions if this prolongs anymore, then this definitely isn't going to last well, or I mean last long and go well. My bad, guys. Anyway, of course, we then see in the sky she attacks them, but they use up a barrier, and she mentions they actually have another team, and this definitely isn't going good. She says if she misses this chance, then this is going to be very hard to get this type of opportunity. And so she then uses her attack, and she says, I can't shake away these annoying people from the Wang Chao Guild at all, and she wonders why Ning Yi as well as Lin Mo Yu are not there yet. Just at that second, we see Zihao, and yes guys, it seems like Lin Mo Yu has come to the rescue using his orb of protection, and of course we then see their arrows begin to go at them again, even flame arrows. Wow, these guys are really desperate, and it cracks through the defense. However, he uses skeleton armor, and yep, this is way too OP. Even, oh my gosh, even Sister Mo Yun is like, oh crap, this dude really is a Rizzler. And she says Lin Mo Yu's skill actually blocked all these attacks, so that's why Yi Yi has been enjoying this type of protection. Zihao looks up and he gets a flashback of Lin Mo Yu saying, oh, it's you again, I see. And yup, he's definitely infuriated because her MC is way stronger than this piece of trash. Sorry dude, but you had to get roasted. Anyway, she asks Sister Mo Yun what happened, and she pretty much explains that she discovered the Battlefield Ghost King, but coincidentally, the Wang Chao Guild was nearby, so they came in to try and swoop in the crystal, and as well as a loot. He says that these pieces of trash are literally just bullying the weak when they are strong, and she then asks if he has seen them before. He says we had a minor conflict, and yeah, pretty much every conflict is minor to our boy Lin Mo Yu because he's definitely just that OP, and we hear a voice saying Lin Mo Yu as he yells up into the air as they are literally floating. Yup, it is Zihao, and he has veins on his forehead. This dude's he really looks like 50 years old and he's probably only 20, and he says why is he here? And Sister Mo Yun pretty much explains that she is the son of the guild president, and she also mentions, saying nervously because she did not expect this, that they came here to delay them so that of course she could the enemy could bring in another team, and she asks what they should do. Lin Mo Yu then says you go and delay the other team and don't let them defeat the boss, the Battlefield Ghost King, and he has his hands in his pocket saying, I'll deal with the people here and I will meet you guys later. And yup, they begin to run away, and Lin Mo Yu and Ning Yi begin to descend. We then hear voices taunting them saying, Lin Mo Yu, I didn't expect to meet you here. It is Wang Zihao, and this guy looks very zesty. He says, do you know, you went to Jiajing Academy, but I have no academy to go to, and it's all because of our boy. He then uses berserk form, and it seems like this guy won't get off the hook easily. He says, everything's because of you, and now you shall bear the attacks of my hatred. Okay, so why is Wang Zihao speaking like he is a main antagonist? Like this dude is literally a side villain. Our MC will literally kick him once and then he'll be kicked out of the manhwa, never to be drawn again. Anyway, Ning Yi mentions that this guy's brain isn't normal, and of course it's because he is envious. He then yells out for everybody to go and eliminate Lin Mo Yu, and this guy is a level 38 knight with some pretty good stats, but it definitely isn't enough. And we then see them right here, and they are not even moving out of the way because of course they don't seem to care at all, as Lin Mo Yu brings up his summons right behind him. And yep, that's how you know you screwed up when you find out that this dude has summons. It's obviously the same reaction because of course they're not making it out of there alive. This guy calls them a monster, and everybody looks in despair. He says what's going on, and Zihao sweating, and yup, that is what you get for challenging the MC. He then tells the archers and the mages to attack him as well, but our MC then brings out his own archers and mages, and yup, they use their Thunderbolt, Blizzard Storm, Flame Burst, Explosive Flames, and they're definitely way stronger than those third-rate magicians. And yup, they get swept up like I'm using a broom to clean them up, or Lin Mo Yu is, and they all begin to run away. And of course, Zihao is shocked at all of them running, and he says I didn't see him summon undead mages during the exams. And yeah bro, you know that people get stronger, right? But I guess closed-minded people like that won't get it, as we see a dude literally get incinerated, and one of the guy mentions that we can't win this at all. Even if there are 10 or 20 more healers, they won't catch up to the speed at which the skeletons are attacking, and at least this guy has some brains. As they are running, Wang Zihao, guys, why does Wang Zihao still have the audacity to ask why they are running? Like, this dude literally just got wrecked, and he's about to get wrecked twice now, and he says, I want Lin Mo Yu killed, and come on bro, do it yourself if you wanted. But yep, he's just a side character, so he'll never be that strong. He says, I can't allow him to steal away the glory. Like, come on bro, you could have at least came out of here with your life. And just kidding guys, because Lin Mo Yu already has corpse explosion ready, and oh, this is not going to end well. He says, it's that skill. A big explosion then appears, and he looks up saying, no. And yup, this is definitely not going to end well for him, as we see the shadow of Lin Mo Yu. He then walks towards Wang Zihao, and Wang Zihao has that face of, oh, I definitely effed up. F stands for fridged. Alright, no cussing here. But anyway, he says, how many demons did this guy kill? He then comes to the ground and he begs for his life, saying, please, you can't kill me. What are you planning to do? Don't you know who my father is? And of course, it's another spoiled brat, but the look on our MC's face is definitely that of somebody who doesn't care about your status. He then says, I'll never let you go, and yep, you're definitely not leaving. We then see it is the Ghost Field Battlefield Ghost King right here. It looks very scary. It looks like some sort of former ancient martial artist that turned evil, like Sukuna. But anyway, they are fighting valiantly, and one of them even mentions, hehehe, what an annoying chick, because of course he's talking about Mo Yun, but look at this old dude, he is twice evolved, but they're pretty much still weak. And uh-oh, they then see two bodies coming towards them, and let me just say, if you're in this manhwa right now, the last thing that you want to see are two bodies coming towards you, because, well, corpse explosion, kaboom, and yep, they're definitely gone. Yep, they're like fireworks to the sky now. Anyway, one of them managed to survive, and he says, who was it? And then Mo Yu is just standing there alongside his skeletons. Mo Yun mentions, how the heck did you deal with them so fast? And he then sends his other skeletons to go ahead and attack them. He then says explode to the corpses, and we see a large amount of flame balls just starting up from the ground, and Mo Yun says, is this his true potential? No wonder this dude would solo farm dungeons at hell difficulty, and that's probably why Sister Ning Yi followed him as well to get free levels. And yeah, you're probably right, but at least she's not like Sakura. But hey guys, I don't know why I always just diss Sakura. Anyway, we then see the guy and his shield breaks. He says get the support team. They then use group defense, and they all say, oh, we are alive. However, oh my gosh, we see Lin Mo Yu's army, and this is not good. And look at their face, they are in turmoil. And Lin Mo Yu then tells Mo Yun, that's about it, let's deal with a battlefield Ghost King. And she says, alright. And yeah, she didn't expect their boy to be this powerful, because yeah, the more powerful you are guys, the more riz you have, so keep that in mind. Anyway, this is the battlefield Ghost King. We already mentioned his stats earlier, and we then see that of course he is the world boss, and it seems like he grew a pair of wings. Or is that wings, or is that just his tattered clothes? Anyway, I must get tired because, you know, I read like 1,000 manhwas a day. Just kidding. Anyway, he then summons out his Thanatos Scythe, the upgraded version. Let's go guys, this dude is gonna wreck this dude. And also he summons out his general corpse, and yup, we then see Sister Mo Yun. She says, how many cards does he have up his sleeve? And Ning Yi just smiles because, well, this is a common occurrence once you're around the MC. He says that I'm not proficient at holy damage, so I'll leave that to you. And of course, it seems like she is definitely competent as well. She then loads up an attack, but come on guys, can we have another shout out to Lin Mo Yu for just being ultimately that guy? And yeah, he's way too cool. She then launches an attack on the being, and this dude seems to have gotten injured quite a bit. He then uses lifesteal. However, she then gets out of the way, and her MC uses his slow curse to disrupt his skills because they are actually pretty good. We then see his general flying over towards the world boss, and he says go and restrain the movements. And yup, he begins to attack the world boss, and she says, this Lin Mo Yu, how many tricks has he not used yet? Don't worry, that's none of your business. Anyway, it seems like the monster got infuriated, and he punches the general summon, and he says, like, it seems like my post guardian is slowly unable to handle the current battle, and he needs to find a new summon. And oh my gosh guys, I am so hyped. It seems like this world boss of hell difficulty is going to become our MC's new summon. Sister Mo Yun is on her Pegasus, and she begins to attack the world boss once again, and she says, dang it, doesn't the Ghost King receive -50
50% more holy damage. Why did my attacks not work? He then uses the bewitch skill, and I honestly thought bewitch skill could only be used by good looking people, but I wonder how this ogre got it. Anyway, we see Sister Mo Yoon here, and she seems to be drastically affected, so he then says of course she's not immune to mental controls, so he orders a skeleton to go and fetch her, and she begins to fall to the ground, and yup, we got the skeleton Riz right here as he catches her while she's falling. And no, this isn't a Disney movie. He then tells Ning Yi to take care of Mo Yoon while he takes care of the big guy. He says that this guy definitely is quite powerful, and he gives a smile as he says, how about I choose you as the next soul? And yup, we've finally been waiting for this. It's like Igris and Beru Beru. Anyway, he puts away his general class, but the guy tries to use Nihility, but our MC has skeleton armor as he negates the attack, and he says, time to work, my soldiers. He says, have a taste of fried soul, and he begins to use his soul blade on this dude, and this guy yells out in pain. And however, oh, it's too late, because as he is giving off his yelling noises from the pain, our boys skeletons are already attacking him, and yeah, it's not gonna be good for this guy. We then see Sister Mo Yoon is taking some healing potions from Ning Yi, and she wonders what's happening, and she looks back because of course she remembers that she was struck by a bewitching skill, and she looks back towards the world boss. She then sees the world boss, and he's gotten even more furious, as well as Lin Mo Yu attacking it on his own, and she says, oh my gosh, he's attacking it by himself? This dude is the ultimate Rizzler. No, I'm just kidding guys, but she says the Ghost King didn't even receive damage from holy damage, but even after it amplified, it's actually getting wrecked by our boy. And so he tries to use lifesteal on our MC skeletons, but he says all of them are undead, so your lifesteal has no use at all. Of course, we then see the skeletons begin to slash at it, and he says, no matter what, I'm still considered a mage, so I will just in a dungeon. And Ning Yi says, yep, that's right, this dude is definitely Sung Jin Woo, and he definitely just solo clears dungeon, but of course I came along just to get free XP. She might have said some of that. 5 minutes later of fighting till the brink of death, well, the monster, not Lin Mo Yu. Anyway, the monster dies, he gains 2.6 million XP, he gets the Ghost King Dagger, the Ghost King Longsword, the Ghost King Heart, and 5 Nirvana Crystals. Oh my gosh, here are the statuses right here. The Ghost King Dagger is pretty much a platinum grade weapon, and it has Nihility, which turns the body into nothingness for 30 seconds and ignores physical damage, and it has a cooldown of 5 minutes. The second is the Longsword, and when using personal strength as base for launching attacks, it absorbs health to recover the body, 5-minute cooldown as well. The third king is a Ghost King Heart, which is actually a very important ingredient to make some strong accessories. And the last one, yes guys, it is the Nirvana Crystal, which increases the probability of a job evolution to the second job change, and this is what Sister Mo Yoon has been looking for. Our MC tries to summon the soul, and let's go guys, he has successfully did it, and this guy looks absolutely eerie and scary, and I know that this dude is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. This is a Battlefield Ghost King. He is still level 39 and all of his stats have pretty much remained the same, and he says although it's weak to holy control effects, overall it's definitely not bad. Of course, Mo Yoon says, what the heck? It's over just like this? He can kill the Battlefield Ghost King all on his own, and our MC, we just see a picture of our MC looking cool, but hey, I'm all for that. I'm trying to see our boy look very cool. She then receives a Nirvana Crystal from our MC, and she says, I finally obtained one after so many years. And she says in her heart, with this Nirvana Crystal, I have a 60% confidence in evolving, and yes, I must be successful, and the glory of my family shall be continued with me. And it seems like she has a story of a fallen noble family, but that's definitely not cliche, right? Anyway, she says, thank you so much, Lin Mo Yu. This Nirvana Crystal is very important to me, and our boy Lin Mo Yu just has his hands in his pocket. Oh gosh, this is how it's always going to be. Anyway, we then see the other 3 items fall off, and he says your luck is not bad. It even dropped the main material for the Ghost King Necklace and the Ghost King Heart. She then smiles and says, I only need the Nirvana Crystal, so you can have the rest to yourself. And she mentions if you can't find a suitable alchemist, let Ning Yi find one for you. And of course, she looks back at Ning Yi, and she mentions, Mo Yu is Grandpa Bai's half disciple, so he doesn't even need her anymore. And yup, we then see Mo Yoon is absolutely shocked, because of course she knows that Bai Shen never accepts disciples, but of course after seeing Lin Mo Yu's abilities, she can understand why he is his disciple. However, she then realizes that he killed members of the Wang Chao Guild, especially their young president this time, and so the president will definitely not let this go. She says that their guild president is a thrice evolved top professional, and with Lord Bai Shen guarding you, they won't be able to do anything
anything. However, it's hard to say that. But Lin Mo-yu says, don't worry, I'm mentally prepared, and look at this dude, he looks absolutely ready. And he mentions, I need to make sure nobody sees this then. And as long as nobody alive, nobody will see it, and his eyes begin to turn purple, and I wonder if this is Sung Jin-woo's relative or something, but probably not. Anyway, we are on the third battlefield, and we get a notification saying Battlefield Ghost King has been eliminated. The Ghost King heart has been dropped, and everybody around says, my goodness, that monster of a beast was actually killed? Who did it? He says, wow, which team is this powerful? We are back at the Wang Chao Guild, and he sees the president. He sees that, of course, the Ghost King heart has been defeated, or the Ghost King heart has dropped, and the king has been defeated. He smiles, and he says all the humiliation my son received will all be paid back one day. And he tells one of his subordinate that after Zihao experienced real battle in the battlefield, he will definitely be a changed person, so go and find an alchemist. He says this because he wants to forge a new accessory using the ghost heart, and it's going to be the ghost necklace. And well, we see Lin Mo-yu, and he is literally just exploding all the corpses, and he says, well, all the remains will be destroyed. And yeah, of course, he says as long as we don't divulge with the truth, nobody will be able to find out what actually happened here. And oh my gosh, guys, Lin Mo-yu really is a walking powerhouse, or probably a power country or power universe. We then see Mo-yu, they all smash the crystal and they teleport out of that dungeon. And we switch back to Lord Bai Shen as well as Lord Meng and Wen. And these guys always seem to be chilling. Like, I guess if you want to be chill like this, guys, you just have to be, you know, the strongest ever in your country. And they're then discussing on whether or not Lin Mo-yu was successful in his mission, and Lord Bai blushes and he says, yeah, don't worry. Of course, Meng and Wen says, do you think that kid right now is the one who defeated the Battle Ghost King? And Bai Shen doesn't seem to say anything. We then see Lin Mo-yu teleports back and he bows his head out of respect. This guy's a goat. And he says, Lord Bai Shen and Lord Meng, I have arrived. He asks if the mission is done, and he brings out the crystals, and Bai Shen says not bad. However, he notices that he is a 2-star second lieutenant, and Lin Mo-yu just gives a face of Riz and lock in, and man, play some music or something for this dude because he is way too cool. Anyway, Bai Shen then begins to think, saying one would need over 20,000 military merit, and of course this dude was also carrying Ning's precious daughter, so that means he would have to have killed 400 demons. But MC says, I killed some high-ranking demons. And even Lord Meng and Wen spits out his tea, and Bai Shen is absolutely shocked. He then says, Lin Mo-yu, can you tell me what's going on? And he explains, well, here's the thing, I came across a space portal and that and blah 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 blah. And of course, Bai Shen smiles out of happiness, saying, Lai Yan, that dude is probably going to be pissed to death. And yep, he says, boy, you actually did that. He mentions that they can step it up next time, and he says, Lord Bai, Lord Meng, this time in the third battlefield, we met the divine magician, Yu Yan, and they are definitely shocked by this, and he says, wait, you met the divine flame magician? He then explains everything that happened, and they say, ah, I see. Someone went to clear this dungeon before. Why didn't he receive the same favor of the divine flame magician? And he's talking about Lord Bai, and Lord Bai says, it's because my profession hadn't evolved at that time. He then says, no need to find somebody else, the best person is right here, and he's talking about the space crystal to make a cooldown talisman. He then brings out the Shenxia Empire, or the Shenxia Tower, Meng and Wen, and it seems like he's going to begin to craft it. We then see that rainbow lit fire, and it begins to turn into the rainbow color. And yep, it is the Abyss Teleportation Stone, and I'm guessing that this is actually better than the cooldown talisman. He says that this teleportation stone is soulbound to you, so only you can use it. And he then thanks Lord Meng and Wen. He mentions that you gotta keep that talent stone well. It would be very useful to you when of course you undergo your third job evolution, but I wonder how many evolutions and how strong are Lord Bai and Lord Meng and Wen, because it seems like they definitely got some OP job awakenings. And Lord Bai says, as for the flame staff, I'll find somebody to go ahead and fix it. He then brings it out and he gives it towards him, and he also brings out the Ghost King heart, and he says, oh my gosh, it really is the Ghost King heart. And Meng and Wen says, see, I told you that the battlefield Ghost King was killed by this dude. And Bai Shen seems to be kind of impressed by this. He then asks about the Nirvana crystal, and he explains that 5 have dropped and he has 3 of them on hand. And he says, give me 2 of them and I will help you prepare for the second job evolution. and Lord Pai seems to be kind of pained because he's going to have to spend a lot of materials for our boy Lin Mo Yu, and he says that it's a shame that this is your second time awakening a talent. If this was your first, this old man has 90% confidence of letting you awaken a talent. He then bows his head and he says, "Thank you, Lord Bai." And we hear, for the sake of job evolution, yup, Lord Bai definitely sacrificed a lot of things to do so. Meng Anwen then says, "Why are you still calling him Lord Bai Shen?" And then he walks towards Lord Bai and he bows down saying, "Disciple Lin Mo Yu greets my master," as he hands him a cup of tea, and this symbolizes the disciple and the master relationship. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then gets flashbacks of all of the loved ones he have in this manhwa, or in his life, sorry guys, and he says, "I have another kin in this world, so it's now time for me to get stronger." He says, "Not bad, you've worked hard these few days, go back and rest." He mentions tomorrow is of course the time you have to go to Nanhong City and prepare for the competition of the professionals, and he also has to get the crown. Of course, he then teleports away, and Meng Anwen then asks if he's happy, but then Bai Shen says, "Happy? All of my years of savings are gone, but definitely it's going to be put to good use." Lord Bai asks if he is foolish if he were to interfere between, of course, Wang Zihao's family, because of course Lin Mo Yu killed him, as well as his subordinates, and of course Meng Anwen then says, "Well, it'll make you kind of foolish, but don't worry, if old man Ning found out about Yi Yi going to the battlefield, he's probably going to find you soon, so it wouldn't matter." This is the second day. It is the Nanhong City arena for the competition of professionals, and we even see some drones here. I didn't expect they would have drones. Like, come on, where are the cars now? Anyway, yep, there are a lot of people gathered here, and we then see it is his old teammates from the dungeon clearing. It is Jiang Tao Cao as well as Miao Yu, and yep, they definitely helped their boy in the future, and they are now teamed up, of course. And she says, however, as she looks at her MC, officials say that 90% of teams will be eliminated at the auditions, but well, it doesn't matter because we have Lin Mo Yu. The next team is up, and they're ready to go ahead and pass the auditions, and then they then enter, and we see some chains around them. We hear, so the Empire used Shenxia Tower for the test. I see. Looks like we just had to follow the tunnel and defeat all of the monsters. She then tells Lin Mo Yu, "First, we will try to do it on our own, and please help us if you can't handle it." And yep, that's how you know you're way too OP, if your own teammates are asking you to hold back. They're fighting a fake abyss dog demon, and they then charge towards it. Kaboom, kaboom, kapow, shield bash, and yep, they're doing a really good job. And right behind them is of course Ning Yi Yi. She then slices it, and she says, looks like after following Mo Yu for a while, I've become much stronger as well. And she says, we can still deal with this, so let's move on. Lin Mo Yu is very happy, and he says, from his experience, the examinations would never be so simple. So this is just the beginning. We then see a stat board here, pretty much explaining that there are 30,000 teams there, which is absolutely tremendous, and everybody is looking at all these teams get eliminated. Ning Yi Yi then kills with a fatal strike, and we see that she kills another one just like that, implosion just like that, and our team is definitely going to win the tournament, as we see Jiang Tao Cao use her slash ability, and I know that this team is definitely going to shock everybody in the audiences. The chapter starts with Meng Anwen and Lord Bai, and they are pretty much discussing how all the teams are already at 40 points, but our boy is only at 23. Lord Bai asks if he can tell him the reason. However, Lord Meng Anwen says, nope, I won't be revealing that. He then says, speaking of which, it's just an audition test, and it's not about speed anyways, so why don't you have faith in Lin Mo Yu? Lord Bai then says, nonsense, if he didn't win back the crown, you will see how I will deal with him, and yeah, once you're the disciple of some overpowered sword deity who likes to do things with his fists, well, you're definitely going to have a higher standard. We then switch back to, of course, the team. We see Miao Yu, Jiang Tao Cao, and of course our girl Ning Yi Yi, and they are fighting an abyss dog demon, which is obviously fake, and it looks kind of menacing here. As you see her skills right here, she's level 29, strength 5k, agility 5k, spirit 1.5, and constitution 5k. And yeah, the reason why it's fake is because our boy, our MC, has already killed this demon, and it is one of his summons. Jiang Tao Cao mentions that it is a boss, so she has to be careful, and Miao Yu mentions that she already used all of her spirits, so this could get dangerous. And look at this abyss dog demon. Guys, don't get any thoughts in the comments, but look, this abyss dog demon looks very frightening. And yup, our boy says this is indeed the dog demon. He says that my teammates should be reaching their limit though, and so they all wonder how the heck it knows how to summon even smaller monsters. And so Jiang Tao Cao is told by Miao Yu that it seems like this is over. We see that Jiang Tao Cao is literally sweating and breathing heavily, and she mentions that everybody isn't in an excellent state, and so it's difficult enough to already fight them. But then Lin Mo Yu steps in and says, Don't worry, just leave it all to me, and Jiang Tao Tao is rizzed up and she is definitely shocked. Anyway, we then see Miao Yu as well as Duan Gao, the priest or the holy guy. He says, yup, I agree, come on, let's let Lin Mo Yu do this, and yup, they're definitely exhausted. Jiang Tao Tao then says, as she agrees, I guess I will leave this to you. Our MC then says, you really should, and yup, our MC is way too cool. He then brings out some of his summons, and of course, Jiang Tao Tao mentions that this guy has gotten way stronger, and it feels more suppressive than the dog demon. He is referring to the skeleton's aura. We then see the dog canines jump up into the air, but they get sliced with ease, and she mentions that one strike, one kill, and the speed of the eliminations are way too fast. We then see the Abyss Dog Demon, of course, try to go towards the MC, but well, one of his skeletons jumps right in front, and yup, it gets killed in one strike, and yeah, they're just like, wait, what is going on? Our boy is just Sung Jin Woo. But anyway, we then see her body get absolutely incinerated, and it shows that the test had passed, and they have already reached 300 points. Of course, and Team Tang Jianfei, the one below them, have 240, so it's not bad. I'm not gonna lie, guys, that's a pretty good score. Anyway, they mentions that this name is so familiar, and yup, it is the top scorer in the entire nation. That's why they're so fast. We then see it is a battle courtyard as they teleport back, and Miao Yu mentions, I didn't even think we would actually be first, and she says it's probably because we took less than 5 minutes to defeat the boss. And wait, are you telling me they spent 5 minutes literally fighting against those demon dogs and Lin Mo Yu had to step in? But honestly, it was a good effort. Ning Yi then mentions you are going to participate in the individual competition, right? And she says we will all be rooting for you. And her MC just says yeah, like it's of course he's gonna win. Anyway, we then see another team teleport back, and this is a Tiang Jianfei team. They mentions that their teamwork was absolutely perfect with no flaws, and so they should definitely have the first rank in these additions. However, one of the subordinates then point out to the boss saying, boss, take a look, somebody was faster than us, and yup, he sees Lin Mo Yu with 300 points, and he says, I will definitely remember this name. And too bad our MC won't remember your name because you're not that, you know, you're weak, bro. No offense to this guy. He then gets absolutely infuriated, and he says, I will participate in the individual contest, and I will make sure that the first place won't fall into your hands. It is then the afternoon, and our MC then walks into the individual competition portal. It's like he's heading into the nether, but maybe a fiery nether of some sort. And yup, it finally begins, and our MC brings out only one skeleton, and he says one should definitely be enough. And when you're this strong, bro, you probably only need like the arm of a skeleton, and you're probably solo the entire verse. Anyway, we then see the Abyss Wolf Demon. It is a fake like usual. It is level 30, which is 3 levels higher than our MC, and its strength and agility and spirit and constitution are pretty high. He says that it actually became the Abyss Wolf Demon, and so if it was a true demon, things would have been a little bit more interesting. But well, our MC just slices it up in half, and the test is finally passed, and he teleports back outside of the area. We then see he actually took 1 minute and 3 seconds just for that, and Tang Jianfei, well, he has yet to clear it. Yeah, bro, you're not beating him. He seems very exhausted here, guys, and he says, please, it's finally mine. And he took around 3 minutes, and he's very happy, but as he looks back, he literally gets a nosebleed and he coughs out blood, because of course he says, how the heck did he do this in 1 minute and 3 seconds? We then see our MC walk away like he is the actual MC of this manhwa, which he pretty much is. This is just a cool protagonist. You know, the panels where you always see the cool protagonist walking away. And yup, this guy definitely is the year's top national scorer. Our MC then wonders why he didn't see his sister's name, because the competition of professionals is this one, so he really wonders why. But then somebody says little you, and of course it stops him right in his tracks, and he says with a very surprised look on his face, this voice, it's my sister. Oh my gosh. And she says long time no see. And yes, it is a long-awaited reunion of Lin Mo Yu and his sister Lin Mo Han. We see her right here, and she's very gorgeous, and she says little you, and it's cool that she calls her boy little because our MC is like kind of OP, but still, that is his older sister. He then is very shocked as he runs towards her, and yup, he then hugs her, and this is the first time we see our boy showing like emotion, guys. He's literally crying. And this is definitely a heartfelt reunion. She even mentions that we haven't met in a year, and this dude's already taller than her, and yeah, our boy just got way too OP over that. the last couple months or years, like you said. Anyway, they then begin to sit down and discuss about what's happened, and they then begin to catch up and such. And she mentions, you're really as taciturn as always, and of course you really are a blockhead. And yeah, our boy definitely is. He doesn't know what's going on when it comes to the girls. Anyway, she mentions that I am your sister and do you not understand, because he wonders how she found out he was there. She mentions that she has been keeping up with everything that's been happening, and including him becoming the top scorer and even getting into the Shajing Academy, which is awesome. And she says, or he says, wait then, why the heck did you come and find me earlier, Sister Mohan? And she says, well, I actually had no choice. She mentions that her teacher is very demanding, and that's why she didn't have the time to go find him. He then asks what level she is at right now, but she says, nope, I'm not gonna tell you. But we find out that Lin Mohan is a holy blade dancer, and it seems like this is an OP profession. RMC thinks in his head, wait a second, I remember that my sister changed her profession. It was once the legendary profession blade dancer. And could it be? Yup, it seems like she got her second job change. And yeah, he says, how the heck could that be possible? And she says, I was just fortunate. And he says, how did you level up so quickly? She mentions, little you must have awakened your talent as well, right? She mentions that her talent is actually one that lets her level up multiple times faster than others. And oh my gosh, our boy is absolutely shocked like me, because wow, that's far below our MC. We then see them walk away, and he says, are they sisters teammates in this competition? And it really seems so. She mentions that they are all top geniuses from her academy, the Chuangshen Academy, and they are all super OP. However, of course, our MC says they don't really feel that strong compared to you, sister, and she then pats his head and rubs his hair, saying, you really are too sweet. And she mentions that she's going to go back now, because after the competition, she has to train somewhere else because of her teacher, and I wonder who the heck her teacher is. She says, I won't be able to see you in a long time, so hopefully next time you'll have a girlfriend. And you know, by our MC, I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know what a girlfriend is at this point. But anyway, he says, sister, I will one day join you at that academy to look for you. And she then says, with a smile and a look of hope in her face, alright, big sister Lin Mohan will be waiting for you. And what an awesome reunion, and at the same time, it is a kind of sad goodbye, but they'll see each other at the competition, I'm sure. Anyway, we then see that we are back at the stadium, and yep, yesterday's auditions are over, so the start of the competition will be right now. And there are going to be 1,020 teams that have passed the auditions. We see Jiang Cao Cao, and she seems kind of, well, intrigued, and we find out that they are number 512, and their opponent is 513. We find out that the scariest ones that are very scary are the Team 18 from country Ziying, and of course Team 322 from the Holy Land Shengdu, and Team 599 from country Y. She then says also, but she forgets to not say it, and I'm guessing it is his sister, or our boy's sister's team. We then see Lin Mo Yu, and he wonders, I'll only help you guys, of course, if you guys are in trouble, right? And she says, yeah, just keep on doing that. And yeah, that's how you know you're OP, when you literally have to step back so your team can do some work. And of course, we then see the stadium and the audience is cheering loudly, and I'm very excited for this battle to begin. We then see Jiang Cao Cao, Miao Yu, and Guan Dao, and they're definitely all excited and definitely ready for what is to come. Alright guys, it seems like they're going to fight up against this team right here. They have level 27 Knight, and it is 3 level higher than sister Jiang Cao Cao. And of course, Jiang Cao Cao says, really? Do you really not have faith in me, Miao Yu? But it seems like they were just having fun. We see Team 512 here, Lin Mo Yu, a level 27 Necromancer, Ning Yi Yi, the level 26 Shadow Assassin, and that's such a cool rank, guys, or such a cool profession. We see Jiang Cao Cao is a level 24 Elven Knight, Duan Gao is at level 21 as a prophet, and of course Miao Yu level 21 as an Elven Elder. And I always thought that Elven Elders, or Elven classes in general, have been pretty cool and unique. Anyway, the other lady on the other team mentions their levels are all quite low, and they all begin to talk about how they're going to win this. And yeah, pride comes before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall. Anyway, we then see they begin the match, and of course everybody's ready except for Lin Mo Yu. He's just sitting in the corner, or standing in the corner, and yeah, our boy's definitely just chilling. Anyway, we then see Miao Yu, and she charges towards them, as well as Jiang Cao Cao, and they both use their abilities, and Miao Yu uses Windbind. And we see, of course, a lady with the shield say, what the heck, this is actually OP. And then she gets sent flying on, oh my gosh, Jiang Cao Cao just sent this girl flying. She uses Group Taunt on her, and it seems like it is a strong ability, and the girl notices that somebody is is coming towards her. It is a shadow assassin, and it is Ning Yi. We then see Jiang Tao Tao headed towards the witch girl of some sorts, and this guy with the archer, he says, "You're just a level 24 knight, you piece of trash." But bro, you're literally a Robin Hood in the middle of this battle arena. Like, you're literally an archer from Clash of Clans in the face of like 10 mini P.E.K.K.A.s, but hey, you know what? You do you, bro. Anyway, we then see Jiang Tao Tao then comes towards the witch even closer, and it seems like she gets attacked from afar. But of course, she then attacks towards the aggressors, and they mention that their attacks are so aggressive, and we hear "move" from the other team. Of course, we then see it is a witch, and she is about to summon a large-scale attack, and she says, "Be careful of their assassin." And the guy uses Hawkeye, and it seems like this guy is a recon of their team. And yup, oh my gosh, guys, he then notices Ning Yi come out of the shadows like she is Batman, and she is right behind the girl casting the spell. And she then gives a look of, oh my gosh, this is a pretty creepy but scary look, and you know that you're pretty much screwed if you see this behind you. And she has her sword out and her dagger, and she puts it on the witch's neck, and yup, she gets eliminated, and she is put outside the arena and down on the ground. This girl, the other girl on the team, yells out, "Darn it," because of course Jiang Tao Tao and Ning Yi are preparing a double frontal assault. We then see they absolutely wreck the other teammates, and Lin Mo Yu is just standing there saying, "The opponents have way too little battle experience, and it seems like they probably never fought with other professionals as well, so there's no need for a boy to step in." Everybody in the crowd mentions, "What the heck? They're able to win even in a 4 against 5? He says that they're probably used to fighting inside dungeons, and their damage dealer was eliminated at the start, so they wonder how they could win." And yeah, they pretty much can't, because Ning Yi then puts her fist into the air and she says, "Hey, we won." But it seems like Jiang Tao Tao is a bit gloomy, and I wonder why. I don't really know why, but Lin Mo Yu is definitely happy. We then see it is Duan Gao, and of course he is definitely exhausted from all of the buffs that he put against the team. And Jiang Tao Tao mentions that their opponents will definitely be stronger, and so they definitely need Lin Mo Yu to step in. And he says, "Don't worry." And yeah, if you hear "don't worry" from an OPMC, best believe you're definitely definitely gonna want to trust his words. We then see it is a second stage in their second battle. We see a level 29 gladiator, a level 29 prophet, a level 28 mage of elements, and a level 28 Chilean elder. These are all definitely high level rankers, and of course the guy with the sword mentions they're all at the beginning of level 20, and the highest level is only level 27. And I'm gonna tell you right now, bro, Lin Mo Yu's level 27 is probably your level 1000. But anyway, he says that their opponents forfeit the previous round, and oh my gosh, guys, I thought this was Sung Jin Woo for a second. He summoned something, and oh my gosh, is this another Necromancer? Nope, just kidding, guys. It is actually just a Shadow Beast summoner, and yeah, this guy's little beast here wouldn't even be able to compare to a literal ant on Sung Jin Woo's team, and I'm not talking about Beru, because Beru's just way too overpowered. Of course, Jiang Tao Tao mentions that this match won't be easy, and she is right, except for Lin Mo Yu, and so they all get into their battle positions. They then begin to launch their attack, and Ning Yi mentions that Shadow Beasts are the assassins of summoned beasts, and so they can also use stealth and see through her abilities, and so if she moves, the opponent will move with her, and she will get binded quickly. Miao Yu then mentions that they have no knight, so they can only attack and not defend, and their battle strategy is ineffective against them. And Jiang Tao Tao says, "It seems like we might have to improvise," and Lin Mo Yu is just there chilling in the back like a Sigma Alpha boy, and yup, he's definitely waiting for the perfect time to strike. The guy then glares and he says that Necromancer, he's not going to act, huh? And he then says they really are looking down on us, and just pause for a second. This guy literally looks like he's 60 years old here, but I guess that's what happens when you're always stressed about the MC. Anyway, we then see Jiang Tao Tao yell out disperse, because her ability is going to be an area of effect one, and yup, she then gets attacked by a frontal attack by this guy, and she says this is a powerful skill, and the guy comes right in front of her, and he's about to slash her one more time, and she hits her shield, but Ning Yi manages to get away, and she says that she is bound by the Shadow Beast, and she cannot escape it. But don't worry, guys. Oh, never mind. We might have to worry, because Miao Yu and Duan Gao are getting hit by this meteor from above. And of course, Miao Yu can't keep up this healing stuff. But oh my gosh, Duan Gao is the literal greatest of all time. He pushes out Miao Yu. He takes the damage and he says, "You're the team's healer, so nothing must happen." And he gets sent outside of the arena or the platform. Unfortunately, Miao Yu also gets sent away, and he gets nervous saying, "Really, bro? I just sacrificed my life for that." But hey, he probably didn't say that. Anyway, this guy yells yells out, "It's already over for your supports. Admit your defeat." However, Jiang Taotao just ignores him, and she then charges towards the 3 buffers in the back, but then one of the guys uses flame repulsion ring, and it seems like Jiang Taotao is sent into the air, and she is sent back towards Lin Mo Yu. Lin Mo Yu then says, "Leave it to me," and she says, okay, yeah, we'll leave it to you, and she lets out a sigh of relief. Anyway, we then see the crowd, and the crowd goes wild, and we see, of course, oh my gosh guys, Ningyi and Jiang Taotao just voluntarily walk off of the platform because, well, there's no need for you guys now that our boy Lin Mo Yu is here. And they all begin to gossip, saying, no matter how powerful he might be, he can't win against 5 by himself, right? He's only level 27. They then see, we can finally see how powerful this guy actually is. We then see the guy, the knight, he's getting cocky. He says, your teammates have all surrendered, and you're the last one left? Really? Are you still trying to turn the situation around? And he says, do you really think we are that weak? And our MC says, come out, and he just ignores him like an absolute Chad. And we see he brings out one of his mages. We then see this wannabe Sung Jin Woo guy. He says, so he is a summoner too. Why did he only act after all his teammates lost? And this guy might not know why it came in last. It's not because he's too weak, it's because he's too strong. And of course, we then see a silver grade skeleton mage looking cool, level 27, strength 2700, agility and constitution 2700, and the spirit is almost 11,000. And of course, he then uses Blizzard Storm, and this guy gets attacked, or the guys behind him get attacked. And well, he says, heal me quickly. But unfortunately, he then coughs out blood, and he looks back saying, where the heck is the healing? And he sees nobody behind him, and yup, look at this look in his face. It's the look of, oh crap, this is definitely not going to end well, and he definitely messed up. He says, what exactly is that summon? And everybody got sent out, and they're all wondering, what the heck? Why did I get sent out of the match? Did we really get attacked by his summons? How fast is this dude's attack, and how strong are they really? Too strong, bro. The answer is too strong. Anyway, our MC is then standing there with his hands in his pocket as usual, and of course he sends more of these crystals towards the last guy standing, and look at this guy's face. He got completely, like, I don't know, he got freezed to death. And yeah, this guy just, that's why you don't be cocky, guys, especially in front of a Manhwa protagonist. Everybody then yells out cheering. This is a summoner of a necromancer. This guy is awesome. He literally one-shotted this entire team. And they all begin to say, I really want to see him in the individual competition. Of course, Jiang Taotao then folds her arms saying, it seems like we need to let Junior Lin fight on his own because their extent of the abilities has been reached. And Miao Yu just nods in agreement. And where the heck did Miao Yu's glasses go? Anyway, our boy MC is now ready, of course, for the 3rd day, and these people are all talking about, oh my gosh, our opponent is a great Lin Mo Yu. They're calling him the great deity, and the great deity is an internet slang for the best and the top pro in a game. And yup, this guy then says, are you really worthy of fighting the great Master Lin? And he says, you're so stupid. And they then say, as they bow their heads to Lin Mo Yu, and he's kind of confused here. They then say, we admit defeat. They all wish that he wins the entire competition and becomes a champion. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is like, oh, alright. And yeah, you look at this guy's face, he's like, bruh. Anyway, we then see it is Ningyi. We even see Jiang Taotao and Duan Gao, and he says, what the heck, why are they so direct? And Ningyi mentions that these people are definitely aware of their own skill. And of course, the audience is like, really? They just forfeited? How could they do that? This isn't a competition at all. But trust me, even if they were to fight Lin Mo Yu, it probably wouldn't even last 5 seconds. The scene then switches back to Lord Meng and Wen, and he asks Lord Bai if that kid Lin is acting extravagantly. And of course, Lord Bai folds his arms saying, I want to let the whole world know that I am not to be messed with. But Lord Bai then says, and I'm just kidding, but having such a profile would invite enemies. And Ying Nation and the Holy Lands of Chengdu are not honest people. He then gives a very menacing smirk and a grin, mentioning, I didn't manage to find, of course, the little tricks that they were playing in the past. And he says if they dare to act now, this old man will let them know pain. And Meng Anwen mentions, is that why you allowed Lin Mo Yu to keep such a high profile and really pull in some popularity? Yup, it's definitely to pull in those assassins or those people playing dirty. We find out that, of course, he says that Lin Mo Yu agreed, and the reason why is because of Lin Mo Han. He says not just him, but the old man at the other side also agreed to let Lin Mo Han become the bait. And well, we then see Meng and Wen use his Sharingan, and this guy kind of has the eyes of Sukuna now. He says, I haven't killed anyone for so long, and it might be time to warm it up a little. And wow, guys, Lord Meng Wen definitely is a calm dude when he's sitting drinking his tea, but he's not somebody to be messed with. We then see confetti's up in the air on this blue, shining, beautiful day, and everybody is cheering because they really want to see this fight happen. And yup, it is the guy, Team Tang Jianfei, who of course lost to our boy twice in the individual and the team competition. He is a divine swordsman that is level 29, which is absolutely impressive. And everybody is cheering, saying, will he be the one to end Lin Mo Yu's legacy? No, he probably isn't. But anyway, Ning Yi mentions that this guy really has the legendary profession divine swordsman, and he says, don't worry, I definitely got it. We find out that this is actually the evolved form of Feng Shu's profession, so this can be quite troublesome. We then see he steps on the stage alone, and this guy says, really? Just you? Just you? Are you treating us like trash? He then yells out, all of you fall back, and it seems like he wants to have a one-on-one. He then brings out his wannabe Excalibur, and he mentions, your skeletons are indeed strong, but they have no effect on me. He then dashes towards Lin Mo Yu, and he says, really? Do you think you will be able to defeat me? And everybody in the crowd says, surely that Lin Mo Yu could be defeated, but our boy wastes no time and he brings out another mage. He says, Tang Jianfei, not bad, you really are a man. And of course, we then see veins on his forehead because he's absolutely triggered by our MC, and he says, I won't allow you to evaluate me in that type of way. He then uses elemental sword body, and it seems like this battle is about to get started. Alright, the chapter starts and we see everybody sweating here nervously because they are surprised that this dude has 2 stellar rings, the guy with the sword, and the fact that, well, it is said that divine swordsmen get 1 stellar ring at level 10, but for him to be able to use 2, that means he already mastered the strongest skills of the divine swordsman at the early stages. But our boy Lin Mo Yu has literally no reaction, and he just tells his mage to, you know, bring out the thunderbolts, and of course he points it up into the air, and kaboom, he shocks this guy right in the face. However, this guy begins to laugh like an absolute maniac. Like, look at this guy's face right here. He's literally turning into that Manhwa greatest estate developer or something. Yeah, that guy's creepy. But anyway, everybody is talking about what the heck, Lin Mo Yu's skeleton mages have become useless. And so this guy says, you will never last 10 minutes under my sword. Pause. And anyway, he just then of course gets ready for his attack, but then he sweats nervously as our boy Lin Mo Yu almost cuts him up, and yup, it is actually a skeleton holding a sword, and it is a skeleton that can deal physical attacks. And he says, what the heck, we didn't know that Lin Mo Yu could summon more than 1 type of skeleton. Of course, Lian or Jian Feng or something, whoever the side character is, he says, as expected, I can't underestimate you. I can't underestimate you, which at least our boy has a good sense of knowledge and respect and battle intuition. He then says, no, it doesn't matter. If I guess correctly, this is your trump card. I don't think it's a trump card, bro. He got like 100 of these in the bag. But anyway, his skeleton goes for a slash and it is super fast. And he uses his sword defense. And of course, it can even knock the enemy back. And they clash swords here once more. And both of them get knocked back, which obviously this was bound to happen. However, Jian Feng says this is so strong. What exactly is a summoned creature? Because of course, his strength is way beyond his. However, he grips his sword tightly and he uses his ability, Berserker Sword. And oh my gosh, he gets into a fighting stance and he mentions for 5 minutes, all of his attributes increase by 10 times. And I'm not gonna lie, if Lin Mo Yu had this, well, his skeletons would pretty much be invincible. But anyway, everybody is cheering like, what the heck, that is a legendary divine swordsman profession, let's go. And so he uses Flying Tiger Strike and he destroys Lin Mo Yu's skeleton with ease, but he doesn't know what's coming to him. And anyway, everybody is cheering here, very happy. They say finally Lin Mo Yu has no more moves left up his sleeve. This guy has some aura eyes right here, and of course he's smiling happy. However, he says, let's see what else you got. But then Lin Mo Yu brings out a couple more. He brings out 2, and they all are shocked and rizzed up, and they say this must be his limit, right? How can he keep on summoning? And Jian Feng mentions, don't think that 2 more are enough to deal with me. But then he brings out like 6 more, and yeah, right there we see him right here, and they look very menacing, guys, and I definitely would not want to see this in front of my face in a battle. Of course, he says, what the heck? How many skeletons can this guy summon? And of course, in his head, he literally coughs out blood because, well, that's what's gonna happen to him if he continues to prolong this fight. And yeah, that was not a smart move, bro. Everybody is definitely curious, and they're just left speechless right here. Like, look at these side characters, or these extras. And Lin Mo Yu asks if he's going to fight, but then he turns his back on the enemy and he waves goodbye, like, hey, I'm going to destroy you after I get my 2nd job evolution. But bro did not did you really even think that our boy Lin Mo Yu, he didn't even get his first job evolution, or his second one actually, so Lin Mo Yu is about to destroy you. And so everybody cheers, and look at these guys, bro. They all are hyped knowing Lin Mo Yu is the strongest, and they say this dude really is invincible, and Necromancer pretty much is the strongest class, and yeah, I think we all know that now. Anyway, of course, Ning Yi then asks, hey, with such a stellar performance, people are going to start paying attention to you. And Lin Mo Yu says, yeah, it's whatever. And everybody, of course, is saying hi to him. And yeah, they've just become Lin Mo Yu's fans like us. Of course, Ning Yi asks if he is happy. And he smiles and he says it's really nothing. And of course, she says you should do your best in the final few matches, because of course the teams are powerful, and he smiles, saying he will. Of course, he then says in his head though, as Ning Yi leaves, I bet Master Bai Shen allowed me to perform as outstandingly as possible, oh, that was a tongue twister, so that he will catch the attention of certain people. And yup, the certain people he is referring to are the people who emerged in the Shensha, who have assassinated people during training. He then says with a look of hope in his eyes and a look of revenge, well, not revenge yet, but he's going to get his revenge on these guys. He says, I would have failed as a bait, of course, if he acted very weak. Anyway, this guy yells out, everybody, look at that. And oh my gosh, we then see here on this sort of platform, it is a lot of beautiful golden artifacts, items and such. And this side character actually got a panel for himself. Congrats to you, bro. But you find out that it's a starter magic potion, and it can permanently increase, what the heck, all of your attributes by 200, which is kind of OP. And he mentions that the other one is a flash starter scroll, which can guarantee a new skill. And of course, the other things, if they are sold in an auction, would be worth 100 million gold, and that's crazy. And our boy just gives a look of Riz and he smiles because yeah, I mean he's gonna get all of these anyway. So he says it looks like those will be the champions reward for this competition, and he already knows he's gonna get it. He then says with Ning Yi beside him, I will look at these items more closely once I become the champion, and yeah bro, you're definitely gonna win. And of course, look at this guy with his eyes closed. Like this guy is just for sure the MC, and yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to our MC winning. Anyway, it is on the final match day in this huge dome arena, and of course our boy always has his hands in his pocket, dude. But Jiang Taotao mentions that sure enough, only the teams that can survive now are Y Nation, Ying Nation, and the Holy Lands. She says she doesn't know which team they'll be up against, and as we see them right here, they're dressed up in red with a girl in the center, and she says that this is a Y Nation's team, and the person leading them, her name is Nai Nai, and she is the divine messenger, only exclusive to the Y Nation. We then see her right here, and I'm not gonna lie guys, she is pretty cute. However, she is a level 29 divine messenger, and she seems kind of sketchy. She then bows her head, and she says, wow, you're from the Shensha Nation, huh? I definitely wanted to meet you, Mr. Lin Mo Yu. And of course she smiles, saying, our Y Nation is very interested in Mr. Lin's profession, and we would like to invite you to the Wow, this girl really has a thick face, bro. She's really trying to invite our boy to the Y Nation, and well, she hasn't even fought him yet, and she really thinks her Riz is stronger than her MC. She says if you have any requests, the Nai Nai will agree to anything. And of course, Miao Yu and of course Ning Yi and Jiang Taotao are like, bruh, really? This old hag, what the heck does she think she's doing? We then hear Get Lost, and of course Nai Nai then mentions, please consider my offer carefully, and the match will begin, as we see one of the dudes with a shield, protecting Nai Nai. We then see something begin to form. It seems like she has a summon right behind her. Oh my gosh, this thing looks kind of scary, guys, and it reminds me of the dude from Mushibugyo. I don't know if you guys know that anime, but anyway, or Madara, I don't know. And Lin Mo Yu puts up one of his summons as well, and it goes to attack this sort of snake creature like Orochimaru, and then boom, it just starts to eat all of the ice crystals that is sent his way. And Nai Nai says, this is our Y Nation's human-faced snake deity, and it can devour all your elemental attacks, so his attacks are all useless. However, our MC just really doesn't give a crap, and he has something in his hand. It is a burning soul blaze, and of course he summons more skeletons. He says, let me try physical attacks. And she says with a cocky face, of course I have already studied your attack strategies in your records, so I already have a strategy. She then uses her skill, Divine Spirit Possession, and look how cocky she looks here. She literally summoned just a pig and we're about to eat this dude for lunch or something, guys. Anyway, we then see it begins to possess one of her comrades. What the heck is going on? And now she uses group taunt, and it seems like our MC skeletons cannot break through this guy's barrier, but he still gets sent flying a bit. And of course, she begins to sweat like all of the characters after underestimating our MC. She says, what the heck? They can even knock back somebody possessed by a strength deity? And then of course, we then see one of the comrades use her ability, skill, possession strengthening. And of course, this guy yells out in rage, but bro, this isn't gonna matter. And anyway, everybody in the crowd are like, wait, what the heck? What is this? What is this awesome profession? Lin Mayu skeletons are all suppressed. I think these guys are blind. But anyway, he then says once more, like, of course, why do these girls always do this in manhwa or anime? Like, this is like that it's like a default face, but whatever. She says that it looks like your skeletons aren't listening to you anymore. But her MC says, what? I didn't even give them any commands. Did it make her really confident? Yeah, you know you're messed up when the skeletons didn't even have any commands, and yet you're about to get wrecked. But anyway, he scratches his cheek, and we see she summons another type of divine spirit, and of course, it then possesses one of the mages with a scepter. There we then see is 4 of his skeletons that are being restrained right now, and she smiles like she is like, bro, look at this girl. She thinks she's the main character or something. She then says your elemental attacks are useless and your skeletons are suppressed. That means you have lost. But their MC smiles, saying, is that really all you've got? And of course she has a look of awe because she really wonders and thought that she definitely won this battle. However, chains then appear around her suddenly, like it is Karapika and of course Uvo, and yeah, you know this is a reference, I think. Anyway, she mentions that this is a curse and how they can't break free from it, and our boy MC just walks up like he's about to order something from McDonald's right here, guys, and she says, what the heck? What's going on? Everybody is yelling, and they wondered how he could turn the tables. Our MC then says, your profession skills are useless against living people, right? Because of course, he's talking about the divine profession and possession. And then, oh my gosh, her comrades or subordinates are not real people, they're corpses. And she says, how the heck did you know? He then says, because I'm a necromancer. And he then loads up his soul blaze, and well, this girl's heart, it's about to get set ablaze, and no, we're not talking about Demon Slayer here, and you know, she's gonna die. She then yells out to all of her subordinates, or summons, I'm guessing, or whatever. Wait, what the heck? Is she a necromancer too? Oh, no. I guess they're just lifeless corpses. But she says, all of you move. She says, and we find out that they were actually her puppets, and everybody mentions that that's why they all felt so stiff. Anyway, she then begins to get soul blazed up, and oh my gosh, it seems like some of her clothing's getting removed. Alright guys, we gotta get to this panel fast, skip through this quick. And she mentions as she looks at her hand, I lost? And of course she wonders, is this a pain that feels as if my soul is burning after one of the necromancer skills? She mentions that if he was on the Y Nation, then the Y Nation would be great. And it seems like the Y Nation is losing its manpower or something. But anyway, we then hear the cheers of everybody yelling, Lin Moyu's team wins this match. And yet Jiang Tao Cao says the champion of the team match will be decided today, and she doesn't know who they're going to face. Everybody is super hyped right here because they're talking about the star gladiator from the Shangdo Holy Lands actually lost. But then it seems like it's a team from Xiajing Academy too. And oh my gosh, we see the defeated teams right here. And this is the Jiajing Academy Su Sheng's team. He says, I told you our differences are great. And this guy looks kind of weird, like a JoJo character. Anyway, he then asks his subordinates if they qualified for the final, and they wonder who their opponent is. But it seems to be Lin Moyu's team, and this guy with a literal sun tattoo on his forehead, this guy looks goofy. He says, Lin Moyu, he actually made the finals, I see. But then he then says, as he looks at Lin Moyu's back, the sooner I deal with you, the faster I can get a hand on that flash scroll. And so he mentions, I would have not bothered participating in this tournament if it wasn't for that scroll. RMC then looks behind him because he senses his gaze with his, his domain expansion like his Gojo is infinite, and he says, let's start the match now. And oh my gosh, we see it right here, and this is definitely going to be a fight to remember. Everybody cheers out, and they're saying both are Jiajing Academy's team, and they're super strong, and they're definitely one of the strongest academies in the Empire, if not the strongest. Miao Yu asks if we're really not helping, and of course, Jiang Tao Cao just says, we'll only be a burden, let's leave it to our OP MC Rizzler, Songjin Wu reincarnation. Okay, anyway, our MC is there standing with his hands in his pocket. This guy just loves his pockets. I wonder if there's like some awesome things in his pockets. And anyway, the guy says, you're going to regret this later, but yeah, you probably won't. This guy mentions, the rest of you fall back.
and it seems like he's going to have a one-on-one again as well. And you know, judging by the fight two fights ago, yeah, this isn't going to end well. The guy folds his arms and he says, I heard about what you've done. How could you do such a shameless thing to earn points by carrying others through a dungeon? But what do you mean, bro? You couldn't even do that if you were strong enough. But anyway, this guy begins to rub on his forehead, saying, you bring the academy humiliation. But our MC just points to his head like, what? Humiliation? You must have something wrong in your head. And of course, this guy becomes an ugly uncle from an anime, like an actual JoJo villain. And he says, what the heck did you say? And even Ning Yi and Jiang Tao Tao begin to laugh. Because of course, Ning Yi says, don't look at me. Because of course, Lin Mo Yu, what Lin Mo Yu just said is definitely something similar to what Ning Yi has said in the past. He then brings out his legendary scepter, and we find out that this dude is a level 29 Holy Light Mage, and nobody cares about that, bro. And yep, we're finally on to what we want to see, and Lin Mo Yu brings up some of his summons from the ground, and look at this, yep, they're definitely ready to do some fighting. He then, the tattoo on his head begins to shine like a diamond. I'm not referencing Rihanna, and he says, accept my punishment, and he lets out a wild flash, and this is like, what is this? Isn't this a move that Krillin uses? But anyway, our MC is kind of shocked, but he uses his skeleton armor to block this. We find out that it is a spirit attack, so it seems like he was trying to affect his spirit at the start to weaken him. However, we then see the guy is definitely cocky, and he says die, and he uses light blade again, and he sends it towards our MC, but his skeleton armor just breaks his sword in half, and of course he begins to sweat. Like, everybody begins to sweat, guys, and you know what? That's for good reason. But of course, his skeletons are right in front of him and above him. However, he uses his surge attack for the Holy Light, and our MC mentions that this guy really is impressive on the outside, but it seems like it is actually terrifying, but they actually do no damage. And so he brings out two of his mages, and we see purple lightning right here, and of course the guy says, what the heck? Why the heck is my Holy Light unable to purify these undead? And yeah, this guy must not know about his true ability. He then says, I've underestimated you, and he gets struck like lightning, and yeah, he tries to use his Holy Light shield, and it seems he's even sweating even more, like he just ate 1,000 tons of food and then he went on an exercise walk or something. But we see purple lightning attack him from above, and well, let me just spoil it for you guys, even though this is the end of the video. Yeah, he definitely got wrecked. The chapter starts, and oh my gosh, this guy is getting blasted to the ground. He yells out saying, how the heck can I lose here? And yep, my boy just gets electrocuted by the lightning. I don't even know if that's the right term, but whatever, he just gets wrecked. However, guys, wait, what the heck? He uses his Holy Light armor, but guys, this guy really thinks this is gonna work. And look at his face, this guy really thinks that he's going to be the one to beat Lin Mo Yu. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is literally looking at him with a death stare, and yeah, bro, this guy is gonna get absolutely destroyed. The guy yells out, there's no use. You can never pierce through my defense. But Lin Mo Yu with his hands in his pocket, really, it's just the usual thing now, guys. And he brings out a lot of magicians and mages, and people are yelling saying, really? How the heck can this happen? Can Su Sheng really tank this? And they are very surprised to see Lin Mo Yu summoning different skeletons of different elements. Of course, Su Sheng then says, really? He can summon so many types of skeletons, huh? He then smiles saying, it's just a few, so it won't matter. And the skeletons are getting ready to attack, and they just skipped all the talking. They then launch their attacks at the dude, and the guy smiles because he's so cocky, but then, well, his armor just... Guys, this is why you don't never be cocky. His armor literally begins to crumble, and our boy is stripped naked, and he's about to get hit with purple lightning, fire, water, and ice. Yup, he is on the ground here, and I'm gonna point some arrows to where he is, and they all say the legendary Holy Knight Mage, which literally counters necromancy, just got destroyed, and they wonder how many legendary professions Lin Mo Yu has defeated. Lord Bai and Lord Menangwen are very impressed, but of course Ning Yi's grandfather says, keep that brat away from my granddaughter, and we see an image here of him getting absolutely furious. But our boy Lin Mo Yu is absolutely getting rizzy, and Ning Yi grabs his arm and she says, congratulations, we have won. We then see a sort of tornado begin to appear, and somebody dripped out in some fur coat. Oh my gosh, my guy probably came from the Himalayas or something. And of course, he just spawns in behind them. Everybody is super shocked, even the people with a high level and strong profession, and they say that this guy has a terrifying aura, and this is an aura of somebody beyond level 80. And he then introduces himself as one of the 12 Empire Council members, and he says, you guys are not bad. And well, I think we found our next OP dude in this manhwa. He then brings out a bunch of scrolls and items and potions of some sorts, and he said, you can call me Zhu, and he is Zhu Wei from the Empire, and it seems like he is going here to try and recruit them. Lin Mayu wonders if he really is trying to recruit him, and then the guy then gives him a scroll or a pouch, and he says thank you, and our boy Lin Mayu then goes through this barrier to go and touch it, but there seems to be some sort of dark aura appear underneath his hand, and then Lord Manhwa says, a fish bit the bait. Our boy is literally just looking at his hand and he wonders if something is mistaken. However, Lin Mo-yu just says it's nothing to Ning Yi, as of course she is worried for her husbando, or is it even husbando? I don't even know, but whatever, he's her waifu. Anyway, Lord Manhwa mentions that this guy is definitely Zhu Wei, and Lord Bai says, is that really true? And Ning Yi's grandfather says, if it's really him, that this is a very bad problem, because that means that he is a member of the demon worshipping cult, and he has already infiltrated to that level. Guys, this is one of the first times I've seen Lord Manhwa so scared. He says he's one of the 12 council members after all, and I really wonder how strong the members of the 12 council members are. The mood switches, and of course it is a very happy moment as Lin Mo-han, Lin Mo-yu's sister, and her team have also won a victory. Our boy then says, my sister's abilities were enough to easily clinch the champion title. And of course, Ning Yi is kind of getting jealous and blushing here saying, wait, that's really Lin Mo-yu's sister? What a beauty. There seems to be another tornado, and of course it is Zhu Wei, and he then brings out some more gifts as well. And he says, if you need any help in the future, you can of course come to me and I can lend you my help. He then opens a pouch, or he brings a pouch to him again, but our boy Lin Mo-yu looks absolutely shocked here for some reason. And of course he tells Ning Yi, come on, use your skill Observe, the assassin skill. And she then opens her eyes and it is called Shadow Vision. And she then inspects the pouch. There seems to be some black things floating around it, and that seems to be some sort of demonic energy. Ning Yi, of course, agrees with what I said, and she says, there's indeed something wrong. That pouch of gold coins has an air of dark energy. And she says, it's similar to the aura of the Abyss, and well, if it's the Abyss, then our boy MC is probably going to go there and just clear everything. But anyway, it might be dangerous for them right now. His sister, Lin Mo-han, is then, of course, looking very beautiful, sorry, but she is also looking quite suspicious of this, and she goes to receive the reward. Ning Yi mentions that it is now flowing on the wrist of Sister Han, and oh my gosh, it is also on Lin Mo-yu's wrist as well. And I'm not gonna lie, this looks kind of sick. This is kind of like, if it was a power, this would be kind of cool to have, but of course it's some sort of demon attachment or something. Lin Mo-yu said that his guess is correct. There are a group of rats within the human race, and all of them worship the Abyss Demon King, and they want to help him invade the human world. And we see a shadow of him right here, and this dude looks absolutely gigantic, enormous, bodornous, if that's even a word. Lin Mo-yu's sister is just there, and he says in the individual match, he hopes that his sister and him can catch the big fish, and it seems like they're not so dumb at all. Later that night, and by the way, I really like this, guys. I'm not gonna lie, the design of the stadium, I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Oh wait, what the heck? There's a strong wind hitting the city now. And oh my gosh, this is one of my biggest fears, or one of the catastrophes I don't wish to happen onto anyone. A tsunami is coming from the ocean, and there's even lightning being sent down from the heavens. Wait, oh my gosh, guys, this is dangerous. Continuous lightning bolts strike the ground, and everybody wonders what the flip is going on, dude. Even this lady, side character, gets her own panel saying, such a massive formation. Could it be a legendary profession? But our boy okay guys, our boy Lin Mo-yu, you know, he's just calm, and you know, this is how you should be. He's just calm and collected, and he says that the final act of the demon worshipping cult have appeared. He says they might intend on defeating every champion team, of course, and deal a heavy blow to mankind, and a lot of the buildings begin to get swept up by the water. People are in turmoil and in despair, and they wonder what are they going to do, because of course they have nowhere to run. We then see these evil, ugly, black robed creatures wearing masks because they're so ugly and demonic. I did not have to roast them that hard, but anyway, they're then floating in the sky. And our boy Lin Mo-yu says they are all over level 70, and look at them, they look so pretty ominous. We see destroyed buildings, and we see that the guy leading them is at least level 80. He says he's at the same level as that council member Zhu Wei. Everybody is obviously in panic, and there seems to be some knights and they aren't in panic, or they are, but you know, you have to stay strong in the face of war and adversary. And the guy just says with the mask, kill, and what a scary command. We then see them, they all launch away towards the enemies, or towards the good people, and they're literally wrecking them one by one. And there's even an abyss monster ocean creature, and they're all ready to destroy the good people. However, we even see it is Abyss Demon King replica, and they are so happy and they really want to eat human flesh. But it seems like the people that are going to defend, which are all the people who participated in the tournament, says prepare to engage because they are demons as well. And Lin Mo Yu is loading up an attack because he is very furious. We then see there are a bunch of bats right above him. And of course, these bats are about to get turned into soup. Actually, no, never mind. I'm not going to say that. But anyway, Lin Mo Yu says, I've been waiting for you a long time. And of course, the guy says in his head, your fate has been decided. But trust me, bro, you don't want to say anything to the MC of a manhwa because you're going to become you're going to become the meal. You're going to become the dinner for our MC. The guy then turns his head so fast like his mom caught him watching ASMR, and oh my gosh, it is Lord Bai. And he says, it seems like you anticipated my arrival. Council member Shu Wei. He then takes off his mask and he says, I know I couldn't hide from you, Lord Bai. And he says, it looks like you made preparations. And of course, this old man probably ran away from Lord Bai in the past. And he says, if I didn't have support, how the heck would I go ahead and incur Lord Bai's wrath? He then summons an Abyss Demon King, and hold up, this doesn't really look like a Demon King, but anyway guys, it actually is, and this is a Demon King Succubus. And of course, Lord Bai mentions, it seems like the Demon King Succubus is here as well. He says, I was wondering who could make a top level 83 become their lapdog. Of course, the demon then says, and I'm not gonna lie, she is not a waifu, guys, do not get any ideas. He says, or it says, or she says obviously, it's a shame that this Demon King couldn't bewitch Lord Bai. And Lord Bai says, since you're here, then stay. He says, you will pay the price for attacking the Shensha Empire, and you never mess with Lord Bai. And she tries to rizz him up, saying, I only came here to kill somebody, I will leave after that. But yup, you're not gonna kill anybody on Lord Bai's watch. We then see it is another Abyss Demon King, the Flame Demon King, and Ning Yi's grandfather is absolutely infuriated, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of chaos here tonight. She then smiles and she says 1v1 it's fair now, and she then breaks the barrier on the city, and all of these demons start to flee and come after the humans. However, the guy that Lin Mo Yu absolutely wrecked before says, I didn't lose the competition because of me, I lost because of Lin Mo Yu. And of course, our boy is actually, you know what, shout out to this guy, he's going to defend the city. They then go to attack him, and this girl tries to bewitch her, and she says, the final struggle before death is the cutest. And she then oh my gosh, she just licks her lips, and this is one perverted demon Abyss Succubus. But Lord Bai, of course, he's not getting rizzed up, and he says there's always meaning to the existence of geniuses. And then oh my gosh, he then puts up a crazy big barrier, and we then see it is a Shensha Empire, and chains are of course protecting it. And the girl, the demon, instantly changes her expression, and she says, oh my gosh, it is the main body of the Shensha Tower, yup, and Meng and Wen has arrived, and she says that they have been tricked. They then break the barrier that was put up by the evil people, and look at this. Oh, this is literally like a second sun. Look how red this is. I would be super scared if I saw this, or maybe super amazed. Rays of light then shower Lin Mo Yu, and he says Lord Meng and Wen is using the power of the tower. And this demon succubus says, what did all of you do? And well, it's too late because Lord Bai just activated his skill, Divine Overlord Fist. He uses Heaven Shaking Punch, and our boy is literally Saitama right now. Wakao, and this girl gets sent flying. And Lord, oh no, it's not Lord of Meng and Wen, it's somebody even scarier. Or maybe he's not, I don't know if he's scarier. But anyway, Ning Yi's grandfather uses Flame Dragon, and there is a whole literal dragon going up against them. And yup, we then see some people get teleported, and it is the rest of the cavalry. He says, give no mercy to those who offend Shensha, and it is a general. And of course, this demon succubus says, no way, this was an ambush. Otherwise, why the heck would the main Shensha tower appear? And they say, this battle is one they're going to lose. And look at this dumb little lady, no offense to ladies, but she tries to run away. And we hear you can't escape as a big hand is going over right above her. She then bites herself, saying she needs to sacrifice her blood in order to open the door of the abyss to try and run. And that is exactly what happens as a black hole appears out of nowhere. And of course, it seems like the hand is about to touch the entrance, but oh, it seems like they got away. We hear, you old thing, this is a city of humans. If I make a move here, I wonder how many people will die. And the grandfather of Ning Yi and Lord Bai are kind of shocked by this. And they think that this is the Demon King, and he says, you will definitely die next time. And next time, bro, our boy Lin Mo Yu is going to be OP, so don't be saying that. We then see that this Abyss Demon scoops up some of his allies, and he then teleports away, and just like that, he is gone. We are then now in a battle space, and it seems that Lord Meng and Wen is about to start the individual competition. Of course, Lin Mo Yu smiles, saying, although I know that they and Lord Bai will make a move, I did not expect that. And he smiles because of course they're definitely watching out for Shensha country. We then hear level 20 to 29 professionals will face level 32 abyssal monsters, and of course there are 7,520 in total, with of course some level 35 abyssal demons. And killing abyssal monsters will give you 1 point, while killing the demons will give you 100. And there's 2 rules. One is obviously, guys, it's stay alive, and 2 is that the ones with the most points will be crowned a champion. And wow, guys, they really just made this catastrophe into a challenge, and that's pretty smart. Of course, he sees Su Sheng here and he smiles, saying, "I want to compete with you again, Lin Mo Yu." And this guy says, "You are definitely no match for me, the Holy Light Mage, in killing demons." I'm not gonna lie, guys, although this guy's personality was bad against Lin Mo Yu, honestly, he seems like a pretty chill dude who just wants to have a good battle and become OP. Lin Mo Yu then says, "I hope he can get more of them," as he literally puts his hand on his neck. And yeah, our MC is just doing all these MC poses, and I'm all here for it. The match then begins, and wow, look at all these demons running to their death. But anyway, Su Shen then uses his holy light, and our boy really thinks he's a light on top of a hill or something. And yup, they get absolutely disintegrated. And he lets out a huff, and he says, "I destroyed at least hundreds in a few moments. And yup, nobody will be able to compete with me." But he looks to the right of him, or to the left of him, and he says, "Lin Mo Yu." And he says, "Is he going to give up? Why is it that guy not summoning his skeletons?" And Lin Mo Yu then says, "Thanks for providing the bodies." And right behind him, a huge explosion happens, and he says, "What happened? This power is stronger than holy light." And yup, let me tell you what it's called, bro. It's called corpse explosion, and at least now you know you can't compete. He then says, "Really, it's him doing it." He says, "What the heck? He's not just a summoner, but a mage capable of powerful attacks." And all of these bodies are getting destroyed as you see blood literally jump up into the air. Lin Mo Yu clenches his fist, and he says, "Now it's just time for those garbage demons." And everybody is sweating and panicking, saying that the points for killing demons are 100 times that of monsters. And Su Sheng gets absolutely, he becomes pretty much insane, and he's craving for these demons. And he says, "As long as I kill enough, I can still turn this competition around." And yup, holy light armor. And honestly, guys, if Su Sheng was the MC, if our MC had like a holy light ability as a necromancer, that would be sick. But honestly, W Su Sheng, I don't hate him anymore. But then he then stops, as right behind him, a scary big large demon. Yup, it is our boy's Abyss General. And yeah, he's just absolutely scared. And he then jumps and he launches towards the enemies with the chains, obviously trying to keep the bats on top of the air. You know, they're not trying to let him get away, and you can't run away from an MC. And everybody says, "What the heck? Is that one of Lin Mo Yu's skeletons? This guy has the ultimate Riz." And he mentions if he summoned that earlier in the competition, he'd obviously be the champion. And Su Sheng says, "What is this ridiculous profession?" As somebody behind him says, "Now you know the person, or that person, is a true boss." His summon then begins to slice these demons up one by one, and Lin Mo Yu begins to absorb all the energy, as we see him right here. And guys, he became a 3-star lieutenant, second lieutenant, and everybody mentions how many demons have this guy actually killed. And the guy behind Su Sheng is literally checking up on him, and he says, "Wait, you're a 1-star private, dude?" And he begins to make fun, saying, "Really? I was wondering how good you are." And this guy is a 3-star private. He even has 2 stars. Oh my gosh, he even has a lower profession and more stars than him. And he then mocks Su Sheng, and of course he begins to laugh. He then says, "If you have the skills, chase after that person." He says, "What's the point of chasing after me?" And then he sighs, and of course, look at this little cute panel. He says, "You know what? Don't even chase after Lin Mo Yu. It's probably impossible in your lifetime." And yep, I definitely agree. It seems like there are no demons left, and there were 7,000 abyssal monsters killed by Lin. Bro, 7,000 is crazy. And Lin Mo Yu, look at him right here, guys. This reminds me of Sung Jin Woo, and he says return. And yep, bro, don't worry, your summons are definitely gonna come back to you. We then see that the city has been restored. Let's go, guys, everybody is safe. And he sees a corpse of the member of the demon worshipping cult. And of course, there is a huge hologram that appears, and it is Lord Bai. And he says, "Everybody, I am Bai Yi Yuan." And everybody is super excited to see the goat Lord Bai. He says, "I'm very happy to see that nobody shrunk away from the danger. And they've also successfully made use of the demon worshipping cult to conclude that the individual competition is actually using it as a practical battle." They will now be announcing the names of the champion of the individual match. And yup, it is Lin Mo Yu from the level 20 to 29 group. And he has his, guys, he always has his hands in his pocket, but it seems like he got some pretty good rewards. Of course, Lord Bai mentions, furthermore, there will be a challenge match tomorrow. And those who are interested may participate in it, and there will be extra rewards as well. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is definitely going to sweep the competition, but I really wonder if he's going to go up against his sister. His sister is now here and she says, Moyu, are you alright? And honestly, guys, I don't want to say it again, but his sister is super beautiful. And that's why our boy MC is super handsome. But you know it's going to be absolutely awesome once we see their parents, because their parents are probably like supermodels or something. He then says, I'm good, sis. And she mentions, your sister has something to tell you because she has to leave immediately. And he asks if she is not going to participate in the challenge match. She says, I'm almost at level 45, so I'm not going to be participating, and I'll give you all the spotlight. And he says, take care. And wow, his sister really just came there to flex on him. That's pretty cool. Anyway, Lin Moyu wonders why Ningyi only came out now, because he wanted to introduce Ningyi to his sister, and of course she blushes, saying she was not prepared yet. And he then asks, after I entered the Shensha Tower, what happened here? She then explains, as there is a flashback, well, the Abyss side demons deployed their King Succubus and the Flame Demon King as well, but they were stopped by her grandpa and Lord Bai. Also, Jiajing Academy dispatched the Academy guards, and they killed everybody from the cult. She then also mentions, in the end, the demon Succubus ended up using some sort of skill to summon a demon, and they stopped their attacks. And they were afraid that battling would harm the normal citizens, so they could only let those demons escape. Lin Moyu asks, the Flame Demon King, was it the same Flame Demon King that they faced last time in the dungeon? And of course he says that was exactly him. And Lin Moyu says that demon is very hard to kill. And he then says to the Demon King, just you wait, I have one more returning teleportation stone, and I will come and seek justice sooner or later. It is now a beautiful night, and Lord Manhwa Wen is literally just chilling here, sipping on his tea like usual. But Lord Bai and of course Ningyi's grandfather seem furious, and Lord Bai begins to drink, saying, I didn't expect Black Flame to act, and he didn't manage to hold the flame and the succubus over there. And yeah, this is definitely pretty funny that Lord Bai is kind of mad at that. Ningyi's grandfather says, if it wasn't for that black flame, I would have definitely killed the Black Flame Demon King. And Lord Manhwa Wen then says, so the old man didn't make a move. And Lord Bai mentions, it really is a shame because he definitely would have made them pay with blood. Manhwa Wen then rubs his beard and he says, I will investigate this thoroughly, so let's go on with the days. It is now the new morning and it is now the challenge matches, and everybody is super hyped, and they say we can only anticipate the challenge match right now because they heard that the demon worshipping cult launched a sudden attack and the individual competition was changed, so they did not get to see it. Jiang Tao Tao, of course, is there, and she explains that every round after that will increase the level of the opponents by 5. And in just the third round, they would need to face against twice evolved professionals at level 42. And we also find out, as Lin Moyu looks back, since the start of the competition, hundreds of years ago, no one has ever managed to complete the 4th round. And we see all of these items here and artifacts as prizes, and of course, they're going to be getting magical potions, scrolls, and even intermediate scrolls. But then Jiang Tao Tao says, as for the 5th round, no one has managed to clear it yet, so no one knows the rewards, and I think our boy is about to understand, and he's about to get those rewards. Our MC smiles and he says, wait, a domain that no one has entered is probably Gojo's Infinite. Just kidding, guys. Just make sure to subscribe if you love Gojo. But anyway, he says, I'll be the first to find out. We see there is a level 34 challenger, which is a sword and shield knight, and he's going up against this guy is Guts, so he's going up against Guts, which is a level 39 sword and knight guy. Anyway, our MC mentions that this guy is a soldier, and that's the reason the challenge match is so difficult, because the defenders are from the Shensha army, and they begin to battle it out. The guy that's level 34 wonders how he's so strong, and he gets overpowered, and our boy gets sent flying outside of the ring like it's Yu Yu Hakusho. But not only him, guys, left and right people are getting thrown away so easily. And Su Sheng says, I've already embarrassed myself, and this won't happen again, and the challenge begins between him and the knight. He then uses Holy Light, and that kind of rhymed, but anyway, this guy uses extreme defense and in charge, and Su Sheng is being covered by this holy ring, and this guy gets blasted by it, but then he appears right in front of Su Sheng, and of course he uses Flash Slash on his holy armor, or his sort of barrier, and it seems like Su Sheng actually wins the round, and come on, congratulations to Su Sheng. He smiles and he says, a while longer and my shield would have shattered, and he says, I was very fortunate to have won, but come on, bro. You know what, bro? You know what? Fine. Yeah, I guess you were fortunate. He then looks back at Lin Moyu, and he says, my main target is Lin Moyu, the Necromancer. And because Su Sheng could even clear the first round, he might be able to get to the second. But some people say that it is impossible because nobody has done it for hundreds of years. And our MC's opponent is a level 32 mage, and of course, since our MC is a higher rank, this guy bows down and says, Lieutenant Sir, please excuse my actions. And Lin Moyu just looks at him like, yeah, don't worry, bro. It's just fighting, you know, there's no beef between us, and come on, let's get to the action. Everybody is so confused because Lin Moyu is literally a soldier, and that guy is greeting him like he is a superior, and they say, oh my gosh, he actually is a 3-star second lieutenant, and everybody mentions he's only levels 27, and how the heck did he do it? We then see these guys spare no time wasted, and this guy launches up an attack with his fire, it seems. Our MC brings out 2 of his summons, a skeleton knight, and of course a mage. And we see that flying rubble begins to attack him, but the skeleton parries it all away. The skeleton jumps on this dude, and he then uses magic shield, and he is already sweating. But he seems to have negated our boy Lin Mo Yu's attack. He then uses mystery fiery ring of resistance, and of course it seems like our boy is successful in protecting himself. However, oh my gosh, some of his magic shield was shattered. And our MC says if it was other people, they would have lost already. And this guy is definitely pretty strong. He then commands these other skeletons to go ahead and attack. And the guy is definitely alerted. He then puts up another barrier and he begins to put, or he sounds down like some launching light sort of meteors, I'm guessing. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is kind of surprised by the skill, which is actually pretty cool. And we find out that battlefield skills are exclusive to soldiers, and they are used in conjunction with battlefield equipment. And different levels and different professions will have different battlefield skills. The guy then smashes his staff on the ground and uses fiery cage. And of course, all of his skeletons get burned up. But our MC just literally smiles and he says, ooh, a skill that comes with the area of effect control, and so he brings out more of his summons. This guy is absolutely fascinated and he says, really, you're not giving me any room to breathe, and so he casts up another spell, but he gets sent flying by his skeletons, and yup, our boy Lin Mo Yu wins the round with his hands in his pocket, and I'm pretty sure he didn't even move a step. Everybody says, what the heck, Lin Mo Yu breezed through that round. And they say, yup, that's right. That soldier mage army was already strong, and he did not expect him to still lose to Lin Mo Yu. Xu Sheng then, I don't know, clicks his tongue, and he says, really, come on, stop giving him too much praise. And honestly, envy is a hell of a drug, but honestly, Xu Sheng, I feel like he's going to become an ally in the future. We never know. Anyway, the administrator then asks Lin Mo Yu if he would want to continue, and our boy Lin Mo Yu just gives him a side eye, like, yeah, bro, what the heck do you think so? Or what the heck do you think? And now he's going up against a level 37 Sword Shield Knight. We then see that it is about to start, and the best way to deal with summoners is to defeat the summoner himself. So the guy uses charge, and he goes to attack one of Lin Mo Yu's skeletons. He then gets hit by the attack of his skeleton, and he mentions that it won't be easy to get close because he says, how the heck is a skeleton so strong? And then he takes another blow, but he splashes, or what the heck, he smashes through 2 of them, right through them. And he says that he has a good chance now, but Lin Mo Yu mentions that it really is useless because he recalls the skeletons and he summons them once again. Of course, this is a kind of OP skill, and our boy Lin Mo Yu is definitely going to win this battle. Of course, it starts off with a guy and he tells himself, what the heck, I fell for his tricks, I need to fight a way out of here. But unfortunately, he literally gets bound up with chains like he's getting victimized by Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter, and his skeletons go ahead and slice him up like it's Food Wars. We then see that he manages to parry some attacks, but just kidding, he gets instantly teleported outside of the stadium, and well, yep, he's definitely contemplating how the heck he just lost that fight. Second round of the match, and yup, Lin Mo Yu definitely wins, and he doesn't even have an expression here, guys, and I'm pretty sure we should be used to this by now. Everybody mentions, like, after watching that, I think I could definitely do that too, and come on guys, you are never catching up to an MC protagonist. The guy asks if he wishes to continue, and obviously he says yes, and we also see the floating scroll that he obtained for winning the second round. We then see a level 42 archer come out of nowhere, who is also a twice evolved high level archer actually. And yup, he's a 3-star lieutenant just like Lin Mo Yu, and this guy looks quite confident. Of course, we find out that the third round is already so difficult, so that means the fourth and fifth must be absolutely impossible. And Lin Mo Yu just smiles and he says, the fourth and fifth round, I will get to see those rounds soon. And the match begins, and this archer wastes 0 time at all, and he launches up some homing arrows into the air. And I'm not gonna lie, our boy's arrow looks kind of sick. It looks like some sort of arrow made out of bulls or something, and our boy got a cape and he thinks he's Batman. We then see the arrows launching towards our boy, and he still has his hands in his pocket, guys, you already know the drill. And of course, we see 2 mages beside him. One of the mages then of course stops both of the attacks, and the guy says, that's pretty good. He then sends in archer clones, and I'm not gonna lie guys, I have never really heard of archer clones, but archer clones do seem kind of effective, especially now that I think about it, like in Clash of Clans or Clash Royale, more archers are definitely better. And yeah, let's continue with the story. We then see explosions literally come out of nowhere, and everybody wonders, is it already over? Is the challenge going to end here? Because he says that this is an attack by a twice evolved archer, but our MC just has a skeleton armor on like our boy is wearing some drip, and yup, it is the strongest offensive skill ever, and they all wonder how the heck he's able to defend against those homing arrows. This guy then says in his head, this defensive skill is way too powerful. How the heck did bro block all of that? But nonetheless, he then jumps up in the air as well as his doppelgangers, and he says, a high level archer is too agile and it seems like the skeletons can't really keep up with me, and so he has to restrict the movements. Our MC then of course uses the slow curse, and yup, our boy gets bound and it seems like he's getting wrecked. However, it seems like our boy launches up an arrow into the air like his last final call, and it is a purifying arrow, and he destroys all of the chains in an utter instant, and of course this guy is actually pretty strong. And Kurapika might not be able to win against this dude, or maybe. But anyway, they all say that this guy has a cleansing skill like a healer, so he's able to destroy the curse. He then launches a silent arrow and it is purple this time, but our MC literally blocks it with a skeleton armor, and yup, it's useless, and our boy definitely probably has infinity, guys, like Gojo, but hey, if you know what I'm talking about, you already know. These guys then panic, and he says, what a powerful defensive skill. He's immune to control effects as well. They then say, can somebody tell me what are the weakest professions of this kind? Because of course, if our boy literally levels up in his profession, he's going to be overpowered. We then see both of them literally just being a stalemate, and they're not moving, and look at this view, guys, it's about to be sunset, or the sunset is the sun is setting, and everybody is wondering why they're not doing anything. Our MC then becomes a thinker, and he says, should I deploy more skeletons? He then says that the opponent has a cleansing skill, so his warriors won't be able to catch up to this guy. And so he says, I wonder if I should use this skill, and oh my gosh, we then see something start to form in his hands, guys, and yeah, it's the Soul Blaze skill. And the archer then has literally three of him, and he begins to launch his next attack, but our MC uses Soul Blaze, and just like that, all of his clones disappear into the night or the sunset, and our boy is literally on fire, his entire upper half, and everybody yells out saying, what the heck? Our boy has a targeting type of attack skill, and our MC just says, forgive me. And yeah, bro, why the heck would you say forgive me after you just did that? But hey, I'm not going to question our MC here because he's just a goat. Anyway, the archer then tells himself, this guy, what kind of skill did he just use? It's way too OP, I can't even do anything. And he then goes to the ground crying and literally scratching his head because his attack is so strong. We then see Li Shang, and he says, what the heck? What kind of monster is this guy? And yep, that's why the side characters, or this guy was a previous antagonist, but hey, he's probably going to become one of our MC's biggest fans. The archer then teleports out of the ring and he gets instantly healed. And it seems like, of course, our boy Lin Mo Yu has now advanced to the third round of the tournament. Everybody begins to discuss, saying, he passed the third round too? Will we see history remake itself today? And yeah, you definitely will see it. We then see the reporter, and he asks kind of nervously, do you wish to continue, Lin Mo Yu? And our MC has one hand in his pocket, and hey, the archer managed to get one hand out of our boy's pocket. That's quite an achievement. And our MC then says with a smug look, of course, to the guy asking if he wants to continue, yes, I will continue, and our boy is way too cool. The next round has begun, and oh my gosh, there is a level 45 sword and shield knight, and everybody says, what the heck, level 45? He says it's only 3 more levels than the previous round. However, somebody taps his shoulder and says, look, and right behind him are 4 more people who are level 45 as well. A level 45 archer, a level 45 mage, a level 45 warrior king, that's actually a pretty cool title, guys, and a level 45 assassin. And I wonder how this dude would go against Ning Yi, but I'm not gonna lie, guys, Ning Yi probably has some OP tricks up her sleeve because of course she is our MC's waifu. Anyway, everybody begins to wonder how the heck even the deities can't win against this, right? They begin to talk about how Lin Mo Yu is literally level 27 while his opponents are 18 whole levels above his, and yep, this is definitely going to be a hard one. They have a 9-star second lieutenant, and this is a real warrior who spent years killing in the battlefield, of course, monsters, and his teammates are all at least level 5-star or 5-star second lieutenants, and it looks like these people are some of the strongest in the arena as we speak. Our boy literally just smiles, and he says it seems like he knows why nobody could clear the 4th round. It's because all of these powerhouses were bundled up in the 4th round. And it seems like they look at him, and this guy says cockily, kid, you're really good. You should definitely be proud of yourself for reaching the 4th round. And he just says thank you because he knows that pride comes before destruction. And he says, I still want to win today. So yeah, he's not prideful, guys. You know, he's just telling the truth, guys. And anyways, He then summons skeletons, and everybody is literally saying, what the heck? Is that a real necromancer? And literally hundreds of skeletons begin to form, and all of the people are like, that's basically an army. And yeah, guys. Look at the guy at the beginning. He begins to sweat profusely, and he says, this kid, I didn't know that he had this ability. Oh gosh, and even Li Shang says, as well as the other people who teased him, how the heck do you fight this? This guy is literally a one-man army, and he even has that person, that big monster that he played or that he used during the other preliminaries that he hasn't used yet. Our MC then commands them to attack them, or his skeletons to attack them, and that's what they do. His mages begin to light up some spells in the air as well. However, they use group defense and they manage to block the attack, and they then say, I can't hold out for much longer and hurry. They then use Aerostorm and Apocalyptic Meteor Fire, and oh my gosh, it seems like of course their barrier broke. However, their attacks actually went through, and it begins to go towards our MCs, skeletons of course, not our MC, because you know, you can't touch the MC, he's OP. And it seems like one skeleton mage has been destroyed pretty easily, and so our MC tells himself that his warriors are fine, but the mage can't really tank such powerful skills, and so that's definitely going to be a hard thing to deal with. Our MC is literally just standing in the void like he is, oh my gosh, it's like he's Alien X from Ben 10, and however, he then looks to the bottom right underneath him, and it seems like the assassin tried to get a hit on him, but he begins to sweat like he is he's like Speed of Sound Sonic from One Punch Man, and of course he gets caught in 4K Ultra HD as the skeletons hold him in the place. He then uses an ability and he tries to escape, but our MC then says, Soul Blaze, and yup, they all begin to hurt, and he asks for the support to help him. This bald guy, assassin of course, literally says that Till is so painful, and he even sweats right here, and I know he definitely does not want a round 2. Our MC then uses Slow Curse, and yup, this, oh my gosh, look how many chains these are, and these look way huger than the ones before. However, it seems like they also have a healer, and so they use Group Purification, and his chains cannot get to them. He then says, fair enough, with a high level support there, my curse is useless, and so he puts up some more skeletons to fight them. We then see the guy, and he puts his shield down as a tank, and he says, come on, we gotta focus because these skeletons are surrounding us. They then use a fiery ring of resistance, and it seems to be pretty good. We see that our boy skeletons are actually being pushed back, and we see a chain arrow from the sky going to head towards the skeletons, and he says that his arrow chain can't last for long as the skeletons are binded. Our MC is literally just standing there in the middle of all of this, and the spectators yell, it's over, Lin Wayu's skeletons formation is a mess, and they all say that this really is a power of a party of level 45 people and above. They say that Lin Wayu's going to lose, and I'm glad that the spectators want Lin Wayu to win. And anyway, we then hear that they begin to rush towards our MC, and they say he has too many skeletons, so we need to face him head on, and so we can only choose to attack the summoner. This guy then uses his bow to attack our MC, and our MC then just says, literally in the middle of, he's about to get wrecked here, or supposedly wrecked. He says, this is the first time I felt good fighting with those high level professions, and it's crazy how a level 27 is literally stronger than a level 45. But then our MC says to himself, but it's useless, I'd win. And oh my gosh guys, our boy really thinks he's Gojo, no way, and that's such a sick way to pretty much announce your victory. We then see they begin to charge nonetheless, and our MC uses Soul Blaze on this dude, and he says that this flame can burn my soul, and oh my gosh, one of them gets literally killed instantly. And yep, without their support, they won't last long as the skeletons charge towards them. We then see a bunch of them literally gather up, and all of them even teleport instantly outside, and Lin Wayu wins a 4th round. And look at the lady mage, she just gives a sigh of, well, sadness, and she sweats, because yeah, I mean, imagine if you're level 45 and you get taken out by level 27. But hey guys, you know what? I'm gonna console them. You're going up against a protagonist, so hey, at least you got your time to shine. Everybody begins to wonder that this necromancer is so terrifying, and of course Ning Yi asks Sister Tao Zi, do you think that Mo Yu will pass a 5th round? And oh my gosh, Jiang Tao Tao then says, I don't know, his abilities are way stronger than any of us here and any of us could have imagined. However, the 5th round is a round no one has seen before. We then see one of the healer and Miao Yu, and they begin to talk about how, of course, Lin Mo Yu's name will be recorded in the history of the greatest professional competition, and our boy receives flashing intermediate scrolls, and he receives 2 of them. Oh my gosh guys, the announcer is literally sweating so hard now, and he says, do you wish to continue? And our MC gives him a wrist stare side eye, and he says, yup, I'm definitely up for the challenge. Everybody then says, I didn't expect to witness the 5th round, and yup, you're definitely blessed to be seeing this awesome event take place, and somebody in the air begins to float. He says it will begin in 3 minutes, so please be ready. He mentions that the rewards for this are a high-level magical potion and a flashing high-level scroll, and our MC is so shocked by this. He says, what the heck? It would be those 2 items? He mentions that in the future, the chances of enlightening a high-level skill is so low, and that flashing scroll pretty much guarantees that he would learn a new skill. And oh my gosh, and the potion can permanently increase attributes by 20,000 after it is consumed. So yup, that's pretty much priceless. Our MC then says with a smug look, there's no wonder Bai Shen said that this challenge match is the most important, and he says he definitely must get the rewards for this 5th round. We then see around 5 or 6 people teleport into the arena, and our MC even looks and he wonders what the heck is going on. And oh my gosh, guys, these are all level 50 people. We have a level 50 Holy Knight and a level 50 Shillian Elder. We then see a level 50 Flame Mage and a level 50 Shadow Mage. And yup, this is definitely going to be hard. And the last 2 are, oh, it's also a Summoner. It's a level 50 Elven Summoner and a level 50 Elemental Mage. And I wonder, oh gosh, I feel like this Mage is going to be a bit stronger than the summons, but let's go and see. Of course, Ning Yi then says to Jiang Tao Tao, Sister Tao, isn't this 5th round a bit too much? And oh my gosh, our MC just looks even cooler here. And he says, there's no way to hide my skills this time, and he's going to go all out, as we see the lady, who is the Holy Knight, begin to crouch down, and she's ready to launch the first attack. And of course, she then says, are the young people nowadays so strong? The higher ups sent us here to defend. I didn't even expect it to be a level 27 kid. We then see something begin to happen around them, and our MC uses his skeletons to be summoned and charge towards them. And the girl says, destroy his skeleton army. And actually, I'm gonna call her woman because yeah, I don't want to be caught lacking. Anyway, our MC then brings out his Thanatos Scythe, and yup, this is literally pretty much the Thanos Scythe. And they say that we've never seen him use him before. And oh my gosh, look at Zhu Li Shang. He says, what? Is he going to summon that guy? We then see the 3 of them use their abilities, Apocalyptic Meteor Fire, Descending Fire Rain, and Slumbering Cloud. And this lady brings out a random wolf. And it seems, oh my gosh, the summoner skills is to actually skill reset. So all of their skills have been reset. That's actually OP. And our MC is about to get hit by these meteors crashing down. He then says, arise, slumbering soul. And our boys literally sung Jinwoo. And oh yes, guys, it is the General Beast, the General. Oh my gosh, guys, let's freaking go. His strongest summon. And look at our MC right here. Look how cold he looks in this fit. He looks like a literal like final boss or something. And everybody wonders, is that really Lin Mo Yu skeleton? And look how huge this guy is. And guys, I love it. I love this summon. He has huge wings and a really intimidating look. And of course, the girl, the woman says, really? Are you kidding me? If I guess correctly, that guy should be the boss of the hell difficulty dungeon in the outpost one, right? And he brings somebody else, and yup, it is the Undead General, and this guy looks pretty cold as well. We then see them right here. It is the Undead General with some skeletons behind him, as well as the ultimate general boss, Hell Boss, and they are all ready to mess things up for this whole level 50 entourage, or this level 50 group of adventurers. The chapter starts and 3 of our boys' skeletons get incinerated and roasted up like they're at a barbecue, and we see more of course, the Hell Comets begin to launch down on his army. And he says, as expected, a level 50 mage is able to destroy his skeleton warriors. But then we see somebody cover them with his wings, and yup, it is the Undead General from the level 50 Hell difficulty dungeon. And of course, the guy watching says, the soul of a Hell difficulty dungeon's boss? To think that this Necromancer had that kind of skill. And they all pop up some bubbles and they use group defense, but that's pretty much some plastic bubbles in front of like a flamethrower. And we see our MC's Undead Hell summon. Oh my gosh, he jumps up in the air and he's about to let out one of his super attacks. Slice, we then see he attacks the shield, and the girl mentions, what the heck? Don't panic, it's not like our party can't clear the Hell difficulties dungeon anyway, right? He says, yeah, this is an outpost guardian, I'm pretty sure. But then we see Slumbering Cloud, and of course it begins to rain on our MC skeletons. And no guys, don't worry, they are not depressed or sad. It seems like they are going to get a buff. We then see the other general, and he uses military prowess, and oh my gosh, look at the looks of their eyes, their pupils dilated. They're ready to go freaking insane in this battle. We then see the outpost guardian and he lets out a screech and this guy says, what the heck? His slumbering cloud was cleansed? Oh my gosh, he then thrusts towards the enemies and yup, their defenses cannot hold. We then see the wolf and it shouts out and gives a howl like he's a Sigma and he uses a skill reset and it seems like their group defense is up once more. And our MC says, what the heck? That skill reset's cooldown is so ridiculous and he has to deal with this person first. We then see the Holy Mage and we hear, try attacking the main person this time. And they're going to try and attack our MC, but yeah, that's not going to work with our MC's Infinity on. He then wonders if his skeleton armor can resist all these attacks from a level 50. And so he says, just barely, his spirit is abundant, so he can constantly cast his skeleton armor skill. We then see something start to happen below him, and it is a swamp. And he mentions that is a Shadow Mage's skill. And oh my gosh, he then lets out some of his skeletons to protect him, and it seems that they're ready to sail the seas. And yeah, this is a pretty funny pose by him. Anyway, one of the guy mentions, what the heck, that weird defense skill active. Our control skills have no effect on him, and he can't even be trapped by the swamp. And of course, we then see them begin to go at each other once again, and the lady, or the woman who is OP like Guts, says, quickly, her defense is going to shatter, so reset my skill. The lady is absolutely in panic, this shadow summoner. She says, wait, that's too fast. My summoner beast needs to rest as well. And look at this little fox, like it's literally just taking a nap mid-battle. And oh my gosh, there is no time to wait. Our boy's undead outpost summon just literally smashes past her defense and it shatters. And she says, oh, hold up guys, don't get any ideas, but she says, what the heck? Even the skill cooldown reset couldn't catch up. And she says that his skeletons are way fiercer than they were in the 5th round. We then see a horde approaching, and this holy mage begins to use fiery ring of resistance like he did previously, or the other guy used previously. And then this girl uses the firewall, and this looks like a literal tsunami starting to erode. And we see that his skeletons are getting pushed back a bit, but something begins to shine in the sky. And of course, it is a skill cooldown, and they're of course getting reflected upon by this blue light, and they use group defense. And the lady smiles, saying, if we can only chip away at his health, that's all we need. And she really thinks this is like League of Legends. However, our woman or our girl literally freezes on, oh my gosh, we hear, you're gonna grind me to death? Hold up. And anyway, our MC is just standing there with his hands in the pocket, and the skeletons are like, bro, they really thought they could harm our master? And she says he used skill casting window to barge into the space. What the heck? She then says, how can a mage like you get so close? He then uses his chain attack like his Kurapika, and now they're all bound by his chains, and he says my curse will definitely not stop them, but it will buy me time. We then see 2 of his skeletons, it's like me and bro, and of course they start to charge towards him, and they slash this wolf, rage strike, and it is over. He then begins to use corpse explosion, and our boy is starting to look like a villain in the eyes of the people there, and yeah, this definitely is not going to end well for them. Our MC then gives him a wrist stare, and of course, he says, now I should have the upper hand. And we then see he uses corpse explosion and wadoosh, and one of the guys says, what type of skill is this? And everybody in the crowd is literally being gusted by the wind, and we hear, what just happened? Did something explode? And we then see mist begin to come above from the rubble, and we see that the lady is the only one standing, and she mentions that her shield was literally shattered in a moment's notice. We then see as she looks to the side, I'm the only one left, and well, you know, looking down on her is our boy's strongest summon, as well as a whole army of skeletons, and she then says this competition is really something, and she literally gives a thumbs up as she's literally bruised and injured, and she still smiles, saying, you're OP, with a young guy like you, she has nothing to worry about for the future. She then hops out of there like she's the Flash trying to get home and eat a McBurger or something. And Lin Mo Yu wins. And yup, Jiang Tao Tao and Ning Yi Yi are super happy as they cheer on for our boy. Everybody yells out in excitement, this fight is one for the history books for sure. And we then see the elder floating, and he says, here, come take your rewards. Of course, our MC bows down and says, thank you, elder. And he says, I wonder if there'll be a 6th round. And he says, will I be able to pass it? But just at that second, he gets a notification from Lord Bai Shen. And of course, he says, just keep it well and don't push your fortune. Anyway, we then see Lin Mo Yu look back, and he says, what the heck is this? What's the matter, elder? Because the elder called for him all of a sudden. He introduces himself as Jin Peng, and he is one of Shenxia Empire's 12 council members. And he says, what the heck? It really is one of the 12 members of the empire. Lin Mu then says, what's the matter? And he pretty much says, I just so happen to be an adjunct lecturer at the Xiajing Academy that he wants to go in. And so he says, I'd like to take you on as a student, if that's your will. Jiang Taotao then says what the heck, he'd really want to take Lin Moyu on as a disciple, but our MC is one loyal guy and he just bows down saying, I really appreciate your kindness, teacher, but I already have a teacher, dude. He says, who the heck is it? And he then gets a ring on his phone and he says, as a matter of fact, it's a message from my teacher. And of course, Jinping says, come on, let me see who's stealing one of my students. We then see it is Lord Bai and he says, oh, little Peng, I heard you're trying to poach my students. And oh my guys, look at our boy's expression. He just like, what the heck, I just got caught in 4K Ultra HD again. And he says, oh, and he apologizes instantly. I had no idea it was Liu Yu, Lord Bai Shen. And he says, little Lin is my student, so don't get any ideas. Lord Bai then says, I won't take up any more of the time. Since the competition's over, get your whole group over here. Old Meng and I have something to discuss. He says, I'm sure you know what it is. And so Jin Peng then mentions, after the competition, I will bring them over to see you and Lord Meng. And of course, our boy then gets a message from Lord Bai and he says, little Lin, you've done well, but come back as soon as you can because he has a new task. And our MC says, yes, sir. And of course, we then see the four of them and it is time to go back to the Shensha Academy. And this is definitely a fun arc and it's going to be nice how our boy just returns as a super OP dude with definitely a high reputation now. We then see him at the dormitory and he's literally just meditating on his bed. And he then begins to use a chug jug or a mini potion. Just kidding, this isn't Fortnite. And we then see Lin Moyu, the only one who is a necromancer. His level is only level 27, what the heck still? But his strength has gone up by 200. His physique and agility and spirit also have gone up by 200. And wow, our boy's spirit is literally so high compared to the rest of his stats. And look at our boy, look at his aura. This guy is definitely the ultimate aura guy on the world. Like, this aura is so beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, it looks a bit better than Sung Jin Woo's, but hey, don't come at me for that. We then see our boy Lin Moyu then offers Lord Bai a cup of soup. And of course, Lord Bai says, you did well today. And Bang Anwen then mentions, wow, how do you mean he did well? You're much stronger than your teacher Bai back in the day. He could only pass 3 rounds. And of course, Lord Bai says, what the heck are you saying? He then coughs and says, you gotta go to the duplicate hall and level up to level 30 and I'll bring you somewhere after that. He says, what, the dungeon hall? Of course, Lord Bai mentions, wait, you should stay in the academy for a few days, because Lin Moyu mentions, well, wouldn't going to the arena be faster and it'll be easier to practice? And Lord Bai mentions, you've done too well, so you're going to be watched by other people. Lord Bai then says, these few years, many prodigies have literally been assassinated in the Empire, so you must be careful, and the academy is the only safe place, and Lin Moyu, of course, agrees. We then see him walk towards the sunset, or the cloud place. Where are these guys even? Are they literally like in a floating cloud? And Meng Anwen wonders where he's bringing him, and he then says, I'm going to bring him to the dungeon. And then of course Meng Anwen is kind of concerned if it'll be dangerous, but Lord Bai just reasons that the earlier the better, because that's how he's going to be considered a professional. Lord Bai then smiles and he says he's much stronger than you or I could have expected, and so as long as the Spirit Temple's mark stays, he can revive even if he does die, which is definitely OP. And our MC says to himself, the dungeon hall, huh? And it looks like our boy hasn't been here in a while, and yup, he's going to definitely have some fun clearing the dungeons and setting new records. Everybody cheers saying, let's go, Lin Moyu is back, dude. Did you know that he reached the 5th round of the challenge match? And he mentions, to think I grinded with a dungeon with such a legendary figure. He says that makes me so excited. And yeah, bro, he doesn't know you. But anyway, we then see everybody is so happy. And he says, come on, you paid him to get points to carry you in dungeons, that's all. And yeah, that guy got caught in 4K. Anyway, our boy Lin Moyu then says, Lord Bai is right, a lot of attention has been drawn to me. And he then sees the lady who helped him before, and she is surprised to see him back. And she then says very cutely, which dungeon do you want to farm this time? And yeah, our boy is definitely not falling for her riz. Although, well, it is kind of strong, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about you guys. Anyway, she says, do you want my recommendations? It's so cheap. And of course, our MC then sends her 100 points, which is a lot, and she says you're so generous, and she gives a thumbs up, and we are ready to go. We then arrive at the Fire Deity Palace, and look at this nether portal right here. It looks as eerily and menacing as ever, and this is the Fire Deity Palace, which is a level 32 dungeon, and there's only 2 difficulties, the normal and the nightmare. The entry requirements are 27 to 37, it costs 500 points, and the cooldown is 120 hours. I'm guessing that's around like 5 days, and the removal cooldown cost is 2,500 points, and the record is 8 hours and 30 minutes, but our MC might get it in probably 32 minutes, or even 15 seconds, but just kidding, guys. But anyway, our MC mentions that it looks like a very ordinary dungeon, so why is the record 8 hours? And the girl then mentions, did you realize it too? This dungeon's clear is so long, and this one chooses the dungeon as well, and no one chooses this dungeon as well. She says, well, because it is actually one of the 5 elemental dungeons. Oh, hold up, what's happening? We find out that apart from the 4 commonly known elements, such as wind, water, fire, and electricity, there are actually one more element, the light element. And oh my gosh, every element has a corresponding elemental dungeon, and if he is fortunate, it'll drop a fragment. And our MC wonders, wait, what do you get after collecting all 5 elements or fragments of them? She says, I'm not sure either, but she did hear that you'll receive benefits that you can't even imagine. Our MC then begins to get curious, and he says, are the rest of the elemental dungeons like here as well? She then explains that the 37 water elemental dungeon, only level 32 can enter, the 42 wind one, well, only level 37s can enter. And although he can't enter them right now, the fire and light elemental dungeons are not there, so he has to find them on his own. He then thanks her, and she says, no need to thank me, because yeah, our boy just gave her the riz of a lifetime. Just kidding, but you know, 100 points is a lot. Last time he gave her like 10 or something. He then chooses nightmare difficulty because there is no hell difficulty, and yup, our boy is spawned inside this lava pit, and he says it looks like I will constantly receive fire damage. And so he puts on his skeleton armor, and for some reason, guys, it became the color green. Is this because of the, I don't know, maybe because red makes it green? I don't know, I don't really know. But we find out that if you didn't bring 2 healers here, it would be very difficult to even take another step forward as you see the boiling lava. He then spots 2 creatures in the distance, and these are fire elves, and they are enhanced elite monsters, level 32 with strength of 10,000, agility 3k, spirit 4k, constitution 10k, and well, the trait is pretty much fire elemental damage immunity, and they only receive 50% of physical damage, and this is going to be quite hard for an MC. Just kidding. Anyway, our MC then mentions that it is the same as the elemental secret realm, so he can't use corpse explosion, but just at that second something tries to hit him, but our MC's armor dodged it or blocked it, and he brought out 2 of his skeletons. He then brings out 3 more to go and attack this fire elf, and yup, they slash it in half. The body gets incinerated, he gains 640,000 XP, and he receives a fire crystal core, which is pretty interesting. And he says though, as expected, there are no corpses. We then see his skeletons go out to scout their terrain as he commands them, and he says, what the heck, there's physical monsters here too. And so he'll be able to use corpse explosion as we see this kind of cute looking dragon lizard thing, but yeah, don't be deceived, guys. He then brings out his skeletons, and he says, come lure those monsters here, and he's literally training these zombies like it's Call of Duty. And yup, we then see a snake and some other creatures, and they are all headed towards our skeletons, who are headed towards our MC. He then uses slow curse, and we see one of the lizards literally bound up in chains, and of course he then uses rage strike, his skeleton uses rage strike and corpse explosion, and in skadoosh, it's exactly what happened, and he looks down from it from a cliff, and our MC says, let's continue. And our MC is just too cool, guys. Everybody is quite concerned because they say, why is the fire deity palace spewing fire? And we then see the portal, and outside of it some sort of magma is coming out, and we see that there is a 3rd difficulty, which is the hell difficulty that is appearing. And they say, wait, what the heck? Why the heck is there a hell difficulty in the fire deity palace? And oh my gosh, our MC is out here creating difficulties, literally. We then see everybody outside the dungeon, and they're saying, wait, what the heck? Who the hell is in the dungeon? Why did it turn into an actual hell difficulty? No pun intended. And of course, we then see we are back at the tea table outside, and Meng Anwen wonders what went wrong because Ningyi's grandfather seems kind of concerned. He says, as he rubs his beard like a typical hell difficulty in the fire deity dungeon was activated. He then mentions, oh, so you're thinking that it must be that brat Linbo Yu, right? And of course he mentions, well, is he really aiming for the elemental fragments? Only by triggering the hell difficulty will a fragment have the chance to be dropped. Meng Anwen says, yeah, probably, and that kid is definitely capable of doing that. And the other old man says, I tried it when I was younger and I couldn't get it, and that's cause Linmo Yu's a goat. Anyway, Meng Anwen then says, as he smiles with the tea still brewing, that kid never fails to bring us surprises, and that's something that I am going to have to agree on. We then see Linmo Yu here, and he mentions, why does a fire element seems to have gotten more active? We then see a skeleton slash towards this lava hound, and he even says that they got stronger. And so he sends out a bunch of them, and he mentions that he has to finish this out really quickly, or else his skeletons will be incinerated. He then thinks in his head of a map, and he finally found it. We then see him walking, and of course some of his skeletons have fallen down, but he just walks through, he just literally walks through with a skeleton armor because he's OP. And we see he finally arrived at the temple with a floating closed eyeball. The eyeball then opens up, and it says, Intruder discovered, and our MC just got caught in 4K. We then see there is an uproar and the ground begins to rattle and shake, and he is now going up against these guards, and they are difficulty elite monsters of the hell difficulty. They are level 35 with strength of 16,000, agility and spirit of 10,000, constitution as well, also at 16k, and their skills are flame sweep, and they have a trait which is pretty much immune to fire elemental damage. He then says, wait, when the heck did it turn to hell difficulty? He wonders if he definitely triggered some sort of mechanism, and yeah bro, that's definitely plot armor. Anyway guys, oh my gosh, in the blink of an eye, 2 of his skeleton warriors have been destroyed, and he says it is another skill with control effects. And so he brings out his Thanatos Scythe, and man, our MC really looks so cool when he brings this out. And he says come out Undead General, and yup, Undead General is here to play. We then see all the skeletons begin to receive military strength, and they turn bloodlusted, and they get away from the control effects, and they then slice all these guards in half, and he receives 3 crystal cores. He then smiles and mentions that because there are corpses, this is going to be easy, so he says go and fulfill your calling. We then see the light begin to shine out these rays of light or something, and 12 of his skeleton warriors have been wrecked instantly, and it seems like a gate opens more, and our MC says great timing, because as all these monsters come towards him, well, yeah, he's just gonna use corpse explosion, guys. And before he does that though, he uses slow curse, and now they are finally bound to where they are. His skeletons then snatch them up, and corpse explosion, wadoosh, and yep, all of these guys are gonna get burnt to a crisp. He then literally runs his hand through his hair. Oh my gosh, my boy should just start modeling at this point. And he says continue exploding, and we see all the explosions go off. He then finally enters the room, and he mentions that the fire element is much more rampant there. And he says what the heck is that, as he approaches this sort of lava flower, sort of, I don't know what it's called, like a decoration in the ground. I really don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, we then see there is a flower in the middle, but 2 of his skeleton warriors get swept up by the lava, and he barely manages to protect himself. And oh my gosh, we then see a hand come out from the lava, and it's going to try and touch our MC, and no, not in an inappropriate way. The hand barely misses, and our MC manages to dodge because of his quick thinking and his leap backwards, and he then slides down like he is Spider-Man, but oh my gosh, it seems like he has backup as all of the mages have appeared behind him. They then use their abilities and their affinity for magic, light, crystals, and all these other sorts, and they begin to attack the lava hand, and it seems like something begins to happen. Oh my gosh, the Fire Palace Gardener has risen up, and this is the Hell difficulty boss. He is level 36 with strength of 20,000 and constitution of 20,000, and agility and spirit is at 10,000. And although he has no skills, well, he has fire elemental damage immunity, which can be very OP. He then spots something in the middle or in its chest, and it is a flower. We then see the guy then launches up a bunch of lava sort of pits from the ground, like he's making geysers out of the lava, and he destroys our boy skeleton warriors in an instant. But he then summons out more, and he says go and find me the corpses. He then uses soul blaze on the monster, and it yells out in not arrogance, he yells out in angriness, and then he then jumps towards our MC, but our MC guys, our MC just has his hands in his pocket, and the guy then punches our MC, but of course the skeleton armor dodges it, or blocks it of course, and he mentions that I need to restrict this guy's movement, and so he uses slow curse, and the chains here look like they're doing a good job. The skeletons then jump towards this guy using all of their will to fight, and he uses corpse explosion, and it seems like he has taken quite a blow. However, we then see the guy opens up his eyes as the skeletons are about to attack, and well, it doesn't really matter because, well, he just gets wrecked and all the lava flows out of him, and he has finally killed the Palace Gardener, garnering 2.16 million experience points, and that's a pretty good steal. He also dropped the fire key and the fire flower, and we find out that this fire key unlocks the real fire hall, and he needs to use the fire flower to awaken the fire deity. We then see the items come into his hand, and something happens. It seems like rocks form in the lava path, and this is where he needs to go next. And he then begins to sweat, saying, this hell difficulty is unclearable without bringing 4 or 5 supports, because there's so much lava here, and he even mentions that the fire element is way too strong for him to, well, endure. But thanks for the skeleton armor, well, our boy can do anything. We then see the floating eyeball, and he says, wait, that is a giant flaming eye above the palace. And oh my gosh guys, the eye comes back into the rocks, and it seems like there is a monster that, oh wow, this is a Cyclops, guys. It is a lava giant Cyclops, which is the actual leader, level 38, strength of 25,000, agility and spirit of 10k, constitution 25k. He has a fire laser of death, lava ejection, and volcanic eruption, and his trait is that he has fire elemental damage immunity and fire elemental skills power enhanced. And look at this dude standing in front of our MC. But yeah, our MC just looks so cold, and he's not even scared, and he doesn't even back up at all. He mentions it's not named as a fire deity's monster, so why is it a lava giant? He wonders if this is a different type of dungeon. And then he says, wait a second, it looks like clearing the fire palace is a prerequisite mission of the fire hall, and our MC is thinking of the things that he has obtained. He then says, well, let's come on guys, let's just skip the talking, let's go to the fighting. And the Cyclops uses the fire laser of death, and 5 of his skeleton warriors get incinerated just like that. And just saying, guys, like, I wonder if our MC is going to upgrade his skeletons because, well, they just been getting wrecked recently. Anyway, our MC's skeleton armor even begins to shatter, and he says, I need to fix this first, and it looks like his skeletons are unable to fight with the boss. He says, it's time to end this quickly. And oh my gosh, guys, he brings out the Ghost King, and this is the first time we're seeing him. Yo, look at this, guys. He is a dead spirit, level 39. He has strength and constitution of 25k, agility of 20,000 as well. He has nihility, bewitch, lifesteal. Lifesteal is really OP, guys. And his trait is physical damage minus 50 and holy damage plus 50. Yo, this guy's about to wreck this dude. Anyway, our MC then smirks, and he says, since I'm ending this fast, I should go all out, as we see the army of the skeletons versus this one Thanos looking monster, and yeah, or Cyclops I should say. We then see the Cyclops beam of death, like he's saying I captain, because he can't say I because he has, never mind, I'm not even going to continue the joke. But anyway, we then see try to attack our boy's spirit, but well, he uses void transformation and it literally gets sent to the nothingness, and we find out that it's the skill where he becomes intangible. And yup, this guy is just so OP. We then see another one comes and goes right through him, and he says this bewitch skill is useless against this big guy. And we then see the big guy use volcanic eruption, and it's like they are fish in the air because, well, this is this guy's play zone. Anyway, our MC is literally stepping on the lava, and it seems like he needs to get out of here. Well, whoa, 10 of his skeleton warriors have been burned up, and 16 also of his mages have been destroyed. And our MC says he can't waste any more time. He then launches ice attacks at the golem, or at this big Cyclops, and look at his undead spirit. He literally uses his pointer finger to just point this guy like he's literally just saying boy to him, and well, that's his skill nihility, and it pierces right through his liver, and it seems like the guy falls down and he takes a hit, but as he falls down, he literally accidentally takes down 4 of his mages. Our MC uses slow curse, and the Cyclops yells out in absolute fury, and he's about to use the Kamehameha from his mouth. Hey yo, and of course it's about to attack our MC, but 7 of his skeleton warriors actually block it, and 6 more mages have been destroyed, so hey, rest in peace to them. Our MC kind of looks angry right here as the skeletons begin to attack them even more, and his big captain corpse uses lifesteal on the monster, and it seems to be working as he falls on his knees. Lava then envelops him like they are doing right now or back then with tortillas, and then he uses his laser finger beam and of course cuts out the other side of the lava giant, and it seems like this guy is about to get wrecked. The captain then uses Saitama's special, just a singular punch, and yep, he falls to the ground in the lava, and sadly, just kidding, happily, he has finally defeated the leader of the fire palace, the lava giant. Our MC says that he really has to leave first, and he finally makes it out because any longer and he wouldn't have been able to endure all the heat and the fire inside. He receives 3.8 million XP, and guys, he received a lava staff, which is really OP, and well, he also got the fire crystal fragment, which was said to be super rare in order to drop. Yup, he gets a fire crystal fragment, and 3 fire crystal fragments can be combined into 1 fire crystal, and yup, once he gets that fire crystal, who knows what is about to happen. We are now back in the hall, and this guy then says, the bell chimed. Ever since great deity Lin, did somebody set a new record? It's the Fire Palace. We then see the clear record. First place is Lin Mo Yu, with second place as none. Everybody mentions, Lin Mo Yu really set a new record. What the heck? Even if it was Lin Mo Yu, what happened to the previous team's record? Why was it erased? And this guy then folds his arm like he knows Lin Mo Yu or something. He says, do you guys want to know why? He says as he smiles, and oh my gosh, he winks at them. them, and anyway, he mentions that's because Deity Lin cleared the hell difficulty, and the clear time will naturally be together, or will naturally not be together with the nightmare difficulty. They then begin to reason, saying, really, are you kidding, bro? Hell difficulty? This must be a joke. But this guy then says, check it yourself if you don't believe me. They then are looking at it, and yup, it is a fire hell difficulty clear record. First place is Lin Mo Yu in 3 hours 58 minutes, so around 4 hours, and they all mention, what the heck, the dungeon really upgraded. Isn't Lin Mo Yu way too powerful? This dude really just set up a record on a hell difficulty dungeon, and he did it 2 times faster than Nightmare dungeon. And as they're talking amongst themselves, well, Lin Mo Yu is literally just throwing up this fire fragment in the air with his hands in his pocket, his favorite pose, and he's just leaving. And he says, I will go and ask Master what the heck is the use of this fragment first. We then see in front of the dungeon, Dian Xiao, are we still going to raid it? He says, yes. Why can't we raid the dungeon? Can the 12 of us not win against one person? And yeah, if it's Lin Mo Yu you're trying to beat, then yeah, you might as well give up, bro. This guy mentions that upon hearing that the dungeon upgraded, he gathered some people, and of course he wanted to beat Lin Mo Yu's record. He then sweats, and look how much he aged. This is why you guys, don't get so angry, because look, you become like this guy and you age like 40 years in 5 seconds. Anyway, he's pretty angry, but the scene switches to Lin Mo Yu, and he is now in the dwelling place of Lord Bai, and of course Meng and Wen. Bai then says, Lin Mo Yu, I've heard about the dungeon upgrading. It was you, wasn't it? And our MC just says yes, look at his face, it's literally just a blank one. Anyway, he mentions, well, Master, please help me take a look at these things. And he drops the key, he drops the flower, and he also drops the fire fragments. Of course, Meng Anwen then begins to wonder, saying, fire crystal fragment, huh? He says you must have found out what happens after you gather the 5 elemental fragments, correct? He says actually the rumors are not true. He mentions that after combining the 5 elemental fragments, you will obtain the elemental divine stone. And we see it right here. I'm guessing this is fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water. And look at these guys, I'm not gonna lie, these designs look super cool. Meng Anwen mentions, haven't you already obtained the Nirvana crystal? He then explains, as you see, look at this dude, he's literally like, there's like golden like circles wrapping around this guy. But pretty much he mentions that when undergoing the 3rd job evolution, it can increase the chances of your profession being upgraded. And Lin Mo Yu says, wait, you can upgrade your profession even at the 3rd job evolution? And Meng Anwen mentions, high-level legendary professionals must undergo 2 job upgrades. The 2nd job upgrade is far more difficult than the 1st. And he says, but with the elemental divine stone, you can increase the chances by around 30%. And Lin Mo Yu then says, I see. And he says it looks like he must get a hold of this elemental divine stone, and it kind of looks like a die, or dice, however you guys want to call it. Meng Anwen then mentions though, as for where is the real fire hall or how powerful the fire deity is, we don't know either. You would have to explore it for yourself. And of course, Lin Mo Yu then bows down saying, thank you master, and I will take my leave. Meng Anwen then says, why didn't you tell the kid? Didn't you visit the Lightning Palace before? He then explains that was more than a decade ago, during the Great War with the Demon King. And he says, I saw it on the 8th battlefield, but it disappeared after they finished the battle. And Lin Mo Yu is still too weak right now, and after he grows stronger, he will let him search for it on the 8th battlefield. And oh my gosh, if Lord Bai says that it is way too strong for Lin Mo Yu, then I imagine how hard it is for all the other students. But really, I'm really excited to see Lin Mo Yu finally take this on. He then says, as for the mysterious Holy Light Palace, I've never seen it before. So of course, it is only Lin Mo Yu that can depend on it, or he can only depend on Lin Mo Yu on finding it. And Lin Mo Yu then arrives at the dungeon hall, and he says, since this thing is so important, I'll farm 1 for both Yi Yi and sister. And of course, our boy really is generous and thoughtful. However, he notices something in the dungeon. People then come out, and he says, I was so prepared. I brought 4 healers with me and I failed. And as he is on the ground getting his breath and catching his breath, we hear, please make way, I'm entering the dungeon. The guy yells out, but of course he sees Lin Mo Yu, and I'm pretty sure he got an attitude change. He then says move aside with his hands in his pocket, and the dungeon cooldown has now been reset, and so he chooses a hell difficulty, and everybody is shocked. And he says, we will be watching here. Let's see if he can clear the dungeon. And bro, he just cleared the dungeon, but yeah, you know what, you guys can just watch for fun, all right? Lin Mo Yu then comes into the dungeon, and he then wastes no time. He says, I wonder if letting the skeletons gather more monsters would do the trick. He then arrives at the front of the palace once more. He launches up the skeletons to attract the monsters, and kaboom kaboom, yup, he did a good job. He then says that fighting the lava giant after preparing the corpses will save him a bit of time because he's just going to use corpse explosion, and yeah, our MC is just too OP. Anyway, we then see the lava giant then spawn in like he is literally the Wither or something, and of course, our boy then sends the undead captain, and yup, he uses slow curse and he's now frozen. He then throws the corpses at him, and yep, that's kind of a brutal way to attack. And of course, we then see the captain use nihility and he just points at him like he did something wrong, and this guy is about to get wrecked. And yeah, our MC really is speedrunning a hell difficulty dungeons of the Fire Palace. I really can't wait for our MC to get way stronger. The chapter starts, and of course we see this beast get absolutely demolished, and of course Lin Moyu's gang of skeletons go up to jump him. We then see the people, and this guy looks to his right saying, what the heck, cause somebody actually broke the record once again. These people then begin to gossip amongst each other saying, bro, it's really Lin Moyu again, he set a new record. And of course the guy looks to his right and he says, is this true? He says, didn't that kid just enter that dungeon? He says, nobody can ever break that record. We then see it right on our screen, guys. Alright, let's talk about this. The hell difficulty clear record is only an hour and 12 minutes, and there's not even a second place. Our boy Lin Moyu is just way too OP. This random side character is absolutely shocked, like of course he forgot to study for a test, the biggest exam tomorrow, and he says to himself, there's no way, that's way faster than the nightmare difficulty 5 years ago. He then says his true combat power is not something I can fathom. And of course Lin Moyu is just chilling looking at a panel. Anyway, we then see the side character's dialogue, and he says to himself, or the monologue, re-entering right after getting out, Lin Moyu really is hardworking, and it seemed like this guy got left in the shadows. He then says to himself, it is true, Lin really is the GOAT. He mentions, let's go back and we won't be grinding this dungeon, and yup, finally our boy just learned a lesson. And yes guys, our boy Lin Moyu has finally leveled up. He is of course still a necromancer, the one and only. His level is 28, strength 740, constitution 740, and agility as well. And I also think one of the reasons why it takes a bit longer for him to level up is because he shares experience among his skeletons. He then looks behind him and everybody starts to come towards him. It is the Genesis College, and we find out that they rarely appear in public, and every one of them are mysterious, so why are they there? We then see their equipment, and they are so good because one's wearing a sort of orange shiny ring, one's wearing a purple necklace, and somebody's wearing a green earring. These are of course the Goblin King ring, the Flame Bug necklace, and the Wind Spirit earrings, and these only drop when you're fighting a boss. We then see that they've entered the Fire Deity Palace, and they definitely came here to clear it. And we then see our boy's waifu come up and say, hey Junior Lin, but then they then turn around slowly, do a 180, and they're super shocked, especially the ones around them, because the Blazing Emperor College is here as well. Well, I thought they were gonna look like super cool, but these guys just look like side character college members. But anyway, we find out that the girl says, seems like the Blazing Emperor College and the Genesis College are facing each other, and that's why they are there. We find out that the Xiajing Academy has 3 top colleges. The first one is of course Chuangshen, second is Genesis, and third is Blazing Emperor. She mentions that Chuang's college is at the top, while the other 2 can only compete with each other to become second place. She then smiles and she says, well, they probably heard about the news of a dungeon upgrading and they wanted to compete for the record. And she says, however, both of them will probably not surpass you, and yeah, they definitely won't. Lin Moyu then just says as he gives him a side eye, I see. And yeah, I think our Lin Moyu is literally just chilling here. But of course, we then see it is the Emperor, or the Blazing Emperor College, and the guy says, hey, let's set off. And of course, we then see, oh gosh, it is the big 3 grandpas just watching from their little tea hut or their tea table, and they then mention the grandfather of Ning Yi. The Genesis College and Blazing Emperor came as expected, and it looks like this time the Blazing Emperor College is going to take the lead. He says the reason why is because their Blazing Emperor College is led by a holy fire. Oh guys, this is a holy fire knight. That's pretty sick, and it has an extremely high resistance to fire, and of course he also has a flame bug ring, so there's no need to fear the fire element. But then Lord Bai then says they can't beat Chuangshen College, so they can only fight over this kind of stuff. What a shame. This time the dungeon record is dominated by that kid Lin Moyu, and he says they will always be the second best. But then of course guys, Ning Yi's grandfather is never informed, and he's like, wait, what the heck, that kid entered the dungeon again? And yeah, all of them are just like, what the heck. And this is a really funny panel. Anyway, we then see it's really similar to Old Bai in his youth. And yeah, this definitely is probably nostalgia for them, because they definitely caused a ruckus when they were kids, and they were probably the protagonists of their own manhwas. Anyway, we then see Bai, and he says, however, it's good to make an impact on those arrogant people. Let them realize that there will always be someone better than them, and yeah, competing for second place as a college is crazy, because you're going up against one dude. Bai then says Lin Mo Yu is going to definitely not get bullied when he enters the Genesis College. However, Ning Yi's grandpa then says, you're going to let him join the Genesis College and not the Chuangshen College? What are you thinking? Bai then mentions that Old Thing has a student, and he will definitely give all his precious resources to them. And so there's still good stuff in Genesis College, and of course he's going there. And Meng and Wen is like, really? You are such a thug. And wow, this is getting hilarious. Our MC then enters a dungeon. Oh my gosh. We find out that after leveling up, all his skeletons have been replenished. But yeah, he enters a dungeon. And he says, I'm going to speedrun this once again. We then see his sort of ability stat window. He has 260 summons, 160 skeleton warriors, and 100 skeleton mages. And yeah, that's really good. He then says go like he's Sung Jin Woo this time. And look at them. All of them are already bloodlusted. And he mentioned to keep all the corpses. And they slaughter them one by one. Our MC then runs fast like he's Killua, and of course he arrives at the boss, and the boss says long time no see, and our MC says this time I've brought you gifts, little boy. And of course the guy gets absolutely furious, and our MC just hits him in the face just like that. And everybody outside, we see the bell ring again, and everybody outside gathers up to see what's in front of them. It looks like the dungeon records have been refreshed again, and I can guarantee that they're nervous because we all know what's on that screen. Everybody is in shock, and of course Lin Mo Yu is in new first place again with 38 minutes. This guy says, is this really for hell difficulty dungeon? This must be for like beginner version tutorial island or something. And nope. Of course we find out that it takes about 30 minutes to run from the start of the dungeon to the end. And he says, don't tell me that Lin Mo Yu just did exactly that. Lin Mo Yu then says, well, as soon as he comes out, I will clear a few more times so I can reach level 30 as soon as possible. And guys, our boy Lin Mo Yu is only level 28, and this guy's literally he can probably take on a level 70 or 80 or something. Of course, the three grandpas then mention this kid is not really giving anyone other chances, and Meng Anwen mentions no one can really break this, but that's fine too. It's good to let those guys from the two colleges suffer a bit of defeat, because of course that's going to definitely humble them, and humility is definitely a good thing, guys, so let's try and practice it before we get humbled by Lin Mo Yu. A few hours later, we then see it is the Blazing Emperor College come out of the portal, and these guys are absolutely exhausted. As well, they're actually accompanied by the Genesis College. And the Holy Fire Knight then points, saying, we entered 2 minutes later, but we came out at the same time. He says the Blazing Emperor colleges win this time. Of course, the Genesis Knights then says it was because we were getting ready at the safe area. Let's see the leaderboards first. Of course, they then begin to walk forwards, and they're so cocky thinking they're going to be first, and everybody in the crowd's laughing, and they wonder why. We then look at the records and see who is in first place. We see this orange orb. Of course, they're then looking, and they're like, what the heck is this, as they see Lin Mo Yu in first place in 38 minutes and 25 seconds. They then say, who the heck is this guy? A level 28 solo clearing in 36 minutes? The guy from Genesis College then says, is this strength of the professional competitions champion? And by the way, why is this guy's eyes so high up? It might be the mask or whatever. Anyway, this guy then says, let's go. And of course, they are charging away, and people are laughing, saying, look at that crap. The people from the top colleges aren't even that impressive anymore. And what a way to get humbled. We then see Bai and Meng and Wen, and Bai then says, how did it go? He mentions that he's already logged on the coordinates of the Eternal Training Ground and found a relatively hidden position. And Bai then says, as expected of you, old man, you really are quick. Of course, he says, are you really planning on sending him there? You only went there after you devolved your profession twice, and that kid just reached level 30. And of course, Bai then folds his arms and he says, colleges are greenhouses which nurture fragile flowers. And he says he's stronger than most level 40 professionals right now, so there's no reason why he can't go. And yeah, that's definitely true. Anyway, Meng Anwen then says as he waves his hand, yeah, I won't interfere because he's your student, but that kid won't die for real anyways. Even if he did, it will make him face reality, so it's not a bad thing, but remember that he has a respawn talent. And also guys, what do you think? Who's stronger, Meng Anwen or Bai? And I have a feeling it's Meng Anwen. I don't know why, but maybe if Bai got absolutely angry, he'd like destroy everyone, but who knows. Bai then says, don't worry, that kid won't die, and Lin Mo Yu transports, and of course he levels up. He says after farming that dungeon 10 times. He finally reached level 30, and oh gosh, our boy really, how many times is our boy gonna clear the dungeon? Like, this guy really is the ultimate speedrunner. Finally, guys, he is level 30, he has a Dragon Warrior King title, and all of his attributes are plus 500 with a skill cooldown of 50%, and of course, his strength is 1000 plus 500, constitution plus 500, and agility 1000 plus 500, and spirit 4000 plus 3500. Of course, his wife who says, "Did you really level up, Linmo Yu? Please, buy me dinner." Nah, I'm just kidding, our boy ain't a simp. He just says, "Thank you, senior, for recommending me this dungeon," and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, she definitely helped our boy. She then mentioned, "I didn't expect the dungeon to upgrade too. This is clearly all due to your hard work." And our boy with his hand, he still has his hands in his pocket. He says, "Do you have something in mind?" She then says, "Junior Lin, can you sell one of your fire crystals to me?" And of course he says, "Take it. It's free of charge." And yes, guys, he took his hand out of his pocket and he just tosses it onto the hands of his senior. And of course she then says, "Does this guy know the value of this thing?" And yup, she's absolutely frozen. And yeah, our boy just got the Riz of death, or Riz of life, because you know, she got rizzed up. But anyway, we then see our MC stands in front of Bai, and Bai then says, "Wait, you've reached level 30? Manhwa mentions you leveled up from level 27 to 30 in 2 days. You're a little harsh on yourself." And of course, we then see Bai mentioning, "It's good to be harsh. The more ruthless you are to your enemies is the better." He then says, "How does it feel being level 30? He mentions, "I feel some changes in me, but I didn't really analyze them thoroughly before rushing here." Of course, oh my gosh, guys. I'm not even gonna call him Lord Bai, let's call him the GOAT Bai, or I'm gonna call him Legendary Bai. Legendary Bai then, of course, brings out a lot of scroll skills on top of the table, and he gives them free of charge. But then our MC says, "There's no need because I have this," and Bai just laughs. Anyway, our MC then begins to let out his aura, or consume them, I guess, and he receives Skeleton Fang skill. And oh my gosh, this looks like the Minecraft in the Nether, like those bone structures, I don't know, but yeah, this looks absolutely sick. Just look at our MC. He says that it's the same type of skill as a skeleton armor, but it's from the ground. And of course, the Legend Bai then says, "Release it over there." And oh wow, it's literally like daggers, and he says his power is not bad. He says that the level 1 skill is almost on par with the fireball spell of a level 30 mage. Meng Anwen then says, if the skill is maxed out, it will become very powerful, and from your level and the number of skills you possess, you should still be able to awaken more skills, and he says to try it. Of course, our MC then tries it, as we see it glowing once again, and he begins to sweat, and he wonders, why did a new skill not awaken? And Lord or Legend Bai then says, "What's wrong?" He then brings out a Thanato Scythe, where actually it appeared out of nowhere, and I wonder if his new skill is related to the scythe. It seems like it is, because he acquired a new skill, which is Summon Undead General. He says, "What the heck? Why did Undead General become a new skill? There seems to be some special change in the skill." We then see the sky begin to literally rumble, and we see the trees begin to flow like crazy because tons of gusts of winds are just formulating in the sky. And Meng Anwen mentions this skill can affect the heavenly phenomena. And of course, Legend Bai says it's like a forbidden curse. The Undead General then arrives, and we find out that he can control skeleton warriors and mages to form a legion. He is actually a bronze gray general level 1. He has 0 out of 10 legion members. He has strength 40, agility 40, spirit 40, and constitution 200. We find out that his legion strengthening is at level 1, his legion heal is at level 1, and his military power is at level 1. And pretty much this is basically super buffs. Make sure you guys pause it if you want to read here. But look at military power. It removes all the status effects for all legion members, and it even is only effective for status effects below level 10. But when he levels up, he's going to be being able to go up against like level 90s or something. And also, I'm going to throw a guess there, and I'm going to say that Legend Bai is around level 150 or maybe 200. We don't know, but that's my guess. Of course, our MC says, "The Undead General became my summon. I finally have it. The skill to remove all abnormal effects and statuses." Anyway, he then says that we also got healing skills, and that's such a bonus. However, Legend Bai mentions, "Summon a skeleton and see its effects," and that's exactly what he does. Of course, Legend Bai then pierces it with his attack. Oh my gosh, Legend Bai is just so strong. He just literally wrecked it. But then the general then heals a skeleton and is good as new, and he then folds his arm and he even stands up, and he says its skill effects are very similar to the Legion Overlord profession, although its attributes are a little bit low, and he says, "You've awakened a very nice skill." Of course, Lin Mo-yu then thanks him for the compliments, and he says it's a shame that it's not enhanced by his talent, and if he levels it up, the attributes might not be so weak, and Bai then approaches him, and he says since this kid is one of a kind, and of course, it won't be long before you can become a one-man army, but I think our MC is already a one-man army, and of course, Bai then mentions, get ready, I'll bring you to a new place to train, and of course, our MC is ready. He then says, you are too hardworking, and I will tell old Meng and Wen to give you a discount on the points required to reset a dungeon, and he then says thank you with a blank face. And yeah, these panels are really funny because I sometimes forget that our MC can sometimes be a blockhead. Anyway, our MC is in the dungeon hall, and he says that he will use this time to get the desert fruit so that he can max out his skills. He is now in the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, and long time no see. Let's go. He says the giant scorpions, but Skadoosh, he uses his new skill, Skeleton Fangs, and they get turned into seafood like I'm about to eat them for dinner. And of course, we then see the coconuts above him, and it seems like he doesn't even need them anymore. He then walks out of there, and we then see the pretty senior says, oh, you finally came out. I've been waiting for a long time. He wonders why she is looking for him. She says these fatigue potions are for you. They can temporarily remove the fatigue and keep you in condition. He then says, wait a second, a potion that eliminates fatigue? I can use this while leveling up my skills these next few days. She then leaves and says, I won't disturb you any longer, and let's go. This girl really is a goat, and she's better than Ning Yi, who literally she didn't even give our MC anything, and wow, she's definitely way better than Ning Yi. Hey, maybe in the future though. Anyway, our MC then begins to eat the fruits again from the tree, and I really want to taste this fruit just for fun. Anyway, he's then literally just watching these skeletons destroy these crabs and such, and he's now standing, of course, with his undead general behind him, and the warriors and mages beside him, and he says this should be the last time. And let's go, our MC's undead general has already made it to gold grade, and his strength, agility, and spirit is at 4,000, while his constitution is at 20,000. His legion strengthening is at level 3, as well as his legion heal, and of course his military power. And our boy also got some gold plated armor, and oh wow, this guy just looks so sick. He literally looks like Igris from, of course, Sung Jin-woo summons. Our MC mentions that this is finally the max level, and guys, this is one of the reasons why one of the things I've been waiting for. His skeletons have finally reached level 30, and yup, they are gold grade skeletons, but I wonder what they're gonna look like at diamond. We also see that he has the gold grade skeleton mages, and wow guys, their strength are out off the charts. And Lin Mo-yu is still level 30 though, but he says all my summons have reached the gold grade, and this is the strongest that he's ever been. He now has 300 summons, 190 actually warriors, 100 mages, and 10 undead generals. Yo, that is crazy. He then says it's about time to find master, and our boy Thanatos Scythe is also at level 30, and wow, our boy's about to be coming different in his next fight or battle. Anyway, he then arrives, and there's literally gusts of wind forming around him because of his aura, and Legend Bai is just chilling on the table. Mang Anwen mentions that his aura has gotten way stronger, and of course Lin Mo-yu just bows down and says, Master, I'm ready. He then says, I want you to go to a place called the Eternal Trials. He says there's a lot of opportunities there, however dangers are the same. He says that there are 3 layers, the upper, the lower, and the deep layer. Every layer is connected, and they do not interfere with each other. He says that I will be bringing you to the upper layer of Eternal Trials, and professionals below level 70 are only allowed to go there. Similarly, professionals above level 70 are allowed at the lower layer. He mentions that there is a small possibility of a space tunnel appearing, and at that time, the rules will be broken, and professionals at the upper layer can enter the lower layer, but only for an hour. He says that according to legends, a great war, whoa, this is cool, this is actually good. I definitely want to know about the lore. A great war erupted between humans and dragons and the abyss, and the eternal battlefield was formed during that war. He says that countless of divine items were lost in the battlefield, and their will lasted for a long time, forming various monsters, secret realms, and dungeons. But then Legend Bai then says, the dangers not only come from the ancient times, but also from the races of demons and dragon warriors, and that's scary. And of course, Legend Bai gets serious as he squints his eyes and looks at our MC directly in his face. There are even humans who fought their own kind to gain benefits. So do you understand the danger now? And our MC says with an absolute Chad look on his face like he is Batman, I understand. What's up guys, you already know we are back, and of course Bai then says, you know, the reason for letting you go to the Eternal Trials is because in the center of the upper layer, there is a divine chosen secret realm as we see this mysterious portal laid out in front of us. And by completing this realm, he will gain a trace of divinity, and oh my god, our MC is about to become like literally immortal or something. We find out that the trace of divinity has great effects, and one of which is to increase the probability of advancing during the evolution profession, or no, the profession evolution. He also mentions that because he has a Nirvana crystal, well, the chances are going to be literally 99%, but of course, there's no way our MC is going to be so unfortunate and get the 1%. That doesn't rank up. But he mentions also that there's also a dungeon there as well called the Demonic Dragonic Hall, and I don't know about you guys, but that sounds absolutely frightening. And he says if you clear the corresponding hell difficulty, you will receive a dragon crystal. As you see it right here, it is purple. Kind of looks like amethyst, and the dragon crystal also has a chance of instantly awakening a talent regardless of whether you are twice evolved. He says that we're going to use the mermaid's tear if it's not possible to awakening a talent, and Lin Mo Yu mentions, I understand. Bai then lights up. Oh my gosh, he seems so happy, and he definitely is optimistic because he definitely sees himself in Lin Mo Yu, and he says, what do you think? Are you going to the Eternal Trials? And our MC just says yes, like obviously our MC's too OP, why would he ever back down to get some rewards as well? He says in order to get the Nirvana crystal, Mo Yoon was suppressing her level and searched for a year, and that means that Master places so much emphasis on divinity, so it clearly must be rare. And Mo Yoon is his sister. We then see a purple sort of mark come out into the air, and it drops some stuff. And yup guys, we have a high quality escape talisman, a high quality cooldown talisman, another random teleportation talisman, and well, some high quality puppet talisman, which is kind of interesting. And also, that puppet talisman and the high quality cooldown talisman look pretty sick to me. Bai then smiles and he says, this cooldown talisman is loaned to you, so of course make sure to give it back. And yeah, this definitely looks more precious than the one he gave him before. He says that this puppet's talisman can help you block an instant of fatal damage, and the rest is used for escape, so you understand. Lin Mo Yu then says, thank you so much Master Bai, and I will be on my way. We then see Meng and Wen, and he says in his head as he is about to summon our boy to the Eternal Trials, it looks like Bai is quite worried about Lin Mo Yu, and I'm pretty sure it's for good reason, because this might be the first time our MC goes up against some evildoers trying to take his loot. He then yells out from the top of the tower, get ready, you are leaving. Lin Mo Yu then levitates into the air, and look at him, this is definitely a protagonist pose. He closes his eyes and he is ready to go. We are now in this grassy and this sort of mossy forest, and our MC looks so small compared to the trees. He says, is this it? Is this the Eternal Trials? He says it's filled with the stench of blood and spirits, and by the way, if you guys didn't see it, if it's cut out of frame, he has his hands in his pocket. Anyway, he then puts on his skeleton armor, which has definitely gotten stronger since back then. He says I have to use this in a strange place as we see two of his skeleton guards following behind him, and this is new for MC as he usually doesn't have bodyguards. He then finally meets a living creature, and this is the Black Rock Monster, level 41, strength is 20k as well as his spirit, his agility is 5k, his constitution is 30,000, and his skill is a cyclone ball, and his trait is pretty much taking 50% less damage physically and elemental damage by 70%. And oh wow, this guy really is a tank, and that's a perfect way to make a rock. Well, that's a perfect stats to give a rock because you know they're solid. Anyway, he says that this random monster is level 41 and his spirit and strength is so high. He says I wonder if it can deal physical and elemental damage. Oh gosh guys, the monster without even wasting a single second goes to attack our MC, and he loads up a punch with some magical energy around him or around the fist, and he then begins to punch him, and there's literally a cyclone of air or gust around it, and our MC is about to take this blow. We then see that he hits it, or he tanks it with his skeleton armor, and he yells out as he brings out some skeletons, go and attack it, and this guy has red eyes and he definitely is furious. They then use Rage Strike as they jump in the air. He says that it really is hard to kill it with physical damage reduction, and so he brings out, yes guys, let's go, the first time, or the second time actually, Skeleton Fangs. He uses it, and kaboom, it literally pierces right through the rock, and it gets destroyed. Wow, just like that. That was actually easy. And he receives 1.05 million experience, and that's actually crazy considering the bosses that he killed before only gave him around 5 million. He says that all the monsters here should be around level 40, and of course, just at that second, he hears the chanting and the mocking of a certain creature. This is the Abyss Knife Demon, and look at this guy, really a mosquito, an ugly looking mosquito that is obese. Okay, I'm not gonna be mean to this guy, but hey, he's a monster. This ugly looking demon says a small level 30 comes to the Eternal Trials. This is an Abyss Knife Demon, level 42, with strength, agility, and spirit of 20k, and constitution of 15k, and it seems he can reduce light defense by 50% and reduce dark elemental damage by 50% very quickly. He says, I didn't expect to be so fortunate to find a good human here, and he seems to be sharpening up his claws. Oh gosh, he then licks his own claws. This guy's already, is this Hisoka or something? Anyway, he then says, I'm going to have a feast, but our MC says, unfortunate. I didn't expect to bump into the trash the moment I got here. The bug then gets furious, and of course he then uses his blades to attack, and the gusts of wind are attacking him. However, our MC uses, well, yep, he uses the chains of hell, or I don't even know what this is called, but he uses his chains, his slow curse, and of course the bug says, what the heck is this? And he is trapped in the air, and he is caught in 4K. He then uses Corpse Explosion, and he says farewell, and yeah, rest in peace to this guy, and he yells out, but it pretty much is useless, and he has finally eliminated this level 42 Abyss Knife Demon with 1.62 million experience, or yeah, 1.62 million experience, and a merit of 1,000, guys. And compared to back then, he was only literally getting like 50 or like 20 or something, and this is actually crazy. And yes, guys, our MC has ranked up to a 3-star lieutenant. He then says, Master Bai sent me to a really good place, or Legend Bai. And a few hours later, our MC was just walking, and it seems like there is a creature stalking his moves. He then looks behind him, but it actually is a space tunnel, and yup, someone comes out of there. And guys, this might be a bit dangerous, because look at this creature that just emerged. It has wings, a tail, and sharp claws, and well, paws. And yes, this is somebody of the dragon race. And oh my gosh, I thought it was only one, guys, but there seems to be more than 5 of them or 6 of them coming out of this portal that appeared out of nowhere. And our MC mentions, the old men previously said that in the Eternal Trials, there are all types of creatures here and races, and they are enemies. They then yell out, human. They say, I smell the scent of dragons on him. He killed our kind before. Eliminate him. And we then see there is a Dragon Knight, a level 44. Oh my gosh, strength 25k, agility 15,000, spirit 10k, which is kind of low, but the constitution is 30,000. He has strong skin, extreme defense, and group taunt. And also one of his traits is of course enhanced defenses, enhanced dragon scales, and increased curse resistance. And oh my gosh, I wonder if our MC slow curse, the chains, will be able to work on this foe. Anyway, he says, these are the Dragon Knights, these are the Dragon Race's knights. He says from the attributes, they seem a little stronger than humans for some reason. They then yell out, die human, in unison, and they say, a level 30 trash like you, stop struggling. And well, I don't think they know what's coming to them. He then uses a slow curse, and they are bound in the air. He says it's useless. We dragon are born with curse resistance. And they then break the chains, and they fall off just like that, and they disappear. And it seems like they are strong. Our MC uses his new ability, and it seems like it's going up right at them. He says, we are born with hard scales, what can that do? But then, oh my gosh, you thought wrong, little bro. And of course, he gets pierced right through the body, and he says, only a level 30? How is it so powerful? And oh my gosh, they use group defense, and it seems like they are literally in a floating orb or something. A sort of, what is this, a parallelogram? I don't even know what that means. But anyway, they say, come on, we need to eliminate this guy quick. But then, it seems like the thing is about to crack, and he says, mages do it. And the mages let out a fire attack towards our MC, but oh guys, our MC is literally just walking towards the attack, and oh my gosh, with his hands in his pockets too. Our MC is just a goat. And of course, we then see his troops right behind him, and he says, come out, undead general, as we see him right here in his beautiful golden armor. And oh my gosh, he says, lead my troops and destroy them. And it seems like he has formed a temporary undead army. He uses legion strengthening, and all of them are angry, and it seems like the defense shatters. And yeah, rest in peace to these dragon guys, and there's no chance against our MC. He then is confused like an ordinary human side character, and he says, wait, what is that? Of course, they then say, what is that thing? Charge out with me. He says, powerful slam. But just at that second, he comes not slamming down, but he comes falling down, and they all do as well. And of course, the skeletons come in and finish off them. They then mention, escape quickly. But oh my gosh, there is a tornado in the air, and they all just fall down. And it seems like our undead general is doing a good job as he leads the skeleton troops to victory. Or yeah, pretty much. And Lin Mo Yu is kind of shocked because he eliminated a level 44 Dragon Knight, 1.42 million experience points with 1,000 merit, and he says, why the heck does it give me merit as well? That's so much. Guys, our boy's merit is at 44,000. His military rank is already a 4-star second lieutenant, and oh my gosh, one more, like our MC is about to be like a 3rd lieutenant, and I know our MC is about to become a literal general or captain pretty much in the future. Anyway, he then absorbs all the life from the corpses. Yeah, our MC is he's gonna be OP, and I really hope that our MC can use these guys as summons, because imagine if you have a level 40 like dragon flying thing, then our MC is gonna have full control over the air, the ground, and like underground. Anyway, he then begins to walk, you know, just a casual MC protagonist walk with the hands in the pockets, and he says regardless of whether it's demons or dragons, they will probably try to eliminate me once they see that I'm a level 30, because of course if they saw anyone else that was like level 40 or 5 or something, well, they would be cowards and they wouldn't attack. He then says this is going to be easy since of course they're going to be coming to me. We then hear a voice, who was it, as we see this creepy and very weird, eerie looking formed tower or something, or castle. This guy then says, and he seems to have horns on him, maybe this is a dragon king. He says, who the heck eliminated my team? If you let me find out, this king will skin you alive. And yeah, bro, you have gray hairs, you're getting old. I think you should just retire, bro. Anyway, we then see a few hours later, and dang guys, our MC is literally just spending forever here, but hey, I always like to see our MC do a little main quest, and even though he spends hours, he's gonna come out OP. Anyway, he then lets out a sigh of, well, sadness, because he says, if only I could fly, that would be a huge advantage. He then looks to his right, and he says, what the heck, why are they together with the dragons? And it seems like it is the abyss demon flying bug thing, as well as the dragons. And these, I don't even know what those are those like a flying spirit dark creatures or something? But it doesn't matter guys, our MC is going to wreck these bugs. And when I grew up, well, my mom used a fly swatter, and our MC can use a fly swatter. It's just called the Thanatos Scythe, so yeah, they're gonna get wrecked. The chapter starts, and we see these two creatures looking kind of confused. We then see Lin Mo Yu right here with his skeleton armor, and he has kind of a perplexed look on. Anyway, the monsters yell out, a sweet delicious human, let's go, come here. And we hear, a human who had killed my race. But then our MC says, really strange, why are they friendly with each other? Because they're different monsters, or well, different races. We then see they charge towards our MC. This is a soul-devouring insect, level 40, and we see his strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, and it is absolutely crazy. And wow, this guy has physical immunity, or sorry, he actually ignores physical immunity, so our MC is going to taste this guy's punches, or well, he doesn't have fists, so I don't know, maybe stings. Our MC then says, what the heck are those things? It ignores defense, ignores physical immunity, and it has universal shred. He says these dudes are way too OP. We then see these innocent looking bugs, or they're literally just looking at our MC with these cute big eyes, but they are so dangerous. And we then see that they are heading over these other monsters. He then mentions, as he just sits here, that there is an exit up ahead, and as long as the monsters escape the territory, they will be safe, and I wonder why they are running. He also mentions that those from a different race cannot truly be trusted 100%, and so he says, I won't let any of you guys escape from here, as he has a domineering look on. We then see he uses his, oh gosh guys, he uses Soul Blaze, and these guys are literally lit up, and yeah, this is kind of sad. Well, not for the monsters. They then say, run, the exit is right ahead. And our MC says, nope, that's not happening, as he attacks them even more. And these guys are just sweating, like, what type of monster did we run into? They then say, it's him, it's that human. They say, when we escape the situation, we will tear you to pieces. As we see all of these other monsters, and it seems like they are the ones that the demons and the other monsters are coming or are running from, and these little cute things are quite dangerous. Our MC then uses a slow curse on these demons and this dragon race, but it seems like it didn't even matter as they break through the chains easily. However, they then say, what are those things, as they see our MC summons with red eyes, and oh gosh, their gold-plated armor. Of course, he then tries to charge right through, but kaboom, it doesn't even do anything to our MC's skeleton. He says, what the heck? Those are soul-devouring insects that gnaw on everything. And so, of course, this is the second worst thing. They then are right behind this dude, and he says, you lunatic, if you don't escape now, we will all die. But then our MC brings out the undead general, and this is so cold. He then uses the foundation of a temporary undead legion, and he then of course uses the legion strengthening the undead general, and all of his skeletons are strengthened. We then see the bugs chasing the demons away, and he then says, or the monsters say, and look at them guys, this is the first stage of grief is denial. Do you really think those summons can defend against these soul creatures, those soul devouring insects? He says, how naive of you. But our MC just says, just shut up. And of course, he then launches his attack at them. And oh my gosh, it seems like they become even more prideful. And it seems like they're just making assumptions now. They say, foolish human, you are definitely dead. You may get us, but you are fated to die with us because of these insects. The insects go to attack our MC, but then our MC literally just destroys it instantly, and he gets 200,000 XP, and it was level 40, guys, so yeah. Anyway, we then see there is a bunch of them, and they are trying to attack our MC summons, but then we hear Legion heal, and we see a very bright light lit up into the sky, and our MC also, he uses his new ability Skeleton Fang, and wow, guys, he just goes through every single one of them. Look at this, it's literally a spam of notifications of him eliminating them, and they all say, how did he do it? He's just a level 30 human trash. And now, oh guys, their expressions are really like humans, and the humans that were probably cocky up there went here, but hey, you never know. Just kidding. Anyway, he then says, let me borrow your corpses, you little devouring insects. And well, he then kills all of the knife demons and dragons, gaining 1,000 merit each and over 1,000,000 XP for each. He is now a 5-star second lieutenant with 58,000 merit, guys. This is crazy, as all these other dragons blow up in the air. And yeah, this was definitely not for you to do. RMC then runs his hand through his hair, and he says, my XP has greatly increased. And yeah, bro, I'm pretty sure it has greatly increased. Anyway, of course, we then see it is the Insect King of the Soul Devouring Insect, which is a Territorial Lord boss. It is level 50. This is the highest level insect or summon he's gone, or not summon, but monster that he's gone against so far. His strength is 40k, agility 40k, spirit 30k, constitution 50k, and look at his abilities. It's the same as the others, but this guy seems way more OP, and I wonder how our MC is going to get through this, and probably like he always does, well, probably plot armor. But you guys didn't hear that from me. Our MC then says that he actually has to get serious now, and he even begins to sweat. Oh my gosh. He says the reason why is because this dude's stats is off the freaking charts, and yeah, I'd have to agree. He then says that the soul devouring insect corpses are absolutely everywhere, and it's not like there's any hope in eliminating this guy to use corpse explosion. It then uses one of its abilities, and it literally just yells loudly like my mom telling me to do the dishes or something. And of course, we then see that all of his skeletons are struck with fear. It seems like just a shout alone absolutely obliterates their gold-plated armor. And oh wait, never mind, false alarm, guys. They then use Legion heal, and it seems like they are all fine. We then see that it is perfect. However, there is some scratches. And Lin Moyu mentions, as expected of a level 50 boss of a territory, and it seems like he even has to cover away from the loudness, or from the wind that's entering. Why did I say loudness? Anyway, we then see this monster who isn't so cute anymore, and it looks absolutely dangerous, and it is literally sucking in the corpses of the previous devouring insects. What the heck is going on? And of course, it seems like it's getting even stronger, and this guy who is actually part of another knight, or a group of knights, says, come on guys, it is the Insect King, we have to run. That is exactly what they do. However, we then see the monsters, and they mentioned, what the heck, these insects devour every single thing they see. So of course they have to run as well. So yeah, they're literally like the humans. He says, let's escape quickly, as we see them all fly and try to get away. It has now evolved into a beautiful, or not beautiful, but kind of a creepy butterfly. It has eyes on its wings that kind of look like the ones from Yu-Gi-Oh, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Or Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't really know how you pronounce it. But our MC is just standing below him with this cool skeleton armor, as usual. And guys, this is the most times I've seen our MC kind of nervous. He says, I don't know if my skeleton fangs can even pierce through its defense. It then attacks him in the blink of an eye, and our MC mentions that it's so fast. And of course, he has to constantly pay attention to bring back his skeleton armor so he won't actually get wounded. He then says, it finally came down. And yes guys, it seems like he uses corpse explosion. However, there's only a few corpses left, and so it doesn't do too much damage to this boss. It then begins to devour the souls, and wow, this is actually an OP ability. But then guys, we then see our MC has some sort of after image or hologram come out of him. This might be his spirit or something, and it seems like it is defending him from the soul devouring skill, which is I thought our MC would have that. But anyway, he then says, it's fortunate that I have that, or of course this would have gone array. He then says, my skeletons are all dead. How will I win this? We then see the beast let out a ferocious roar, and our MC then says with a look of, oh gosh, our MC looks kind of pissed off right now. He says, oh, you're using an attack on my soul, huh? Well, I can do the exact same thing. So it's Soul Blaze versus Soul Blaze, and we then see his undead general as well, as he is commanding his mages and some of the leftover soldiers to attack these enemies. We then see a tornado begin to form, with even lightning drawing up from the sky, and this seems like it is going to be dangerous, and kaboom, a huge explosion is right there, and it seems like our skeletons have been wiped away. And our MC then says, wait a second, and yup, this is a soul-devouring insect king of the second form, a territorial boss, and this guy is level 50 with his strength at 60k as well as his constitution, and his agility super high at 25k. And guys, this literally looks like Beru. I don't know if you guys see the resemblance, of course, from solo leveling. Anyway, one swipe of his hand and all of his skeletons get murdered, and he begins to consume it, and he wonders what the heck's going on. And it seems like he actually destroyed one of his skeleton warrior and another one just like that. He then says, you're eating my skeletons to restore your health, huh? He says, let's see what's faster, your devouring or my ability to summon. It then goes to eat more of our boy's skeletons, and oh my gosh, we then see our MC uses another attack on it, and it seems like it is the, oh gosh, let's go, it is the other boss that he has, and it then points his finger and uses Nihility, and our MC just stands there with his hands in his pocket, and it seems like he is ready for round 2 against the second form of this boss. We then see the monster screaming out in all of its agony, and of course, all of the other demons and dragons mention, is this guy really not afraid of death? As Lin Mo Yu is just looking at him like perfect timing, bro. And what the heck, we see all of his monsters gathered around this beast. Of course, he uses skeleton fangs once again, and we then see that of course they come up from the ground, and it seems like he tried to get an attack in on our boy, but our MC uses corpse explosion. So this guy's about to get wrecked with all of the flying bugs coming towards this queen or the king. We then see a huge roar let out by this guy and a huge aura of attack. And we also see the color red just beginning to form on this dude, and I don't think this dude is going to have it good this time. He then tells, of course, his other undead generals to not give this dude any space to breathe, and we see all the mages begin to cast their fire, wind, ice, I don't know what the purple one is, probably nature, I have no idea. But anyway, we then see a literal element tornado coming around him as all of his golden skeletons gather as well. And of course, it seems like there's only a thin strip of land that they are facing him on. All of the other people mentioned, you should stop thinking about whether or not, well, you know, painful cries are being heard inside of that attack. And of course, they just really want to escape with their lives. Our MC is literally mid-air floating, and he lands now, and oh my gosh, look at this monster. This dude's definitely about to do some damage. He then eats 5 of the skeleton warriors in a blink of an eye, and the dude seems to have evolved even more. And of course, he has wings now, and yeah, he's gonna try and get away. Our MC mentions this dude really is trying to escape. Our MC doesn't have the best agility, so our boy Lin Mo Yu is going to use his slow curse on this guy to try and keep him in there just for a bit. Of course, it seems like our MC is confronting him head on with his other general, the Nihility Goat, the guy who just literally points fingers. And our MC says, I'm very interested in your body soul, and it seems like all of his skeletons are going to attack him. He then strengthens a slow curse, and we see blood coming out of him from every direction. And yes, he has finally killed the soul-devouring Insect King. He gains 5 million XP, which isn't so bad, but the good things are, he gains the soul-devouring dagger, the soul-devouring ring, and as well as 5 soul crystals, which is pretty OP. And then we see the body of this dude literally just laying down there like he's taking a nap or something. We then see the stats and all of the other things. The abilities pretty much of what he got, and he seems pretty good, especially the soul devouring ring. He gives all his attributes plus 1000, and his skills that deplete his spirit, well, the decrease is by 20%, so he'll have, well, 20% less things to worry about. Our MC mentions the soul devouring ring and soul crystal are way too perfect for him, and it really does match his color because it's kind of green. Of course, he says thank you to this big beast, and look how big this dude is, as our MC just sits there and he doesn't, or stands there, and he doesn't have his hands in his pocket, and he just looks so cold with his scythe. However, he uses revive. And yup guys, we then see that this awesome OP dude begins to revive. However, he blows away, and it seems like it has failed. He wonders if the level is too high, until he uses revive once again. And yes, we then see it, and it finally, well, sadly it doesn't even work. It's a level 50, but the spirit forms away again. Our MC smiles, and he says, perhaps my current spirit is not enough, so it will be enough after using these soul crystals. Our MC then begins to devour it. As he says, I wonder, is a soul-devouring insect king's lair something that has a lot of treasures? He mentions, is there something here that could save a life? And I wonder who he is trying to save. He then is inside of the cave, and he says, wait a second. That is, as our MC does not look very happy here, he begins to sweat. He says this is a world level boss. And let's go, guys, we are on chapter 100, so I already know you guys might have a guess on what the last keyword will be at the end of the video. Of course, this is the insect layer, as we see a bunch of insect eggs here as well, and this is a soul-devouring mother. Oh my gosh, soul-devouring insect mother. And the strength is 0, but the level is 51, and the spirit is 100,000. Our MC mentions that these attributes are really quite scary, and oh my gosh, it looks like she came out of her shell. And this girl, no guys, she's not bad. I know some of you guys are gonna say that, but look at this. This girl looks pretty creepy. It reminds me kind of like Coraline, like the mother. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. We then see the insects begin to come out of their eggs and crack, and these are already level 50s. Their strength is 0, agility 0, but all of their spirit is 100k, and their constitution is 50,000, and they also have a spirit shield built into them. As we see right here, the spirit shield deploys, and yo, this looks absolutely unbreakable. And yeah, I wonder how our MC is going to deal with this. He then brings out his undead generals, as well, of course, as his skeletons. The queen uses soul explosion, and I thought that would be an ability from our boy. However, all the skeletons received a ton of damage. However, of course, Legion heal, and they're as good as new. And look at them, guys, with their aura coming out of one eye. These guys are definitely up for revenge. Our MC says, there's a good thing that I have the undead general. As if it was the old me, he must have, fooled around, and well, he would have lost after a few more rounds of that explosion. The skeletons then begin to charge, of course, after they are freshly healed, and he wonders how to break the shield, because it seems like it's made out of water or something. And he mentions there are even soul-devouring insects constantly devouring the souls on the bottom ground to replenish the strength of the barrier. And so it seems like our MC's skeletons get pushed away once again. He mentions that he always used Soul Blaze to interrupt skills. However, it seems like our MC is a target of his own attack. We then see the queen right here, and she looks absolutely furious, or I don't really know about the emotion, but she uses Soul Freeze, and it seems like one skeleton warrior has been destroyed in an instant. What the heck is going on? He then circles her with flames and ice shards, and he uses his skeleton fangs as well. And look at our MC in this pose, he actually looks really kind of cool. 12 skeletons warriors have been absolutely wrecked, and look at one of them, his head is frozen, and it looks like this guy's the protagonist of his own story, but sadly he had to go. He says, oh, you know what? Let's see if that shield can ignore Soul Blaze. And of course, it seems like the woman doesn't really care, and our MC has his soul skeleton armor to protect him from the attacks. He says this move is way more effective. He uses Soul Blaze again, and she uses Soul Freeze. And oh my gosh, it seems like it ripped a hole through the shield. He says it's my turn now, and now guys, we are now outside of the dungeon, and this guy says, could it be that somebody actually killed the Insect King? We see smoke emanating from this hole in the ground, and of course we then see the Dragon Professional Squad, and they are sweating here as well, kind of shocked. That's what's happening. They mentioned who the heck was able to do something like this, and it seems like there was literal destruction on the terrain. They say, who won this battle? I really wonder. And look how big the cracks in the ground are. They then jump inside, and this kind of looks like from Vegeta, like when they have like that aura around them when they fly, but that's kind of in the old Dragon Ball. I don't know if you guys remember. We now see the Jiajing Academy Genesis Institute, and it is a bunch of people as well, and I'm guessing they're interested in what happened. Of course, we then see the Insect Queen, and she looks up, and her MC says, I'll give you a taste of my soul attack, and yup, this is definitely going to sting. We then see Soul Blaze, and it seems like the queen is going to get affected by this, as all of the generals and everybody else begin to launch their attacks as well. We then see this little larva begins to catch on fire, and rest in peace to this guy. Skeleton Fang as well pierces through its body, and look at this kind of grueling image. RMC says, I'll take care of one first, and he then has bodily or corpse explosion right here, and waboosh, we then see it gets exploded, and another character completely deleted from the story. He then orders for the counterattack to begin, and look how big this queen insect is compared to these skeleton king or the skeletons. Like, I just keep on forgetting how big the monsters in this game, or not game, in this manhwa are. She uses rapid hatching, and she's beginning to look like Song Jin-woo summon. I don't know about you guys, this is kind of looking like Beru here. He says, trying to hatch, right? Since you're courting death, don't even blame me for this. We see beams of light emerging from each of the eggs as we see them all right here, and they are finally born. And she's literally sweating because of course she had to give birth to everybody and use her power. And we then see them flocking towards our MC skeletons. They use universal shred, but our MC uses skeleton fangs. And he smiles because of course he was worried there weren't going to be any corpses. As well, she uses soul explosion once again though, and he says, don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. He uses slow curse, one of the guys, I think slow curse is probably one of the most important moves that our MC has, because he literally stops the enemy from attacks and from moving, and then plus once he kills them, he has corpse explosion. Our MC's abilities just work so well together. We then see, yes guys, oh gosh, they're just getting wrecked at this point. He uses corpse explosion, and this queen is about to get incinerated, and that's exactly what happened. Guys, it died 13 minutes later from all the burning and stuff, and we see it right here. It's become kind of small now, and it looks like she's not as intimidating. We see that he gained 5.1 million XP for killing the insect mother, and of course he gets soul devouring insect, mother egg, soul crystal times 10, and a soul gem, and these things have pretty good effects. Our MC mentions that of course if he sells his insect mother egg, the price would be kind of through the roof, and he smiles and says the soul gem is exactly what I need. He mentions no wonder Master said that the eternal trials have really good opportunities, because the treasure here, and he hasn't even went through a lot of it, is super good. Somebody or the people outside mentioned the world boss has been killed, as we see the larva or even the body of the queen fading away. Something then, of course, while the body is fading away, begins to show itself. It is a primordial rune, and this is the qualification token to enter the primordial space. And of course, he remembers Lord Bai saying that the primordial space was what really helped him become a divine professional, and even humanity's dissection techniques came from this space as well. And so he holds it into the air as we see a bunch of red sort of straps begin to flow into it. I'm guessing this is like aura or secret techniques, and our MC begins to float with the red aura coming. Oh my gosh, it's literally bursting around him and inside of him. And everybody mentions as they see this red light, somebody received a primordial rune, and this person has become a target. And in the next 10 days after the light disappears, well, countless enemies will want to steal the rune because they know that there's so much power here. Our MC wonders if he really became a public enemy as he scratches his head, and yeah, Master must have experienced this predicament too, but don't worry bro, you're definitely OP. However, we see a sword instantly coming towards him in literally 0.5 seconds after he said, am I a public enemy now? And yeah, our MC might be in danger. He barely manages to dodge this red sword, and of course he looks really angry here, what the heck? And he says it's a sneak attack. We see one of the dragon kind get caught up in his slow curse as the skeletons go to slash him, but he realizes, hold up, he's immune to physical attacks. So he brings out his skeleton fangs, and bang, they pierce right through this guy's body, and the others yell out to eliminate him. They say to steal his primordial rune, and our MC mentions that once, of course, in 10 days after the light disappears actually, everybody is going to, of course, try and get you, and they're going to be all level 40 and above. So he promises that he will eliminate anybody that tries to steal it from him. We see his army of skeletons right here, as we also see the red light starting to fade away. And of course, he uses Legion Strengthening. And by the way, guys, I just realized, I wonder how strong Lord Bai was to fend off these guys, considering, you know, he didn't have an actual army, so he's probably super OP. They are now bloodlusted like crazy, and the mages as well. They're focusing so hard, and the dragon kind are like, what? How could there be so many skeletons? They try to use defend, and well, it's not gonna work, as our MC mentions. Well, the soul devouring insect mother is going to destroy you as well. Yep guys, everybody begins to get destroyed as we see this one guy about to get literally obliterated. Of course, we see landslide. These guys try to save themselves as they make a hole into the ground, and of course some of his skeletons fall as well. And this guy, I'm guessing he's one of the leaders or the captains, yells out to retreat because it is impossible to get this rune. Our MC then says with a smile, didn't you forget that you were trying to eliminate me? Why are you trying to run now? He then gets 1000 spirit, and it seems like this is the perfect time to test his new undead. Oh my gosh, it is the queen right here, the insect queen, and they wonder what the heck is that? And they're like, no way, it's the soul devouring insect queen. We got to run out of here, guys. And well, you know, the queen gets a hold of him. Or actually, it's the king, guys. Sorry about that. It's the king. But of course, the king gets a hold of him and he literally just eats them. And well, I've thought that dragons would be the one eating, you know, humans or monsters. But now it's literally an insect. He uses soul-shaking shriek, and all of their souls literally begin to shriek and shout and they're in pain, and then he just bites them off like that. And this definitely reminds me of Beru. Our MC has 70,000 merit, guys, and he is already a 7-star second lieutenant. Our boy's about to rank up. And of course, he mentions that perhaps my identity as a public enemy would be quite useful in leveling up, as we hear Junior, and it seems like a bunch of people ran to him. Of course, our MC mentions that these guys are humans who fought against their own kind to gain benefits, so yeah, these guys most definitely cannot be trusted. We then see the senior brother, and he then begins to reason with our boy Lin Mo Yu. Hey Junior, you're only level 30, what the heck are you doing in the Eternal Trials? He then says with a smug look on his face, is there a problem here, you sussy? I mean, he did say that, but he just said, is there a problem here? And of course, the senior brother is kind of shocked that our boy just, well, he talked back to him. He then says, you're also from the Jijing Academy, and I am actually from the Genesis Institute as well. My name is Ling Yizan. And guys, by the way, this name literally means last minute battle, and oh my gosh, I wonder if they're going to fight. Our MC wonders if there is a problem with his smug look and he's so confident, and he then looks into the sky like he could care less as we see this beaming red light coming out from his body. He says, I know that it's going to be dangerous, and of course, the senior brother then mentions, Junior brother, we can help you in these 10 days of danger. But then our MC then looks at him like he has a 6 eyes from Gojo, except probably it's the Necromancer eyes, and he says, protect me. He then looks away and says, don't worry, I really don't need it. And of course he walks away, and the old brother then says, Junior, you'll die. And just like that, our MC takes off. Of course, one of the other people mentions, this guy is so disrespectful, but Ling Zihan says, don't worry, there's no way this dude could actually come here only being level 30 if he was a weak piece of trash. And so this guy begins to say, yeah, that is true. Of course, he then wonders maybe we should go attack him, but Ling Zihao says, hey, he is still a junior, so we have to have some respect for him, so don't get any ideas. He then mentions that there's no way this guy would have got the primordial rune on an accident or on a whim. And so of course he says, this guy must be a very strong person. Everybody is then shocked because he says, this guy has already left a soul imprint in the Hall of Heroes, so if they attack him, there could be chaos. Our MC is out in the wilderness and in the jungle, and he gains 1,000 spirit. He smiles and says that yep, that battle was definitely worth it, and now his spirit will never be exhausted, and it will always be replenished. And of course, just at that second, he looks very scared here as he notices something behind him. This is an Abyss Poison Demon of a level 48. It has 20,000 strength and agility, and it also has the skills of Poison, Toxic Smog, and Invisibility. And it pretty much just looks like a snake man, and this guy looks pretty scary. It then yells out at our MC as it steps towards him, and he says, you should shrivel in terror. I am going to eliminate you. He then yells out like this dude really thinks he's like the protagonist villain, like bro, you're nothing. Anyway, he says, I will literally swallow you up whole, but then it seems like somebody started playing Fruit Ninja on him as we see slices all across his body. It was one of his skeletons, and he literally incinerated this guy and sliced him up in one strike. And our MC says, that guy talks a lot. And actually, I think you just talk too little. But anyway, guys, our MC then just says to himself, it looks like I'll probably deal with these things like 5 times every single minute or something. He says it is quite annoying, but that's free XP. A few minutes later, we then see the Genesis Night Squad stumble upon this body of corpses. They then mentions, what the hell happened? We weren't even that far behind him, and yet there was an Abyss Poison Demon dead right in front of them, and this guy says, how could a level 30 have done that? Of course, he then goes to the boss, and he says that this battle might have lasted only an instant, as there weren't even any signs of battle. And so this guy just has a oh crap moment, and he says, we might have messed with the wrong dude. And yeah, you guys probably did. Of course, they then ask, should we still follow this guy? And the guy says, yes, we still should. And listen, Ling Zuan, whatever your name is, bro, you're making a wrong choice. We then see the beam of light scrape up into the air, and it seems like they know where to head next. And we then see a very mysterious sort of wind come across everybody, and they then look up to the sky to these purple beings, and these, oh gosh guys, don't get crazy here guys, but this is an abyss succubus, a level 48 with strength and agility of 20k, which is also the same as that abyss demon lizard, but it also has charm and control life forms, which are 5 levels below itself, and it is ineffective to bosses and leaders, and this is good in raising an army. Yup, these are the monsters that it has charmed, and I guess all of these guys just got rizzed up, and she is definitely having her sights on our boy Lin Mo Yu. She then smirks and he smiles, and she smiles because she thinks our boy's gonna be an easy lick to just steal the primordial rune, but yep, she definitely thought wrong. RMC mentions, I wonder what the heck is that commotion behind me. She then, of course, lets out a kiss and a charm, and it is going towards our MC, but a skeleton armor just blocks it, and oh, she just got rejected. She says, how the heck can a level 30 dude just do that like that? How did he just reject me? This guy's not a simp. Anyway, our MC gets angry, and he says, really now? He then uses his skeleton fangs and charges towards her. And one of the bats steps in to save her, and it gets absolutely wrecked. And it seems like this girl might have bit off way more than she can chew, facing the MC of this manhwa. We then see all of the bats and all of the creatures here. We even see a golem, like, come on bro, how'd you get rizzed up by her? But anyway, our MC looks super cold in this picture, and he then begins to summon even more creatures. And it seems like our MC is not playing around, as one of his hands are out of his pocket, or maybe even two. Of course, the people from the Genesis squad say this kid is absolutely done for. There's no way he's making it out alive. And this is cliche, but he's making it out alive for sure. We then see all of his skeletons ready to fight these monsters, and kaboom, kaboom, ka-slash. Our MC says, unfortunately, I'm actually the best at the area of effect attacks. And so, of course, corpse explosion, and the succubus says, what the heck just happened? And yeah, there's a bunch of explosions going on. She mentions, is this dude secretly a divine professional who hides his identity? She wonders who exactly this dude is. He then says, no, I'm just a human dude, I'm just a regular dude. And yeah, our MC really thinks he's Saitama or something. Nonetheless, the succubus tries to get away, but hey, ain't no running away now. Come on, you started the fight, so your charm's not working, so you gotta use an audible, or I don't even know what I just said. But anyway, of course, she tries to escape, but her MC uses Soul Blaze and she comes crashing down. It seems like she is really badly injured, saying that this human is way too terrifying to deal with, and so she needs to report this to the ultimate master, the Demon King. He then says, wow, she didn't lose her ability to move because of course she got hit by a Soul Blaze. That means she's pretty strong. He says whatever, as he puts his hands in his pockets once again, and he begins to go on, mentioning that he should find the Divine Chosen Secret Realm because of course that's what Master Bai said would definitely help him in the future. The Genesis squad are like, what the heck just happened? They look at the destruction and the damage right in front of them, and he says, what kind of battle was this? And of course, one of the girls says, leader, if this was us, did you really think that we could do all this damage? He says, probably not, and yeah, that's why you don't mess with our MC. He says that it is impossible for us to go up against a guy like that, and this guy seems super panicked, and he wants to go home and cry to his mom. The leader then says to everybody, perhaps those who came in pursuit of the primordial rune will surely perish, and he says we definitely are not his match, and of course, you are right. Our MC is standing here with his hands in his pockets, you know, the classic pose, with two skeleton guards looking as cold as ever, and he wondered if the MC was waiting for him, and our MC then greets him, saying, how do you go to the central area of the upper layer? He then points nervously with a stern face, because of course, you know, he could get obliterated by our MC in an instant, and he says, why do I feel fear towards him? And don't worry bro, everybody in this manhwa probably fears Lin Mo Yu. Anyway, he says, why the heck are we still watching this guy? He mentions, I want to watch history being written, and yeah, what a smart choice. The first day, the second day, and we then see all these monsters just getting wrecked. Our MC finally reaches a 0-star kernel, and let's freaking go, our MC is leveling up so fast. He wonders then, why it's been so quiet, since of course for the last few days it's been so noisy. We then see something seems to be crawling up, well, everyone's spines. They then say, run quickly. He yells, Junior, there's danger. Please leave immediately, as we see something emerge out of the ground, and this looks like a 3-eyed centipede of death. And yup, I'm really going to be excited how this fight is going to go down. They then try to use group defense to try and defend from this monster. And look at this monster right here. This definitely reminds me of the one from One Punch Man, the 1,000-year-old centipede, or something like that. Yup, this is a Great Earth Centipede, and this definitely reminds me of Sasuke's Susanoo. Anyway, we then see the monsters begin to get crushed by the lightning coming out of this guy, and we see some huge dome in the sky. And our MC just says with grinning eyes, and of course determined eyes to get this XP, "This might be the biggest boss I've ever seen in my life." He says, "What the heck, this is such a huge monster." He wonders, wait a second, did we enter into its territory because something's wrong? And our MC says, that's right, his direction was changed by those demons, and so that's probably why. We then see, guys, the Abyss Demon Queen right here on the telephone, or whatever this is called back then, or I don't know, a communication device. And guys, I know guys, anyway, let's just skip all of that yapping. Of course, she says, "My great queen, it's already successful, he's dead." And well, she then smiles and she's so happy because of course, the girl mentioned that he's the best of his generation. And if he dies, the Great Earth Centipede will leave. And it seems like the succubus definitely underestimated our MC. We hear, "You are doomed." And it seems like, oh my gosh, this is actually the Great Earth Centipede and the extremely terrifying Eternal Trials boss. And this, we see him right here, 100,000 stats for Constitution Agility and 60k for Spirit, and it's level 55. And it is physical damage reduced by 30%, elemental damage reduced by 30%, and poison elemental immunity, but our MC doesn't really have poison, so I don't think that's a big deal. He then says that these guys' attributes are absolutely out of this world. He says if you can successfully use evocation on it, and of course, one of the guys mentions as our MC's just standing there, "Why isn't this guy running away? Don't tell me he's actually planning to fight this dude." We then see the Genesis squad as they yell out, "Let's fight this Great Earth Centipede together." He says, "All of you retreat, the further the better." And all of them are instantly shocked by this. Of course, we then see the centipede come out of the sky, and our MC, or his skeleton armor, breaks, and it seems like everybody they just fall down because they're going to become collateral damage. He then whips out his, oh my guys, he whips out on a whole entire undead army, and look at all of these guys wearing their golden armor. This is absolutely crazy. And of course, the guy who wanted to attack him before, his senior, Ling Zeheng or whatever his name is absolutely scared and he is sweating. Our MC uses slow curse and the guys say, yeah, let's back off a bit. You made the right choice. We then see the centipede is now bound by the slow curse, and all of his hundreds of skeleton summons begin to charge at him, and oh, they're doing some pretty good damage as it screeches out, and it then focuses on our MC's face. We then see some of them get destroyed, but Legion Heal helps them all heal up, and our MC uses Soul Blaze to its body. But before that, 3 or 5 of his skeleton warriors have been destroyed, as well as 2 mages in a blink of an eye. And our MC says that he can't really deal damage in a short amount of time, so he definitely needs to see who will last longer in this fight, him or this very scary centipede. The centipede's soul literally begins to become ablaze, and he then comes crashing towards our MC, but our MC lands like Spider-Man, and of course everybody is talking about how this guy is actually able to resist the ultimate attacks of this ugly okay, I'm not gonna call it ugly, but this scary centipede. Anyway, we hear slice. Our MC then yells out for everybody to attack. And look at them, they're literally like moths to a flame compared to this guy, but he uses Legion Strengthening, so they get to do a bit more damage. They manage to cut some of its scales off, or not scales, they manage to pierce through his skin actually, and it lets out a monstrous roar as hundreds of his skeletons begin to fall to the ground. We then hear sweep, and 21 of his skeletons are gone in an instant. It then lets out its poisonous venom from inside the mist, and our MC seems to dodge it, and of course it seems like his skeletons are not so fortunate as they don't have that, ability, and well, it doesn't even matter, they get healed in an instant. This is so OP. He says, come on, let's have a battle, and who's going to last until the end? Everybody is covering their mouths and they're saying, everyone back away, as we see a green viper cloud, like Valorant, Viper, if you guys know what I'm talking about. But anyway, this guy says to himself, if we hadn't followed him, we wouldn't have encountered the centipede. And this guy definitely knows that they messed up. He says we should all help each other, and he says we should rush to face the problem first. And so it seems like they're going to attack the monster with our MC. Or maybe they just run, but I don't know. But anyway, we then see our MC, and he just keeps saying that the mist is obviously blocking his sight and he can't see well, and he then yells out for the devouring insect king to come out, and it seems like our MC definitely has a plan to take care of this huge centipede. We then see, yep, it is the insect king, guys, level 50, his highest level summon, 60k strength and 60k constitution, and look at his skills, guys. It's just way too OP. It literally ignore defense, ignore physical immunity, universal shred, and yeah, this definitely reminds me of Beru. He then smirks, saying, I heard your shell is tough, and let's see, they're about to have a 1v1 between, of course, the centipede and the Soul King. The Soul King then lets out a roar. It is a soul-shaking roar, and look how many teeth he has inside of his mouth. What the heck is going on? Anyway, they then yell at each other like it is a one... It's like your siblings just yelling at each other. But of course, it seems like he begins to devour the soul of the centipede, and our MC smiles, saying, I will attack its soul because his attributes are too high. He uses Soul Blaze on the soul of the centipede, and it's working out well. We see the giant centipede as well as its soul. As our MC mentions, it's finally time for me to attack his body. We see his skeleton bones pierce right through as we see blood gushing out, and it seems like the centipede has become a literal fortified tower with spikes going through it. We see the soul begin to come back into the body, and it yells out in a fury when you find out that this guy has finally run out of power and steam. He then of course tries to move around, and our MC says, really? You think you're really gonna try and escape from my hold? He then tells all of his skeletons to go and hold it, and look at them how they hold on to his legs. It's like they're playing tug of war. He says it's time for you to go, as we also see one of his general beasts start to eat on it like dang, and this guy is definitely having a good meal. It is finally killed here, guys, and wow, he gains 5.5 million XP. He receives a centipede, sword, centipede shield, poison gem, as well as a poison crystal. If you guys want to know what the centipede sword or the centipede shield does, make sure to pause it right here, but pretty much they are both platinum grade, and it gives a lot of attribute boosts, which is actually kind of good. We see his poison gem here, which permanently decreases elemental damage by 50%, which is actually super strong, and of course the poison crystal can be combined with a single element crystal so that it can be made into the elemental divine crystal, and that's what our MC needs to get a class boost up. He then looks at the stone, mentioning that the Eternal Trials is way more mysterious than he had imagined, because he never expected for there to be an elemental crystal over there. He looks at his hands as he already has the flame as well as the poison one, and so he says, I'm way closer to this. They then begin to merge it together like they're doing fusion from, Dragon Ball Z, and of course this is the elemental divine stone with fire and poison, and it can be used for the third job evolution, increasing the chance by 5%, and I'm guessing he needs 3 more. He says I definitely need to increase it because it's only at 5%, and he says, you will be my next prey, as he looks at the body of the centipede with his Thanatos scythe out, as well as his skeleton armor. He says, I will take this opportunity to try and make you into a summon, so don't blame me for doing this. We see he still has a red light on him, and he brings out his scythe, and he uses evocation, and it seems like it disappears his soul as it fails away. He then begins to get nervous, saying, yeah, I know our difference in levels are way too wide, but come on, I gotta do this. And yeah guys, W for our MC. Evocation, we see the soul leaving again, but it just dissipates away and it fails. Our MC is getting kind of pissed now, and one thing you don't want to do is piss off our MC. That's just a word of advice. He then holds his scythe with ultimate grit and confidence. He uses evocation, and we see the entire centipede soul leave from the centipede's corpse, and we see he has finally gathered the great earth centipede soul. It is level 55 with 100,000 strength, agility, and constitution, 60,000 spirit. It has deadly poison mist, slice and sweep, and it has a lot of immune abilities and physical damage increases, and this looks really sick here, his spirit. He finally is super glad here, and this is one of the times that, one of the rare times our MC will smile, so let's be happy that we saw this. The other people are watching are like, how is this guy alive? Don't tell me that the centipede is alive, no way. And of course, we see that green poison stuff coming out from it. They're then looking here, and they say, wait a second, isn't that the corpse of that centipede? And yup, it seems like our MC just walks out with that still red aura coming out from him like a beacon of light, and he actually eliminated this centipede. We see the barrier start to go away, and he spots somebody. It seems like, yup, it is the succubus girl. She then looks at him like, oh crap, it was at this moment she knew she messed up, and her MC just glares, and it seems like he isn't going to let her get away this time. She then tries to escape, like, oh gosh, come on girls, just stop running away. He then uses his ability, Soul Flame, and yeah, this beautiful girl might not be so beautiful after our MC's beating, and yeah, beauty isn't necessary only on the outside. We then see his senior say, Lin Mo Yu, you're alright. Are you? And yeah, he's just faking it because he doesn't want to get hurt. He says, I'm fine. And he says, you can leave now because it seems like they've done their job of protecting him, and technically, he was protecting them. He then cracks the shard and seems like a lot of poison gas begins to come out from it, and he receives a stellar ring from poison, and it causes poison elemental damage to be negated and also equal 10 points of strength for 1 minute. Of course, they're saying, wait a second, this is actually really good from the Earth Centipede. What is this guy's true power? And we see here, it's been literally like, I think 80 chapters already since we've seen the Hall of Heroes. We see this awesome statue looking guy, and I really wonder who this is. And Lord Bai is right here looking at Lin Mo Yu's soul mark, and his soul mark kind of looks like, I think it's Bane from Batman, but I'm not that sure. Or Punisher. Nonetheless, of course, our boy is super shocked as Lord Bai says his spirit has gotten way stronger, and he wonders if he encountered a super strong beast that gave him the opportunity to rise. We then see something begin to wrap around him, and I'm guessing that this is kind of delayed here since he got the primordial rune of quite a bit ago, and it starts to wrap around his soul mark. And of course, old Bai just says this kid really has some good fortune. He says of course he's challenging and facing a hard test for 100 days, but this will be worth it. Somebody then comes up behind him, and this is the divine summoner Mo Xinghai, and this is his holy thunder unicorn. This reminds me of the game, Robot Unicorn. I don't know if you guys played it, but he then asks, what are you doing here, Mo? He says, oh, what's up, bro? Why are you sitting here as well? He mentions my student went to go to the eternal trials, and he says his daughter went there as well. They then glare at each other, and I know these guys are probably equal in attack skill, or probably. Nonetheless, he says, when did you accept a disciple? And it seems like Lord Bai didn't tell anybody. We see Mo Yun's soul mark, and Mo Yun's that beautiful girl, by the way, you'll see guys, and it looks like a unicorn because she rides one. He says, how is your student? And old Bai says he has a talent exceeding the best deities on this planet, and of course, it seems like he is super shocked, like wait, no way. For somebody to be praised by old Bai like this must truly be awesome. Of course, Bai also mentions your granddaughter also successfully evolved into her now profession, and the grandfather Mo is like, yep, yeah, I'm definitely happy for that. He then smiles, saying, your granddaughter may be good, but she is nothing compared to my student. And Mo Xinghai just lets out a huff of breath, saying, you even praised him really. How powerful is your student? Of course, our boy Bai says, well, your granddaughter actually knows our boy Lin Mo Yu. In fact, he was the one who helped her get the Nirvana crystal. And of course, Mo Xinghai is like, wait, you're that kid's master? And he's like, yeah, it all makes sense now. Our MC just got his hands in his pocket, the usual guys. And there are 4 days that have passed, and there are only 2 days left with, of course, the red thing on him. And we see other people trying to chase up, saying, we have come to protect you. And our MC is like, oh, you've come to protect me. This guy gives a thumbs up, and put this guy in a different anime or manhwa, and he says, sorry, are we really late? And of course, the other people that have been there with Lin Mo Yu are like, bro, who the heck is going to protect Lin Mo Yu? It's actually the opposite, and you got it all wrong. However, in the sky, we see another primordial rune beacon come out from the air, and it is somebody sitting on a unicorn. And this is Mo Yun, and looking at her face expression, she seems quite nervous. It seems she's being chased by some demons as well as the succubus, and she sees another primordial rune, and it is Lin Mo Yu, and she is shocked, and she says, wait, he's at level 30, and he even got a primordial rune. She mentions, actually, I feel relieved when I'm with him. Oh gosh, our boy got Riz, but that's also because, he has a super strong army. She is being chased by these demons, and she says, dang it, I can't do this. She then goes above Lin Mo Yu, and she yells out to him, come on, I will help you, come with me, I'll help you escape. And wait a second, weren't you the one escaping? Our MC just says, escape? You really think I'm gonna run away? He says they should be the ones running, and of course these demons are like, oh, there's another primordial rune here. It looks like we've found another gem, and well guys, yeah, guess who's sweating nervously? It is a succubus queen in all of her nervousness, and she's like, oh no, this is not gonna go well. She says it's him, Lin Mo Yu, and she yells out for everybody to run, and yeah, that's probably the only thing that you can do when you are an enemy of our MC. Of course, she says, it's Lin Mo Yu, my goat. Just kidding. She says, it's my rival, or not even my rival, it's my greatest nightmare, as everybody is still charging at him, while some are still running away. Of course, Mo Yun is like, wait, why are they afraid of you? He says, maybe I killed a lot of them back then, but it's not going to be a big deal. She says, I see, I got this primordial rune 5 days ago, and she's trying to riz up our boy. He says, before this is actually integrated, you should come with me and stay with me. And she is super happy, because of course, it's crazy how abyss demons are scared of this dude, despite him being level 30. Anyways, it seems like the succubus ran far away, and they are now on the east side of the map. One of them reasons with her saying, guys, or Miss Succubus, why are we scared of him? He's literally only level 30, bruh. He didn't say bruh, but you know what I mean. Anyway, she says, well, you guys can do what you want, but I'm not doing it. They then say, okay, we'll give it our all, and it seems like she's just gonna use them for bait so she can get away. We see that they're now at a campfire cooking in another world, if you guys know what I'm talking about, and he wonders if her evolution was successful, and she then harasses, but she pets her pony, and it is actually a divine spirit unicorn now, and she's level 41. Wow, she is a divine spirit summoner, which is also the same as her father or grandpa, or kind of similar. She says, you also must be here for the secret realm, right? As they then begin to discuss the requirements. Third is a dungeon dragon palace where you can also get the dragon crystal, and next, the first is of course the primordial space where you get the rune. She says, apart from that, my grandpa also told me that according to legends, there was also an extremely powerful world boss, and guys, look at this dude's aura. It's like something straight out of Elden Ring, and I wonder if our MC can beat this monster of a monster, and I'm gonna guess no right now. She says, I haven't heard of anybody eliminating him, but just at that second, it seems that there are a barrage of arrows from Clash of Clans from the King Tower coming down on them. She says, what's going on? But there is a shield to protect them. It then breaks through the shield, and he says that she can block these attacks at level 41, and it seems like that's pretty good. However, it finally cracks and she gets on a unicorn, mentioning, come on, we have to go away. They're after our primordial runes. He says, relax, relax, everything is fine. And she's like, wait, how the heck is everything fine? We then see these guys are just looking down at them, and these are level 50 dragon professionals. She says, we have to really run before it's too late. This guy is probably the commander, and he's pretty cocky, saying 2 runes, 2 primordial runes. Wow, this is gonna be free. This is gonna be free cash, guys. He then goes to attack our MC, but our MC of course could not care less. This guy uses cross slash, but our MC has a skeleton armor, and 3 skeletons pop out of nowhere, and he uses slow curse on them. They then break free. They're like, that doesn't work, you know that, right? However, it seems like one of them then begins to catch on fire, and he uses Soul Blaze, and yeah, our MC mentions, I already have that experience. He then charges into them, and of course he's directing them, as Mo Yun is like, wait, this is a battle? This is a one-sided slaughter. He then is about to use Corpse Explosion with Slow Curse, but just at that moment, a barrier is formed out of nowhere, and they are both confused as to where this came from. Our MC is super happy, as he mentions, it is finally here. We see the demonic dragons, and they're like, what's in what's that in the sky? He says, what a bunch of fools. They don't even know that I'm using them as bait, ha 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 XD. And our MC probably didn't say that, he just kept a straight face. We see skeleton fangs just pierce through their wings and through their bodies, and we see a smoke cloud emerge, and it seems like Mo Yun is kind of baffled, but what happened? She mentions that she has a teleportation talisman, but it actually teleports you to somewhere random, and our MC says, no rush, but let's save that for later. We see Lin Mo Yu, we meet again, and it is a succubus lady, and it seems like she has a stone in her hand, and yes, we see the succubus queen through this transmitter, and we see the succubus girl just bowing down in reverence. She then says, Lin Mo Yu, I see. And her MC says, the succubus queen, huh? He says she infiltrated Shenxia during the professional competition, and Bai just pushed her away like she was some ant. Nonetheless, Mo Yun says, why the heck did you come here? This is literally the demon queen of the abyss. She then says to Lin Mo Yu, well, if you want to work for me, you definitely can, because your strength has impressed me, and also you little girl Mo Yun, you could also be here as well, and yeah, I think this woman's getting a little bit cocky. We then see our girl Mo Yun begins to be bewitched by her, but she then has protection around her after Lin Mo Yu uses skeleton armor. She says the power of the succubus queen is way too terrifying, and the succubus queen is quite surprised that it worked, and she seems kind of demure and kind of cocky at the same time. She then begins to get furious as we see her expression here saying, then if this doesn't work, then there's only one option, and that's for you guys to go. we see a huge explosion, and oh my gosh, this looks like some sort of mud slime legendary monster beast, and it begins to infiltrate the ground. And the other dragon demons are like, wait, how the heck did you just provoke a demon queen? We then see that own guy, oh wow, he gets pierced in his body, but our MC of course manages to step away. He says, what exactly did that queen send over? Because it's similar to a great centipede, but it is way more fluid, as you see one of his skeleton warriors get destroyed after we see that sort of mud-like creature just pierce through the armor. Of course, this is actually the Crimson Moon Demon. It is a territorial lord one. It's level 52, 50,000 agility, spirit, and constitution of 50,000 and above, and this is super strong. We then see it breaks through his skeleton armor, wondering where the heck its real body is, and Mo Yoon is looking at the sky with everybody else there, and we find out that the barrier merged with that demon, and so if we can't kill it, then they'll be stuck there forever, and another skeleton mage of his gets destroyed in an instant. He says, fine, let me just test it. He then uses Rage Strike, and he says, wow, it actually managed to not even get damaged in the slightest, and so this might be troubling. That's exactly what our boy says, and Mo Yoon mentions, I really have a flying restriction skill, so of course it seems like I can't do it right now to escape. We hear 30 seconds, that's how long that I can do it for, and our boy MC just says, that's enough, 30 seconds is a long time. Anyways, we then see it begin to attack our MC, and we see it is nobody else but Mo Yoon in the sky distracting, and he says, I'll try this again, as he has his undead general here, and he has one hand in his pocket, so I'm guessing our MC is chilling. Legion strengthening. It seems like they're going to attack this head on, and I'm really excited what the outcome of this battle is going to be, because it is a battle of the strongest skeletal summons ever versus some random mud-like alive creatures, and yeah, our MC is definitely going to destroy this being. The chapter starts as you see one of our MC skeletons try to attack this goo thingy right here, and it seems like it just penetrates right through his armor. The undead general brings up his staff right here as it glows, and he uses Legion Heal for it to heal him, and our MC begins to sweat nervously, mentioning that this doesn't even seem to damage it one bit, and so this might be a bit tricky. The succubus lady then says, we analyze your skills, and so we know exactly how to defeat you. Of course, we see Mo Yoon here, and she says, what the heck should we do, Lin Mo Yu? He says, don't worry, it definitely has a weakness like a lot of things. She says, I'll deal with the summons in the sky, as she gets up there with her pony or her unicorn, and everybody mentions, like the succubus queen and the other summons, their attributes are very low, so let's just deal with them in one slap. And the name of the succubus girl is Alice. And trust me, our MC's about to send Alice into Wonderland. Alice then says if it wasn't for the restriction on the trials, then of course, the succubus queen would have sent a higher level ranking demon or some sort, as we see all of these flying demons go ahead and face Mo Yoon head on, and I hope she really gets through this. We then see Alice give a really wide smirk saying, Lin Mo Yu, you shall definitely perish, and I want to see how long you can truly last. And we see a lot of the skeleton warriors and mages are just getting stabbed right through the body right here, but don't worry, our MC has got it under control. We then see the goo try to imitate his skeleton fangs from the ground, but our MC uses slow curse on it. Let's go, he's gonna restrain it, and he uses his own skeleton fangs, and they go right through the mud, and they burst out just like kaboom. And he mentions, wait a second, there's not even any use. Of course, it is unable to damage the Crimson Moon Demon because of its properties. He then wonders, I must find a way out, and suddenly, he finally gets a revelation. We then see something begin to glow as he has his hand up, and this is the Poison Stellar Ring. He mentions, although he doesn't have enough time to level up the skill, it's definitely enough to force out the Crimson Demon. And look at our MC right here, our boy just became a mage, and if our MC became a mage, our boy would be way too OP. Mo Yoon is super shocked that he thought of a way, and we see Lin Mo Yu here, guys, and look at the art here, there's blue, green, and red, just a really good balance of colors, and our MC skeleton armor and poison cloud are coming away from or out of him. We see one of the demons wondering, what the heck is this guy doing? He's up to no good. We then see a beacon of light or poison go up into the sky, as our MC says, I finally found you. And our MC wraps up this thing in his slow chains, and it seems like it is also accustomed and with the poison, and he uses Soul Blaze, mentioning that it cannot escape right now, as you see the attacks going towards that being. Our MC looks super confident here, saying this is indeed the Crimson Moon's true body. and he says, let them come down, and he's telling Mo Yoon to do this. She says, I got it, as you see the unicorn about to do so. She uses the flying ban, and all of them begin to fall to the ground. And even Alice is like, wait a second, why the heck can they fly? This is a really top level mage skill, and yep, they met the wrong opponents. They're now on the ground now, just like humans, and well, you know guys, they stand no chance against our MC skeleton mages, as we see one of them right here super scared. We see Alice try to use a high level random teleportation rune, and she crushes it right here, and it seems like she manages to get away, but look at all these other demons on the ground. They get pierced right from her MC's attacks, and look at the skeleton right here. This bro is about to go on an absolute rampage. We then see them slice and dice right here, and all of these, rest in peace to all these demons guys, or they don't even deserve rest. They are now on the ground, absolutely done for, and of course Mo Yoon mentions, I just got 100,000 merit, what the heck? And of course she said, I tried so hard for 2 years, but she couldn't even go to second lieutenant, and so she just reached it in an instant and became a colonel, and yeah, that's just super OP. She mentions it only took 5 seconds, as she looks at her MC, who is just smirking, saying that this man is way too ridiculous, I want to marry him. Well, she didn't actually say that. Nonetheless, we then see the Crimson Moon Demon, and it is wrapped up by our MC's chains, as we also see some more of the demons getting stabbed up with the skeleton fangs, and our MC pierces right through this demon, and we see some sort of red light come out from its body. We then see it's like it's about to explode, and our MC uses corpse explosion, and we see this really eerie purple looking thing, and our MC mentions don't try to escape now, as you see the poison begin to trace it down. He manages to put it on the ground here, and we use his corpse explosion one more time, and he says the ground is really trembling right now. Is this your cry? It sounds so sweet. And a lot of the other demons get sent flying by this attack. Corpse explosion once again, and she says, Mo Yoon, wait a second. This guy really just solves all the problems by destroying things, and he's still like before. And because he does that because it's effective, guys. We see all the demons right here, and look how many corpse explosions are being used here. Yeah, I don't think anyone's surviving that. He finally eliminated it, getting a total of 2.6 million XP, as well as a whopping 10,000 merit, as we see the body of the Crimson Demon shatter here. He then says to himself, it's not even that powerful. As long as you find the main body, it's really easy. So however, if he didn't after actually master the poison type skill, it would have been impossible to deal with. So good thing our MC did that. Our MC says that the Succubus Queen must know a lot about me to know exactly my weakness and to target me like that. But he wonders who leaked the information. And he says, what if it's a demon worshipping cult? And that is a bad thing. Mo Yoon then comes down saying, finally some peace. But they look behind them, and it seems like we hear a yell, protect my humans. And it seems like the barrier gets broken down as all the knights are ready to fight. He says, wait a second, am I seeing this correctly? Why are there so many demons and dragonoids on the ground? Wait, what? Our MC and his skeleton begin to collect the loot, and Mo Yoon is like, wait a second, this guy is so good at collecting loot, where did he learn it from? And it might be from Old Man Bai. Our MC smiles, saying 10 days have passed, and let's go guys, the primordial rune has finally integrated into his system, and he then tells her, come on, let's go. She wonders if he wants to go and find the secret realm of the deities. He says, yeah, I will. And of course, she then gives a smile here with a, oh my gosh, she's trying to get rizzy. She says, I will help you to completely clear the chosen secret realm, and of course, we are back at the Dragonoid Castle. We then see, who the heck is targeting our dragon kind? Why have so many dragons disappeared? We hear, go investigate, and he says, yes, my great king, and this is a very kind of eerie scene. We see some more of the dragonoids retreat back to the king. He says, my great king, well, the eternal trials are actually, but then, it seems like it failed, and he crushes his glass, saying, every single person in the upper layer of the eternal trials, go find Lin Mo Yu and exterminate this brat. And we see the entire place of the dragonoids is in uproar, and we also see the Succubus Queen as she finds out of the news that they have failed, and of course Alice is gonna get a beating. She says, this isn't your fault. Don't worry, even the Crimson Moon Demon couldn't kill him, and it seems like the Succubus Queen at least has some logic. She mentions go to the deepest pattern of the Central and convey this message to those people. Alice then flies away, of course, because she just got the order, and the Queen said to her, let them destroy Lin Mo Yu. It's more important to eliminate him than the primordial rune, and Alice is kind of nervous if this is even possible to eliminate him. Our MC is just looking at his arm. He says, what's wrong with this rune? Is it completely actually integrated? As we see it right right on his wrist. He says, you know what, I can even sense the primordial space now, so it should be working. And he receives the skill Enhance Troops, and he can enhance troops for 30 seconds, and his summons increase by 200 and 500% damage dealt. Wow, that's just too OP, bro. He also then informs Mo Yun that the primordial space is at the lower layer, and well, there's no chance of going out there at the moment because there's going to be so much danger over there. And well, if it migrates, it will scatter 9 primordial runes randomly, and each rune possesses a unique type of skill. And so she says, what skills did you kind of get? He says, for 30 seconds, the attributes and attacks of me and my summons increases. She says, wow, it looks like the skill from the rune will adapt to the profession in an instant. And he then mentions, wait, it feels like this rune is very familiar. And of course, our MC is now in the galaxy, and oh my gosh, I think our MC just got a way more OP system. Or upgrade. And he says, I've seen this galaxy before, and I'm not gonna lie, bro, you probably saw it on Google Images. Okay, anyway, our MC is now looking at his stars right here. He says, wait, this is Earth, and there's so many memories flowing into my mind. He mentions that this is a solar system from another universe, multiverse, and he says, why the heck is it here? Of course, Mo Yun also mentions, how exactly is it related to the sun? What are you thinking about? Are you actually studying the primordial rune? She then says, you know, the primordial rune is just too magical. Don't really study it. And she gives him a very honest look. She says that divine level experts try to study it, but they couldn't even understand. And that's why it's super mysterious and people are fascinated. Of course, he says the rune represents a solar system naturally, so they won't understand it. But of course, it's from somewhere else. He says if I can unlock the secrets, I would have no regrets in my life. And our MC just ignores he just ignores her saying, will there be many things related to Earth in this space? I really want to take a look. Our MC wonders if there is actually a different way to get to the primordial rune or the space, because you know that's kind of hard because you need to be level 70 to enter. And Mo Yun says actually there is a way. She says in the center of the last core area there is a tunnel there, and we see this purple portal. She mentions, however, the boss guards at that place are absolutely crazy, and you need to even kill the boss, as we see this guy right here. And yup, this guy is definitely dangerous. She says it's level 68, and it's the only boss which has never been... Yo, this dude has never been killed, and that's like maximum level aura. She mentions that boss is too dangerous, and don't worry, the primordial space won't even run away or get anywhere. And her MC says, yeah, I got it. And yeah, he's definitely planning on doing it. We then see some people walk up into the forest, and they see them, and this guy seems like a... Oh gosh, please don't tell me this is another cocky brat. He seems like a bit of royalty. He then bows down to, of course, Mo Yun, saying, my name is Cloud. I see that you've obtained the primordial rune, and we can protect you. She says, yeah, no need actually, because we have Mo Yun. And the guy says, what? Your primordial rune will attract abyss demons. That's so hard. Are you gonna survive? But then we hear, we Shenxia Empire do not need your protection, as they look behind them, and this is Jialin Guild, which is the boss fighting party, and it seems like they're one of the largest guilds in the Shenxia Empire. This guy Claude says, oh, so it's you from the Jialin Guild. What's up, and how it's been a long time, Jiao Wengshan. It seems like Claude backs off, and he says to her, Holy Spirit Summoner, a mid-level legendary profession. You are quite impressive. And she's also level 41 right here. And he says, what? A level 30 Necromancer? That's the first time I've heard of a profession like this. But then he sees the badge, and he's like, wait, a colonel? What the heck? This guy has some respect, and he says, I am Jiao Weishan. Greetings, the senior officer. And he also mentions he is only a 2nd star or a 9-star 2nd lieutenant. Our MC asks if this guy is military, and he says yeah, but he did retire due to some issues. He says, Sir Lin, it's very dangerous here. Please let us protect you. And he says, wait a second, he is already a colonel. Why does he need our protection? And yeah, bro, you're absolutely right. He then says, sir, if you have any orders, feel free to command us. He then says, perfect timing. He mentions, I know that you guys could probably see the Chosen Realm recently, since I've searched for it for many days and I couldn't find it. He points in that direction about 100 miles. That's where it appeared 4 days ago. And this guy is pretty chill. He says, thank you so much. And the guy says, you're welcome. And they begin to walk away. But Jian Wenshan says, hold on a second. He mentions that there have been a lot of enemies spotted, and our MC says, don't worry, we will be fine. He then looks away as he messes with his hair, saying, don't worry bro, we got it under control. He says, you know what, we're all humans and there's no need for this. And we see the abyss demons all in the sky right here, and it's even one of the undead generals that he killed in the past, and yup, they are dragon professionals. Our MC says, it looks like we can't even leave. And Jian Wenshan, like the absolute alpha, says, get ready for battle, my soldiers, and don't even fear the enemy, because we are the strong ones of the Jiaolin Guild. Our MC then invites them to the Legion as we see his Colonel badge pop up in the air, and these guys are about to get a crazy buff. Anyway, Jian Wenshan is absolutely shocked to find out he is only level 30, and he's like, wait, there's no way. Why did he come to the Eternal Trials? We see these demons and these dragonoids ready to fight, and it seems like Jian Wenshan is a bit nervous, but he's definitely up for the challenge. He says, what the heck is that? And our MC brings out the undead general summon, and he says, what? That guy has so much power. But then our MC brings out hundreds, if not 200s of these soldiers, and he uses Legion Strengthening, and yup, these guys are done for. And Jian Wenshan says to himself, is this the reason why he was able to come this far? And all of his troops, guys, they're ready for the smoke. His mage is here as well, casting the spells, and we see a fireball about to hit this ugly demon, and well, or yeah, just like that, he got beheaded. And yeah, our MC, this skeleton looks kind of cool right here, I'm not gonna lie. Our MC mentions that killing takes way too long, and it kind of sucks because Mo Yun's flying band is unable to reach like a bigger area, and so he says, do we have a way to make them come down? He says the average of the party members are level 60, so surely they have a way. And Jian Wenshan says, yeah, you know what, our great mage of the shadows has actually flying band equipped on her, and he says, so in 1 minute they would not be able to fly. And he says, ooh, then I won't hold back on using it. And it seems like, oh my gosh, bro, why is Alice still here? Alice is just gotta get her butt whooped once again. She yells out saying, I won't give you any more opportunities, as she sends out a purple Rasengan right here, and it see it cracks to the orb. Oh, actually it was an orb and it cracks, and it seems like something is spawning. Jian Wenshan and Mo Yun are shocked because this is actually the Abyss Flame, saying, wait a second, that's a source of power for Abyss demons, and the Abyss was born from the Abyss Flame, and it gives everybody a 30% buff. As Jian Wenshan says, we actually need to be careful. If we fail this attack, we might actually all perish here. And we see the Dragonoids also pretty furious as well, and we see flying daggers around our MC. Oh, that kind of rhymed. He says, be careful, that's the Abyss Knight demon. And it seems like it is actually an invisible demon, and it's trying to attack our MC, but he has skeleton armor. He says, well, if you guys came down here, you actually just saved me a bit of trouble. And he chokes one right here in the neck, and well, he uses Soul Blaze, and rest in peace to this guy as it gets obliterated. He gets 2 million XP, that's almost as much as a 52 Crimson Moon Demon, and that was actually a level 50, and he also gets 1000 merit, which is kind of good. We see the other demons right here floating around like, wait, what the heck just happened? He uses Slow Curse on them, and they are now trapped, and well, corpse explosion, and we already know how it happens, and Alice is acting surprised, saying, you have to spread out, and come on. Are you that dumb? Yeah, there's no counter to this. We see the Dragonoids mentioning as well, if we kill you, our king will give us the greatest of rewards ever. But our MC loses his eyes like the typical anime protagonist about to see something awesome, and he's that was so fast. He says, you can provide me with many more corpses, and I would love it if you guys do that. We then see more explosions and more, and Alice says, no, these dragons came and caused so much trouble. But then she licks her lips saying, wait a second, they can be reused and fulfill my majesty's plan. Our MC says, you know what, these corpses are enough, and let them all fall, as we see the Shadow Mage begin to use her ability. Group Flying Band, and she looks kind of cool here, props to her, and I know that all of these demons are about to get exterminated by Lin Mo Yu. We then see the flying band begin to commence, and well, we see a huge ray of light in the sky, as well as all of the swarming demons and dragonkin, and they all begin to fall down to the ground, saying, what's going on? It's a flying band. Somebody actually used that super hard skill to use. We then see them falling to their demise, not because they're going to hit the ground, but because our MC soldiers are right here, all piled up. We then see the knight over here, and he mentions, with this number and strength, these guys can definitely reach the core area of this place. And yeah, our MC probably will clear this pretty soon. As we see this beautiful golden and flowy aura, and our MC just hands his hands in his pocket. Anyway, they then begin to discuss with each other, this guy doesn't even need us. He's literally solo clearing this on his own. We then see the lady, and she has that stone in her hand, and look at this little succubus. What is she trying to do? She then leaps into the air as she leaves everyone behind, and of course, we then see that the lady that cast a shadow ban mentioned that the high level items to offset the costs are definitely having a toll, and so our MC says, alright, this won't take long. He then, his eyes start to turn green like it's the 6 eyes from JJK, mentioning he must eliminate this girl. He's talking about the succubus, and he will finally have his chance. He uses corpse explosion as we hear die, and we see this beautiful red scarlet flame just erupt throughout the battle, and wow guys. The people, of course, from the Night Squad are like, oh my gosh, this military merit, the sergeant badge, it seems like they have, oh my. Everyone's getting promoted to 1-star general, not 1-star generals, to like 1-star past their grade, and everybody is super happy for this. We then see the knight leader, or Jian Wenshan. He was literally promoted to a colonel, and he then says, this kid truly is a worthy commander, and he sweats nervously mentioning he could clearly eliminate everybody, and he still invited us to join the guild, or to join the legion, and wow, our MC really is a thoughtful boy, or man. He uses his skeleton armor, and he then he begins to walk here, and don't tell me this does not look like Sung Jin-woo. These guys are definitely in for a rude awakening. He then says with this very beautiful purple mist or aura around him, you know what, this flying band skill won't last for long, so let me go ahead and destroy these guys at the moment. We see these demons and dragons literally getting slain one by one, and we see the succubus here, and it seems like also the queen is definitely unimpressed. And then guys, this queen really is charming, but hey, charm is deceptive, just remember that. She then asks if everything is ready, and of course, succubus girl says, yeah, out of 126 dragonoids, 93 have died, and above 160 demons, no, 161 has died out of 220. And of course she mentions, this is perfect, I can borrow the power of their bloodline. She then taps her hand onto the portal, and it seems like the sky begins to go awry. Our MC then looks kind of nervously, saying, what exactly is going on? We then see the Jialan Guild, and they use their group defense to protect themselves from this purple sort of smoke. And he says that there is a top level demon that actually took action in this. He then looks behind him mentioning, you guys need to leave quickly. He says, I'll maintain the skill, please leave. And plus, that kid's going to help me. And yep, you're absolutely right, because guys, we literally see a lot of skeleton armors just surround the rest of the Jialan Guild, as well as Mo Yun. She says this is Lin Mo Yu's defense skill, and with this, you don't have to get worried about the flame, and I'm guessing that the Abyss Flame was that purple fire. Our MC still has his hands in his pocket, and he says, I'm really sorry to involve all of you in this, and this queen wants to get involved with me, the succubus queen. And they are just shocked by what he said, saying his opponents have already reached the level of demon kings, and yeah, this is definitely a bro moment. We see the Abyss Flame begin to spiral in on one area, and Mo Yun is actually very nervous here and very anxious, mentioning that the succubus queen is actually summoning the flame spirit, and oh, this is actually a secret skill by sacrificing a large number of lives, and the power of it will definitely be greater because of the blood of the dragonkin. And so Mo Yun mentions that it is very possible for the Crimson Moon Demon to be not even as strong as this Abyss Flame. They're standing right in front of it, and she then says, if you can survive this, I will definitely invite you to my palace and try my abyss cuisine. And I'm not sure what demons eat. It's probably worse than cockroaches. Anyway, we see this very mysterious demon creature start to form, and look at this dude. He has 2 horns and he is purple, and this guy looks so menacing. This is the Abyss Fire Spirit, level 58, strength 100k in constitution, agility is at 80k, spirit is 120k, and look at his traits right here, guys. This dude is definitely not to be messed with, and wow, our MC might finally meet his first problem. He then puts up a massive flame barrier, and Mo Yun says, wait, I didn't expect a flame barrier to actually be here. Jian Wenshan then says that this is definitely the strongest boss we've ever faced because her attributes are way stronger, or his attributes are way stronger. Our MC is just looking here, and he says, back off you two, the target is me. I don't want you two to be collateral damage. We then see it come here, and oh my gosh, look at his flames. This guy's flames are to the next level. Mo Yun and the rest of the guild begin to run away, saying that this is something we can no longer intervene in, and yeah, you're definitely 100% correct. We then see it use the Blazing Halo skill, and of course, when Shan mentions, this is continuous fire damage. We definitely will be melted right now like an ice cream on a hot summer day if we didn't have our skeleton armor from Lin Mo Yu. We then see the mountains begin to crack and crumble because there are lava eruptions, and 5 of our MC skeletons that were hiding are actually wrecked in an instant. And oh, it seems like he's staring at exactly what happened, mentioning, I have to constantly replenish my skeletons, and so we need to finish this battle within 1 minute. And look at his arm right here, guys. This is the Primordial Rune, and he finally enhances his troops for 30 seconds. The attributes of the summoner and his summons increased by 200, and you know, an additional 500 cooldown time, which is just 1 hour. And look at our MC right here. He is not playing any games. His skeletons then begin to absorb the aura and the buff, and he then points like he's Jojo or Joseph Joestar, saying, "Go, eliminate this guy in 30 seconds, and look at this, they might actually be moths to a flame, because this guy is literally on, his wings are on fire and he's not burning, and yeah, this spirit flame really is menacing." He then somehow gets pierced right here across his chest, and he yells out in a fury. He then grits his teeth, and it seems like this guy actually grew some teeth and some eyes, and he then is looking at our MC summons with not good intention. We find out that after using the rune skill, there was actually a heavy damage, and so the skeletons got stronger, and it tries to leave, but our MC uses his chain skills on him, and yeah, this guy ain't not going nowhere. Nonetheless, we see one of our MC's attacks about to hit this guy in the face, and we see a huge blue explosion. This kind of reminds me of Maggie when Sidbad, made his entrance, if you guys know that. And it seems like he actually just eliminates it, and he gains 2.32 million XP. And guys, that was way too easy. And a lot of his skeletons are also pushed away by the impact of the attack. He receives a fire gem as well, and he says they actually killed it in one wave of attacks. And everybody is watching, like, what? It got one-shotted? There is absolutely no way that happened. And look at the succubus girl, her eyes right here. She does not believe that that is true. Anyway, it was literally killed in an instant, and our MC's just looking at his watch because he's getting bored. Just kidding, he's looking at the primordial rune on his, on the back of his hand. And of course, we see something above the succubus, and yup, it is Mo Yun. She then says that this is the demon that wants to kill Mo Yu again and again, huh? I will not let it escape. And look at this succubus girl. She says this girl has a flying band skill. I will not fall here, or then Lim No Yu is literally gonna eat me for breakfast. It seems like she gets up to attack on her own as well, and she crushes a stone. There is a portal that opens, and it seems like she manages to slip away just in the nick of time. Mo Yun is kind of disappointed, but down on the ground, the barrier is now away and it has subsided. And of course, Mo Yun says that it really escaped. He says, don't worry, we'll get it one more time in the future. He says a lot of people noticed and came over, and it seems like they are finally needing to go to the secret realm chosen by the deities. And look at these two, and we still see, of course, Mo Yun's red light for the primordial rune, and they kind of look like a good couple. Don't tell Ning Yi I said that. One of the Jialan Guild members say there is a huge emergence of divine power here, and it seems like the other people have gathered here as well, and we are now in this mystical forest with some dead trees, and there seems to be an entranceway or a portal, and yup, this is the secret realm chosen by the deities. And Lin Mayu says let's go in, and our bro is wasting no time, and we see the shadows of them enter, and yes, let's go. It's going to be a new adventure, and hopefully our MC can get like an earth level summon. You never know. Mo Yun is super happy here as she mentions that the family elders only have one thing to say about this realm. She then begins to walk, saying, all you have to do is move forward and never take a step back, and this is really W life advice, and yeah, I'm gonna take it. Anyway, we then see they're finally in this sort of orb thing. There seems to be like some roots covering them in an orb way, and this is a secret realm, and we see paths right here or staircases to the sky, and they are made out of floating stones, and they then begin to walk separately, and it seems like Mo Yun is definitely excited about this. Lin Mo Yu also mentions that I will move forward with all my strength, and he then is super determined, and he says this will help me sustain the pressure, and with every step I will become a Sigma. No, but he says I'm going to become stronger. We then see Mo Yun, and she barely can handle the pressure anymore because of course it's going to get harder. However, it seems like they can't give up at this time. He mentions that from onwards the real test will begin because there's a total of 500, and the first 100 only have a strand of divinity, but there will be 2 steps of divinity in the next 100, and there's going to be 5 strands at the last. And so our MC just tells her, I heard from my master though that only 100 strands of them can be combined into divinity, and she says that's absolutely correct, so I must at least combine at least 100 steps. And our MC just walks proudly with his chest up, and something begins to come on his hand. This is the divinity strand, and yeah, that definitely rhymed. We then see them walking here, and there is a long way to go. The benefits will be good though, so definitely this is 100% worth it. He then charges on and he clenches his fist, but just at that second he sees something. It is a tripod cauldron, and he wonders why it is here, as you see all of the strands on top of the steps. And this is actually a pretty cool concept. I don't think I've ever read something like this before. Look at Mo Yun, she looks kind of psychotic here. I think she's losing it, and she mentions, oh my gosh, if you can form divinity, the chance is a 90% to increase to the second profession, and of course at the end your chance increases to 80. And well, it seems like this is super good, as her MC smiles, saying, come on, let me take a look at that tripod cauldron, I need it. They are both walking on these beautiful steps, or these archaeologic steps, if that makes sense. And of course, Lin Mo-yu is ahead of her by at least 10, and she is now at the 50th step, but she is so tired, like she just did a whole set of hit cardio. And she mentions this guy's speed is way faster than me, and he's only level 30, and it seems like he's not even bearing any pressure. And then she also sees that his hands are in his pocket. It seems like her MC gets the level 1 power of divinity, and all of his attributes increase by 1 when leveling up. And of course, it increases the speed of recovery by 100 and the stamina by 100 as well. And her MC is kind of shocked here for one of the rare times of this manhwa, mentioning, you can not only level up, but it can increase attributes whenever I level up. This is way too OP. We then see Mo-yoon and look at her. She's absolutely out of breath, but come on Mo-yoon, we believe in you. And it seems like she finally got here, and yep, this is the power of divinity. And she also says, I forgot about that monster. This guy has definitely no growth ceiling, and he just walks on with his hands in his pocket. Although he's only level 30, we see his back. He'll definitely break the record by Bai Shan, she says. And yeah, I definitely hope that the student surpasses the teacher. He wonders what leveled up, and it seems like it is none other than his power of divinity. And our MC smiles, saying, I just gotta climb higher. And what has this manhwa turned into? Is this just like Temple Run? I don't know. I'm just kidding, guys. Mo-yoon is quite exhausted as she bends over and she puts her hands on her knees. She then sits down on this rock, and she finally reached level 2 of divinity. Bai Shen reached level 5 in the past, so she can definitely do it in the future, to bring glory to her family. She wonders where our MC is, and he's way past her. She then fixes her hair, saying, this guy will definitely be the best person and the best genius of this era, and yup, you're definitely a smart one, Mo-yoon. He reaches level 5 divinity, and our MC is not even breaking a sweat. However, guys, the pressure is getting stronger, and his hands are out of his pocket. He notices something, and it is literally Mo-yoon on top of her Pegasus horse, and it seems like profession traits can be used here as well. It seems like, of course, oh gosh, her Pegasus also begins to fade away because it's tired, and she falls down again, and wow, she leveled it up to level 5. Bai Shen did level 5 as well, and Mo-yoon definitely was inspired by our boy Lin Mo-yu to go the further step, and she definitely made her family and us proud, and even Lin Mo-yu. Our MC right here is sweating, and he's about to be sweating buckets. He says, move forward with all your strength. I will never take a step back. He is at 400 steps. He is now at 490 as he is crawling, and it seems like he finally is in vision or in sight of the tripod cauldron, and he wonders if it's related to the primordial rune. But he then lets out an extreme gasp of air, and it seems like his primordial rune activates, and enhanced troop spirit increases by 200%, and our MC right here is definitely ready for this W boost. He actually made it, guys. He takes the last step, and he is right in front of this huge cauldron. Our boy's about to become an alchemist or something. We see these strands of divinity begin to rush towards our MC's body, and wow, this is the Divine Land Cauldron. We see its very beautiful and strong detail right here, and he is completely taken away by this, and he mentions, this is definitely related to the world in my memories. He looks down at it, and he says, wait a second, an entire cauldron of divinity energy? And it seems like somebody has been brewing up some divinity energy, and only a small part actually escaped from it. He then puts his hand over it, saying, if I manage to absorb this, what will the level of my divinity be? He then begins to do so, and it begins to go crazy, and Mo-yoon is just like, wait, what's going on? She then looks at her MC, and our boy is climbing onto the cauldron. This guy has lost it. We see all this divinity begin to come towards him, and he is just absorbing it, and he kind of looks to us like a JoJo character. But hey, our MC is OP. It doesn't even matter. He then wakes up, and it seems like they finally got out of the spirit realm, or the secret realm, and they're now in the forest or the jungle. Mo-yoon is here sleeping, and he then looks to his right, saying, wait a second, my body. He is Lin Mo-yu, the one and only Necromancer. He is so close to level 31. And guys, we see right here, his power of divinity is level 30. All attributes increased by 30% when leveling up, increased of 3000% for recovery of speed, as well as stamina. And he has the Divine Cauldron, but he can't use it. Guys, our MC has become too OP. Bai Shen only reached level 5, and he reached level 30 divinity power. He says, I accidentally absorbed the cauldron. Are you kidding me? I'm definitely going to be in a lot of trouble for this. He says, you know what? That's not even a big deal. And so I can't even probably use most of it since it is restricted at my level. He says that the entrance disappeared as well, and there must be some sort of secret behind it. about the world that was in his memories. We then see Moyun rubbing on her head, and she really is wondering what happened. Of course, he says, after I climbed the summit, it then disintegrated. And she said, wait, you reached the summit? And that's the classic OPMC reaction that, the waifus are going to have to give. She then asks what the power level of your divinity is. He then says 30, and she is definitely thinking he is joking, and she then begins to laugh as well. And yup, I don't think anybody can believe it. It seems like her primordial rune is finally integrated into her body. As we see the red thing finally begin to dissipate, this is unstoppable. And she really is happy because it is something that for 1 minute, your speed increases by 10, and all of like the space obstacles and stuff, she's pretty much invulnerable, and the cooldown's only 1 hour, and that's pretty good. Our MC crouches down saying, that's actually a pretty good skill. It's probably comparable to mine. And she then stands up super happy, and yeah, I would too. She then brings up her Pegasus horse, and she then gets on it. She then smiles, saying, I'm sorry for troubling you after all these days, and thank you for your care. As she leaps up to the sky and she flies, saying, I'll see you next time. And her MC is just here with his hands in his pocket, and our bro got the ultimate Riz, and he gives a smirk, saying, then it's time for me to level up. And yeah, our MC really is all about leveling up here, and nobody wants to fight him with divinity power, trust me. We then see these lizard men literally get wrecked by his slow chains as well as his skeletons. More get wrecked, and yeah, it seems like our MC is gonna solo level now. As you guys know, there are 3 levels or sections in this Eternal Trials: the outer, the central, and the core area. He finally arrived at the core area, and he's beating these guys so easily. He levels up to 31, and thank you, author, come on bro, get this guy to level 1000 maximum as soon as possible. He smiles, saying the divinity energy in the cauldron wasn't fully absorbed, and if he increases his power, he can definitely probably get his divinity level to power 50 or 100, you never know. He wondered that there was actually a battle that happened in this place because there are defeated demons with swords stabbed through them. He says that the aura of this battle is probably a human fighting demons. We then see these demons with red aura around them, probably being controlled, and they are fighting a group of adventurers. And this guy says, hold on a bit longer. The dungeon is about to form and we need to enter. These ugly looking demons are just right here saying, even if you entered, if you come out, we will eliminate you. However, we see a huge attack, and it is Lin Moyu's sister. And what a awesome way to end this chapter. I'm definitely hyped for the next one. The chapter starts as her MC begins to call out to his sister, and she looks behind like, what are you doing here? She mentions, little you, get away from here. It is dangerous, and these other demons are like, what the heck? A level 31 weakling would appear here? Oh gosh, is this really the best humans can do? They then begin to go after our MC because they mentioned that he is the weakest. And bro, that is the most stupidest mistake you'll ever make in your life. We then see his sister then bring out 1,000 swords right here. This reminds me of Senbon Sakura from Bleach. And oh my gosh, she's about to go crazy. This is the 10,000 flying sword dance. And they all head towards these flying monsters, and each one is pierced one by one. The leader then says, come on, let's break through, and they are surrounding our MC to protect him. She then says, why did you come here? He says, my master actually sent me to the Eternal Trials to train. And of course this dude's like, what? Your master sent you here at level 31? He wonders if our MC's appearance completely ruined their plans. And he also mentions that Lin Mohan's skill has entered a cooldown, so this is troublesome. He then asks, sis, do you want these guys to enter the dungeon? She explains yes, but it's actually quite difficult to enter right now as something is protecting the portal. This guy mentions that your skill has entered cooldown, and we'll talk about the dungeon later. Let's break through this battle first. She also says if our breakthrough fails, activate this teleportation stone and it will teleport you safely out of this area and the Eternal Trials. This guy mentions, what? All of us only have 1 teleportation stone. Is she really going to give it to him? Our MC just refuses it like, bro, big sister, I do not need it. She says, what do you mean? Come on, I will be fine. I have a really good talisman as well. He says, what I meant was we don't need to leave. We can just kill them. And even the sister is shocked, and she's finally going to see how OP her brother actually and truly is. She yells out, come on, listen to your big sister, or the guys around her say. But then these demons are like, this guy really isn't awake. Is he daydreaming or something? Come here and come and enter my stomach. And that kind of sounds weird, bro. Our MC then begins to use something, and this seems like it is going to be corpse explosion. He says, you know what? All of you be careful. To prevent accidental attacks, come and invite me to your party. Lin Mohan says, oh gosh, everyone back off. She then adds him into the party as we see slow curse being used, and we see all of the chains come out from the abyss. All of these demons are now held by these chains, and our MC also summons his generals as well, and we see everybody here and they are all ready to battle these demons in the sky. They mentioned that these dang chains are so strong and they're becoming slow because of it. This guy tries to of course get out of the chains, but they get stabbed and they come crashing down to the ground. Our skeletons are of course going to beat this dude up as he's literally stuck, and as they're falling, they're just spawn camping and slicing them, and yeah, this is not good for them. They yell, it's so painful, but our MC with eyes of determination he does not really give a crap. Our MC sister Lin Mohan is absolutely baffled by what's happening in front of her, and even her subordinates are like, what? Aren't those level 50 demons? There's no way they're that easy to kill. They wonder if a level 31 or 32 professional can even do that, and this must be a joke. And look at our MC summon here, this guy looks absolutely cold. He says, sister, everything is settled, and she just smiles normally, like she kind of looks like the Mona Lisa, I'm not gonna lie. She says, you're so awesome, and she introduces her teammates. This is Gu Changfeng, Meng Xuan, and Heng Si. Gu Changfeng is the first to introduce himself, and oh guys, he has a legendary profession of a Holy Sword Knight and he's level 52. And our MC says, killing the demons is the duty of all human professionals. He then says, what do you need to enter the dungeon? She explains that my master actually divined that a primordial rune will descend with a shooting star in the dungeon. She says, so my seniors accompanied me to come here. He says, what? A primordial rune, no wonder. She also begins to ponder and think about what she remembered, saying that the commotion just now was quite big, and that a lot of abyss demons will come here immediately, as well as Dragonkin. Our MC just smiles, saying, with me here, no one will interrupt you, and right now is our MC's time to block the dungeon entrance, and let's go, we're finally getting the Lin Moyu x Lin Mohan duo that we always wanted. We then see the dungeon begin to take shape, and it kind of looks like a wizard portal or some sort. His sister mentions that we finally have the upper hand, and now is our time to enter this dungeon. This is a blood-colored origin, and it begins to turn hollow purple like Gojo, and our MC has his hands in his pocket as he looks at them bidding farewell. His sister then smiles as she leaves this to him, and he's literally just chilling on this rock, and I wonder if they really think that he's going to be able to protect them. He says he never really thought the day would come where he would be blocking a dungeon door. The Dragonkin as well as the demons begin to come towards the portal, and it seems like, wait, the power has converged into this dungeon. This dungeon is not normal. And they say, what the heck, there's a level 31 guy there. And of course our MC is smiling that somebody came, and the summons are all ready. One of them is a mage, a Dragonkin mage. He says these useless skeletons are pointless. Sky, fire, meteor. Something comes crashing down, and it seems like our MC got burnt to a crisp as he laughs, saying this dude was way too weak. But then we see chains come over this dude's body out of the smoke right here, and he says, I really can't deal with you guys who can't fly. Come down, all of you. And look at our MC here, he's just way too cold. We then see his entire body is wrapped, and he uses skeleton fangs on this dude, and he's pierced right through his chest. And his other comrades are like, what in the world is going on? He yells for them to die, and well, corpse explosion, and you guys are dead as well, and there's so many collateral damage. We here gather their corpses as the skeletons begin to do so. He says, go hide them behind that rock, and he says, it's time for the next batch of guests, and our MC is definitely giving the warmest welcome possible. Get it? Because fire explosion. Anyway, one of them is lurking deep in the forest, and he wonders if this is some sort of treasure. He says, oh, a level 31 noob trash is here. I'm gonna go and eat this dude. And of course, one of his bodies just begin to combust, and yeah, our skeletons just keep on getting them. So many of them try to come towards the dungeon right here, and our MC says it's only been a while and it's getting this full because there's going to be a mountain of bodies, and we hear the dungeon is converging the power of the eternal trials. Clearing it will definitely give something valuable. We then see that it's actually another group, and our MC tells him to stop because this dungeon is unavailable. He says, little bro, it's not right for you to block the entrance at a time like this. He says, no, I'm sorry. You can't enter right now, and right behind our MC are all of those demons. He then says his subordinate boss behind the dungeon, and there are a bunch of demons and Dragon King, and of course, bro, the Dragon King just ignored these dudes and they just said move aside because they're going towards our MC, and well, just like that, they explode, and our MC says with a very mean look, you guys really can't enter this dungeon right now. And this guy says, oh, I got you, boss. No, my bad. We'll wait over here. Their personality just did a 180, and this is so funny. Something begins to shoot out of the portal, and it is a red light, a red beacon, and it is the primordial ruin. He congratulates his sister, and she wonders if any demons or dragonkin came, and he says, yeah, but they were dealt with. He says, you know, the primordial rune needs 10 days to integrate, right? She says, don't worry, everything has arrived, including my master, and there won't be any danger. But then we hear Chang Feng, look, and it is one of her subordinates, and oh my gosh. Yeah, he says, like, wait, are these the some demons he was talking about? There's literally a hill of corpses there, and yeah, our MC standards are kind of high, so, you know, that's, even for him, that's still a little bit. A lot for him is probably like 100,000. Lin Moyu's sister, of course, says, I'll be integrating the primordial rune and I won't go with you anymore. Oh no. He says, yeah, it's alright. She has her own rules as well. Of course, you then see the guy who tried to invade earlier say, thank you, boss, because our MC says you guys can enter the dungeon. Of course, the guy wonders, wait, he actually gave up the primordial rune. Boss is way too strong, and killing demons and dragons is like slaughtering dogs, and bro, when did he become your guys' boss? I just forgot when. He didn't. We see the demon queen inside of this majestic and big castle and on a throne. And of course the succubus says, my queen, I failed. Please punish me. She then says, this was not your fault and it's exactly mine and I didn't meet your expectations. However, we hear, but the thing I asked you to do, did you complete it? She says, yes, ma'am, it's done. I've left a scent on Lin Moyu's body. She then touches the air and something begins to spiral. I'm guessing this is dark energy. And this is a succubus Mina. And oh my gosh, guys, how many succubuses are there going to be in this story? Nonetheless, she then says, Mina, go to the eternal trials and head for the upper layer. And of course, she's wondering what she's going to do there. She says, follow the scent left by Alice and bring Lin Moyu here. She then bows down even more. And of course, Alice is like, wait, my queen, isn't it overkill to use Lady Mina for Lin Moyu? And of course, the queen says to her straight up, what, you think I'm overthinking this? Are you questioning me or something? She says, no, I'm sorry, I wouldn't dare. And she then begins to get spiraled and get lost. And oh, I wonder where Alice is sent. Probably to the Wonderland. That was kind of cringe. Nonetheless, our MC is here a few days later, literally just walking and chilling. He says, I don't know when I'm going to be able to find the Dragon Palace. We see his monsters and his summons just taking out these golems and such super easily. And finally, guys, he levels up to level 33. And our MC really needs to, like, I mean, honestly, it's good when he's a low level because everybody underestimates him. We see his stats right here. He is the Necromancer, the one and only. His strength is 1393, Constitution 1393 as well as agility. And his spirit is 20,960. And the fact that his skill consumption is minus 50%, that's pretty OP. He says to himself, my divinity is up to level 33 as well, and the attributes I gained are absolutely crazy. And we see his traits here, his attributes, as well as his special items, and these are pretty interesting, although his cauldron is unable to be used first. His gold grade skeleton warrior is here, as well as his gold grade skeleton mages. They are level 33, and look at their strength, guys, and all the other stats. This is absolutely absurd. He mentions, when facing those monsters nearer to the core area, his skeleton attributes actually gradually become insufficient, and so this isn't good for him. Something then soars right past him in the sky, and it tries to attack him. This is the American Freedom Eagle. Okay, it's not, but of course our MC uses his skeleton armor, and it blocks it like that. This is the Battlefield Giant Eagle. It is level 56 with a strength of 80,000, agility of 40,000, constitution of 60,000, and spirit of 20,000, and it's super fast, and the greater the dive, the higher the damage. It lets out a roar, and he says this dude, even though it has the attributes of basic monsters, it reached this level of strength, and that really is trifling. We see it tries to attack him again, but he uses a slow curse, and just like that, oh, he uses Soul Blaze, and well, that's pretty easy. He says, come on skeletons, let's go show these guys what we are made of, and Rage Strike, and he's finally eliminated the Eagle, getting 1.68 million, and that's how much he would get if you killed like a level 40 or 30 boss, and dang, our MC really is moving up the chain. He receives a Starlight Fragment, and this is actually able to, of course, be handed over to Alchemists to increase weapon attributes, and he says this is actually pretty good, and this is the first I've received in these trials. We then see strings of destiny of light begin to come out from the body, and he wonders, wait a second, are the monsters of the core area becoming starlight after death? He says that means he can't use Corpse Explosion to clear more mobs. There is a sudden rumbling of the ground, and no, Aaron is not there, guys, and these are the Battlefield Iron Armored Beasts, level 56 as well. Their strength is 85k, which is kind of high, and their skill is Slam, and I wonder, it's such a unique name, guys. And of course, it charges right through his skeletons, and he looks back like, oh dang it. He also looks above him, wondering what that is, and there is literally a skeleton turtle, whatever this contraption is. It goes to attack our MC. And he says, I'm going to definitely lose a lot of skeletons in this battle, and so he summons his general. Of course, He has 0 Legion members right now, and he also uses Legion strengthening for the skeletons on the battlefield. And look at them, guys, they're always ready for war. And I love when he uses this ability because it turns his skeletons and his summons into something absolutely menacing. He says, come on and bring it on. As we see, guys, it is a skeleton turtle, or no, the snake turtle. And apparently those dogs from earlier were running away from this beast. But look at our MC here standing stern. And yep, it's already GG for this dude. We see the snake turtle jump up away from our MC's attack, and it then comes crashing down. It seems super furious, and it lets an attack out, which is Earthquake, and the ground literally begins to crack, and it gets angry. We find out that 7 of our MC's skeleton warriors have been destroyed and literally just cut in half by the rocks coming out from the ground. He says that this is definitely such a powerful skill, and his undead general uses Legion Heal, but I don't think that is enough to help your soldiers. It is now bound up by our MC's slow curse, and it tries to get out of it. It uses Earthquake again, and it jumps up despite having chains right onto him, and our MC's just looking at him with a skeleton armor. He says, what the heck? My skeleton armor shattered in an instant. That Earthquake attack is way too strong, and wait, why is our MC looking nervous now? This might not go as planned. It uses Earthquake again. He says this guy is way too big, and it's not easy to control its movement, and obviously, bro, that's a huge freaking turtle. And that reminds you from the guy from Naruto, I think it's Jiraiya, I'm not that sure. Our MC's face turns blank, and he is exclaiming about something. There is something that is about to cut off his neck. We find out that his skeleton armor manages to protect him, but still, this is the attack power of a core area boss, and he almost got his head snatched off, and that was a bar. He then says it's really not bad. Actually, I can handle this. He says it's my turn, and he's beginning to get Soul Blaze ready. He uses it on the snake, turtle, or whatever this is, and he says now it is time. He's using his enhanced troops ability, and we see this red sort of magic circle appear. This is from the primordial rune, and let's go. For 30 seconds, the attributes increase by 200, and all damage by 500, and the cooltime's only 1 hour, and that's actually not that bad. His skeletons begin to have a blue look in their eyes instead of the normal red one, and it seems like they're going there absolutely battle crazy in a frenzy. We see blood splattering all over the battlefield, and our MC says, although it only lasts for 30 seconds, that's way more than enough to secure my victory. It then smashes on our MC skeletons, and he wonders if he actually won. We find out that he has an ability, that snake turtle, called Shell Retreat, and we don't see the head anymore. We see a bunch of floating scales surround it, and there is a light that begins to shine above it. He says this is actually bad. We find out that it's actually recovering its wounds, and that's actually a pretty OP ability, especially when you're that strong and big. And he mentions that the defense is exaggeratingly high because it can't even budge this dude's shields. He wonders if he's really retreating into a shell. He gets his Thanatos scythe out, and our MC is meaning business here. He says my soul-devouring insect king ignores all defense and tears everything apart, as we see something in the air. He says everybody retreat, and there is something right in front of our MC. And oh my gosh, it is a huge bird. He covers his mouth like, what? What is all of this? He wonders if that is also a boss in the Eternal Trials. And oh, it literally just eliminated the serpent turtle in an instant, and it got eaten by this dude. And wow, that is kind of broken. He gets the Shield Retreat Shield for Knights only. It is a Platinum Grade Shield, all attributes plus 3000, and it increases the Knight's defense by 90%, and his physical damage is reduced by 20% as well, and the cooldown is 1 hour. This looks really cool. It reminds me of a Paladin's Shield, and he says, really? A shield just dropped in front of me like this? A Platinum Grade one? He says, whatever. It seems like my fortune is kind of good, and he didn't even get to use a scythe, dang it. I definitely wanted to see our MC use that and it be in action. We now see that it is a Jialan Guild offense party. They are out and about in the forest. We see Jialian Yeyu, he's a level 60 Holy Knight, and Mu Xianshan, a level 55 Master Collector. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, a Master Collector seems like a pretty unique profession, and these guys, or these girls, look like they're gonna be our MC's next waifus. Anyway, I'm just calling it. One of them mentions, Sister Yeyu, we're approaching the core area. Are we going to enter? She says, what's wrong? You scared? You crying? Just kidding, she didn't say that because she's not Gojo. She says, with Sister Yeyu and so many of our teammates, there's nothing to be afraid of. He says, you know the core area is a hellish place, and with our abilities, we will stand a chance though, even against a level 60 boss, and I don't think these girls have faced off against a level 60 boss. Let's wake up here. She says, as a leader, let's set off. And there we go, it is the start of another journey for side characters, and hopefully they get wrecked and our MC comes to save the day and he gets a waifu. Hey guys, I've read this so many times, I'm pretty sure I'm just predicting things at this point. They're going through the bushes as well as the trees, and one of them mentions, wait a second, we've already entered half a day and we didn't even find a single monster, what's going on here? Wu Shanshan says, why don't we go in a little deeper? We then see there is a boar here and it is on fire, and our MC is just looking at it, calling the core area has too many powerful bosses, and he wonders if he will ever find the Dragon Palace dungeon, and he has his hands in his pocket as he spots these people. We hear a level 33 person, and it is Jialin Ye screaming, what kind of joke is this? Our MC wonders if it really is a Jialan guild. He says don't go in any further, it's dangerous up ahead, and our MC really is the goat. She really wonders why the heck a level 33 is teaching us how to do things, and let me tell you right now guys, do not enter that forest if our MC tells you not to, because trust me, he knows better than you. Wu Shanshan says this is strange, why is he even in the Eternal Trials? And of course her assistant or her friend says, do you recognize him? She explains, yeah, that's Lin Mo Yu. In the professional competition, he was a level 20 champion and he even broke the records of all of them. And she says, of course this is Jialin Ye. Really? Could it be that he has already entered the inner parts of the area and back out? If it's his advice, we should listen. And so she calls out to her other subordinates, saying let's continue along the boundary, and let's not enter too deep, and W for her for listening to her MC's advice. A few hours later, and our MC has his hands in his pocket. He says he's already exited the core area and distanced himself away from the bosses, and he hopes that those guilds, the people from the Jialan guild, listen to his advice. He then senses a distress signal, and he wonders if it's in the core area. He then dashes there as well, doing the Naruto run with his skeletons, and he says that might attract that guy. We see a floating red orb in the sky, saying, idiot, are they trying to summon the boss? We see a bunch more of these red orbs floating in the sky, and he really wonders what type of danger these people are facing. He spots it and says, wait, it's them, it is the Jialan guild, and she yells out, hold on a while longer, we've already shot out an SOS flame, someone will come save us, and that actually just exposed your location. We then see it is Mu Shanshan, and oh, I love how she has a huge hammer with her small body. This is a W combination. She then smashes some of these skeletons, or not skeletons, I don't want our MC skeletons to be hurt. She smashes these hounds and she uses AoE collection. Our MC says it's a good thing they're alright, and they should have listened to my advice and exited the core area, and he forms a legion and invites them to his party. We hear, reinforcements have arrived, and nope, it's actually a reinforcement because it's our MC, and she's like, why the heck does this dude have his hands in his pocket? There's no way. Just kidding guys, I'm just making dialogue at this point. She wonders, let's persist a little while longer and hope other reinforcements arrive, but then she stops right in her tracks as there is a skeleton beside her, and her MC skeletons just slash those wolves in an instant, and they all wonder, wait, is he level 33 really? There's no way, how many skeletons does he have, and they're all so OP, and that's pretty much the typical MC reaction. Nonetheless, Chan also says, were we really saved Sister Yeyu by that one man? We see fire and icicles right here, and that's from our MC's mages, and they've turned into a Korean barbecue meal, into some, I don't know, pork brisket, and our MC is looking down, and he receives a bunch of starlight fragments, and he says, whoa, collection technique. And actually, it's not him collecting, it is Shanshan using her AoE collection, and this is actually a pretty rare legendary profession, and it can definitely aid our MC. Yeyu then says, thank you so much Brother Lin for saving us. He says, listen, I have no problem saving you, but trust my advice, it is not safe here. Jialan Yeyu says, but didn't you eliminate all the monsters here? How is it not safe? He explains, I'm not talking about them, and we all know what he's talking about. It's that big huge bird, and it's right above them now. He tells everybody to run, and even he's running, and she's like, wait, what the heck? She tells everybody to run as well. And look at this bird here, it's literally a shadow, it's like Batman probably, and Jian Chan is like, no way, oh my goodness, what is that? That has to be the boss. And look at this bird bro, he's literally just black strokes of ink, and I really wonder how strong this dude is. It's coming towards them, and I hope they don't get wrecked too badly, and I'm also wondering what if this dude becomes our MC summon. Our MC calls everybody to get closer to him because he will use skeleton armor. He then begins to crystallize, and every one of his skeletons are out now. Shanshan is surprised at how many skeletons there are, and she also wonders how the heck did that monster find us. Yeyu says that doesn't matter, we probably lured over the boss. because of course it was that distress signal. We see the monster right here, it has gray feathers and also blue eyes, and it pukes out like some void vomit, and yeah, this dude is probably Gojo. 21 of our MC skeleton warriors were destroyed, and 9 of his mages were destroyed as well, just in a blink of an eye, guys. Just keep that in mind, by the way. He then yells out for everybody to heal, and it is an undead general, and he is healing everything in the vicinity. This bird stands on its 2 feet. Wait, I'm gonna confuse now. And no, he uses those void meteorite balls, and 35 of our MC skeleton warriors are wrecked like that. It goes to continue, and it even grabs one by its foot, and it is about to chomp on this guy. And wow, this thing is so huge. Just look at the comparison between the skeleton and this hawk or eagle, and it's right in the back of his mouth. And well, P just got his first meal of the day. This is the Ancient Luan. It is a territorial lord boss, level 62. Yo, strength 250k, agility 100k, spirit 150k, and constitution 100k. It has super OP skills, and it also has sharp teeth that ignores defense, so this might be a predicament for our MC. Our MC straight up just says, what the hell attributes are that? And even Yeyu and Shan Shan are like, no way. There's no way we can beat them. And I thought you guys were the ones who said that you could beat a level 60 boss because you were here together. And that's why you always have to think before you speak. Bro, Shan Shan just says shamelessly, Lin Mo Yu, can you win? Because she knows that she's going to be useless. And he is just looking at his skeletons get slaughtered. A total of 30 get wrecked in just that one hit. And it's going down, and they're going down like flies. 3 more warriors have been destroyed. And he's saying that my skeletons can be replenished using my spirit. But all of my skeletons are going to run out. And I need to escape here with them as well, if we even want a chance to survive. He explains, you guys need to run out of the core area while my skeletons are going to buy some time for us, alright? And of course, Yeyu says, the leader, go, guys, follow him. We need to trust him at this time. The bird then spots our MC, and it seems to have some sort of RGB vision. He felt it mark him, and oh my gosh, our MC is in danger. He is right beside Yeyu, and he tells her, Yeyu, listen to me. I know that I'm probably the safest person to be with, but we need to split up. Because of course, he explains that he is being marked by it. She says, why is this guy going crazy? And he seems like he can't even tell her the truth. Shan Shan says, it's actually chasing Lin Mo Yu. And Yeyu finally understands that he is luring the boss away from himself, or by himself, to give them a chance to live. And she says, why did I call him so rude? And come on, now's not the time to be a tsundere. Nonetheless, she says while sweating, let's go. Let's not make his sacrifice be in vain. Our MC says, huh, you want to kill me? I'm afraid it's not going to be that easy. The monster then soars up in the sky, and our MC is surrounded by its flames. He says, one attack actually forced me to replenish my skeleton armor 6 different times. Wait, what? He says, do you think I'm made of clay or something? He uses Soul Blaze on this beast, and it lets out a shriek, and he starts to load up this void whirlpool, and oh, our MC doesn't seem to be in a good position here. It then launches his attack, and there was literally a tornado here, guys. Where did this come from? Made out of the void things. And Yeyu and Shan Shan are like, no, there's no way he can survive the skill, because this is probably already city level or even greater than that. She cries here, and W for Shan Shan. She really did appreciate our MC and his help. And Yeyu says he was a great person. Let's build a memorial when we get home. There is a... Okay, guys, you already know what our MC is, bro. He brought out the huge centipede, and he's standing there menacingly, and this is what you don't want. You got our MC angry. He says, I'll remember this. If I die, I will revive in the Hall of Heroes, and I will settle the score today, you piece of trash bird. And it seems like there is an attack coming for him. But oh, it's actually the succubus from last time, and she says, I didn't think you would be hiding in the core area. He says, how the heck did this woman locate me? Is there a mark on my body? She then says, oh my gosh, she's trying to rizz up her MC. Come with me obediently. Don't worry, I'll take the best care of you. And you know what? I just realized, how about you go take care of this bird first, and then our MC might have some room for negotiation. She then tries to rizz up her MC as she lets out a power of love attack. She mentions that, wait, what? My bewitch skill did not work at all. Is this guy really a Sigma? Okay, I'm just gonna stop it. Our MC says, I will never be with you. She says, I see, kid, but this isn't up for you to decide. He says, is that really so? And we see a bird right here mentioning, a mere upper layer boss like you better get lost. otherwise I will eliminate you. And wait, I think our MC is trying to get her to fight this beast. We then see it lets out some meteorites to attack the succubus, and she's then flying right through them. It goes and blows some blue fire, and it surrounds her actually, but she hugs herself, and it seems like she gets angry because this is not a simple boss. It's a bit more complicated. And our MC is he's just sitting on a rock like, wait, they seem to be fighting, so I'm just gonna chill. Anyway, the succubus and the bird are fighting. She uses some black void balls, and oh my gosh, she uses the power of boba, and it seems to be kind of hurt by it, but then it lets out its own kamehameha from its mouth, and it both extinguishes each other's attacks. As we see Mu Shan just like they're absolutely sweating and nervous, and she's like, no, Lin Mo Yu, no. He then wonders why is that succubus not counterattacking? He explains, could it actually be because she secretly came over from the lower layer and she can't really reveal her strength? He thinks that is the most probable answer, and she goes towards our MC instead. He says, I must let the ancient Luan keep her busy, and so right behind her is that annoying little black eagle, and she sweats saying, since you're meddling with me, don't blame me for what I'm about to do. She uses bewitching light, and dang bro, is really bro, succubus power is just Riz, like that's actually crazy. Nonetheless, our MC begins to get bewitched. Wait, no way bro, come on. But then he's like, oh I see. It's a bewitched skill as he comes back to his senses because of his skeleton armor. We then see the bird begin to fall in love with the succubus, or I think Mina believes her name. She says, you've already forced my hand. I'll make sure you leave with me today, and she rushes towards our MC. She says, since I cannot bring you back alive, I'll just bring back your corpse, and really, whose corpse do you think you're taking back? Our MC just brings out more summons, and we see a huge explosion as she comes and arrives like a meteor, and our MC's skeletons are flying and being launched into the sky. She says, you cannot escape, Lin Mo Yu. But guess what, guys? We see a monster centipede. It is our MC summon. She says, get lost. She says, what else can you do? But then she uses skeleton fangs, and oh my gosh, that seemed to do a lot of damage, and she begins to get nervous, sweating, saying, I really should have just stepped on you to death. But then we see human souls begin to gather around her body, coming into her, and oh my gosh, this is not going to go well. He says, this is the first time our MC has gotten very furious. Look at his eyes. You deserve to die. And you know, she doesn't really care because she is a succubus demon, saying that your soul shall become mine and it will be used for the nourishment of the spear. But we see our MC has disappeared, and something bad is about to come down as we literally see a meteor right above them. Our MC says, wait a second, this skill, it wasn't analyzed information of the ancient Luan Hall. If I get hit, I will definitely be vaporized. He has a high level random teleportation rune, but the activation is failed. Oh no. He is running as this thing begins to slowly collapse, and he also summons some more skeletons to keep him cover. He then jumps on one of his skeletons, then oh my gosh, there seems to be a sort of cyclone tornado beginning to spiral up, and all of him as well as the summons are launched into the air. We see a huge explosion, and our MC gets sent flying through these blue trees. He then crashes into a wall, and he is definitely burnt out and tired. He then says, actually, thankfully I have the damage transfer skill, and yeah, that's actually really clutch, because if he didn't have that, he would definitely be hurt. We find out that 100 of his skeletons get destroyed, and then 58 mages, and we hear Mina wondering how he's still alive. It kind of looks like she's tired of this, as her MC just says, you're in a worse state than me actually. She says, no matter what you say, my state, whatever state I am in, is enough to crush you. Our MC, of course, has his hand, and he's just saying, as he shows off his primordial rune, although my skeleton army was decimated, I have another card. He says, what if I eliminate you instead? She then really wonders if this dude is so confident and if he's just faking it. She brings out her spear, and it looks like kind of like a trident, but only with two heads. She says, my time is up. She then says as she enters back the portal, I won't be bringing you back this time. I will come and find you, so don't get eaten by that bird. He says, when we meet next time, I'll definitely eliminate you. And she says, no, I'll eat you first. And what the heck, that's kind of weird. And dang, this is the first time our MC got really injured like this. He says, thank goodness that we didn't fight, because even with the primordial runes enhanced troop skills, there wouldn't be a guarantee of winning, and that's actually true. He wonders where the ancient bird has gone, as you see the battlefield covered in these blue flames. The forest is burning up as well, and we see an egg right here. It is an ancient Luan territorial boss, and it is invincible in the state. Oh my, Our MC's like, wait a second, I need to run. If I wait for the Nirvana process to be over, then he won't have a chance to escape. He says, I finally escaped the core area, but the flames are still very prevalent around him. He says that he should be safe from now, but we see a bird in the sky, and it is just a shadow of the bird forming again, and oh my gosh, it seems like our MC got away. He is super wrecked right here, and he definitely needs to recover his undead army. He really wonders if that other group escaped as well. He then tells himself, you ancient Luwan bird, I'll make sure to cut you up and eat you for dinner. Just kidding, he didn't say that. But he says, I will take you down. We see a hammer, and it is Shan Shan, hero of humanity, the grave of Lin Mo Yu. And she just made a grave, are you freaking kidding me? Even Jalan Ye Yu is like a massive fire is blocking the way. There won't be any corpse because Shan Shan wanted to get our boy's body. She then says, why do heroes die young? And of course, her friend comforts her saying, he has many skills, what if he survived? We hear one of their subordinates run. There is a dungeon nearby. Many dragonkin and demons are headed our way. Of course, Yeyu yells out, everyone prepare for battle. And her MC is just, oh my gosh bro, really? He's already looking clean with his hands in his pocket looking at this stone of some sorts. He wonders if these people are idiots, and her MC just cuts over this rune in half, and he sees, wait, a heaven and earth phenomenon? Could it be the Dragon Palace dungeon occurring? We then see he rushes over as fast as he can, and all of these demons and these dragons are here, as well as Xiaolin Yeyu's team and some other clans, and oh my gosh, this battle will be fierce. Well, Shan Shan says if only Lin Mo Yu was here, and our boy is just right behind her, and he says, yeah, just back off. And they both look back like, what? You're still alive? And yup, our MC definitely just surprises everybody, because he always comes out on top in life or death situations, and yeah, that's why he's the GOAT. You have finally made it to the end. Make sure to comment down Necromancer if you made it here. Also, make sure to smash that subscribe button so I can go ahead and buy some cough pills because that was a kind of long video. Anyway guys, I'll see you guys in the next one, and I hope you guys have a great day.